Clearly the most likely to awaken divine level talent. Now turned into a monster everyone wants to kill. All because on the day before awakening, for reasons unknown, I turned into a human skin-clad, cruel creature that feeds on humans, not only possessing powerful abilities, but also having the ability of infinite regeneration. As long as I eat humans, I can continuously evolve. Otherwise, my body will rapidly age until death. The kind-hearted me gave up resistance, just wanting to see my mother one last time before death. Never did I expect that after the pursuers agreed readily, for the sake of a moment's pleasure, they executed me in front of my mother. Perhaps fate had other plans for me. Before death, I inherited the legacy of Pangu. Not only did it change my human-eating physique, but also gained the powerful talents of the 12 ancestors. From then on, I walked the earth with a divine body. Since you cannot accept me, there is no need for my existence. At this moment, I feel like I'm lying in a very comfortable, warm place, faintly hearing the conversation nearby. The boss is so strange, soaked in water for so long, and even shot in the forehead. How did he survive? I'm just a fried rice cook, what do I know? Quickly get some human blood for him to drink. His body is already so deteriorated, drinking more is useless. Just throw him back. We've already picked him up, there's no reason to kill our own kind. Go prepare some pork. Boss, are you confused? If pork is useful, why would other revivers risk killing people? Stop the bullshit, let's try anything. If he can live, great, if not, so be it. Alright, then I'll go. As the gradually fading footsteps echoed, I slowly opened my eyes. What came into view was a blurry face. Opening my chapped lips, I asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Lee Ji. Just call me boss. If you can survive and are willing to stay here, from now on, you can be called Lee Fong." Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In the neon-lit rainy night, a figure stands out. Suddenly, a phone rang. I squatted by the roadside and answered, "Hello, this is Kikik Delicious Fried Rice Restaurant. May I help you?" "You brat, where did you run off to? Are you at the Ijong side? Come back quickly," Lee Ji on the phone shouted loudly. "The boss won't come back. If you want to deduct money, go ahead. You think you've grown wings, huh? Why are you asking me about the whereabouts of the 4th unit of ability thinkers? Naturally, it's for killing. How could I miss out on this perfect opportunity?" I casually mentioned it, as if discussing what to eat tonight. "Are you crazy? With your first-tier abilities, how can you compare with those who are 3rd tier? Do you think your life is too long?" Listening to the boss, watching the passing vehicles, I smiled over these 2 years. I've learned a lot of things I didn't know before, such as the varying strengths among powerful individuals. An ordinary person, after refining their physical abilities to the extreme and subjecting themselves to certain stimuli, can break free from genetic constraints, allowing for an increase in the upper limit of physical abilities. This is the distinction in levels. Abnormals are different from ordinary people. Their starting point is the shattering of the mirror. After reaching a certain stage, their path is the same as an ordinary person's. What's particularly special are the resurrected. In order to advance, they must devour humans. In order to conceal my identity, coupled with internal resistance and the changes from the Pangu inheritance, I have always relied on pork, beef, and mutton to maintain my youth and enhance my strength, something other resurrected individuals lack. After a long silence, I stood up. I've watched videos of 3rd-tier abnormal battles. I reached that level of power half a year ago. Although I'm just a remnant. Fine, even if you're confident, can you at least plan? We can still help you. You don't need to kill, having power is enough. Can't you wait a little longer? I've been waiting since 2 years ago, lying in bed after hearing about my mother's death. I don't believe he jumped off the building to commit suicide. He loved me so much, he hadn't even seen my body. How could he commit suicide? He must have been very desperate at that time. My pupils deepened even more. The hand holding the phone trembled slightly, suppressing the anger in my heart, then slowly saying that I will kill them, and won't spare their families. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the rainy night. A hot pot shop owner for over a decade, I shook off the rain on my clothes and walked to the counter. A middle-aged woman with a kind face smiled at me. "Would you like to order?" "Sir," I smiled and ordered one. Then I walked to a 2-person table. There were no empty seats around. Sorry for the disturbance. After saying that, I sat across from a middle-aged man, looking around nonchalantly as if nothing happened. "You've been looking at me since you came in, is there something you need?" The man sitting across from me didn't even lift his head to ask. I, on the other hand, took a tissue, wiped off the rainwater on my hands, and smiled, saying, "If you find it delicious, eat more. You might not have the chance in the future." The man's hand trembled slightly as he picked up his food. As my ordered meal was brought over, the spicy hot pot was placed in front of me. I picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The man across from me, however, stood frozen in place like a statue. He looked at me anxiously, and his left foot had unconsciously moved outside the table. "Once you step out of this door, you're really going to die." I smiled as I looked at him. After hearing this, the man retracted his left foot and looked at me solemnly. "Who are you, and why are you saying this? There are over a dozen people outside staring at this place. Guess who they are waiting for?" As soon as these words were spoken, the man's face turned pale in an instant, his muscles tensed up. "What did you say? Why do I find it hard to understand?" After taking a bite of the spicy hot pot, I nodded in satisfaction. Those are all people with extraordinary abilities. The reason they haven't acted yet is because there are too many people here. Wait until you reach a place with fewer people. That's when the end will come. Am I right? The reviver's pupils suddenly contracted. "How did you know I was wrong? You've mistaken me for someone else." Ignoring him, I directly snapped one of my fingers, and in his shocked gaze, the finger quickly healed. Observing his reaction, I slowly lifted my head to look at him. "Do you believe me now?" The man nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. "What should I do? Different from you. I am a revived person who has not been discovered." "Wait, you are going to take me to run towards Lujiang Bridge, where someone will be waiting. When shall we begin?" "Now." The man clenches his fists, looking at me anxiously. "No rush, wait a bit longer." "What are we waiting for? Is it the person who will assist us?" "Wait for me to finish eating in 10 minutes. As I was about to leave after paying, the man jumped directly behind me and firmly clamped me with both hands. The sudden scene startled everyone. They all backed away. I also looked terrified, continuously struggling. What is Minaini trying to do? "Let go quickly, or I will call the police." The boss lady of the spicy hot pot shop yelled loudly with determination. "Mind your own business," the man glared fiercely, then turned and kicked towards the glass door. A loud bang. The glass door shattered into countless pieces. The surrounding crowd screamed in fear. How can this person be so strong? Could he be a revived person? As soon as the words fell, everyone ran far away. The man took advantage of the chaos and ran towards the bridge with me in tow. At the same time, a group of people hidden in the shadows, their eyes revealing a different intent, targeting the leader. Holding the hostage. Leaving the marked point. Heading towards Lujiang Bridge. "Please instruct to meet on the bridge in 10 minutes. The man looked anxiously behind him. Then he quickly turned around. "If you can help me survive this time, I'll do whatever you say in the future." After walking for a few more minutes, the man anxiously looked at me. "Didn't you say someone would meet us? Where are they? And what's the deal with this deserted bridge?" I shook off the man's hand and rubbed my sore shoulder. "The bridge is blocked on both sides. If you want to live, jump into the river. But be careful, the Esper people may have deployed something by the river." "I can't swim, damn it." The man widened his eyes, looking at me in disbelief. "The one meeting us is this river. If you can't swim, then I can't help you." "You lied to me, you said someone would meet us." The man gently picked me up. He once again grabbed my neck with both hands. I didn't resist, a slight smile on my lips. "How can you repay kindness with enmity? Shut the hell up. Cooperate obediently with me. Otherwise, you won't survive either." In the midst of our conversation, a car stopped, and a confident, arrogant young man stepped out from it. I recognized this person at first sight. It's Gong Chi, the vice captain of the 4th Squad of Innis, just as I remember, always wearing a smug expression on his face. The man noticed, shouting hoarsely, "You're in charge, right? Prepare a car with a full tank of gas for me. When I leave the city, I'll release the hostage in the fog area. Do you hear me? In this world, not all areas are under the jurisdiction of the Federation. Revivers appear among humans, and animals are no exception. The fog area outside the city is the realm of the revivers." Facing the man's demands, Miyazaki smiled faintly. "I can't meet your demands. If you release the hostage now, I can arrange for your family to see you one last time." The man trembled all over. "I have the hostage in my hands. If you don't comply with my demands, I'll kill him." I spoke calmly. Federal safety regulations. In this situation, private force can also be used. "Didn't you check online before kidnapping me?" The man was stunned at the words. "It's not like this on TV." Miyazaki nodded with a smile. "He's right. If you don't release the hostage in 10 minutes, we will be forced to take action." As soon as these words were spoken, the man looked dumbfounded, standing blankly in the heavy rain. Before long, silence fell. The second combat team of Innis also surrounded us, led by Wang Zhongshan, who shot me in front of my mother. The man's psychological defenses completely collapsed when he saw it. "Why do I deserve to live? Is it wrong to eat those who deserve to die? Why kill me? That dog of a boss stole my woman. He deserved to die. Blaming others for your own incompetence, are you not at fault? Dongqi said casually. This sentence, like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The man's eyes were filled with despair. But soon, it was replaced by anger, staring at me fiercely, all because of you. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have survived. I will drag you down with me, he said, and then released his arm, forcefully smashing towards my forehead. The members of the Ability Bureau who witnessed this scene all waited quietly for my death. At the critical moment, a few raindrops slid from my hair and hung in front of my forehead. With a crisp sound, a clear sound of bones cracking came. The man's fist seemed to hit a wall, a fierce howl echoing through the rainy night. The man, clutching his wrist, fell to the ground ferociously. Although the revivers can regenerate indefinitely, it doesn't mean they feel no pain. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, wondering who had taken down the reviver. However, the experienced Wang Zhongshan quickly realized that if you wanted to kill the hostage, breaking the neck directly would suffice, so why smash the only possibility below the forehead? They are all revivers. Subconscious gunshots fought in the rainy night, facing the incoming bullets. I remained calm. Slowly, I uttered a word. In an instant, the rain around me seemed to pause, suspended in midair. The unstoppable bullets, upon hitting the rainwater, were directly deflected. All members of the Special Ability Force widened their eyes, watching everything in front of them. The onlookers nearby were all shocked. Damn, what kind of ability is this? I don't know, controlling rainwater, blocking bullets, this is so cool, at least a B-level talent. Like other mutants, I also have my own ability. After inheriting the talent of Pango, I would dream of a magnificent palace, with 12 monsters of different forms carved on the walls. What sets them apart from the prominent colors around them is that these 12 monsters have no color. After accidentally killing a reviver once, the monsters unexpectedly gain some color on their bodies. Since then, with each forbidden killed, life would add some color to the statue. Just last month, finally restoring the full gloss to one monster, thus gaining my second ability to gather water, the method I'm currently using. I turned to look at Wang Zhongshan. Since the bullets can't penetrate my cloud, why continue shooting? Wang Zhongshan remains silent, just quietly watching me. At the same time, from a building 100 meters away, a sniper is aiming the crosshairs at my forehead. On the field, Miyazaki also takes off his gloves. He mimics a gun with his hand and aims it at me. Seeing this, Wang Zhongshan slowly speaks, "Do you feel strong?" As the words fall, both of them shoot at the same time. He smiles faintly. He stands quietly in place, and in the mist, stone bullets and Miyazaki's special bullets collide with raindrops, turning them into points. They shoot at me like a broken bamboo. In an instant, my head splits open at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, dodging 2 bullets directly, then quickly reconnects. After I dodge the bullets, a deafening roar comes from the building 100 miles away, 2 loud bangs. 2 craters appear on the ground. Wang Zhongshan's scalp numbs as he sees this, looks at the positions of Gao Qi and the sniper. This is messed up. Miyazaki also looks bewildered. Looking at his own palm, it's impossible. Ignoring the shocked crowd, he looks at the man lying on the ground, who is almost scared silly. He didn't expect the person he held hostage to be so insanely strong. I think you did the right thing by killing. I hope you won't be betrayed in the next life. As the words fell, a raindrop pierced the man's heart. How did you manage to do it? They couldn't have been wronged. Wang Zhongshan asked in terror. Before you die, I can tell you. After saying that, he turned into a black shadow and flashed towards the back. Be careful, Wang Zhongshan loudly reminded, but it was still a step too slow. Miyazaki wanted to continue shooting, but a figure appeared in front of him. A demonic whisper sounded in his ear. Do you enjoy aiming so much? The next moment, with a bang, I smashed him with a punch. Cease fire. All snipers, including those with more than one scope, engage in close combat with me. Wang Zhongshan shouted, leading more than 10 Special Forces members to attack me. Seeing this, I smirked. My lips slightly parted. In an instant, the suspended raindrops shot in all directions like bullets. Quickly get the hell out of the way. As he spoke, Wang Zhongshan's skin turned black, stubbornly withstanding the rushing raindrops, but others were not so lucky, instantly turning into a sieve. I walked towards him and said, "Do you think you're strong?" Wang Zhongshan didn't speak, but the turmoil in his pupils had already exposed his inner thoughts. Facing me, he felt like facing an insurmountable mountain, always wearing a smiling face, even wanting to escape deep down. Just then, an angry shout came. "You jerk, you're looking for death." Eyes wide, bloodshot, hands mimicking a gun, aimed at me. Speaking again, an invisible energy spread out. The rain within 20 meters suspended once more. In an instant, the air was firmly imprisoned in place, unable to move. One glance is enough to break free. But if you're not afraid of death, you can give it a try. Just after speaking, my head blurred for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. The ground under my feet shook the next second. A deep pit appeared a few meters away. At the same time, deafening gunshots came from a distant rooftop. The sniper looked at the scene before him. Unbelievable. His widened eyes went askew again, damn it. Unlike others, Wang Zhongshan finally saw it this time, his body trembling continuously. Beyond the poppy's reaction. At the very least, this is a revivalist of Wujin. At this level, already surpassing his own abilities, Wang Zhongshan finally understood. The man in front of me has been playing tricks on me. I paid no attention to their thoughts, my ears twitched slightly, then raised my palm, and shot out a raindrop. A sharp piercing sound rang out. The raindrop traced a graceful arc in the air, heading towards the sniper. With a pop, the sniper unexpectedly shattered. A raindrop pierced through the sniper's brow. The sniper is dead. He stared at Lee Fong with wide eyes. After dealing with the middle-aged man, Lee Fong looked up at Wang Zhongshan and said, "I am stronger than you guys. How did you dodge the bullets? They couldn't have missed." Wang Zhongshan's face was solemn. "I can tell you before you die," Lee Fong said coldly, his body tearing through the rain curtain, turning into a black shadow and flashing back like a ghost. "Be careful!" Wang Zhongshan shouted loudly, but his warning was a step too slow. Gong Qigong wanted to continue shooting when a black shadow appeared in front of him. "Do you like aiming so much?" Li Feng's voice whispered like a demon in Gong Qi's ear. "Dodge!" In an instant, Gong Qi's mind had only one thought. He stepped back and was about to dodge, but Li Feng's hand grabbed his face first, the terrifying inertia causing his head to hit the glass of the jeep directly. With a bang, the glass shattered, splattering bits of Gong Qi's blood into the car. "Ceasefire, all one prohibition and above, follow me for close combat, others be on guard." Wang Zhongshan shouted, drawing the military saber from his waist and rushing towards Lee Fong, followed by a dozen special forces members charging towards Lee Fong with Wang Zhongshan. The cold raindrops fell on the blade, making the cold light on the blade particularly sharp. Wang Zhongshan rushed to Lee Fong first, gripping the saber tightly and slashing diagonally towards Li Feng's head. The suspended raindrops couldn't stop the blade at all and were directly cut in half. Li Fong raised an eyebrow and had to release Gong Qi's head first, narrowly dodging the blade. Stimulating. Li Feng's lips slightly parted. In an instant, the suspended raindrops trembled slightly and shot out in all directions like bullets. "Get out of the way." As he spoke, Wang Zhongshan's exposed skin turned a shiny black, resisting the raindrops with his bare flesh. But others were not so lucky. Although Wang Zhongshan's reminder was timely, a few who rushed too fast were riddled by the raindrops, blood flowing everywhere. "Bastard!" Wang Zhongshan's eyes turned bloodshot, gripping the long knife and slashing towards Li Fong, the terrifying force tearing open a rain-free area in the downpour. Li Fong smiled slightly. This time he didn't dodge. His left hand met the blade like a pair of pliers. Buzz the blade kept trembling, but couldn't move forward even a centimeter, Li Feng's fingers firmly gripping the blade. Wang Zhongshan gritted his teeth, the muscles on his arms bulging like knots. Even so, Li Fong remained calm, showing no signs of effort. "Do you think you're strong?" Li Fong said as he used his other hand to smooth his bangs back. Wang Zhongshan didn't speak, but the tremble in his pupils revealed his inner turmoil. Facing Li Fong, he felt like he was facing an insurmountable mountain, always smiling, unfathomable like an abyss. At a certain moment, Wang Zhongshan even had the urge to run away, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He was the leader of the 4th small group of the Special Abilities Division, a high-ranking member. If he ran away, how would he be viewed from above? The continuous clicking of cameras sounded from several residential buildings in the distance, and the buzzing voices of discussion filled the air like bees. The other Special Forces members on the field stood helplessly in place, unsure of what to do next, fearing the raindrops, fearing death, and not daring to approach. Just then, a furious shout broke the silence. "Bastard, you're asking for death." Gong Qi used both hands to prop himself against the car window, pulling his upper body out of the car, his eyes bloodshot, his hands mimicking a gun aimed at Li Fong. "Stop." Li Fong spoke again, and a transparent ripple spread out, causing the raindrops within 20 meters to suspend once more. In an instant, Gong Qi and the Special Forces members who were about to attack Li Fong were firmly restrained, sweat dripping from their foreheads, then freezing in place. One restraint is enough to break free. "If you're not afraid of being riddled with holes, you can give it a try," Li Fong said, his head seeming to blur for a moment, but quickly returning to normal. The ground beneath his feet trembled the next second, and a deep pit appeared several meters away. Bang! At the same time, deafening gunshots rang out from the rooftops in the distance. Sniper rifle bullets surpassed the speed of sound, but Lee Feng's brain reacted just a bit faster than the speed of sound. Although his body couldn't handle combat beyond the speed of sound now, slight body movements were still possible. This missed again? 100 meters, how is that possible? The vigilant special forces members around were shocked, involuntarily stepping back as the pressure Lee Fong brought upon them was too intense. Unlike the confusion of others, Wang Zhongshan and Gong Qi, who were closest, saw clearly this time. It was precisely because they saw clearly that their bodies trembled continuously. To surpass the speed of sound, one must be at least a level 5 reviver, a level that had long exceeded the jurisdiction of the Special Abilities Bureau. The strongest in City 11's Special Investigation Bureau were only level 4 destined ones. It was only now that Wang Zhongshan finally understood. The man in front of him had been toying with him, playing with him. Unaware of Wang Zhongshan's thoughts, Lee Feng's ear twitched slightly, then he raised his palm towards the direction of the gun barrel, lightly flicking his index and middle fingers together, hitting a raindrop. Swish! The raindrop cut a beautiful arc in the chilly air, shooting towards the sniper's direction. The sniper on the rooftop was unaware of the approaching danger, frustratedly pounding the ground. Just as he was about to aim again, with a puff, the sniper's scope suddenly shattered, a raindrop passing through his brow. The sniper down! Lee Fong smiled satisfactorily on the field, looking at the still bewildered Wang Zhongshan, saying, I don't understand guns, but the effective range of a sniper rifle should be several hundred or even thousands of meters. Why did you have him fire 2 shots in the same place, afraid I wouldn't find his location? Wang Zhongshan came to his senses, looking in the direction of the sniper, and asked somewhat flustered, what do you mean? My raindrops have an effective range of over 100 meters. Unless something unexpected happens, he's already dead. Lee Fong smiled brightly, kicked his legs and sat on the roof of the jeep, his eyes scanning the surroundings from a high vantage point. Don't move, or I'll have to kill someone if you do. A Special Forces member, perhaps out of defiance or something else, subconsciously took a step back. Swish! Thud! The next moment, a tiny, imperceptible bloodstain appeared on his head, red blood trickling down from his nose, his vitality slowly dissipating. I said not to move, so don't move. Was my voice too soft, Lee Fong furrowed his brow slightly. At this point, no one dared to move, not even the Special Forces members who weren't restrained by raindrops, and the onlookers all retracted their heads, with the timid ones even turning off the lights and closing the curtains. Your name is Gong Qi, right? Lee Fong kicked Gong Qi's head with the toe of his muddy shoe. Yes, it's me, Gong Qi stuttered, not daring to move his eyes. Lee Fong nodded, then looked at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan? Yes, Wang Zhongshan replied softly. 2 years ago, a young man named Chen Chen was killed by you here. According to federal law, after the Special Abilities Bureau kills a reviver, the reviver's body should be handed over to the family, but you did not retrieve Chen Chen's body. Suyu protested at the Special Abilities Bureau's entrance to reclaim her son's body. Afterwards, it's unclear who leaked the surveillance on the bridge. For a moment, emotions ran high, with countless people speaking up for Chen Chen, while those who killed him faced a lot of condemnation, even implicating Tang Nengxi. Right? Lee Feng's gaze was deep, and with a wave of his hand, raindrops fell around them. You can move. Although the restraints were lifted, the two of them couldn't muster any resistance. Trying the 4th restraint was pointless. What's the use of trying the 5th when running at supersonic speed? Wang Zhongshan and Gong Qi exchanged a glance, then Wang Zhongshan nervously spoke up. Yes. Why was this matter left unresolved later on? Tell me why. Lee Feng's eyes lowered, staring straight at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan's gaze wandered, hesitating for a moment before speaking. At that time, this incident had a significant impact on Tang Nengxi, but recovering the body in Lujian was extremely difficult, practically impossible. Later, I was sent to communicate with Suyu. I found her, explained the difficulty of the situation, and on behalf of Tang Nengxi, gave her 10,000 yuan. When I noticed her emotions were unstable, I left her house. But as soon as I left the building, she jumped off, dying on the spot. As he spoke, Wang Zhongshan clenched his fists, a hint of desolation in his eyes. Clap, clap, oomph, well said. Lee Feng's mouth quirked slightly, clapping his hands before pulling out a photo from his pocket and tossing it in front of Wang Zhongshan. This is your last chance. Tell the truth, I'll kill you. Lie, and your whole family dies. Lee Feng's gaze was indifferent, his fair skin appearing cold under the dim streetlights. Wang Zhongshan looked at Lee Fong fearfully, then trembling, he crouched down and picked up the photo from the wet, cold ground with his fingernails. As Wang Zhongshan flipped over the photo, he froze. His eyes instantly reddened, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. In the photo, a woman in her 30s and a 14-year-old boy looked bewildered and terrified, their mouths tightly taped shut, hands and feet bound with ropes, unable to move. Wang Zhongshan couldn't not recognize the people in the photo, they were his wife and child. Beast, if you have any issues, come at me. Are you still human for involving my family? Wang Zhongshan lunged forward like a wild dog, fists filled with raging fury aimed at Lee Fong. Human? Lee Fong sneered, lifting his foot and stomping on Wang Zhongshan's forehead with a splash, then forcefully pushing him to the ground. His knees hit the water puddle with a solid thud, splattering his face with dark gray mud. Just as Wang Zhongshan was about to struggle, Li Feng's next words hit him like a bucket of cold water. Do you think I won't kill them? Wang Zhongshan's expression shook, looking up at Li Feng with red eyes. You ask if I'm human. I'm a reviver, not human to begin with. You treat revivers as monsters, I treat humans as experience points. Isn't it reasonable for me to kill experience points? Li Feng spread his palm, smiling playfully. I'll talk. After I speak, please spare my wife and child, I beg you. After speaking, Wang Zhongshan knelt on the ground, giving Li Feng a head knock. Speak, I keep my word, Li Feng said calmly. Dong Qi, on the side, was almost scared out of his wits upon hearing this. He wasn't a fool, anyone could see the extraordinary relationship between Su Yu and her son. If Wang Zhongshan revealed the truth, how could he continue to live? Thinking this, Dong Qi was about to speak up, but Li Feng's voice rang out first, stay out of it, or die. With just 3 simple words, Gong Qi's restless thoughts were pushed back. After a long silence, Wang Zhongshan finally spoke slowly. Since the surveillance video was leaked, online netizens have been launching a massive wave of insults against Gong Qi, causing him to face a lot of criticism even in the Special Ability Bureau. If it were an ordinary person, perhaps they could only endure it, but he is different. His mother is from the Federal Zhou family consortium. Although she is only a distant relative, she is still a prominent figure in the entire city. No. 11. His father, Gong Ran, also secured the position of the head of the Special Ability Bureau thanks to the Zhou family's connections. Later, Gong Qi went to see his father, who asked me to handle this matter and transferred 1 million to my bank card. Wang Zhongshan's expression turned somewhat grave. Speak, and I will spare your family. Li Feng's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, chillingly calm. Later, I went to the woman's house. She seemed mentally unstable, with dumplings scattered all over the table. I asked her why she made so many dumplings, and she said her son liked to eat them. Chen Shen was shot in the brow. Even if he liked them, how could he possibly eat them? Wang Zhongshan chuckled and continued, after that, I warned her not to go to the Special Ability Bureau again, or there would be consequences. When the woman heard this, she went crazy and started throwing dumplings at me, so I grabbed her by the hair and threw her from the 7th floor. Li Feng slowly closed his eyes. Why was there no body in the news? I don't know. Later, when the Ambulance and Security Bureau arrived, there was only a large pool of blood there. The neighborhood was too old, with no surveillance inside, only at the entrance, but nothing unusual was found. Wang Zhongshan said heavily, head bowed. Is it possible that Su Yu is still alive? Li Feng's voice was calm, but the slight trembling of his fingers betrayed his inner unrest. It's unlikely, because a month later, we found a reviver in that neighborhood. His ability was invisibility, so most likely, that woman was picked up by that reviver, who he also killed. If he ate that woman, then I have avenged her. That's all, nothing more. After saying this, Wang Zhongshan seemed to age 10 years in an instant. His broad shoulders slumped weakly, but his eyes were filled with hope. I have told the truth. Can you release my family now? Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, his deep black eyes as silent as the deep sea, but his lips still curved. Fine, go ahead and commit suicide. Stab yourself in the heart. Even if the heart is pierced, a 3 prohibitions destiny holder can live for a minute. I can let you hear their voices before you die. Thank you. Wang Zhongshan took a deep breath, reluctantly turning to look at the Special Ability team members around him. Those people stared at Wang Zhongshan with red eyes, some daring to shake their heads slightly, but Li Feng paid no attention. They were just experienced packages, it was just a matter of sooner or later. Finally, Wang Zhongshan made up his mind, solemnly reaching for the sword beside him and pressing the tip against his left chest. For the sake of his family, it was worth dying. Plap! The tip of the sword pierced his chest like cutting through tofu, and bright red blood gushed from the wound. Wang Zhongshan's body slumped to the ground, his dim eyes staring straight at Li Feng. Naturally, Li Feng had no intention of breaking his promise. He jumped off the car roof, took out his phone, played a video, and squatted in front of Wang Zhongshan. Watch. With that, Li Feng pressed the play button on the video. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed from the speaker. The child is innocent, kill me instead. Dad, Dad, save us. Wang Zhongshan's wife and son continued to cry in front of the camera, but after 11 seconds, the phone's speaker fell silent. At the 11th second, 2 drops of water passed between their brows, decisively ending the lives of the two. With that, the video ended. Wang Zhongshan's forehead bulged with blue veins, his facial muscles tensed, and his body trembled involuntarily. Be happy, your family can reunite now, no need to thank me, Lee Fong said as he placed his hand on Wang Zhongshan's face, patting gently. You! Wang Zhongshan trembled as he tried to grab the phone, but just as he was about to succeed, Lee Fong put the phone in his pocket. Snap! Wang Zhongshan's arm fell weakly to the ground. Even in death, the despair in his eyes lingered. Li Feng's gaze remained unchanged, coldly standing up and turning his eyes to Gongqi not far away. Don't be afraid, your family is harder to catch than Wang Zhongshan's family, I can't threaten you either. Big brother. This Wang Zhongshan is slandering me, I didn't even know about this. Gongqi said as he supported himself on the jeep, slowly backing away. Give me your phone, Li Fong reached out his hand. What? What do you want it for? Gongqi asked uneasily. Without a word, Li Fong kicked Gongqi down to the ground with a thud, then extended his hand again. Give me the phone. Okay. Gongqi nodded anxiously and quickly handed his phone to Li Fong. Li Fong took the phone, scrolled through the contacts to a number labeled ATM, and curiously looked at Gongqi. Who is this ATM? Gongqi hesitated. Ah, that's my dad. Li Fong raised an eyebrow, looked at Gongqi in surprise, then pressed the call button. A pleasant ringtone sounded, followed by a beep as the call was answered. Hello, is Gongqi your son? Li Fong asked directly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, no sound came through. Cat got your tongue? Li Feng's expression turned slightly displeased. Not at all, I can speak, a deep male voice came through the phone. You must be the one who revived at the head of Lujiang Bridge. You know me? Li Fong said teasingly. Your videos of killing have gone viral on the internet, and at this moment, the stranger who dares to talk to me on my son's phone can only be you. Gong Ran spoke calmly, showing no signs of panic. Now that you know, if I don't see your family within 30 minutes, there's no need for Gongqi to live. Li Fong glanced at Gongqi. You don't need 30 minutes, my family, and I won't come. You're not afraid of his death? A child can be born again, but if my wife and I are in trouble, it's really over. The reason I answered your call is to tell you, if you kill my son, it's a fight to the death between us. Do you have the courage to face the consequences? As the words fell, the sound of rotating helicopter blades filled the sky, and several helicopters flew in from all directions. Dozens of boats were now neatly positioned on both sides of the bridge, each carrying 10 specially trained team members. Li Feng's ears twitched slightly as he faintly heard the roaring sound of over 100 jeeps approaching rapidly from the distance. So this is what you call courage? Li Fong smirked. Release my son, and I can let you leave alive. If not. Gong Ran on the other end of the phone narrowed his eyes, then die here. I originally planned to kill all of you at once, but since you're so ruthless, well, never mind. Don't worry, I'll soon reunite your family. With that, Li Fong threw the phone into the river. At the same time, several white beams of light fell on Li Fong, exposing him completely to everyone. Listen, rescuers below, release the hostages immediately, do not make a bigger mistake. The phrase was repeated back and forth on the helicopter, echoing through the quiet rainy night. On the ground, Gongqi ignored the curious gazes of others, knelt in front of Li Fong, firmly grasping his thigh. Brother, please let me go. I heard everything on the phone just now. You, such a powerful person, don't need to risk your life for me. It's indeed not worth risking it on you. So, let's let you live a little longer for now. Before Gongqi could react, Li Fong grabbed him like a chick and headed towards the bridge. Splatter, splatter. As Li Fong walked, the hovering raindrops shot out, harvesting the lives of special personnel, red blood spraying out, blending with the rain and flowing into the drainage pipes. On the helicopter, a pilot, upon seeing this scene, was about to press the fire button when a middle-aged man grabbed his hand. Wait a little longer. The pilot looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Team leader, that monster has started killing people. What are we waiting for? Gong Sitan's son is not dead yet, so wait a little longer. In less than a moment, everyone surrounding Li Fong had all fallen. He's probably about to awaken his third ability. A barely noticeable hint of joy flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Gongqi, held in Li Feng's hand, trembled all over as he looked at the bloody scene around him, crying out loudly, Brother, brother, I have nothing to do with Suyu's death, I really didn't know, it was all my father's doing. Brother, please let me go. Brother, my family is wealthy, I can give you however much money you want. Gongqi's mouth pleaded like a machine gun, but Li Fong continued walking towards the middle of the bridge as if he hadn't heard a word. The beam of light followed the two, as did the helicopter and the boats on the river. At this moment, hundreds of jeeps had arrived at the bridgehead, and hundreds of Special Forces members were approaching Lee Fong from both sides of the bridge. The Special Forces completely sealed off Lee Feng's retreat, leaving no gaps in land, water, or air. Lee Fong remained composed, the cold wind and raindrops slanting against his face, the loose pants billowing in the wind, making a whooshing sound. He stopped in his tracks, gazing deeply at the surging, icy river. 2 years ago, Chen Shen died here, and in the distant flow of the river, Lee Fong was reborn. Lee Fong closed his eyes, and in a trance, he seemed to return to that afternoon, seeing the old tricycle and the oil-stained sleeves. The setting sun shone on him, the school uniform rustling in the warm breeze, the familiar woman saying she would make dumplings for him tomorrow. Mom, I will live well from now on. No one can control my life anymore, no one has the right to take away my happiness. If the era cannot accommodate me, then I will destroy this era. I will become the strongest, I will stand on the top of the mountain, I will hold everyone's lives in my hands, just watch. Lee Fong silently vowed in his heart, his dark eyes reflecting the rolling clouds like a mirror. Brother, I can give you anything you lack, whether it's women, money, or status, I can have my father provide. Before Gong Chi could finish his sentence, Lee Fong released his neck. In an instant, overwhelming joy clouded Gong Chi's mind. He clung to the railing, got up, and ran towards the direction of the Special Forces members, crawling and scrambling. A manic smile appeared on his face, countless thoughts of revenge sprouting like mushrooms after the rain. Just wait, one day I will torture you to death. Gong Chi shouted loudly in his mind. 1 step, 3 steps, 5 steps. Just as Gong Chi was about to take the 5th step, Lee Feng's mind moved, and a raindrop shot out, splatter, piercing his heart directly. Bang! Gong Chi fell heavily onto the cold ground, his life beginning an irreversible 1-minute countdown. The commanding officer's heart skipped a beat as he saw this scene, raising his hand and pointing at Lee Fong, prepare to eliminate. The sound of bullets being loaded echoed in unison, black gun barrels aimed at Lee Fong. The helicopter's machine guns and the beehive missiles hanging on both sides also targeted Lee Fong. The cannons on the boats on the river slowly lifted, awaiting the final command. Lee Fong casually looked up, took a step, and stood firmly on the railing. The strong wind from the helicopter did not sway his figure, and the aimed guns did not phase his expression. The overall commander, Zhang Kong, who witnessed this scene, stood at the helicopter door and shouted loudly, "Reviver, instead of dying painfully in gunfire and shells, why not end it yourself and let your family have a complete body?" Lee Fong grinned, "Are you afraid the missiles will collapse this bridge?" Zhang Kong's face turned cold, answering with a question, "You have no chance of survival." "Well, it seems tonight I will create a miracle in your eyes." Lee Fong turned around, facing the surging river, and said, "A disappearing miracle. Until next time, goodbye." Lee Fong extended his arm, and his body fell backward straight. "Eliminate!" Zhang Kong shouted into the radio. In an instant, the helicopter roared with missiles, terrifying white shockwaves rushing towards Lee Fong. Bullets denser than raindrops covered Lee Fong like a large net. The power of the missiles could destroy raindrops, while the thousands of bullets mercilessly pierced Lee Fong. All eyes were on Lee Fong, anticipating the most dazzling display of blood. At the critical moment, Lee Fong smiled brightly, "Disappear." With those words, his figure gradually became transparent like flowing water, then with a bang, turned into a white mist in the air. Only shattered clothes and a faint coolness lingered in the air. Boom! The missiles exploded, and the bridge collapsed. A sun-like fireball rose into the sky, tearing through the clouds and illuminating the entire sky, the terrifying sound waves clear even from miles away. Half an hour later, on the shore more than 30 kilometers from the explosion site, a young man emerged from a pile of weeds, his knee-length dark wool coat, a yellow scarf covering half his face, leaving only a pair of somewhat lifeless eyes exposed to the air. This man was Lee Fong, who had escaped from the bridge, carried by the river to this place. He put on clothes hidden on the shore in advance, restoring his appearance corresponding to the name Lee Fong, completely disassociating from his previous identity as the reviver. Watching the continuous flow of vehicles and bustling crowds in front of him, Lee Fong took a deep breath, a hint of imperceptible fatigue flashing in his dispersed eyes. He walked to an electric bike parked by the roadside, opened the storage space under the seat, took out a roasted chicken wrapped in paper, lowered his scarf, and ate in front of the bike without caring about his appearance. Escaping earlier seemed effortless, but it actually consumed a lot of life energy, almost draining all of Lee Feng's reserves. If he hadn't used absolute control to channel the remaining energy into maintaining his youthful skin, he would have turned into an old man by now. Just as Lee Fong was enjoying his meal, his spare phone in his pocket rang. His uncle, his second uncle, or all his uncles, high table. Beep. Lee Fong answered the phone and a voice came urgently from the other end. "Xiaoqiu, are you the reviver on the Lujiang bridge?" Li Qingxia almost shouted. Lee Fong moved the phone away slightly. Yes, it's me. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. After a while, Li Qingxia suppressed her shock and incredulously said, "Are you cheating? When did you become so strong? The news said you are a powerhouse above the 5th prohibition. When did you break through to the 5th prohibition without telling me? I've been hiding some strength, but it's not as exaggerated as the 5th prohibition. I'm still at the 1st prohibition, but I can fight against ordinary 3rd prohibition with all my might," Li Fong said as he took out a roasted chicken. "How did you catch Wang Zhongshan's knife with just one hand? That's at least the 4th prohibition, and what about those raindrops? How do you have 2 abilities?" Li Qingxia asked. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're always like this with your second brother. Forget it, I can't be bothered to inquire about your matters. You're not normal to begin with. Come pick me up at 4th High School later. 4th High School is so close to our shop, can't you just walk back?" "I'm not feeling well," Li Fong said weakly. "I've been working part-time at the restaurant all night and I'm exhausted. Can't you just give my second brother a ride back?" Li Qingxia added before Li Fong could refuse. Li Fong was about to decline when Li Qingxia continued, "The skewers at the school gate are cheap. I wanted to bring them back to eat, but they'll get cold if I walk back. It's better to eat them while they're hot on the way." Li Fong paused at her words, his eyes gradually focusing. "I think the skewers should have more cumin," he said before hanging up the phone and riding his electric bike towards 4th High School in the cold rain. Talent Corporation meeting room. The atmosphere in the Talent Corporation's meeting room was tense. The CEO, Gong Ran, sat at the head of the table with a dark expression, his fingers intertwined. His subordinates kept their heads down, afraid that a single word might ignite Gong Ran, who was like a powder keg. Finally, Zhang Kong, who was sitting on the side, stood up with a determined expression and said, "CEO, I'm sorry for the mistake in my decision. I didn't expect this reviver to have such escape abilities." Gong Ran raised his eyes lightly. "This is not your fault. The strength of this reviver has exceeded the jurisdiction of the Talent Corporation." Zhang Kong looked at Gong Ran in surprise and asked, "CEO, what should we do next? What else can we do?" "Report to the Federal Security Bureau, let them conduct a disaster assessment, and send people to handle it." Gong Ran pointed at the large screen in front of him. "The Federal Security Bureau will contact us later to understand the situation at that time and assess the disaster level of this reviver." The Federal Security Bureau. They will talk to us. Is it true? In an instant, the suppressed atmosphere was replaced by excitement, and everyone raised their heads, exchanging glances. The Federal Security Bureau, gathering the top Destiny users in the entire Federation, represented the highest combat power of humanity and determined the course of civilization. Who wouldn't be excited and fearful? CEO, in the past, you were the only one who contacted the Federal Security Bureau to understand the situation. Why are we involved this time? Zhang Kong asked with some doubt. Gong Ran smiled faintly. "My son died at the hands of this reviver. The information I provided may be biased due to personal grudges, so I need you all." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in realization, and soon someone spoke up. "CEO, rest assured, we will cooperate well with the Federal Security Bureau." "When did I say I wanted you to cooperate well?" Gong Ran's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and his face instantly turned cold. For a moment, the large meeting room fell silent, and the oppressive atmosphere made everyone's nerves tense. Seeing no one speaking, Gong Ran smiled lightly. "The Federal Security Bureau needs to understand the situation and assess the disaster level. You can speak, but exaggerate. I want them to rate the disaster as high risk." As soon as he said this, everyone's pupils involuntarily dilated, looking at Gong Ran with fear and shock on their faces. In the Tianyuan Federation, if the Special Abilities Division cannot handle a reviver, they will report to the Security and Stability Division. The Security and Stability Division will assess the disaster level based on the abilities and forbidden levels of these revivers, and the level determines the division's level of concern. From low to high, they are categorized as initial danger, medium danger, high danger, special danger, and taboo. Initial danger signifies that the reviver's strength is low, but their uniqueness is enough to cause social unrest, which the Special Abilities Division is unable to handle. Medium danger indicates that the reviver is relatively strong, with abilities that can confront the Special Abilities Division head-on, leaving the division in a defensive position. High danger represents a reviver with formidable strength, posing a threat to the city's safety, overpowering the Special Abilities Division. Special danger signifies a reviver with immense power, whose existence significantly impacts the Federation's future, becoming humanity's #1 enemy. Taboo represents a reviver whose power is immeasurable, pushing human civilization to a critical point where collective effort is needed for survival. Throughout the Federation's history, only one reviver has reached the taboo level, marking a dark chapter. Upon hearing Gong Ran's words, everyone held their breath. What's the difference between deceiving the Security and Stability Division and voluntarily resigning? At this crucial moment, Zhang Kong, a young and inexperienced individual, spoke up. Director, this reviver's strength only qualifies as medium danger. How can it be categorized as high danger? Gong Ran chuckled lightly. You have a lot to say, but isn't the categorization up to us? But how can the Security and Stability Division trust our words alone? The video has already circulated online, and anyone with discernment can see the clues. Only the video from the bridgehead has spread, not from the bridge itself. I've taken care of the surveillance. As long as you manage your subordinates well, even if the division suspects, they won't find any evidence. Leaning back in his chair, Gong Ran tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. I know you're afraid of being dismissed because of this incident, but isn't work about money? Follow my instructions, and each of you will receive 50,000. If anyone gets dismissed, I'll personally give an additional 2 million and arrange a new position. How about that? Upon hearing this, everyone's thoughts became active. After a few seconds of silence, someone nodded in agreement. I am loyal to the director, so I will follow his lead. With one person speaking up, the hesitant ones followed suit. I've been with the Special Abilities Division since graduation, so I naturally stand by their side. Gongqi watched me grow up. How can I not help him now that he's in trouble? My sister-in-law has been kind to me. I'm willing to lend a hand. Soon, almost everyone agreed, except for Zhang Kong, who remained silent. Seeing all eyes on him, Zhang Kong sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. Gong Ran, satisfied with the scene, smiled and turned to the large screen in front of him. You have 10 minutes to discuss among yourselves. I suggest focusing on this reviver's abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into a lively discussion. A dozen people gathered, passionately discussing how to praise Lee Fong. 9 minutes passed quickly, and after the discussion, everyone returned to their seats, sitting solemnly and attentively watching the screen. Buzz accompanied by the sound of electricity from the screen, the imposing figure of a middle-aged man named by Manga appeared before them. He was in charge of evaluating Li Feng's disaster level. Commander! Everyone in the meeting room stood up, including Gong Ran. No need to be formal, please sit down. Bai Meng casually waved his hand and began reviewing the documents in his hand in front of everyone. Raindrop pause. 100-meter sniper shot. Dodging anti-material sniper rifle bullets. Single-handedly blocking the attacks of 3 Forbidden Destiny wielders. Interesting. White Meng raised his eyebrows slightly, already making a judgment in his hand. We can rate it as a moderate risk. Is there anything else you want to add? Chief, is it settled like this? Someone asked, looking confused. Of course, the evidence is so abundant. White Meng looked puzzled at the person. Do you have a different opinion? A hint of fear flashed in the person's eyes, but when he noticed everyone looking at him expectantly, he gritted his teeth and stood up boldly. Chief, don't underestimate him. So, led by this person, dozens of people on the scene began to praise Li Fong one after another. After more than 10 minutes, the scene gradually quieted down. White Meng frowned at the screen, covering his mouth with one hand, lost in thought. White Meng raised his head and asked someone, are you saying this resurrected individual grabbed a missile unscathed and even threw it back? Yes, it was this resurrected individual who destroyed the bridge. The person said solemnly. White Meng let out a long breath and looked at another person. He single-handedly restrained all of you, including all helicopters and boats? Yes, I was extremely scared at that time. The speaker's eyes revealed deep fear. He conjured up more than a dozen fighter jets from the river, used water-made shells to defeat all of you. Is that true? White Meng put down the documents in his hand, looking straight at everyone. Yes, they all said in unison. A look of puzzlement crossed White Meng's eyes. Since he defeated you all, why are you sitting here unharmed? I don't know, I guess this resurrected individual is playing with us. After all, who would let their toys die? TSK. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? White Meng's mouth twitched. We would never joke about the reputation of the Special Abilities Bureau, let alone treat the safety of the people as a joke. One person stood up, looking at White Meng with a firm and sincere gaze. Seeing this scene, White Meng's heart trembled. He had seen this kind of gaze before, back when he first joined the Security and Statistics Bureau, firm and sincere. Sorry, it was my mistake. I was thinking of using the Bureau's intelligence agency to investigate, but it seems unnecessary now. I will report truthfully to the higher-ups. Goodbye, the meeting is over. Beep. The screen went dark. Steady, this person believes it. As long as this chief reports truthfully, this will definitely be rated as high risk. Lao Zhang, how did you do it just now? I almost burst out laughing listening to you. You are as steady as a rock. Thud. 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 At this moment, Gong Ran knocked on the table and said, 500,000 will be in your accounts tomorrow. With that, he walked out of the meeting room at a leisurely pace. Only after he had left did the people in the meeting room burst into laughter. Unnoticed by them, a red light flashed from the camera in the corner of the meeting room. City 1 Special Abilities Bureau Disaster Rating Department. In the office, White Meng closed his notebook and looked at the woman sitting beside him. The woman, dressed sharply, exuded a compelling aura. At the moment, she was sitting with her legs crossed, watching a video on her phone. In the video, a group of men were laughing and discussing where to go for drinks tonight, whether to have skewers. This was the surveillance footage of Special Abilities Bureau No. 11. Team leader, Gong Ran really can't distinguish between what's important and what's not. Should we dismiss him? White Meng walked up to the woman, respectfully asking. No need, you have to leave some room for people to make small moves. The woman put down her phone, yawning wearily. Team leader, then I'll go upload the data of this moderate-risk resurrected individual. White Meng nodded, about to leave when the woman grabbed his arm. Make it high risk, not moderate, the woman said calmly. Ah, by Meng's mouth slightly agape, This reviver's strength can only reach mid-risk, why classify as high-risk? A hint of seriousness appeared in the woman's eyes as she thought of the strange escape method and the means of suspending raindrops. This reviver's supernatural upper limit is too high, with the potential for top-tier abilities. Top tier? Bai Meng was stunned on the spot. Is it true? Imagine if a city were engulfed in a storm, and he could control every raindrop that falls in that storm in the future? The woman asked. Seeing Bai Meng's silence, she added, he could slaughter the entire city. The rain gradually subsided, fine droplets falling with the wind. Pedestrians on the street put down their umbrellas, and some hot pot skewer stalls began setting up tables outside their shops. The aroma of the 11th city's fireworks quietly bloomed at this moment. Lee Fong rode his bike on the road wearing a black helmet, the small windmill on the helmet spinning with the wind, soon arriving at his destination, 4th Senior High School. At the entrance of the school, numerous snack stalls lined the sides of the road, tempting scents stimulating the passers-by's taste buds. Students who had just finished evening self-study gathered around the snack stalls, enjoying this moment of tranquility. In front of a stall selling pork belly sandwiches, a young man in his 20s, with a slightly round face, stood staring intently at the sizzling pork belly in the frying pan, swallowing saliva continuously. His name was Li Qingxia, Li Feng's second brother. The yellow shirt made Li Qingxia stand out on the roadside, catching Li Feng's attention as he rode up. Second brother, Li Fong called out. Hey! Li Qingxia turned around in surprise at the sound, waving his hand and running over excitedly. You came so quickly, you really care. Where are the skewers you bought? Li Fong glanced at his empty hands. I was going to buy some, but the prices went up. Vegetarian ones increased by 3 cents, meat ones by 5 cents, such a pity. Hey! Li Qingxia lifted his leg to get on the bike, but Li Fong pushed him back with his hand. What's with the hey? I came here hungry to pick you up. Are you going to ride empty-handed? I was just trying to. Li Qingxia hadn't finished speaking when Li Fong turned the handlebars and slowly rode forward. Li Qingxia stood still for a moment, then hurriedly caught up, shouting to Li Fong, Hey, don't go, okay, I'll buy. Hearing this, Li Fong stopped. Go ahead, add more cumin. Wait for me. Li Qingxia glanced resentfully at Li Fong, then walked towards the skewer stall in the distance. Although Li Qingxia had more work experience than Li Fong, his hourly wage at Li Ji's shop wasn't much higher, 6 yuan per hour, 1 yuan more than Li Fong. Watching the figure move away, a hint of warmth appeared in Li Feng's cold eyes. After learning of Suyu's death, Li Fong felt like a drifting leaf on the sea, with no place to anchor, lonely and helpless. At that time, Li Ji and Li Qingxia entered his dark heart. On sunny days, Li Qingxia would ride his bike with Li Fong to the mountaintop to watch the sunset, and on the way down, he would buy Li Fong the most expensive cup of milk tea at the tea shop. When they encountered a good movie, Li Qingxia would boldly buy 3D tickets for Li Fong, while he sat outside the theater in the sun. When returning to the shop at night, Li Ji would always cook many expensive meat dishes and discreetly place them closer to Li Fong. The small shop was not large, but it had everything one needed, and although there were few people, it was warm. The brief moments of happiness made Li Fong think of continuing like this forever, but it was ultimately wishful thinking. Li Feng's sudden appearance aroused suspicion in a special intelligence officer, who found many doubts about Li Fong and even questioned Li Ji and Li Qingxia's identities. Not long after, the intelligence officer died, killed by Li Fong. From that moment on, Li Fong understood a truth. The peace he desired could only be built upon strength, and his beauty could only be grasped with fists. By the roadside, Li Fong, with weary eyes, lay weakly on the car hood. The rumbling of his stomach had made him too lazy to straighten up. Seeing Li Qingxia still not returning, Li Fong was about to retrieve the half-eaten roasted chicken from the storage space under the car seat when his body suddenly stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, nonchalantly eating the chicken on the car. After a few seconds, Li Fong took out his phone and dialed Li Qingxia's number. "Don't worry, I'm negotiating with the boss, just wait." "I think I'm being watched," Li Fong interrupted Li Qingxia. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and the noise gradually faded. Li Qingxia found an inconspicuous corner, squatted down, and asked seriously, "How did you know?" "Just now, while I was eating in the car, I felt a cold gaze staring at me from behind for a few seconds. You know, my sixth sense has always been accurate." "I believe you. What do you need me to do?" Li Qingxia raised her head, gazing past the crowd through the cracks towards Li Feng's direction. "Behind me, at 5 o'clock, about 100 meters away, is there any building?" Li Fong asked in a low voice. Li Qingxia's eyes flashed a hint of blue light as she looked up towards Li Feng's direction. "It's the Leisure Inn, quite rundown. Looks like it's been around for some time." Li Fong closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Are there any rooms from the 3rd to the 6th floor that seem peculiar to you?" "Peculiar? Wait a moment." After a few seconds of silence on the phone, Li Qingxia said, "Something's off on the 5th floor. There's a person standing motionless behind the curtain." "Got it. You keep buying." Li Fong was about to hang up the phone, but Li Qingxia stopped him, saying, "What are you planning to do? You don't even know who the other person is. Aren't you afraid of something happening? How strong can the person monitoring me be in secret? As for who the person is, once I catch him, I'll know." As Li Fong spoke, he parked the car and headed towards a nearby alley. "Wait, I'll go with you. We stand a better chance together." "No, your ability only enhances your senses, not very useful. It's more convenient for me to go alone." After saying this, Li Fong hung up the phone and walked towards the depths of the alley. On the other end of the phone, Li Qingxia's face darkened, pursing her lips in silence, wondering if her weakened abilities were truly of no use at all. Tap, tap, tap. Li Fong stepped on the puddles, slowly approaching the backlit area of the Leisure Inn. He glanced towards the direction of the 5th floor, bent his knees slightly, and with a light leap, swiftly climbed towards the 5th floor like a cat. His speed was so fast that even the surveillance cameras could only capture a faint and indistinct shadow. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Li Fong instantly locked onto the target's position, pushed off with his legs, turned into a black shadow with lightning speed, opened the window, leaped into the room, and pinned the figure behind the curtain beneath him. "Who sent you?" Li Fong was about to say something, but upon seeing the person's identity, he swallowed his words. Under him was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, dressed in a gray and white public security uniform, looking bewilderedly at Li Fong. In the room, there were several men and women dressed similarly, some with instant noodles still hanging around their mouths, staring blankly at Li Fong. Li Fong recognized this uniform. It was the uniform of the Public Security Bureau of City 11, and he also understood one thing. These people are not monitoring themselves. Some of them have already started drinking the soup after just 3 or 4 minutes of being here. It takes at least 5 minutes to prepare and eat instant noodles. Ahem. Li Fong coughed awkwardly and looked at the camera hanging on the man's chest. "Is this a public security recorder?" The man nodded blankly. Li Feng's face darkened upon hearing this, and 6 crows flew over his head. Since he didn't have a change of clothes and he believed that the people monitoring him must know his appearance, he didn't alter his looks. He was aware of this public security recorder. The camera inside it was directly connected to the Public Security Bureau's database in real time. In other words, his face was exposed. Li Fong, an employee at the Coco's delicious fried rice restaurant, who had the ability to perform extraordinary feats, was about to become well known. Thinking about this, Li Fong felt his head buzzing. If he ran, he would most likely be labeled as a reviver, and the fried rice restaurant would have to close. If he didn't run, how would he explain this series of actions? Should he claim to be destined by fate? That might work too. At this moment, the public security officer in the room finally reacted, picking up the gun on the table and aiming it at Li Fong. "You, where did you come from? Release the elder," shouted the middle-aged man leading the group loudly. Although the man's voice was imposing, his trembling body exposed his inner unease. To rush into the room at such speed and show hostility towards the public security officers, what else could he be if not a reviver? The man realized this, and so did the others. Although they were afraid, they did not retreat, pointing their guns at Li Fong. "You misunderstand, actually, I'm a good person," Li Fong said, raising his hands above his head and slowly standing up from the body of the first-level public security officer Zhu Chang. Just as Li Fong was about to stand up, Zhu Chang, lying on the ground, clenched his fist, rolled like a carp, and resolutely pounced on Li Fong. Although Li Fong didn't understand the other party's intentions, he didn't resist and was directly overwhelmed by Zhu Chang. At that moment, Zhu Chang, like an octopus, used all 4 limbs to tightly embrace Lee Fong. Lee Fong was about to explain when Zhu Chang turned his head towards the group and shouted loudly, "Don't mind me, shoot him now." Ha! Li Feng's mouth fell open. Was this the public security officer he remembered? Quite radical. Fortunately, Zhu Chang's teammates hesitated, not firing directly. What are you hesitating for? Shoot now. If this reviver breaks free, we're all dead. Don't show mercy. Zhu Chang shouted at the top of his lungs. Uncle, don't rush. Think about it, if I were a reviver, why didn't I kill you just now? Lee Fong hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Zhu Chang was also stunned. Yes, if the other party was a reviver, why didn't he kill him earlier? The captain of this team, Wu Shan, stared warily at Lee Fong, not relaxing his guard because of Li Feng's words. He said, if you're not a reviver, then create a wound. Okay, Li Fong nodded, then bit his lower lip slightly, breaking the skin. The red blood stained his lips, flowing down from the corner of his mouth. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. The wound did not heal. Seeing this, the tense nerves of the group finally relaxed, and they lowered their firearms. Li Fong lowered his head, looking at Zhu Chang lying in his arms. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Zhu Chang nodded belatedly, quickly getting up from Li Feng's embrace and pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to Li Fong. Thank you. Li Fong took the paper and wiped the blood from his mouth with a tissue. In the Federation, there is only one way to identify human revivers, which is to, like Li Fong just did, create a wound and see if it heals. Due to Li Feng's absolute control ability, he can control whether the wound heals or not. In addition, there is another method to control wound healing, which relies solely on human blood to sustain life energy just enough to prevent skin aging. After being injured, the wound will not heal quickly, and this is the method used by Li Ji and Li Qingxia. However, this method is very torturous. Revivers with long-term lack of life energy will fall into a state of hunger that cannot be alleviated by other food and must endure it. Inside the room, Wu Shan asked tentatively, "Are you the chosen one?" "Well, more or less," Li Fong replied with a smile. "May I ask for your name?" Wu Shan continued. After hesitating for a moment, Li Fong revealed his name, Li Fong. He naturally knew what the other party intended to do. Once a chosen one appeared in the Federation, they had to report to the local Special Abilities Bureau, and once reported, this information would be public and searchable online by name. Sure enough, after hearing this name, Wu Shan signaled to the woman standing beside him, who immediately took out her phone and walked to the back to check Li Feng's information. "Young man, why did you enter from there just now?" Zhu Chang, who looked honest and puzzled, scratched his head and asked. "Actually, his big uncle, his second uncle, they are all his uncles, hi." Li Fong was about to explain when his phone rang from his pocket. "Sorry, I need to take this call." Li Fong apologized with a smile and walked to the window to answer the phone. "Xiao Qiuzi, something's not right on the 4th floor, there's someone by the window but no lights are on." Li Qingxia whispered on the phone. "You." Li Fong clenched his fist, he really wanted to punch his elder brother into the ground right now. "Hang up." After hanging up the phone, Li Fong took a quick step and jumped out of the window to everyone's surprise. Under the neon lights, Li Fong grabbed the protruding window sill and jumped straight into the room below. Since the window was open, Li Feng's figure was not obstructed. It was a single room, filled with a choking smoke smell, with a cigarette but still smoldering on the bedside table, emitting a faint glow. Obviously, someone had been in this room just now, but at that moment, the person in the room had jumped out of the window and left. Click. Li Fong pressed the light switch, but the room remained dark. Usually, the power in hotel rooms needed a room card to activate, so since the other party hadn't checked in, the front desk wouldn't have any useful information. Li Fong furrowed his brow slightly, then turned on the flashlight on his phone and began to search the room. Soon, his attention was drawn to a calendar placed on the bedside table. The calendar itself was nothing special, but what caught Li Feng's eye was the 16th circled with a pen. April 16th? Li Fong murmured softly. Just then, a jumble of footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs, approaching the room where Li Fong was. When he had broken into this room, he hadn't controlled his movements, so naturally, the security officer upstairs had heard him. Li Fong calmly picked up the calendar, walked to the window, and accurately threw it into the trash can below. Click! At that moment, the door was opened, and bright white light illuminated the entire room as the security officer cautiously entered with a gun in hand. Wu Shan looked at Li Fong, who was standing by the window in a daze, and called out, "Li Fong, what's going on? Explain yourself." Li Fong turned around, helpless, and said, "It's a long story, but to make it short, ever since I became the chosen one, my sixth sense has become very accurate. Just now, when I was buying food at the snack stall, I suddenly felt a very uncomfortable gaze on me, so I ended up barging into your room through the window. Obviously, I got it wrong. The person staring at me should be on the 4th floor, and he has already run away." Li Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. "Did you offend someone?" Zhu Chang glanced at the cigarette butt on the table. "I don't know, that's why I'm curious why someone would be watching me." Li Fong shook his head, looking at the cigarette butt. "This should be able to detect the other party's DNA. You can leave the cigarette butt here. It's likely that this person's genes have already changed, and the one watching you might be one of those more special individuals." Wu Shan walked to the window and looked downstairs. No matter how a human becomes a forbidden one, genes will mutate, and Li Fong naturally knew this. "It's really unlucky. How did I end up being watched for no reason?" Li Fong pretended to look distressed, sat on the bench with a bitter smile, and looked at Wu Shan, continuing, "Uncle, did I break the law just now? The fated ones are not under the jurisdiction of our security bureau. Whether a crime has been committed is determined by the Special Abilities Bureau," a female security officer said. "So, do I have to go to the Special Abilities Bureau to go to jail?" Li Fong feigned a look of unease. "No one will report it, so no." Wu Shan turned around, staring at Li Fong. "If you are truly innocent, we naturally won't report it." "What do you mean?" Li Fong furrowed his brow slightly. "Since you are a fated one, why didn't you report to the Special Abilities Bureau? Or is it inconvenient to report? And do you have any connection to the series of disappearances that have occurred this month?" Wu Shan questioned. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room raised their guns and aimed at Li Fong. "Disappearances?" Li Fong suddenly realized, it turned out that these security officers were here because of this matter. "What, do you think being a fated one makes you immune to bullets?" Wu Shan coldly exclaimed. Li Fong smiled bitterly. "The reason I didn't report is that I only recently became a fated one and didn't have time. As for the disappearances, I have absolutely no connection to them. Your family." Wu Shan was about to say something when the walkie-talkie on her chest crackled, followed by a voice from inside. "The suspect has been arrested on Dongping Street, wrap it up." For a moment, the room fell into an eerie silence. The security officers looked at each other, their hands trembling on their guns, unsure whether to lower them. "Stay put, I'll go check," Wu Shan instructed the others and walked into the restroom alone. A few minutes later, Wu Shan emerged from the restroom and waved at the others. "You can lower your weapons." Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, holstered their guns, and stepped aside. "Sorry, with more and more resurrectors in the city, the mortality rate of the security bureau is also increasing. Being overly cautious is sometimes the only way. I'm sorry." Wu Shan bowed apologetically in front of Li Fong. This action did surprise Li Fong slightly. He didn't expect these security officers to be quite decent. If this were the Special Abilities Bureau, not only would there be no apologies, but they would probably not even bother to verify and just shoot him on the spot. "It's okay," Li Fong waved his hand, "it's normal to be cautious. If one day you encounter resurrectors, it might increase your chances of survival. I'll be on my way if there's nothing else." "Wait, young man, what's your phone number?" Wu Shan called out to Li Fong. "We'll need to contact you for the DNA test results later." Li Fong nodded. 895. "Alright, the test results will probably be out tomorrow afternoon." Wu Shan put away her phone. "My people will contact you in the morning to take you to the Special Abilities Bureau for registration." "Ha?" Li Fong raised an eyebrow slightly, shook his head. "No need to bother, I'll go report by myself. It's not trouble, assisting the chosen one in reporting is the duty of the Security Bureau." Hearing this, although Li Fong was not very willing in his heart, he still nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the people of the Security Bureau, Li Fong rode with Li Qingxia on the road. "So you're going to report to the Special Abilities Bureau tomorrow?" Li Qingxia hugged Li Fong, shocked. "Otherwise, either pretend to be the chosen one or flee, even a fool knows how to choose." Li Fong said impatiently. "Why aren't you more careful? As a reviver bearing the title of the chosen one, you're likely to get into trouble in the future." Li Qingxia said. Li Fong asked helplessly. "I scouted the blind spots of the surveillance cameras, changed the fingerprints with absolute control. What else can I do? You should ask if I saw clearly." Li Fong. "By the way, do you know what's happening on April 16th? Li Fong asked casually. "April 16th? Li Qingxia raised his head, as if pondering something. After a while, he spoke. "Oh, right, there's been a large recruitment of daily part-time workers near Mount Beiwang, starting from April 16th. "Why are they recruiting so many daily part-time workers?" Li Fong inquired. "How would I know? Probably for some large event. What kind of part-time jobs?" "Hey, you're still worried about this now. Think about how you're going to explain to the boss when you go back," Li Qingxia said gleefully, unable to contain the smile on his face. With these words, Li Feng's scattered thoughts instantly returned to reality, his face visibly grim. This was a cozy fried rice restaurant, with soft light shining through the glass door onto the damp and cold road, adding a touch of warmth to this sparsely populated street. Several cats and dogs lay under the steps of the fried rice restaurant, licking each other's fur, slightly warming the cold night air. At this moment, a beam of light shone on the door of the shop, and Lee Fong stopped his electric bike at the entrance of the fried rice restaurant. Good luck to you. Li Qingxia patted Li Feng's shoulder with a smile, carrying a bag of grilled skewers, and ran into the shop. After parking his electric bike, Li Fong took a deep breath at the shop door, then pushed it open with a nervous heart. As soon as he entered the shop, a strong smell of alcohol rushed into Li Feng's nostrils. He looked around and saw an old man in his 50s or 60s, with rosy cheeks, sitting slumped on the ground. The old man's face was a bit chubby and sagging, wearing an apron stained with oil, and his black and white hair added a touch of vicissitudes to him. Li Qingxiao was squatting beside the old man, picking up empty bottles. When he heard the movement at the door, he said without looking up, "The boss and his friends got drunk, help him upstairs, I can handle things here alone." Okay. Li Fong didn't say much, walked to the side of Li Ji and helped him up, then walked unsteadily towards the second floor, quickly helping Li Ji back to his own bed. The housing prices in City 11 are very high. In order to save money, Li Ji built a partition in the 4-meter-high kitchen, with a 2-meter-high living area above and a 2-meter-high kitchen below. The small space was only enough for one bed, and the three of them slept on this bed every day, not crowded but a bit stuffy. In the summer, it became a steamer here, and Li Ji would spread a large mat in the first-floor restaurant, sleeping comfortably with a fan blowing. As soon as Li Ji touched the bed, his eyelashes trembled, and he opened his eyes drowsily. Oh, isn't this the strength brother who doesn't need a plan? Why are you back so soon, hee. Boss, you're drunk, go to sleep. Li Fong was about to cover Li Ji with the blanket when Li Ji pushed his hand away and mumbled, "I'm not drunk." "Don't talk nonsense." "Okay, you're not drunk." Li Fong responded to the other party and was about to go downstairs after turning off the light, but was stopped by Li Ji. Li Fong tried to break free from Li Ji's grip, but it seemed like Li Ji had mustered up a great deal of courage and held on tightly. After a few seconds of standoff, Li Ji's voice sounded in the darkness, with a timid tone. "I'm sorry." Li Feng's figure in the darkness paused, then turned and asked, "Why suddenly apologize?" "I just wanted to ask. Have you successfully avenged them?" "Those people were weak, I killed them quickly, revenge is taken care of," Li Fong said calmly. Hee, then you can relax a lot from now on. Qinxiu, kneel down. Li Ji's rough hand pulled Li Fong down beside him. Li Fong did not resist and obediently knelt down next to Li Ji. "Since you've avenged, don't engage in dangerous things anymore. Let's three of us live well together, okay?" Li Ji said gently. "Live well?" Li Fong shook his head. "Can we really live well all the time? Aren't we living well now? I can cook, earn money, buy meat for you, buy blood for Xia, and we are happy every day. But what if the source of human blood is cut off? What if the Federation suddenly develops a device that can detect revivers? What if one day we are suspected by the Special Abilities Bureau? They will kill us then. It's not about good or evil, just like when I was on the bridge, I didn't do anything wrong, but being a reviver is a death sentence." Li Fong clenched his fists, his dark eyes filled with turmoil, and continued, "Peace is just a beautiful dream woven by the night sky, we will eventually wake up." The flush on Li Ji's face receded a bit, looking desolate. "We will eventually be killed, so why can't we live well before we die? We don't have to die, as long as we are strong enough." Li Ji looked at Li Fong. "Can you be stronger than the Federation?" "Even if not, even if I die on this path, I have no regrets." Li Fong stood up. "My mother died because of my incompetence, I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. As long as I can become stronger, nothing else matters." After speaking, Li Fong turned and walked downstairs. No one knew that the strongest taboo in the history of the Federation was quietly incubating. The dawn's light rose from the east, colliding and alternating with the deep blue night sky. Li Fong sat in front of the shop wrapped in a thin blanket, his bangs fluttering in the damp morning breeze. The transition between night and dawn was beautiful, and even fatigue and cold couldn't shake Li Feng's gaze. Click! The door behind him opened, and a sleepy Li Qingxiu walked out. He rubbed his messy hair and looked down at Li Fong. "Why aren't you sleeping when it's still dark? The sky is so beautiful today, once we miss it, we won't see it again." Li Fong patted the step beside him. "Come and watch with me." Li Qingxiu glanced at Li Fong and then sat down beside him. After a long silence, Li Qingxiu spoke. "Did the boss say something unpleasant yesterday?" "That's just how he is, don't take it to heart." "I didn't take it to heart, ergo. Can you do me a favor?" Li Fong suddenly grabbed Li Qingxia's hand. "What favor?" Li Qingxia asked somewhat uneasily. "Just to clarify, I won't help if it involves money." "No money, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Could you help me find a day job on North Huangshan for April 16th? Just that?" "Just that." Li Qingxia smiled confidently, made an okay gesture, and said, I'll take care of it today. By the way, I'm going to report to the Special Abilities Bureau when it's light out. Remember to tell the boss about what happened last night, about me becoming the chosen one. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxia stood up abruptly. Why don't you go tell him yourself? I have something to do, and besides, wasn't it me who dealt with the boss the last time you caused trouble? Lee Fong said matter-of-factly. Li Qingxia pointed at Lee Fong and scolded, Can your trouble and my trouble be considered the same? If you want to nag at me, then I have things to say to you. Lee Fong stood up. If you had paid attention last night, could I have run to the 5th floor? I was just. Don't be careless, tell me who made a fatal mistake. Lee Fong interrupted Li Qingxia directly. Alright, I'll tell you. An elder brother always has to tolerate the willfulness of a younger brother. I'll step back. After saying that, Li Qingxia walked into the shop indignantly. After watching the sunrise, Li Fong made a simple breakfast for the two. Because he forgot to charge his phone last night, Li Fong had to run to the special energy department. It was just over 40 kilometers, running and stopping would only take a short while. As Li Fong was running, his phone rang. His uncle, his second uncle, they are all his uncles, Gao. Beep. Li Fong answered the phone. Hello? Is this Li Fong? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, it's me. Hello, we met last night. I'm Xu Cheng, the one you pinned down. Oh, Xu uncle, are you calling to pick me up? Yes, it's an order from above, Xu Cheng said excitedly. No need, I'll go by myself. I'll send you a photo when I arrive, no need for you to make the trip. Ha? Xu Cheng was taken aback. This reporting is quite troublesome. One person is not enough. Really, I'm not a child who needs supervision, Li Fong continued to refuse with a smile. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Xu Cheng's voice came through. Actually, little brother, I just want to follow you into the special energy department. Normally, we from the public security department are not allowed in there, and today happens to be the special energy department's energy testing day. I don't want to miss it, can you help me out? Energy testing day? Li Fong stopped in his tracks, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ha? Xu Cheng was surprised. You don't know about the Special Energy Department's Energy Testing Day? Not really. What is this Energy Testing Day? Li Fong asked curiously. It's a long story, let's talk about it when we meet. In the end, Li Fong told Xu Cheng his address. 10 minutes later, a public security department car stopped steadily in front of Li Fong. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a kind face. Little brother, get in the car. Thank you. Li Fong nodded, opened the passenger door, and got in. At that moment, the car was playing the morning news, reporting on the incident at Lujiang Bridge last night. The whereabouts of the resuscitated individual are currently unknown, please be cautious when traveling. Xu Cheng sighed deeply. It's really terrifying. I hope I don't encounter this resuscitated individual. Sitting beside him, Li Feng's expression was strange as he looked out the window. Indeed, it's quite terrifying. I hope none of us will encounter it. Xu Cheng glanced at him, thinking that he was scared by the news, and then comforted him. Don't worry, once the Disaster Assessment Department determines the disaster level of this resuscitated individual, they will send a Fatebringer to City 11. That resuscitated individual won't live long. I hope so. Li Fong nodded. By the way, Xu uncle, what does this energy testing day mean? Each Fatebringer's abilities have different levels. This energy testing day is for evaluating the abilities of Fatebringers who have not been ranked yet. There are 2 energy testing days in a year, one in April and one in October. Today is the April Energy Testing Day. After that, Xu Cheng talked about some things related to abilities, giving Li Fong a certain understanding of this aspect. For the abilities of the chosen ones, the Federation categorizes them into 3 major types: elemental, unique, and extreme body. Elemental abilities include things like lightning, raging fire. These are considered the most powerful offensive abilities. Extreme body abilities directly affect the chosen one's body, like Wang Zhongshan's ability, which falls under extreme body. These abilities have a low ceiling but a high floor, belonging to a moderate category of abilities. Unique abilities are more special. As long as they do not belong to the elemental or extreme body categories, they are classified as unique abilities. This category ranges from extremely strong to extremely weak, showing the largest gap in ability levels. The existence of the Ability Assessment Day is to precisely classify the abilities of the chosen ones and rate their strength based on their effects. The levels range from high to low, A, B, C, D, E, F. Most chosen ones are at the F level, only able to do odd jobs at the Special Ability Department or become a minor leader at the Public Security Department. E level is somewhat better, allowing one to become a small team leader at the Special Ability Department. while D level can lead the Special Operations Group at the Special Ability Department. The higher levels belong to the Security Department. As for levels above A, Lee Fong doesn't know because he is asking, Uncle Zhu, are there levels above A? Lee Fong leaned over and asked. Zhu Cheng thought for a moment and said, I don't know if there are, but there are some unreliable rumors online. Do you want to hear them? I want to hear, Lee Fong curiously nodded. It is said that there is a stone tablet hidden in the Security Department, with many extraordinary abilities inscribed on it. A few years ago, some information about the stone tablet was posted online, claiming it to be a list of divine abilities. Once the abilities on the stone tablet awaken, one can possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhu Cheng chuckled. Divine? Li Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this word, thinking of the sentence from 2 years ago, accept my body, possess the ability, ascend as a god. My name is Pangu, do you agree? Both the parchment and the stone tablet have the word God. Is there a connection between the two? What's wrong? Zhu Cheng glanced at the co-driver's seat. It's all nonsense spread online. There are no divine beings in the history of the Federation. Nothing, Uncle Zhu. Besides that, what else did that person say? Lee Fong asked casually. Nothing else. Oh, he also mentioned the first sequence of abilities. What is that ability called? It seems to be called freedom. Quite strange, right? The streets of City 11 are wide. Although there are many vehicles in the morning, there is no congestion. Zhu Cheng quickly arrived at the entrance of the Special Ability Department. Lee Fong pushed the door and stepped out of the car, looking ahead. 100-meter-long black iron gate stood in the center of the city, shining with a dark luster under the sunlight, like a steel behemoth, silently overlooking the passing pedestrians and vehicles. Soldiers with guns stood on both sides of the gate, their cold eyes scanning the vehicles and crowds entering and leaving like scanners. It must have cost at least tens of thousands to build such a big gate. Lee Fong sighed. Zhu Cheng patted Li Feng's shoulder and said proudly, young people have experienced too little, this costs at least tens of millions. At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes passed by the two and sneered disdainfully, 2 bumpkins, this costs over $1 million. A gentle breeze blew by. Zhu Cheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, and silently walked towards the gate, with Li Fong following suit. After registering at the gate, the staff of the Special Ability Department led the two into a long corridor, where Lee Fong moved like a robot, shuttling between various rooms in the corridor, continuously scanned by sophisticated instruments. After spending an hour moving back and forth, Lee Fong finally reached the stage of registering his abilities. Briefly describe your ability, a young woman sitting at the computer spoke up. Standing aside, Zhu Cheng was afraid that Lee Fong wouldn't understand, so he quickly explained. Giving a brief description is useful because the staff will name your ability and enter it into the database. Understood, Lee Fong nodded. His abilities were absolute control and extreme water manipulation, which he couldn't reveal. When deciding on the day of being named, Lee Fong had already thought about his abilities. My ability is to have great strength, Lee Fong said with a smile. Great strength? The woman stopped typing and looked at Lee Fong in surprise. Ordinary people break through to at least one prohibition when becoming a chosen one. Everyone has great strength. Are you mistaken? No mistake. Great strength is my ability. I watched videos of one prohibition battles online, and my strength surpasses theirs, Lee Fong affirmed. By how much? The woman turned her gaze to the computer screen. Lee Fong pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. By a lot, but it still depends on the test. Click, click, click. The woman's fingers swiftly danced on the keyboard, and in no time, she had entered all the basic information, leaving only the naming section blank. You can name yourself, or I can do it for you if you're unsure, the woman said to Lee Fong. If possible, then let's go with divine strength. Alright, your number is 43, go to the testing field and wait. Lee Fong took the number card handed to him by the woman, thanked her, and left with Zhu Cheng. On the way, Zhu Cheng asked curiously, Xiaoqiu, you said your strength is greater than that of a 1 prohibition, how much greater exactly? Lee Fong looked up, thought for a moment, and said seriously, if I use all my strength, it's probably close to a 4 prohibition. So it's a 4 prohibition. Wait a minute. Zhu Cheng suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in disbelief. For prohibition? Yes, casually it's a 3 prohibition, but with all my strength, it's a 4 prohibition, Lee Fong said calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. You're not joking, right? Full strength, 4 prohibition? Zhu Cheng took a step back, scrutinizing Lee Fong. It wasn't that he doubted Li Feng's character, but what he said was too unbelievable. Is there any precedent in federal history where someone with the power of a 1 prohibition could match that of a 4 prohibition? Well, Zhu Cheng didn't know. Seeing Zhu Cheng's reaction, Lee Fong wasn't surprised. His strength did indeed surpass common understanding, so it was normal for others not to believe. But whether others believed it or not was their business, all he needed to do was give his all. Before today, Lee Fong had wanted to be a low-key chosen one, but this idea was completely dispelled by Zhu Cheng this morning. Zhu Cheng told him a way to quickly enhance all physical functions, which was to eat the flesh of a revival beast. The flesh of a revival beast contained a special energy that could comprehensively enhance the eater's physical body. There were only 4 ways to obtain this flesh. The first was to buy it, which Lee Fong didn't even consider. The second was to hunt in the uninhabited area, but this method was too slow, and Lee Fong knew nothing about the uninhabited area, not even how to identify a revival beast. The third was to join the Special Ability Department or the Security Department. After joining, the federal government would regularly distribute the flesh of revival beasts. However, to enter these institutions, one had to undergo military base training. Only after passing the training would there be a chance to enter the Special Ability Department or the Security Department. The fourth was the Federal Chosen One Academy, which aimed to train powerful chosen ones to serve the Federation. They naturally provided the flesh of revival beasts, and after graduation, students were guaranteed placement in institutions like the Special Ability Department or even better, the Security Department. Lee Fong chose the fourth path, as it could enhance his strength and elevate his social status, which was exactly what he needed. According to Lee Feng's understanding, there are a total of 73 Federal Destiny Academies, and his goal is the 4 strongest colleges: Nightfall Academy, Changu Academy, War Academy, Federal Heavenly Origin Academy. Behind these 4 academies stand prominent figures of the Federation, with the Federal Heavenly Origin Academy being funded by the Federation itself, ensuring that every student who graduates has a direct path to the Intong Bureau, a step towards the sky. On the way, despite Lee Fong repeating his own strength several times, Zhu Cheng remained firm, denying and persistently questioning. Later, Lee Fong simply stopped talking, as there was nothing more to say if others didn't believe him. Behind the office building of the Special Abilities Bureau, there is a square the size of several football fields. The ground of the square is paved with black steel, scorching and heating up under the sun's rays. Various sophisticated instruments are placed around the square, with neatly dressed staff standing beside them, adjusting something. At the same time, a large group of people of different ages and backgrounds gathered in a corner of the square, discussing animatedly. I wonder if my special ability can reach a D grade this time. If it does, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. You must be dreaming if you think your ability can be graded as a D. Be polite in your words. I heard that the recruitment officials from each academy are watching us here. I heard that among us, there are several elemental ability users and one with a very strong unique ability. What's the use of caring about that? Just focus on your background. The crowd discussed nervously, with varying degrees of tension on their faces. Meanwhile, a figure walked into the square from the entrance, and it was Lee Fong. As unrelated personnel were not allowed into the testing field, Zhu Cheng had to go to the screening hall to watch Lee Feng's performance. Lee Fong stood in place, scanning the gathered crowd with his deep, unruffled eyes. No wonder the Special Abilities Bureau is so incompetent. Not only are the officials useless, but the people below are weak too, Lee Fong murmured softly, then leaned against the wall alone, closing his eyes to rest. Lee Feng's comment wasn't just idle talk. He wanted to test if the screening hall could pick up his words. Since he couldn't make a call due to the staff instructing him to keep his phone on silent and not take it out after entering, he had to switch to silent vibration mode. If they could hear what he said, Zhu Cheng would likely send him a text or call, causing his phone to vibrate. As Lee Fong expected, the number plate he held was a small microphone, and with full surveillance coverage of the square, his words and appearance were being projected onto the screening hall. Special Abilities Bureau screening hall in front of a huge screen, hundreds of people sat quietly, listening to Lee Feng's voice echoing through the hall. After the scene transitioned, all eyes focused on Gong Ran sitting in the second row. Gong Ran awkwardly rubbed his nose, sliding back and forth on his phone's main screen, looking pensive. At this moment, Gong Ran finally understood the meaning of feeling like sitting on pins and needles as mentioned on TV. It was truly tormenting. Zhang Kong beside him leaned over and asked, "Director, should I go handle it?" "Handle what? Such an interesting child." Before Gong Ran could respond, Ma Tianzhou in the front row spoke discontentedly. He was the teacher in charge of recruiting for the War Academy. "He's really audacious." Switch the screen back to that kid. "I want to see him." Sui from Nightfall Academy also smiled and spoke up. "What's wrong? Do you want that kid?" Ma Tianzhou asked, puzzled. Sui flipped through the dossier in his hand and shook his head in disappointment when he saw Li Feng's ability, divine power, power amplification. The limit of abilities is too low. Gao Xing, the head of Chanwu Academy, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Such a common ability. I thought he was like Qi Mingyue, with a powerful unique ability. I was mistaken. The leaders in the front row were chatting and laughing, while Zhu Chang in the back was sweating profusely. At that moment, Zhu Chang was bombarding Lee Fong with text messages on his phone. Like Zhu Chang, Gong Ran was also in a panic, nervously staring at the screen, afraid of what unsettling words Lee Fong might say next. On the testing field, Lee Fong felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and slowly opened his eyes. He could really listen to his own voice. Understanding this, a faint smile played on Lee Feng's lips. Although he couldn't kill Gong Ran now, it was still fun to tease him in front of everyone. So, Lee Fong raised his head to the azure sky and sighed. To become the head of the Special Abilities Division in City 11, that's quite an achievement. What does Gong Ran really have up his sleeve? With that, Lee Fong stroked his chin, a pensive look on his face. Meanwhile, Gong Ran in the screening hall was sweating profusely, gripping the armrest of his chair anxiously, and uneasily gestured to Zhang Kong, "Start quickly and maintain discipline on the field." Okay, Zhang Kong nodded and walked out of the screening hall, but it was already too late. After some contemplation, Li Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Gong Ran may not match Zhang Kong in ability, he's not without merit. Rising to the position of division head at a young age by relying on others, extremely rational in character, disregarding even his own son's life and death, securely strategizing from the rear. Although he didn't kill the reviver and couldn't save his son, at least he survived. I wonder if I can rely on others with this face. Li Fong looked envious, his eyes full of longing. Inside the screening hall, everyone's gaze once again focused on Gong Ran, even the big shots in the front row. Director Gong, is what this kid said true or false? Ma Tianjiu turned around with a gossipy look. He never expected that such an ordinary-looking person could be so ruthless, not even sparing his own flesh and blood. This was more venomous than a tiger. Ahem! Gong Ran coughed awkwardly, his gaze sharp as an eagle as he looked at Ma Tianjiu. My child passed away last night, do you really want to pick at my wounds like this? Ma Tianjiu's face stiffened, and he awkwardly smiled. I overstepped. With that, he turned back to the big screen, his face cold and silent. On the testing field, Li Fong was still contemplating his next move when a loudspeaker boomed. All test personnel gather in the center of the field and line up according to your numbers. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone began to make their way towards the center of the square. Seeing this, Li Fong abandoned his teasing thoughts and headed towards the center as well. Under the organization of the staff, 3 teams of varying sizes appeared in the center of the square. One team consisted of only 3 people, 2 men and a woman, representing the elemental abilities. Another team had 8 members, representing the unique abilities. The team Li Fong belonged to was the largest, with a total of 43 people, representing the extreme physical abilities. At that moment, Li Fong, standing at the end of his team, scanned the crowd and immediately spotted a young man of similar age standing in the unique abilities team. It was his best friend, Qin Mingyue. They lived in the same building, went to kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school together. Playfully fighting and walking home together had become a habit. In addition, Qi Mingyu is also from a single-parent family. There seems to be an unspoken affection between the other person's father and Li Feng's mother. Their relationship is as close as that of brothers, intimate and inseparable. For a moment, Li Feng's expression seemed somewhat dazed, and a barely noticeable ripple appeared in his calm eyes. He took a step forward unconsciously, but quickly retracted it, looking ahead with a calm gaze. The past cannot be retained, nor does it need to be recalled. When Li Fong became a reviver, he and humans were already like parallel lines, close but never intersecting. At this moment, a middle-aged man in uniform stood at the front of the line and shouted, "Energy testing, control your mouth, do not say things you shouldn't," especially the one standing at the very end of the extreme team. His name was Ma Qian, the overall person in charge of this energy testing day. After saying this, Ma Qian looked sharply at Li Fong. At that moment, those who were puzzled also followed Ma Qian's gaze to look at Li Fong, their large eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Faced with everyone's gaze, Li Fong pointed to himself in confusion. Me? Ma Qian coldly replied, do not discuss other people's matters. After saying this, Ma Qian continued, remember your position, energy testing is not uniform, starting with elemental, then specific, and extreme last. All elemental individuals come with me, others are free to move around, those who want to watch can also come and see. With these words, everyone showed excited expressions. Who wouldn't want to see the power of elemental abilities? Li Fong was no exception. He was curious about the difference between his extreme water and others' elemental abilities. Led by Ma Qian, a group of people arrived at the left corner of the square. The silver ground was out of place with its surroundings, surrounded by half-meter-high black iron railings. A 5-meter-high silver cube was placed in the center of the field, with intermittent blue lines flowing on its surface. Ma Qian stood in front of the railing and shouted, "Number 1, go in." Under everyone's gaze, a quietly dressed girl walked out of the crowd, crossed the railing, and entered the silver field. Sizzle! The next moment, a burst of electric sounds rang out, and before everyone could react, 4 blue rays shot up from the corners of the field. They stopped at 15 meters high, then extended to the sides, connecting and outlining a deep blue square in the air. As the square formed, a light blue transparent barrier spread out from the intersection, completely enveloping the entire field. The girl stood inside, bewildered, and turned to Ma Qian. Don't worry, the barrier is to protect you and others. Listen carefully, unleash your full power on the testing body, that cube. In 1 minute, it will display your ability rating. Ma Qian pointed to the silver block and said, "Okay." The girl nodded, closed her eyes, adjusting her emotions and breathing. I didn't expect energy testing to be like this. I thought it would be a duel between 2 people, with the winner getting a higher rating. Do you think this is a street fight? This is the age of technology. Exactly, but do not discuss loudly. Ma Qian turned around and coldly reprimanded. His voice instantly quieted the field, and no one dared to speak loudly or discuss anymore. On the testing platform, the girl took a deep breath, and her deep black pupils gradually turned ice blue in that moment. Crackling sounds echoed around her, ice shards gathered in the air, under the girl's control, converging into sharp ice spikes. Wow, it's a variant of water element, ice element. The attack power of ice element is much stronger than water element, so envious. Why did I awaken to the extreme body series? Sigh. The crowd whispered as they watched the girl, some envious, some annoyed. At the same time, Lee Fong, standing in the corner, felt a slight tremor in his pupils, staring at the ice cones condensed by the girl, unable to recover for a long time. Different from what others saw, at this moment in Li Feng's eyes, those rows of ice cones seemed to be split like a split personality, sometimes turning into flowing water floating in the air, and sometimes transforming into hard ice blocks, emitting waves of coldness. How can this be? Lee Fong muttered in his heart. Why was what he saw different from what others saw? Phew! A dull breaking sound resounded, and the ice cones tore through the white cold mist in front of them towards the energy tester. Bang bang bang! The ice cones, like fearless warriors, crashed onto the energy tester one after another, shattering into sparkling ice fragments splashing around upon impact. However, the destructive power of the ice cones was as soft and powerless as cotton to the energy tester, unable to leave even a shallow trace. Seeing this, the girl clenched her teeth, exerting all her strength to activate her abilities, forming, shooting, and shattering ice cones repeatedly. Her face grew paler, and Lee Fong, standing at a distance, became more focused. In Lee Feng's eyes, everything seemed to slow down 100-fold. The splashing ice fragments collided, shattered, collided again, and shattered once more in the air. Just when everything seemed to reset, the space in front of him seemed to lag like a video buffering between ice and water, pulling back, then at a certain moment, it began to retreat, shatter, collide, shatter again. In a moment, Lee Feng's head suddenly shook, as if a wall had suddenly disappeared in a stuffy room, and everything became clear. So it can be transformed. Lee Feng's lips curled slightly, silently saying in his heart. At that moment, a tiny ice fragment invisible to the naked eye drifted by, unnoticed by anyone. In the blink of an eye, the girl's hands fell weakly, exhausted, kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, the energy tester emitted a sizzling sound, blue lines fluctuating on its surface like a heartbeat monitor. Under everyone's gaze, a large E appeared on the energy tester. The girl watching this scene revealed a joyful smile on her face. An E grade combined with an elemental ability was enough to secure her a good social status in the city. Others watching showed envy on their faces. Among 100 destined ones, there might only be 5 or 6 with elemental abilities and 8 or 9 with E grades. To possess both was truly exceptional. Well, if you're interested in joining our Special Abilities Division, I can help you get in touch with the military base for training, Ma Qian said gently, looking completely different from before. Thank you, I will consider it. The girl smiled brightly and stepped out of the railing, standing aside. After the event, all the Destined Ones academies would come here for recruitment, so she had to wait. After the girl left the energy platform, many people crowded over, except for a few who remained still, including Lee Fong and Qi Mingyue. Due to the sparse crowd, there was no barrier between the two, and whether driven by fate or subconscious behavior, both turned their heads at the same time, their cold gazes meeting briefly. However, in an instant, Lee Fong looked away calmly, gazing ahead. As the second energy tester entered the stage, the crowd dispersed, filling the space between the two once again. Lee Fong left the crowd with his hands in his pockets, walking towards the shadows. Just as he sat down against the wall, footsteps approached from afar, stopping in front of him. Before Lee Fong stood a pair of worn-out gray-white sneakers. Looking up, he saw a familiar face. Only 2 years had passed, but Qi Mingyue's features were still handsome, albeit missing something. The young man's eyes no longer sparkled like stars, only a dull sky remained, and his once sunny confident face now seemed as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Do you need something? Lee Fong looked at Qi Mingyue as if he were a stranger. Qi Mingyue hesitated for a moment, a forced smile appearing on his icy face. Nothing, I just have this strange feeling that I know you from somewhere, like we've met before. As he spoke, Qi Mingyue sat down next to Lee Fong. I've been in City 11 all this time, maybe we've crossed paths somewhere. Lee Fong smiled faintly. Qi Mingyue nodded. Perhaps, I'm Qi Mingyue, what's your name? I'm Lee Fong, Lee is in sinking, and Fong is in autumn. Lee Fong stood up and looked towards the testing platform. I wonder what kind of elemental abilities will be tested this time, want to go check it out together? No, I'm not very interested in those things. Qi Mingyue politely declined Li Feng's offer. Then I'll go take a look. With that, Lee Fong turned and left. He didn't dare to stay by Qi Mingyue's side, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Qi Mingyue was too familiar to him, or more precisely, Qin Chen was too familiar to him. In the 2 years, Lee Fong had changed many of his old habits, but he didn't know if he had missed anything, and whether Qi Mingyue would catch on to those omissions, he didn't dare to bet. Watching Li Feng's departing figure, Qi Mingyue muttered under his breath, Chen Chen. Li Fong. Chen Chen. Li Fong. A faint, inconspicuous light appeared in his dull eyes. Why did this person's soul resemble his so much? Did his ability deceive him? Could it deceive him? Qi Mingyue wondered in his heart, but no one could answer his questions. The following 2 elemental destiny holders did not show any outstanding performance. They were just average FS, not making any waves. In contrast to the elemental abilities, the special abilities attracted a lot of attention, with all sorts of bizarre powers, like turning hair into a flock of crows, making skin temporarily disappear, or turning blood into bubblegum. To test these peculiar abilities, Ma Qian led the group back and forth in the testing area, causing quite a hassle. After an hour of running around, the testing for the special abilities finally neared its end, with only one person left. Number 8, Qi Mingyue. Ma Qian shouted loudly. The moment Qi Mingyue's name was called, the previously disinterested crowd suddenly perked up, their gazes fixed on the young man standing at the back of the group. Not only that, even the people in the screening hall sat up straight, eagerly watching Qi Mingyue on the big screen. Soul Dance Hand can manipulate the enemy's soul, controlling their actions, Ma Tianzhou muttered to himself as he looked at the data booklet. Is there really such a thing as a soul in this world? Sui asked in confusion. Who knows, let's watch and find out. On the testing ground, Qi Mingyue raised his eyes slightly and walked forward through the crowd. Seeing this, everyone stepped aside, watching Qi Mingyue's back and discussing in whispers. Is that the powerful elemental destiny holder they talk about? Yes, it's him. I just arrived at the Special Abilities Department this morning and saw him surrounded by a group of college recruiters. Really? Isn't recruitment supposed to take place after the testing? Rules are dead, people are alive. If they encounter an extraordinary ability, who cares about rules? Lee Fong stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly listening to the discussions, his indifferent demeanor making him seem like an outsider, even in the midst of the crowd. Led by Ma Qian, the group arrived at a spacious area. Unlike before, there were no huge testing bodies or strange instruments, only a few serious-looking Special Abilities team members standing there. Commander, we're all set. The lead Special Abilities team member approached Ma Qian and reported. Ma Qian nodded and shouted behind him, everyone stand within a 50-meter range, do not approach. Although the crowd did not understand, they obediently stepped back, leaving only Qi Mingyue and Ma Qian's group on the empty field. Qi Mingyue looked at Ma Qian on the field and said, do you need people to test my abilities? Ma Qian shook his head, these people are all level 1. If you can control one of them and perform the actions I specify, we will arrange for the revivers to fight you and evaluate your performance. Qi Mingyue furrowed his brows at the words, can't we use revival beasts? No revival beasts, so let's get ready to start. Ma Qian stepped back behind Qi Mingyue. The people standing 50 meters away could not hear Ma Qian and Qi Mingyue's conversation, they could only see the two mouths moving. What are they doing? So many people came, aren't they here to test abilities? Where are the instruments? I don't know, maybe his ability is too unique to test? I think. Before the person could finish, a wild laughter suddenly rang out on the field. The crowd looked over and saw a Special Forces member laughing as if something funny had happened, bending over and slapping his knees vigorously. What's going on? Someone asked. No one responded because everyone was stunned, except for Lee Fong. This person's eyes seem a bit strange. Li Feng's gaze was deep, staring straight at the laughing man. He noticed that although the man was laughing loudly and naturally, his eyes showed no joy, instead a hint of embarrassment and resistance. At the same time, inside the screening hall, Gong Tongsu, is this person not an actor you hired? Sui from the Long Night Academy asked in a shocked tone, unable to conceal his horror. He had thought that control as mentioned in the dossier was simply harassing the enemy's actions slightly, controlling their movements to a small extent, but he didn't expect the control to be so thorough. These people were randomly selected, they shouldn't be actors, right? Gong Ran said uncertainly. The person being manipulated laughed so naturally, his movements were natural, completely unlike someone being controlled, so he dared not jump to conclusions. If this person is not an actor, then this ability is too terrifying. Among the level ones, who can be his opponent? No matter how strong the attack or how perfect the defense, it can't withstand this eerie method. Not only that, such meticulous manipulation, if used properly, would be a great weapon for the Federation. There was a commotion in the screening hall, and Chen Shuashan in the front row furrowed his brow. The dossier says he awakened 3 days ago, but normally, wouldn't it take a long time for a regular person to become proficient after awakening an ability? How can he use it so skillfully? This person was in charge of admissions at the Tianyuan Federation Academy. Stop being so suspicious, maybe he just has natural talent. Exactly, if you think he has impure motives, just don't admit him. How could a child possibly have impure motives? The heads of the various academies on the field spoke up for Qi Mingyue, and Chen Shuashan could not refute, so he could only endure silently. On the testing field, Qi Mingyue pointed at the laughing man and turned to Ma Qian. Is this enough? This? Ma Qian's pupils trembled, looking at Qi Mingyue and then at the man who kept laughing. The others around him did the same, some who doubted Qi Mingyue even shook the man he was controlling. But the man repeated his mission of laughing like a robot. Seeing no response, Qi Mingyue spoke again. Is this enough? Yes, Ma Qian belatedly nodded, instructing his men beside him, take him away. If the revivers show any signs of movement, eliminate him immediately. Got it. Soon, a group of people led by Kaminju left the energy testing field. The special abilities team member who had been laughing hysterically finally had a chance to catch his breath. After seeing off Kaminju, Ma Qian came in front of everyone. Next up is the evaluation of extreme abilities. According to Captain Ma, hasn't that person finished the evaluation yet? Before Ma Qian could finish speaking, someone interrupted him. Ma Qian's brow furrowed into a character resembling a river, about to get angry, but upon seeing that the speaker was the girl with the ice elemental powers from before, his expression softened, and he smiled in response. Kaminju's abilities are quite unique and require evaluation elsewhere. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Those with extreme abilities, line up, I have an announcement to make. The bustling sound of footsteps filled the air, and in no time, everyone had lined up, with Lee Fong still standing steadily at the back. Ma Qian cleared his throat. The evaluation of extreme abilities is quite simple. We will divide into 3 groups for a unified evaluation. Those with speed abilities stand on my left, those with strength abilities on my right, and those with defensive abilities in the middle. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the orderly lines dispersed, with most people looking at each other, unsure of where to stand. My ability is to elongate my nose. Is that considered defense or strength? How do we choose? Does changing eye color count as speed? Speed. If you think your ability is useless, then choose one that you consider stronger. Don't dawdle standing in one place, Ma Qian impatiently remarked. Under Ma Qian's urging, after a few minutes, over 40 people had quickly chosen the type of their abilities, with only one exception. Lee Fong stood at the back, lips pursed, his gaze constantly shifting between the 3 groups. What's the matter with you? Ma Qian's sharp gaze fell on Lee Fong. Can't decide? Do you want me to choose for you? Bro, if you're unsure, just choose strength. Many people are choosing that. A young man shouted to Lee Fong. Lee Fong didn't respond to the man but looked straight at Ma Qian. I think I'm good at all 3 types, so can I test all of them? What? Ma Qian smirked. Are your abilities not distinctive, so you want to test all 3 types and choose the highest rating among them for your ability evaluation? With these words, everyone on the field suddenly realized. Damn, why didn't I think of this method? This kid is cunning. Not choosing was part of his plan. Impressive. Can I leave the line now? What nonsense are you talking about? Once you've chosen, you can't change your mind. In a moment, those who had hastily chosen showed regret on their faces, upholding the principle that if they didn't benefit, others shouldn't either, and they loudly protested. Everyone only has one chance. Doing this would break the rules. You must not agree to it. If you think your ability is useless, just randomly choose one. Trying all 3 types will likely result in an F grade. Why bother wasting time on that person? Hurry up and choose, don't waste our time. Faced with the crowd's questioning, Lee Fong remained composed, as if he hadn't heard anything. An elephant doesn't care about ants. and Lee Fong didn't care about the jumping clowns. Meanwhile, the screening room was not quiet either. Interesting, although this kid doesn't seem powerful, his mind works quickly. Even though the data book clearly states his ability is highly directional, meaning he's strong, why not choose strength and complicate things? Maybe he wants to have multiple options for himself. You guys stay here, I'm going out for some fresh air. At the War Academy, Ma Tianji stretched lazily, left his seat, and walked slowly towards the door. I need to pee, going out to the toilet. Sui from the Long Night Academy rubbed his stomach and also walked towards the door. As soon as these two left, the discerning individuals understood the underlying meaning, and then, suddenly feeling hungry, going out to buy a bun. Eyes are so tired, going out to rest them. Can't stand sitting for too long, going out to stretch my legs. Inside the screening hall, people in the front rows left one by one, while those in the back rows remained steadfast, none leaving on their own accord. Xu Chang, sitting in the last row, scratched his head and cautiously nudged the young man next to him. Young man, what's going on? Why are all these people leaving? The young man glanced lightly at Xu Chang, then shifted his gaze back to the screen. They're leaving early to compete for that Chi Mingyue. Ah, hasn't the assessment not finished yet? Xu Chang asked, looking puzzled. The young man propped his head up, somewhat wearily saying, the elemental and special departments have finished grading. It's almost over. The upper limits are very low. It's hard for even 40 people to get an E grade. What's the point of watching? Then why aren't the people in the back rows going to compete? Xu Chang's clear eyes were full of foolishness, as if about to overflow in the next second. The young man glanced at Xu Chang wordlessly. They can't compete anyway. Even if they went, they'd just be background. Then why aren't you going? Xu Chang continued to inquire. The young man clenched his fist. I don't want to go. Is that okay with you? That's fine too. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. On the assessment field, Ma Qian watched Lee Fong quietly, and Lee Fong did the same. After a few seconds of contemplation, Ma Qian said coldly, alright, according to the rules, since there are mostly power types, you go first to test strength, then speed, and defense. This way we can finish early. Lee Fong nodded. Thank you for accommodating. With that, Lee Fong walked to the front of the power type team. I'll go, Alright, stop talking. Even if you test 3 times, the result will be the same. Instead of arguing here, it's better to think about how to be clever later. Sigh. The person looked at Li Feng's back inside. As there were the most people in the power type team, Ma Qian personally led them, while other teams were led by different staff members. Soon, under Ma Qian's leadership, everyone arrived at the assessment platform previously used by the elemental department, evidently, the grading location for the power type. Same as before, go in and attack the assessment body. After a minute, the grade will be displayed. Go in. Ma Qian ordered Li Fong in a commanding tone. Li Fong didn't pay attention to the words, crossed the barrier and walked in front of the assessment body. Adjust your breathing and start, don't dawdle, there are still over 20 people behind you. Ma Qian shouted loudly. Li Fong touched the assessment body, turned to Ma Qian, and said something that shocked everyone. Is this assessment body sturdy? If I break it, I won't have to compensate, right? The field fell silent. A few seconds later, a mocking laughter erupted in the crowd. As if a switch had been flipped, the silence was instantly shattered by various taunting voices. Is this kid trying to become an internet sensation, deliberately causing trouble, playing the fool? Even the E-grade ice element couldn't leave a mark on it. How dare he ask such a question? To be honest, if he's not pretending but actually foolish, I quite like this kind of person. You're rude. Not only was there laughter here, but also in the screening hall. Ha, young people nowadays are quite interesting. When I was young, I was as wild as him, thinking I was a 1 in a million genius. Then my teacher gave me a good beating, and that delusion was cured. Can't say for sure if this kid really has the skills. Look at how calm he is, not a hint of panic. Indeed, even if he doesn't take the path of the chosen one, going to film school is also a good way out. Compared to the laughter of others, Xu Cheng's face was full of tension, his hands quietly clutching his pants. The young man sitting beside him asked, "What's wrong? Do you know this kid?" Xu Cheng nodded without turning his head. "Yes, I brought him here." He, how strong is he?" The young man asked curiously. "I don't know, but he says he's very strong, and I also think he's strong, but he says he's stronger than I think, maybe a bit too strong, but this strength should be lower than what he claims, closer to what I think, but still strong." "Ah." The young man's mouth twitched. "Have you studied crosstalk before?" Standing by the testing platform, Ma Qian saw Li Fong staring at him and laughed. "What are you looking at me for? Come on, hit me." "You haven't told me if I have to pay for this?" Li Fong said calmly. "Hit with all your strength, if you break it, I'll pay, it has nothing to do with you." Ma Qian sneered. He had never seen someone so unusual before. Forbidding to break the testing body, was he considering himself a superhero? After receiving a satisfactory answer, Lee Fong relaxed and raised his left knee to his chest. Compared to a fist, the knee actually had more destructive power and hardness, making it more suitable for pinpoint attacks than a fist. Bang! Li Feng's knee struck the testing body like a cannonball. A sharp and deafening explosion resounded in the arena. Before anyone could react, the testing body exploded like a firework in an instant. Sharp fragments entwined with blue electric currents shot out in all directions, continuously embedding into the blue light screen, leaving clear marks on the silver floor. Amidst the hazy smoke and dust, Li Fong slowly lowered his knee and calmly asked, "What level is this considered?" No one answered. Everyone was stunned, their lips trembling but unable to produce any sound, including Ma Qian. He felt like his brain had been hit by something, buzzing and unable to think or move. Inside the screening hall, the previously cheerful crowd fell silent, staring blankly at the screen, their eyes seemingly about to pop out at any moment. Sitting in the last row, a young man stared at the big screen as if seeing a monster, then tugged at Zhu Cheng's arm. "Big brother, is this guy a forbidden one?" Zhu Cheng didn't respond, his mind in turmoil at the moment, Li Feng's words echoing in his ears like a spell. "Normal. Third forbidden, approaching fourth forbidden with full force." Damn, he wasn't lying. Xu Cheng trembled and said, his voice particularly clear in the quiet hall. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in the second-to-last row stood up, clutching her stomach and hurriedly ran towards the door, muttering, "Can't hold it, can't hold it." Her departure seemed to trigger something, as more people in the following rows stood up, using various fancy excuses to leave the screening hall. As more and more people left, those remaining didn't even bother with excuses, they just ran out, leaving only the Special Abilities Division team sitting quietly in their seats. Gong Tong Su. Just as Gong Ran was still dazed, a voice from behind pulled him back to reality. "Ah, what's going on?" Gong Ran turned his head belatedly. "Gong Tongsu, please don't tell the people who left in the front rows about this person. Having Qi Mingyue is enough." After saying this, the person quickly followed the others out of the hall. On the testing platform, Li Fong brushed off the dust, stepping out of the explosion center one by one, his figure becoming clearer in the eyes of the crowd. Seeing no response, Li Fong spoke again. "What level is this considered?" After a couple of inquiries, Ma Qian's vocal cords finally responded, I don't know." His words caused a stir, and everyone finally snapped out of it, their eyes fixed on Li Fong with complex emotions, awe, fear, confusion. "This shattered? Am I seeing things right?" "You're not mistaken, it really shattered. Even an E-level elemental connection couldn't leave a mark on it, and this kneecap shattered? Are you kidding me? This is a prohibition. Who has such an outrageous prohibition?" Li Fong glanced at those people indifferently, and in an instant, those who met his eyes subconsciously stepped back, not out of fear, but out of reverence, a reverence for power. Li Fong leaped over the railing and walked towards Ma Qian. Ma Qian, seeing this scene, inexplicably panicked, about to collapse when Li Fong reached out and caught him. "Aren't you in charge of grading? Shouldn't you know what I should be graded?" Li Fong looked down at Ma Qian with his dark eyes. I. Ma Qian stuttered and couldn't complete a sentence. Li Fong revealed a gentle smile. "What are you afraid of? There are so many people here, I can't possibly kill you. What's there to fear? What's my grade?" At this moment, Ma Qian was at a loss, unsure how to answer Li Feng's question. It was like a child eating a lollipop, and a middle-aged man coming over, crushing the lollipop with his bare hands, then kindly asking, "Child, how strong do you think my grip is?" What could the child know? The child only knew that the man could punch him to death. After a long silence, Ma Qian finally spoke softly, I really don't know, we need someone higher up to grade it." Ma Qian pointed upwards, forcing a smile on his stiff face. "Considering my current strength, if I were to join one of the 4 major academies, do you think it would be difficult?" Li Fong asked again. Ma Qian's expression shook upon hearing Li Feng's words, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Seeing his reaction, Li Fong furrowed his brows slightly. "Is it still a bit uncertain?" No." Ma Qian hurriedly shook his head. "If you really are a prohibition, the strength should be for you to choose among the 4 major academies, not for the 4 major academies to choose you." "Really?" Doubt flickered in Li Feng's eyes. "I wouldn't lie," Ma Qian said sincerely. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Li Feng's mouth upon hearing this. He had thought it would be difficult to enter the 4 major academies, as online friends said it was a rare opportunity, only true geniuses could get in. He didn't expect that just by testing his strength, he could casually choose one. The threshold seemed a bit low. Just as Li Fong was about to inquire about the enrollment details of the 4 academies, a young man in uniform hurriedly ran over from a distance. The young man stopped a meter away from Ma Qian, timidly glanced at Li Fong, then reported to Ma Qian, "Leader, there are many people gathering at the entrance of the testing field. wanting to meet this person. The young man gestured with his eyes towards Lee Fong. Are those people from the academy? Ma Qian asked. The young man nodded. Ma Qian looked at Lee Fong and asked, do you want to go and see? I have nothing else to do, I'll go take a look. After saying that, Lee Fong walked towards the square gate, leaving behind a thin figure for the crowd to see. At the square entrance at this moment, it was densely packed with people. They were squeezing against each other, craning their necks to stare in the direction of the square gate. When Li Feng's figure appeared in their sight, it was as if a sun was rising in everyone's eyes. Quick, proceed according to the plan. The old man standing at the front of the crowd raised his arm forward. As soon as he spoke, two shadows darted out from the crowd, heading straight for Li Feng. Seeing the two men rushing towards him like bandits, a hint of vigilance flashed in Li Feng's narrowed eyes, and his hand hidden in his sleeve involuntarily clenched. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept by, and two tall and burly middle-aged men stopped in front of Li Feng. Before Li Feng could speak, one of the men smilingly reached out his hands through his sleeves and grabbed Li Feng's hand, excitedly saying, I look even more handsome in person than on the screen. Hello, Li Feng, I am the enrollment officer of City 11 of Nanchi Academy. Nice to meet you. I am the enrollment officer of Yuan Luo Academy in City 11. Hello. The other person also approached and said, hello, Li Feng belatedly nodded. More than 40 academies are waiting to have detailed discussions with you. Let's go to a quiet place to talk. It's too noisy here, not very convenient, one of them said. At the same time, they walked to Li Feng's sides, passed their arms through his armpits, and forcibly lifted him up. Time is money, we'll take you with us, don't be afraid. With that, the two men swiftly alternated their steps, carrying a bewildered Li Feng towards the square gate. Although Li Feng was somewhat puzzled, he did not resist. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. When the three of them arrived at the square gate, the crowd blocking the entrance dispersed. The car is at the gate, let's hurry. Can we all fit in? No problem, let's go. Alright, follow me. After a quick exchange, the group of 40 people followed closely behind Li Feng towards the gate of Tenengsi. The road was clear, and all the people of Tenengsi made way for them. The sudden series of events left Li Feng's head spinning for a moment. He looked at the man beside him with suspicion. Are you really from the enrollment department of the academy? Why do I feel like you're more like kidnappers? Don't worry, we are not kidnappers. If we were, how could the people of Tenengsi turn a blind eye to us? The man replied with a smile as they ran. Why? Relax, everything we do is for your own good. There is absolutely no intention of persecution. I guarantee it with my integrity. Looking at the man's sincere and firm gaze, Li Feng temporarily set aside his doubts. Soon, the group boarded a spacious bus with Li Feng. As soon as the last person got on board, the driver stepped on the gas and swiftly left the gate of Tenengsi. When the bus reached an empty road without any cars, the driver shouted without looking back, Quick, Huang Jun, use your ability to hide the bus. A thin and weak man inside the bus stood up, placed his palm on the window, and then, nothing happened, at least nothing happened inside the bus. On the wide road, the bus traveling at a speed of 75 kilometers per hour gradually faded in color, as if the rushing wind had stripped away its paint. Finally, it completely disappeared under a speed camera, leaving no trace, only the roaring sound of the engine remained, proving its existence. 10:30 p.m. Tenengsi. Those from the War Academy will always be from the War Academy. What's the use of sending so many people? It's better to take a break in the silver screen hall. Shi Mingyue is just AB at best. What's there to be proud of? My senior brother told me yesterday that he recruited an A in City 89. Do you guys have an A in your group? Oh, who was just praising Qi Mingyue in front of you, saying your future is limitless, that you are a one-in-a-million talent, and that the Night Academy will shine because of your presence, making you a legend in the school's history. And his ability might be more than just a B, it's just that the special ability department could only measure up to a B for him. Is Xiao Shuzi envious? I envy your uncle, you. Alright, if there's no way, there's no way. Can't you have a little grace? Exactly, a 44-year-old acting like a child, still cursing at people. The overall quality of the Night Academy really needs improvement. The chaotic sound of footsteps and discussions could be heard from outside the screening hall, followed by a large group of people entering through the main door. These people were the same ones who had left the hall earlier. Everyone, Ma Tianjiu, just recruited. Ma Tianjiu, with a beaming smile, entered the screening hall ready to show off, only to find empty seats, with only a few people still sitting on the special ability department side. Where did everyone go? Has the testing already finished? Sui, following closely behind, asked in confusion. Are you blind? Can't you see the evaluations still ongoing on the screen? Probably an extreme body type of C or B has appeared. Just a C or B level extreme body made these people leave. It's not easy for these trailing academies and recruiting students. With that said, they returned to their seats. Gong Ran and his group remained silent, all in agreement not to speak unless asked directly, as no one wanted to offend anyone. At that moment, Sui turned to Gong Ran and asked, "Director Gong, what kind of ability level attracted them all away?" "I don't recall any particularly special extreme body abilities in the data booklet." Changuo Academy's Gao Xing flipped through the booklet in his hand. Just someone with a somewhat vague evaluation," Gong Ran replied somewhat awkwardly. "Vague?" Ma Tianjiu raised an eyebrow, curious. "Who's vague?" Gong Ran hesitated and turned his head. "Well, just a young man with a simple ability." "Ha, they must have prohibited you from telling us, afraid we'd snatch him?" someone joked. Gong Ran neither denied nor confirmed, but his expression indirectly admitted it. "They really underestimate me. Just an extreme body type. Even if he's outstanding, he can't possibly leave before the testing is over," Ma Tianjiu proudly remarked, completely oblivious to the abnormal expressions of the Special Ability Department group. A few minutes later, a woman asked in confusion, "Why has the testing been focused on speed and defense? What about strength?" "Ha?" Gong Ran straightened up, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Yeah, testing strength would be more interesting. Director Gong, show us some strength." Someone chimed in. Gong Ran rubbed his nose. The testing body for strength is broken." "Broken?" Chen Shueshan from the Tianyuan Federation Academy frowned. The testing body was airshipped by the Intong Department, with a lifespan of 100 years. "How could it be broken?" "Indeed, it's broken. It was accidentally damaged during the testing," Zhang Kongxian sitting beside them spoke up. "Zhang Kong is right, it was accidentally damaged," Gong Ran nodded. "Director Gong, accidentally damaged by someone?" Chen Shueshan had several large question marks written on his forehead, then continued, "Can you adjust the monitoring so I can take a look? I am proficient in mechanical maintenance knowledge, I can fix any problem, otherwise the testing cannot end, and I can't leave according to the rules." "Well, the problem might be quite significant." "What do you mean? What do you mean by a significant problem?" Chen Shueshan looked puzzled, then shouted at the staff controlling the screen, "Let me see the situation of the test body." The staff member standing at the control panel looked somewhat uneasy, seeking help from Gong Ran. Gong Ran hesitated for a moment, then nodded. With a slight flicker on the screen, a scene appeared before everyone. On the messy test platform, workers in protective suits were moving the fragments of the test body, and yellow caution tape had completely sealed off the area. Outside the yellow caution tape, the Destiny Seekers were discussing the shattered test body. The heads of the various colleges in the screen hall fell silent at this scene. Was this accidentally damaged by someone? What's going on? Did the test body malfunction and explode on its own? I don't think there has been a case of the test body self-destructing before, right? Gong. Supervisor. Li Shueshan swallowed nervously, somewhat incredulous. Are you sure this wasn't caused by a bomb, but by accidental damage? Gong Ran's expression was somewhat unnatural. Indeed, it was accidentally damaged by someone. Li Shueshan suppressed his horror and shouted at the staff controlling the screen again, "Let me see who damaged the test body." "It's really strange. A level 1 test body can trigger a program malfunction and explode. Let it go." Gong Ran nodded, he had done his best by now. The large screen flickered again, and the scene of Li Feng's test body appeared on the big screen. At this moment, Lee Fong in the image was asking Ma Qian whether he should compensate for the damaged test body. Why is it this kid? Did he damage the test body? Li Shueshan looked at the detailed information about Lee Fong in the dossier. Divine power. This ability couldn't possibly trigger a program malfunction in the test body, leading to a self-destruction. Gong's supervisor, did he violate the rules by using some mysterious tool? After the appearance of the revivers, some ordinary tools also underwent changes, acquiring unimaginable abilities, and these tools were collectively referred to as mysterious tools, indicating their extraordinary nature. As long as one lived in human society, everyone more or less had some understanding of mysterious tools, and Gong Ran, as a supervisor, was certainly no exception. Gong Ran lowered his head to recall for a moment, his tone somewhat uncertain. I think this kid is about to make a move. Ma Tian stood with his arms crossed, curiously watching the screen. With this statement, everyone's gaze converged on the screen, and naturally, no one paid attention to Gong Ran's words. Using his knee? Although the knee has great power, it is far less agile and fast than a fist. The test body is rated based on cumulative damage. Doesn't this kid even know these basics? Changuo Academy's Gao Xing shook his head in disappointment. Such mediocre ability, no amount of skill can change that. That's true, but what is this kid using? Bang! Before the person could finish speaking, a loud explosion resounded through the speakers, and the test body on the screen shattered like tofu in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The admissions officers of various colleges had stiff expressions, their pupils gradually dilating visibly. Even the special ability supervisors who had seen this scene before were filled with shock at this moment. Gao Xing stood up shakily, his eyes filled with excitement as if about to solidify into substance. Gong. Supervisor, is this person really a level 1? Among the 4 academies, only the Changu Academy advocates extreme physical skills and hand-to-hand combat. However, the limit of abilities in the extreme physical skills is too low compared to other disciplines, resulting in very few individuals with extraordinary abilities in this field. In previous years, even B-grade extreme physical skills abilities were almost extinct, let alone someone like Lee Fong, who most likely possesses an A-grade extreme physical skill. At this moment, Gao Xing felt that Lee Fong was his beacon of hope, illuminating his future. No matter what, he had to recruit this young man. Upon hearing Gao Xing's words, Gong Ran hesitated before saying, "It should be, after all, that's what the forbidden instrument test indicated." Ha ha ha. Gao Xing laughed heartily. This person is destined to be part of our Changu Academy. Let's give me some face. At this point, everyone else regained their senses and stood up excitedly. Compared to the uncertain A-level ability of Qi Mingyue, the ability level of this young man in front of them was undoubtedly a solid A. How much is your face worth? This kind of talent clearly suits our War Academy better. You've already recruited Qi Mingyue, can't you show some restraint? Alright, stop arguing. Sui interrupted the bickering and turned to Gongran, asking, "Where is that child now?" Upon hearing this, scorching gazes fell on Gongran, making him feel like he was being stared down by hungry wolves. Gongran, feeling intimidated, replied with a stiff tone, "He's gone." Gone? Sui furrowed his brow. "Yes, taken away by the heads of other academies except for yours," Gongran said nervously. Bang! Gao Xing clenched his fist and slammed it on the seat, his expression filled with anger. These shameless people. Gong Sistong, where did they go? I don't know either, but they should be within a radius of 100 miles. Gong Ran's voice grew quieter. Gao Xing's chest heaved up and down, his face turning from pale to red in an instant. Damn it, these bastards. With that, Gao Xing strode out towards the main door, followed by the others. Hishi Hotel top-floor presidential suite. On the soft leather sofa, Lee Fong sat, feeling as though his entire body was sinking into it. About a meter away from Lee Fong, there were people sitting or standing densely packed, but they all shared one thing in common: each person had a bright smile on their face. I don't quite understand, we were just discussing things, why did we have to travel from the city to the outskirts? Isn't this like a kidnapping? Li Feng's tone was hesitant. How could it be a kidnapping? Have you ever seen a kidnapping where they bring you to a presidential suite and serve you food and drinks? Someone immediately retorted. Indeed, it doesn't seem much like a kidnapping, Li Feng pondered with a furrowed brow. It feels more like a game of hide and seek. Are you afraid that other academies will recruit me, so you brought me here? The smiles on everyone's faces became somewhat forced upon hearing this. Is the head of the Chanwu Academy here? Li Feng asked, looking down. No one responded. Is the head of the Long Night Academy here? No response. Are any of the top 10 academies represented here? Still, no response. Li Feng's face darkened, and just as he was about to leave, a man grabbed his arm. Child, each academy has its own merits. Listen to what we have to say, it won't cost you anything. If you're satisfied, that's great, if not, we'll send you back. It won't hurt to listen and understand a bit, the man said. After pondering for a moment, Li Feng stood still. Since he was already here, it wouldn't hurt to listen. With that in mind, Li Feng sat back down and said, alright, go ahead and tell me. The group's faces lit up, and they eagerly began talking to Li Feng, pulling on his arm as they chatted. Think about it, those top-ranking academies have many geniuses. Are you not unique if you enter those academies? Will they not nurture you like a treasure? Yes, they don't treasure you, but we do. When you come, you are the treasure of the whole institute. All resources are yours, and everyone is at your service. Can those 4 major institutes offer you all of this? Except for the teaching staff, we may not be as strong, but in other aspects, we can provide you with better options. Whatever revival beast you want to eat, as long as the institute has it, it's all yours, unlimited. If you come to the Blue Pleasure Institute, you don't need to stay in student dormitories. You will live in a villa with your mentor. You can choose whoever you want to live with. They are all painting a rosy picture. Let me tell you the reality. 1 hour later in the future, when you and your wife have children, you won't have to worry about schooling. The school district around City First High School belongs to our institute. You. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound came from the door, and the previously noisy room instantly quieted down. Lee Fong, who was dozing off, looked towards the door. Are those people coming over? It can't be. Didn't I make the bus transparent? Yeah, even if they could find us, it wouldn't be this fast, right? The people murmured quietly, but no one made a move to open the door. I know you're all inside. Open the door and let me join the fun, a young voice came from outside the door. The people in the room looked at each other, and one of them gathered the courage to ask, Who are you? Li Shu from the Star Picking Institute, the young man outside the door said calmly. The four light words sounded like thunder in everyone's minds, leaving them all stunned in place. If you don't open the door, I might just barge in. The young man's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Upon hearing this, a young woman standing near the door turned to look at the others. Seeing no objections or responses, she opened the door handle. The door was pushed open, and a handsome young man walked in with a middle-aged man behind him. Lee Fong recognized this middle-aged man. Wasn't he Zhu Chang, the one who drove him to the Special Abilities Department? Uncle Zhu, why are you here? Lee Fong asked curiously. Zhu Chang smiled awkwardly at the others before turning to Lee Fong. I came with this kid. That's right, I brought Uncle Zhu here. The young man smiled brightly, walked slowly to Lee Fong, and extended his hand. Let me introduce myself, Li Shu from the Star Picking Institute. Ordinary resident, Lee Fong. Lee Fong shook hands with Li Shu. In the depths of Li Feng's eyes, a barely perceptible guard flashed. His sixth sense told him that the young man in front of him, with his smiling eyes, was strong and tricky. Oh, what a coincidence, we're actually related. Li Shu smiled kindly, then withdrew his hand and looked at the others in the room. Have you finished talking? If so, it's my turn. After a few seconds of silence in the air, a venerable old man stood up straight and said, We've talked enough, it's your turn. Thank you. Li Shu clasped his hands together in gratitude, then unceremoniously sat down next to Li Fong. Have you never heard of the Star Picking Institute? Li Shu's voice was low. Li Fong nodded in confusion. In theory, an institute that could make these people so fearful should be among the top in the Federation, but he had never heard of the Star Picking Institute, the Institute of the Chosen Ones. Li Shu seemed unsurprised and explained, the Star Picking Institute, strictly speaking, is not a traditional institute, so it is not included in the rankings of the Institutes of the Chosen Ones. Moreover, the institute is not located within the city, so very few people know about it. Not a traditional institute? Li Fong furrowed his brows in puzzlement. In my opinion, our institute is just an ordinary one. Non-traditional views are how the outside world sees our institute. Does anyone here want to share their thoughts on star picking? The old man hesitated before speaking slowly. Well, since you want me to tell this child, then I will tell you. In the following time, the old man unfolded the Star Picking Academy completely in front of Lee Fong. The Star Picking Academy, with a graduation rate of only 32%, has a low graduation rate not because the courses are difficult, but because most people do not live to the day of receiving their graduation certificate. The Academy firmly believes that only by hovering on the brink of death can one truly unleash all of their potential, so they encourage killing and competition. The tasks assigned by the Academy are directly linked to the Intong Bureau. All resources are obtained through competition, and the strongest ones become teachers and set the rules. This is the so-called Star Picking Academy, a school that stands above federal law. Inside the room, Li Fong asked the old man in confusion, how can the Federation allow a school to surpass the law? Before the old man could speak, Li Shu spoke first. The graduates from the Star Picking Academy are geniuses among geniuses, holding important positions in the Federation. The current head of the Intong Bureau is a graduate of the Star Picking Academy, and even the previous president of the Federation came from the Star Picking Academy. After hearing Li Shu's words, Li Fong suddenly realized. No wonder they could surpass the law, it's all their people up there. Although the environment at the Star Picking Academy is harsh, if you are strong, it is like paradise. It's up to you. If you want to go, find me downstairs in room 3012. With that, Li Shu left the room with Zhu Chang. Once the door closed, the previously quiet room instantly became lively. Child, you must not be swayed by what Li Shu said. The star-picking place is not for humans, it's full of war-crazed lunatics. Exactly, and the Star-Picking Academy forces students to take on tasks that even the Special Abilities Bureau can't handle, so they throw them to the Intong Bureau. You're just a rookie now, without much background, how will you deal with those revivers? One must live well first before considering getting stronger. Even if you don't join the star-picking, you can still go far in the future, have a good life. Don't let the president or the bureau chief cloud your judgment, they are all deceivers. Everyone advised earnestly. Li Fong shook his head, you're wrong. I must get stronger first to live well. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Fong stood up, politely nodded to everyone, then left the room. Lee Fong hesitated in front of the door with the number Li Shu mentioned, then knocked. The door clicked open, and Li Shu's head popped out, grinning. "I knew you would come in." Lee Fong entered, sitting on the sofa with Li Shu. "I want to get stronger, and the Star Picking Academy seems suitable for me. I want to join the Star Picking Academy." Li Shu smiled, pushing a cup of coffee towards Lee Fong. "Welcome, but the Star Picking is different from other academies. It's not just an invitation, you need to pass the academy's entrance assessment to join." "What kind of assessment?" Lee Fong raised an eyebrow. "I'm not sure at this stage, as the assessment is decided by the academy. I will text you later once I know." Li Shu shook his head, then stood up. "Any other questions?" "None." Lee Fong replied. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave. I have tasks to attend to here. By the way, you can stay here for the next few days." Saying that, Li Shu took out a black rune card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "You caused quite a stir at the Special Abilities Bureau, so I doubt your current residence is safe. Lay low here for a while. Your boss and your brother Zhu Chang are on their way to pick you up." "Thank you," Lee Fong said. "It's the least I can do." Li Shu waved casually and left the room. The empty room was now only occupied by Lee Fong. He lay on the sofa, his dark and bright eyes staring straight at the ceiling, plucking stars, with intention. His eldest uncle, his second uncle, both his uncles, tall. The familiar ringtone sounded again, and Lee Fong answered the phone, placing it to his ear. "Hello? You brat, what the hell did you do? Why are there so many reporters in the shop? Didn't my second brother tell you that I went to test my abilities?" "You kindly mentioned this matter. Your second brother is still lying in bed with his butt sticking up. Don't worry, everyone will have their share." Li Feng's face darkened, subconsciously reaching to touch his own butt. In the following time, Li Fong carefully explained the whole situation to Li Ji. Just as Li Ji was about to curse, he quickly hung up the phone. Li Fong let out a long breath. Facing the old man Li Ji, he truly felt a sense of powerlessness that he couldn't put into words. Relaxing times are always short-lived, and around noon, a knock on the door was heard. Li Fong, lying on the sofa, shuddered and reluctantly walked to the door to turn the doorknob. 3 familiar faces appeared before Li Fong. The gloomy-faced Li Ji, Li Qingxia, holding his butt, Xu Chang, with a simple and honest expression. "Xiao Li, congratulations, remember to come to the Public Security Bureau when you're successful. I've brought the people, so I'll leave first," Xu Chang said with a smile, but his smile no longer seemed as genuine as before, with a hint of distance. "Wait, Uncle Zhu." Li Fong hurriedly grabbed Xu Chang's arm. "It's almost noon, let's have a meal here and rest before you leave." He couldn't let Xu Chang leave. If he did, Li Ji would start cursing without restraint. "Ah, is that appropriate?" Xu Chang seemed a bit hesitant. Li Ji looked kindly at Xu Chang. "You brought us here, it's only right for us to treat you to a meal." "Yes, let's eat together. I checked online, dining in the guest rooms above the 30th floor of this hotel is free, let's not miss out." Li Fong signaled to Li Qingxia, and the two of them tacitly pulled Xu Chang into the room, with Li Ji following behind with a gloomy expression. To prevent the room's air pressure from dropping too low, Li Fong turned on the TV and played a comedy movie. As Li Fong expected, under Xu Chang's restraint, Li Ji did not cause a scene. These big hotels are really high class, ordering food is done through tablets, and the waiters deliver directly to the room. TSK. Li Qingxia exclaimed, holding the hotel's tablet in amazement. "Order more meat," Li Fong instructed. "Okay," Li Qingxia replied without looking up, tapping her fingers continuously on the screen. Soon, plates of delicious dishes with enticing aromas were brought into the room, filling the room with a tempting fragrance. After some polite exchanges between Li Ji and Xu Chang, the four of them began to eat. TSK, the taste is really good, it's different from the food in those shabby restaurants outside," Xu Chang praised with a smile. Li Ji nodded. "Yes, this fried rice, I don't know why, it feels better than mine." Beep! Before Li Ji could finish his sentence, the TV screen at the dining table suddenly flashed, and a dignified-looking female host appeared on the screen. "Hello everyone, I am Yang Hua, the spokesperson for the External Affairs Department of the Special Abilities Bureau. Recently, a highly dangerous resurrector has appeared in our city. For the safety of the general public, the Special Abilities Bureau has decided to disclose information about this resurrector. Please do not turn off your TV and watch attentively." As the female host's voice fell, the screen flashed, and a constantly shaking video began playing on the TV, revealing the footage of Li Feng's battle with the Special Abilities Bureau at the bridge last night. At the dining table, the movements of the four individuals paused simultaneously as they looked up. Li Ji and Li Qingxia subconsciously glanced at Li Fong, but this scene went unnoticed by Xu Chang, who was beside them. In the video, Li Fong manipulated water droplets, like a grim reaper walking in a rainy night, harvesting lives one by one. It's truly terrifying. Xu Cheng furrowed his brows, an entire task force wiped out so easily. Ahem. Li Ji coughed awkwardly a few times, solemnly agreeing, yes, it's terrifying. I never expected such formidable revivers in City 11. Xu Cheng nodded in deep agreement. Every time I think about this reviver still lurking among the people, it sends shivers down my spine. Whenever I go to unfamiliar places now, I can't shake off the feeling that this reviver is watching me nearby. At these words, Li Ji and Li Qingxia visibly trembled, causing the dining table to shake slightly. What's wrong with you two? Xu Cheng asked with concern. Li Qingxia forced a smile. Just hearing you talk like that makes me inexplicably scared. I feel like the room is getting eerie. Sitting next to Xu Cheng, Lee Fong gave him a strange look, wishing he could say, your intuition is spot on. What's there to be afraid of? It's just the four of us in this room. Can that reviver possibly transform into Qinqiu and sit next to me, joining us for dinner? Xu Cheng chuckled, patting Li Feng's shoulder. Put. This time even Li Fong couldn't hold back, spraying the drink he had just sipped. Oh, what happened? Xu Cheng patted Li Feng's back, handing him a tissue. It's nothing, just choked a bit when you patted me. Li Fong took the tissue to wipe his mouth. Sorry, I tend to be heavy-handed, don't mind me, Xu Cheng apologized sincerely. It's okay, Xu uncle, you carry on watching the news. You should pay attention to news concerning public safety. Li Fong waved his hand, genuinely afraid of revealing too much about himself. Let's eat, it'll get cold. Li Ji placed a piece of fat into Xu Cheng's bowl. Why are you serving me? It's embarrassing, Xu Cheng protested. It's fine, eat more, talk less. The video on TV wasn't long, just a few minutes, and it soon ended. The screen flashed, and the host reappeared. After killing the fourth task force, this reviver took hostages and retreated to the bridge. Since the bridge's surveillance was damaged at the time, we don't have footage from there. However, we have invited the operation commander at that time, Zhang Kong, to help us reconstruct the situation. Please. The host looked to his left, and the burly Zhang Kong walked to his side, facing the TV screen with a serious expression. Hello, I'm Zhang Kong, the commander of that operation. Let me recount the events of that time. Zhang Kong's face was grave, his eyes revealing unmasked fear and pain. We had deployed all forces, thinking we had this reviver completely surrounded, but we underestimated him. He had no intention to negotiate, directly killed the hostages. Enraged, I ordered the clearance, and helicopter missiles were launched. Faced with these terrifying missiles, the reviver casually caught one with his hand and crushed it, unharmed. He then used water to contain the other missiles, causing them to explode in midair. The explosion destroyed the Lujian Bridge. Just as I was about to command a second attack, I witnessed a scene that will haunt me for life. Zhang Kong fell silent, propping his forehead with his hand, half of his face hidden in the shadows. After half a minute, he spoke. The planes and hovering tanks made of water surrounded us, leaving us with no way out, like lambs to the slaughter. Just when I thought the entire army was doomed, the Resurrector smirked, slapped me a few times, and uttered words I will never forget. Killing you all is too boring. I want you to live in my shadow, make the special forces fear me, make the whole city fear me. And then, he vanished into thin air like scattered raindrops. As Zhang Kong reached the end of his tale, his voice trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't for the female host supporting him, he might have collapsed. Thank you, Commander Zhang Kong, for sharing with us what happened on the bridge. Please, help him down, the host said. Watching the TV, Li Feng's eyes widened, and even the pace of chewing his food slowed down. Did I really do that? Creating planes and tanks from water, crushing missiles barehanded, controlling all missiles with a single thought. If I have such power, why wait for a rainy day? I should charge into the special forces alone on a sunny day. Isn't this just nonsense? At that moment, Li Ji and Li Qinxia both turned their gaze towards Li Fong, their eyes filled with shock and doubt beneath their dark pupils. Was their little autumn really this powerful? Unbelievable! This resurrector is so powerful! Xu Cheng exclaimed, putting down his chopsticks, his eyebrows and eyes knitted in fear. I don't think it's that serious. It feels a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Li Fong pretended to speak calmly. Xu Cheng spoke firmly, the special forces wouldn't lie. This concerns the safety of the people. Indeed, the special forces wouldn't deceive anyone when it comes to matters of great importance, Li Fong agreed. On the TV screen, after Zhang Kong was helped down, the host Yang Hua calmly said, the special forces have reported this resurrector's information to the Security Bureau. The Disaster Rating Department of the Security Bureau has completed the disaster assessment for this resurrector. Let's take a look. Yang Hua stepped aside, and the electronic screen behind her lit up. Li Feng's face and information appeared on the screen. Code 096 Water Disaster, Disaster Level, High Risk, ability level, A, forbidden level, above 5 forbidden, region, city 11. Although this resurrector is exceptionally powerful, please do not panic. The Security Bureau has taken charge of this high-risk disaster. A team will soon arrive to eliminate it. If you notice any traces of the disaster in the city, please contact the special forces promptly. Goodbye. The TV screen flickered, the movie resumed playing, but the room was unusually quiet. Lee Fong pressed his lips together, appearing calm on the surface but tumultuous inside. This was too much. He was currently at the level of 3 forbidden, approaching 4 forbidden. How could he be rated above 5 forbidden? That wasn't the main issue. The most serious part was this high-risk disaster. The weight behind those 4 words was immense. It's not that he was afraid, but high-risk situations would be troublesome. Setting aside other matters, just the extreme water ability alone was a signature move of the disaster water, not to be used lightly, especially considering the Security Bureau's exceptional intelligence capabilities. It was said that some years ago, a high-risk disaster used its ability to roast a wild boar in a deserted area. The Security Bureau traced this clue for miles and eliminated the high-risk disaster in City 98. Of course, there might be some exaggeration, but it indirectly showcased the Security Bureau's strength. High risk. Xu Chang stood up. A high-risk disaster has emerged in City 11. The Security Bureau must be going crazy right now. I need to go back. Finish eating first. You've hardly taken a few bites. Li Jike politely said, I'm already full, thank you for the hospitality. Li Fong wiped his mouth and stood up, I'll see off Uncle Zhu. Li Fong escorted Zhu Cheng to the car before returning to the hotel room. As soon as he entered, he sensed the air was heavy, almost suffocatingly quiet. Li Ji remained in the same position as when Li Fong left, sitting quietly in the chair. Upon hearing a noise at the door, Li Ji stiffly turned his head. In an instant, Li Fong felt as if he was being stared at by some strange monster, sending shivers down his spine. Li Fong, are you a kangaroo or something, acting so? Just as Li Ji was about to scold, Li Fong placed a finger on his lips, gesturing for silence, then pointed at the wall. The walls have ears, that was Li Feng's message. Li Ji glared fiercely at Li Fong, then sat back down. Speaking freely in a strange environment was risky. If overheard, survival in human society would be compromised. Li Ji was no fool and understood the consequences. Food is the most important thing under the sky. Stop thinking about trivial matters, shout Shozi, come and eat with us. Li Qingxia ran up, holding Li Feng's hand, and sat down, continuing at the table. Let's stay here these days, eat and drink well. Boss, when was the last time you rested? Take this opportunity to relax. Li Ji gave Li Qingxia a look, eating, too much nonsense. In the following days, the public opinion grew louder, and Li Fong, a seemingly ordinary name, rose like a new star overnight, dominating all the headlines in the 11th city. He became the focus of public opinion, the subject of people's discussions. The fried rice shop has been closed for days. I was looking forward to meeting that destined one. How could it be open? Look at all the journalists lurking around. The hotel next door is full of college enrollment people. How can they operate in such a situation? One punch to explode the testing body. This is truly abnormal. I wish I could become such a destined one. Go back and drink more. Dreams have everything. Speaking of Li Feng's background, it's really pitiful. Abandoned by his parents since childhood, picking food from the garbage, growing up little by little, now adopted by the fried rice shop, finally having a home. It's a rags to riches story. After enduring so much suffering, he can finally live a good life. What these people didn't know was that the child they spoke of, picking food from the garbage, had long starved to death on a cold winter night, but his appearance remained, now bearing the name Li Fong. Amidst the storms outside, the hotel remained quiet. The three of them stayed indoors, focusing wholeheartedly on eating. Especially Li Fong, if he wasn't sleeping, he was eating meat. Not because he wanted to take advantage, but due to a phone call a few days ago. On the afternoon after seeing off Zhu Chang, Li Fong received a call from the public security officer Wu Shan. The DNA test results came back. No match was found in the DNA database, indicating that the person in the hotel room on the 4th floor that night was most likely a reviver or a destined one. After that, he learned from Li Qingxia that several high schools in the 11th city organized a bonfire party to relieve the pressure on the senior students. The party was set to take place at North Huangshan on April 16, as marked on the hotel calendar. This indicated that the mysterious person in the hotel was not targeting him, but the 4th senior high school. Who would secretly monitor the 4th senior high school and specifically mark April 16th on the calendar? There is only one possibility, that is, someone with a plan. As for whether this person is the destined protector of the students or a reviver who wants to slaughter the students, Li Fong doesn't care. He only cares about one thing, whether targeting thousands of students means that there will be a large number of lives beyond the ban on April 16 at Beiwangshan. Wanting to color the palace walls, he needs slaughter. Beiwangshan might be a stepping stone to enhance his strength. To prepare for this uncertain battle, replenishing life energy by eating meat and improving physical functions is all Lee Fong can do now. In the hotel room, Lee Fong sat by the French window with a cup of coffee, overlooking the humans below like ants. The 3 o'clock sunlight shone through the glass onto his face, adding a hint of false warmth to his indifferent eyes. Li Qingxiao walked over from the sofa and patted Li Feng's shoulder. "I've got the location of the bus stop. Let's go." Li Feng finished his coffee in one gulp, stood up, and said, "You send me the location, I'll go alone." "Alone?" Li Qingxiao raised an eyebrow. "Who told you it's just you?" "I've registered too." Li Feng turned around in surprise. "Are you going to Beiwangshan to work as a security guard too?" "Yes, from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. A total of 7 hours. I can earn 250 yuan, including meals, accommodation, and transportation. How could I miss such a daily part-time job?" Li Qingxia said matter-of-factly. "Don't go, stay at the hotel with the boss. Let me check the address," Li Feng said, reaching for Li Qingxia's phone. "What are you doing?" Li Qingxia stepped back. "Whether I go or not is not up to you. You're just a younger brother, how can you control me?" "You." Li Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit her, and said calmly, "There might be dangers on this trip to Beiwangshan. It's not safe for you to go." Li Qingxia narrowed her eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What dangers?" "I don't know, but there might be dangers." Li Feng shook his head, then added after a while, "It could be very dangerous." "Then why are you going?" "You can't go," Li Qingxia said firmly, taking advantage of Li Feng's lack of reaction to delete the address information from her phone directly. "I've deleted the address. You can't go for the part-time job. If you dare to go to Beiwangshan alone, I'll tell the boss." "Li Feng, you're in your 20s, why are you acting like a child?" "I'm definitely going today. Whether you tell me the address or not doesn't matter, it's just a matter of convenience," Li Qingxia said firmly. Since you know it's dangerous, why go?" Li Feng said matter-of-factly. "Why can't I go? It's not dangerous for me, it's beneficial instead." After hesitating for a while, Li Qingxia said with a forced smile, "Then I'll go too. I have to watch over you." "Second brother, don't you have any confidence in yourself? If there's danger, I won't be able to protect you in time. What will you do?" "I can see farther than you with my eyes. I don't need you to protect me. If there's danger, I'll run away early." After Li Qingxia's strong insistence, Li Feng finally agreed. After leaving a note for Li Ji, the two headed to the pickup point for the security vehicle. Along the wide road, 5 buses that had not yet started were parked here. Li Feng, wearing a mask, looked at this scene with a hint of doubt in his eyes and asked Li Qingxia beside him, "Are these 5 buses all for security guards?" "How would I know? We'll ask later," Li Qingxia muttered and led Li Feng to the door of one of the buses. "Name?" A young man squatting in front of the bus asked without looking up. "Li Dashan, and this is my younger brother, Li Dahai," Li Qingxia said with a smile, pointing at Li Feng. Due to Li Feng's fame, Li Qingxia used fake names when registering information, and Li Feng wore a mask for this reason. As for why he didn't change his appearance, it's not that Li Feng didn't want to, but he couldn't do it. The surveillance in City 11 covers almost everything, and Li Feng's figure would always be exposed to the cameras. Even if he changed his appearance, he couldn't truly disappear. If someone really wanted to investigate him, they would surely find some clues. There was a high possibility of exposing his ability to change his appearance, which could lead interested parties to connect him to inexplicable incidents. The reason Li Feng wasn't discovered at the Lujiang Bridge last time was because he had buried his clothes on the riverbank in advance and evaded all surveillance cameras by following the river to the bridge to commit the crime. That's why the special investigators couldn't find any clues afterwards. This time, without Lu Jiang, it was better to just cover up casually and openly. If encountering a reviver on Beiwang Mountain, reveal your true identity openly and eliminate them. If encountering a fated one, find an opportunity to kill them. Since there weren't many surveillance cameras on the mountain, as long as no traces were left, it would be fine. "Li Dashan, Li Dahai, I'm looking for you." The young man's finger tapped on the phone screen. "Found them, wait in the car, we'll leave in 10 minutes. "Okay, thank you." Li Qingxia replied and entered the car first. Li Feng glanced at the young man without leaving a trace, then followed Li Qingxia and sat in the empty seat at the back. The bus had around 40 seats, with only 2 or 3 empty ones left. Li Feng looked out the window, unconsciously furrowing his brows. Since boarding, his heart had been beating faster for some reason, making his nerves tense as if his body sensed a threat, reminding him to stay alert. However, there was nothing unusual inside the carriage. Some were sleeping, some were on their phones, and others were chatting. Everything seemed peaceful. Hee, I found a good part-time job, driving, picking up, and dropping off. Li Qingxia nudged Li Fong with her elbow. Li Fong crossed his arms and replied, my second brother is amazing, unstoppable in City 11. Suddenly, Li Feng's voice stopped abruptly, his pupils shrinking as he turned to look at the person sitting across from him. There, a young man with half-frame glasses and a refined appearance was sitting by the window, boredly watching short videos on his phone. Just now, Li Fong felt someone glance at him, a familiar feeling, cold yet with a hint of killing intent, similar to the gaze at the hotel last time. Sensing Li Feng's unease, Li Qingxia asked, what's wrong with you? I saw a familiar friend, I'll go say hi. Li Fong casually replied, got up from his seat and sat next to the young man. The young man glanced at Li Fong in surprise, then continued to look at his phone as if nothing had happened. Li Qingxia nudged Li Feng's arm from across the aisle, gesturing towards the refined young man with a puzzled expression. Li Fong shook his head, signaling Li Qingxia not to meddle. Tisk Li Qingxia rolled her eyes, turned away, and ignored Li Fong. Time passed slowly, and within 10 minutes, several more men boarded the bus, filling up the entire carriage. The young man announced, we're about to depart, everyone buckle up. He then sat in the driver's seat, warmed up the vehicle for a while, stepped on the gas, and drove towards Beihuang Mountain. After fastening his seatbelt, Li Fong glanced sideways at the young man next to him. Seeing no reaction from the young man, he propped his chin with his hand, tilted his head, and stared silently at him. A minute later, a look of disgust appeared on the young man's face as he softly said, I'm not gay. Li Fong grinned, I'm not gay either. Then why have you been staring at me? The young man pushed his glasses up and asked without turning his head. Because you've also peeked at me before. Li Feng's eyes curved slightly, remember the hotel incident? With these words, the young man paused while scrolling through his phone, but his expression remained unchanged. He put down his phone and looked at Li Fong in confusion. What hotel incident? Am I crazy to book a room with a guy? Li Fong remained composed and asked softly, tell me, what does April 16th in the hotel circle represent, and what were you planning to do in Beiwangshan? Are you out of your mind? What circle on April 16th, and why would I go to Beiwangshan for what? What part-time job am I doing? The young man retorted bluntly. Do you think I can't kill you, Resurrector? Li Feng's expression turned cold, and he grabbed the young man's hand, cutting it with his fingertip. The young man's pupils trembled, trying to pull his hand back, but Li Feng's grip was unyielding like a crab's claw. 2 seconds later, the skin around the bloodstain wriggled slightly and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal, with only the fresh blood proving it wasn't an illusion. Your power is just a second forbidden. What right do you have to lie in front of me? Answer my questions directly, understand? Li Fong smiled brightly. The young man smirked. Are you from the Special Ability Division or the Security Division? Have you not figured out your own situation? Li Fong inquired. Have you figured it out then? A hint of disdain flashed in the young man's eyes. As soon as the words fell, dozens of gazes converged on Li Fong, and his heartbeat accelerated at that moment. The young man chuckled satisfactorily upon hearing Li Feng's heartbeat. Your heart is racing, I can hear it. It seems you know nothing and are just a brute who happened to come here. Take your money, we'll do our thing, and let's coexist peacefully. Don't stir up trouble, even if you're a top-tier third forbidden, you'll still die. With a mocking smile, the young man withdrew his hand and casually resumed watching short videos. Unbeknownst to the young man, a racing heartbeat could signify fear or excitement. In Li Feng's dark eyes, a subtle excitement emerged, revealing a hint of barely perceptible madness. Years of suppression and surging hatred had subtly transformed Li Feng's inner self, and madness was the underlying color of his soul. The bus finally arrived at the mountaintop after half an hour of travel. Upon the driver's urging, everyone began to disembark. It was an open-air parking lot next to a 6-story hotel, where over 200 people were led by a middle-aged man to an open space after getting off the bus. Li Fong stood with Li Qingxia at the back of the crowd, continuously observing the others, his gaze akin to scrutinizing stacks of federal currency. Xiaoqiu, what happened on the bus just now? Why were so many people suddenly staring at you? Li Qingxia asked softly, lowering her head. There were over 40 resurrectors on the bus, and most of them are in cahoots. I offended one of them, so the others are all watching me now, Li Fong explained casually. Oh, they're resurrectors. No wonder. Wait, what? Li Qingxia turned her head in astonishment. Li Fong nodded calmly, don't be nervous, they are not that powerful. If they were, I would have goosebumps. There's a reviver who can sense my strength, but he remains calm, which is intriguing. You. Li Qingxia swallowed nervously, pulling Li Fong back a few steps, whispering, so, are they going to attack us later? Maybe, but not now. They must have some task to carry out, and it's not convenient to expose ourselves yet, Li Fong speculated. Well, Should we contact the special abilities quickly? North Huangshan is right next to the uninhabited area, and on top of that, do you think your phone will have a signal being on the mountaintop? We can only use a satellite phone, but I doubt that would work either. If I can think of it, they surely can too, so let's wait and see. At the front of the crowd, a person with a megaphone announced, "Come to me to get your hotel room key and security uniform. After that, return to the hotel to rest. Someone will come to get you when it's time." Next, everyone orderly received their room keys and uniforms. Most people's rooms were on the first to third floors, with only a few assigned to the sixth floor. Lee Fong and Lee Qingxia were assigned to room 628 on the sixth floor, a double room located at the farthest end of the corridor. After dealing with a series of chaotic matters, people gradually left the parking lot. Lee Fong and Lee Qingxia didn't linger outside and went to their assigned room early. The room was arranged conventionally with a double bed and a bathroom. Lee Fong lay on the bed, quietly staring at the ceiling as if contemplating something. "Damn, the phone signal is really not working," Lee Qingxia said, looking at the signal bars on the phone. "They are not fools, how could they give you a chance to inform others?" Lee Fong rolled his eyes at Lee Qingxia. "Why didn't you tell me there were so many revivers here earlier?" Lee Qingxia buried the phone under the blanket and turned to Lee Fong. Sitting up, Lee Fong chuckled. "Didn't I mention it? You insisted on coming." Lee Qingxia stuttered, unable to speak, and finally sighed, "Forget it, Xiaoqiu, let's run before they make a move." "Maybe we can still make it." "Run? Go to the window and check around the hotel to see if anyone is there." Lee Fong pointed to the window. Lee Qingxia hesitantly walked over, looked around, and after a few seconds, his expression changed from doubt to surprise. As Lee Fong had said, there were several idle young people squatting every 100 meters along the hotel wall, smoking. There are probably over 200 revivers on 5 buses, and besides them, there are others. "I'm not sure how many, but if we want to go out, a fight is inevitable," Lee Fong said calmly. Hearing this, Lee Qingxia turned pale, stiffly took a few steps back, and sat on the bed. Ignoring Lee Qingxia, Lee Fong continued, "Bro, why do you think they are gathering so many revivers? Everything ultimately boils down to profit or hatred. Who are they? If it's about profit, what kind of profit can drive so many revivers? It shouldn't be as simple as killing or revenge on society." The more Lee Fong thought, the wider his smile, while Lee Qingxia's face grew paler. Meanwhile, in a room on the first floor of the hotel, a dark-skinned, burly man lay shirtless on a soft bed. 2 scantily clad women knelt on either side of his knees, timidly massaging his thighs. "Help me relax well, maybe if my mood improves, you two might survive," the man said, reaching out to massage one of the women's thighs freely. Thud, thud, thud. A knock on the door was heard. "Come in," a big man shouted from the doorway. The door opened slowly, and a refined-looking young man walked in, the same person who had been sitting next to Lee Fong earlier. "Wan Qing, what's the matter?" the big man asked in a deep voice. Wan Qing didn't speak but looked at the 2 women kneeling on the bed. Impatiently, the big man sat up, grabbed a dagger from the bedside table, and swiftly slashed at the necks of the 2 women. Splurt! Bright red blood sprayed out, staining the pure white cotton sheets with crimson dots. The big man wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief, casually kicked the bodies of the 2 women to the floor like mud. "Brother Su, everything is settled," Wan Qing respectfully said. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Good, proceed according to the plan. Also, make sure the brothers are prepared, we might have a tough battle with the New World tonight." "A tough battle?" Wan Qing furrowed his brows. "Aren't we in a cooperative relationship with the New World this time? It's just a cooperation to open that sealed box. Whoever gets what's inside the box will depend on strength. Otherwise, why gather so many ghost soldiers and even have Lord Ma Mian personally involved?" Su Yuan explained calmly. "I see," Wan Qing nodded. "By the way, Brother Su, do you remember what I told you last time, a few days ago, about my ability sensing a top-tier triple forbidden life form? What's wrong, any issues?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wan Qing said solemnly, "I don't know if it's a coincidence or intentional, but that person boarded the bus and even found out that I'm a reviver." "What?" Su Yuan's eyes turned sharp. "Is it someone from Antonsi? Do they know about us?" Wan Qing squinted and shook his head. "That person knows nothing about us, acts recklessly, and Tonsi wouldn't do something so reckless. Besides, he's timid. After our people glared at him, he didn't say a word." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Where is that person now?" "I've arranged him in room 628 at the hotel," Wan Qing pointed upwards. "As long as it's not in Tonsi, everything should be fine. Later, take some brothers to the first and second floors to meet with Lord Ma Mian. After we deal with the people in the hotel, we'll come to join you," Su Yuan instructed. At this moment, Lee Fong was completely unaware of the impending danger, enjoying instant noodles with Li Qingxia. An hour passed quickly, and it was already 5:30. Xiao Chou, some security guards have left, let's go quickly. Li Qingxia, standing by the window, pointed to the hotel's entrance. They said they would notify us when it's time. We haven't received any notification yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Fong, lying on the bed, casually replied. Anxiously, Li Qingxia ran to Li Feng's side. I mean, we should blend in with the crowd, then sneak out halfway. Who wants to be in this mess? With that, Li Qingxia forcefully pulled Li Feng's arm, trying to get him off the bed. But Li Fong was as immovable as a rock. Why do you always treat others like fools? Are they villains? Meeting you, the protagonist, makes them lose their wits. But we can't just sit and wait to die. Li Qingxia said helplessly. Who said waiting means waiting to die? Li Fong got off the bed and walked to the window, looking down with lowered eyes. It seems these people are not planning to play with me anymore. Ah! Just then, a terrified scream echoed from downstairs. The appearance of the shouting was like lighting a firecracker with a match. The chaotic and dense footsteps made the ground of the entire building tremble. The piercing screams and sounds of fighting echoed through the 6th-floor corridor. Li Qingxia's face instantly turned pale, her body stiffened like a taut string, rigid and straight. Xiao. Xiaozi, can you handle this? Li Qingxia asked anxiously. Li Fong turned around at the words, whispering, I can handle it. But as he said the word handle, his voice suddenly paused. Li Fong looked down at his exposed arm, the fair skin now covered in goosebumps, a warning sign from his body. Meanwhile, on the 6th-floor corridor, people who heard the commotion began to cautiously open their doors and peek their heads out. What's happening on this floor? I don't know. Are there bandits these days? Could it be that a reviver has entered the hotel? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent instantly, everyone's faces turning pale. At that moment, a young man timidly said, I'll go check at the staircase. With that, the man carefully pushed open the door, clinging to the wall as he walked nervously to the staircase. Be careful, a girl from the room warned timidly, poking her head out. The man turned back and gave the girl a faint smile. Don't worry. Splat. Bang. The sound of flesh tearing and impact rang out without distinction. White dust floated from the corridor walls, the light flickering intermittently like in a horror movie. Beside the electric light, the young man's face, reflecting in the light, flickered at the same frequency, his 6-foot-tall figure swaying in the air like a feather. Under the light, not only did everyone see the young man's face, but also a tongue that pierced through his head, extending to the staircase. He, coming up early has its benefits, a sinister voice came from around the corner of the staircase. Accompanied by a moist sound, as if the soles of shoes were wet, a beautiful young woman emerged from there. Her mouth was open, green saliva dripping from the corner, her long tongue wriggling in the air like a worm. Honey! The woman from the room shouted at the top of her lungs. The woman at the staircase looked over, a hint of cunning in her narrow, beautiful eyes. Whoosh! The next moment, the woman's tongue shot out like a python, piercing a small hole through the door in front of her, directly piercing the woman's heart with a splat sound. Since you love each other so much, how could you let him die alone? The woman said mockingly. It's a reviver, a reviver. At that moment, people finally snapped out of their daze, the sound of doors closing echoing like firecrackers. The woman's lips curved into a seductive smile, swaying her hips as she approached the door of room 601. Have you hidden well? I'm going to kill you. Hearing the sounds from outside, the middle-aged woman in the room hid her 6-year-old daughter under the bed. Xiaoye, be obedient, don't make a sound. If you stay quiet, Daddy will take you to the amusement park every day in the future. The woman pressed her face against the cold floor, tightly holding the little girl's hand. Though she smiled, tears fell uncontrollably onto the floor. Mom, I am scared. The girl stuttered, her eyes as red as shattered glass, crystal clear. Don't make a sound, no matter how scared you are. With that, the woman released the girl's hand, ran to the bathroom, and closed the door. A few seconds later, bang! A woman kicked open the door and walked in. As she reached the bathroom door, it suddenly swung open, and the middle-aged woman from before grabbed a mop and swung it towards the woman's head. Thud! Ridiculous! The woman pulled her finger out of the woman's head with disdain. The girl under the bed couldn't see the full view of the two, she only saw her mother's feet suddenly appear, and then fall. Mom! The girl couldn't help but shout. Just as she was about to cover her mouth, she heard wet footsteps approaching. When the girl turned her head, she came face to face with the woman's half-turned face. Oh, there's a pretty little girl here too. As the woman reached out towards the girl, a heavy footstep from outside the room interrupted her. At the door 601, Lee Fong walked into the room with his hands in his pockets, kicked aside the body blocking his way, and stood in front of the crouching woman, looking down at her. You, Lee Fong? The woman looked surprised. Lee Fong asked in surprise, am I that famous? Even the revived have heard of me. Swish! Before Lee Fong could finish speaking, the woman's tongue shot out like a bullet. Just as the tongue was less than 10 centimeters away from Lee Fong, he tilted his head, narrowly avoiding it. Then, Lee Fong grabbed the woman's tongue, swung it forcefully, and threw her out of the room with a loud bang against the wall, the terrifying force making the wall behind her look like a spiderweb. This revived person was not the one that gave him goosebumps, only possessing the strength of a beginner in the second forbidden zone. Huff, huff, the woman gasped, her eyes filled with horror. How could the focal figure of City 11 suddenly appear here? Before she could think about this, as she was about to get up and run towards the stairs, a gust of wind passed by. Before the woman could react, a large hand pressed her head straight into the wall with a loud bang. After holding the woman's head, Lee Fong clenched his fist and smashed it upwards towards the woman's chin bone. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed in the room, the woman's chin instantly turning into a mess, her teeth biting off her own tongue due to the external force. The intense pain made her limbs convulse uncontrollably, and she kept whimpering in pain. Although the revived could regenerate, it didn't mean they were immune to pain. I ask you, what is your purpose in coming to Bei Wangshan? Why are you here? How many of you came, and what is the strength of the strongest among you? Lee Fong asked coldly. After a few seconds, the woman's injuries healed. She stared at Lee Fong with a fierce look, threatening. Do you know who I am with? Let me go, Noisy. Lee Fong pressed his palm forcefully, bursting the woman's head with a bang, turning it into a faint mist of blood. After killing the woman, Lee Fong wiped his bloodied hands on her clothes, and upon hearing the chaotic footsteps from the stairs, he walked over. In the narrow stairwell, the revived rushed towards the 6th floor like a swarm of bees. Covered in blood, chewing on unswallowed raw meat, each of them had greed and bloodlust in their eyes. Just one more floor, if I eat a few more, I can break through the second forbidden zone. Hey, don't push, what's the rush? No rush, how else will we get to eat the pretty ones? The young man at the front bared his teeth, fresh blood slowly oozing from between his teeth. Just as he was about to reach the stairway exit, a young man emerged from the corner, who was none other than Lee Fong. Ha ha! The young revived person showed a wild smile and leaned towards Lee Feng's neck to bite. Too slow. Lee Fong raised his arm and struck the head of the reviver as if swatting a fly. Bang! In the next moment, the opponent's head shattered like a watermelon, sticky, unidentifiable liquid splattered all over the white wall. The sudden turn of events startled the reviver behind him. He looked terrified, clutching the railing of the staircase, trying to retreat, but the others behind him didn't give him a chance, pushing him forcibly in front of Lee Fong. I'm a good. Bang! The head exploded again. Lee Fong shook off the blood on his hand and walked downstairs step by step. The reviver blocking his way followed the fate of the previous ones as soon as he realized something was wrong. After killing 7 or 8 revivers in a row, the other revivers finally realized something was amiss and started shouting backward. Back off, everyone back off. There's someone suspected of being a 3 forbidden. Damn it, retreat, if you don't want to die, don't push forward. With these shouts, the frenzied revivers finally regained their senses and retreated to the corridor on the 5th floor, looking fearfully towards the direction of the staircase. Tap, tap, tap. Lee Fong appeared slowly in front of everyone, stepping on the blood water. Isn't that Lee Fong, the A-level destiny holder with extraordinary abilities? How did he end up here? Lee Fong ignored the crowd's questions, his gaze sharp as he looked past them towards the end of the corridor. In the room at the end of the corridor, Su Yuan happened to walk out, his mouth still stained with unclean blood. As if sensing something, Su Yuan turned his head at that moment, locking eyes with Lee Fong. Their gazes collided out of nowhere. Interesting. Su Yuan's eyes churned with killing intent as he pushed aside the reviver in front of him and walked towards Lee Fong. Lee Fong, in the distance, smiled faintly. His calm eyes showed a hint of fluctuation, as if a flame was flickering beneath the water's surface. He was curious and excited about a reviver who posed a threat to him, even though this was not the final battlefield he had chosen. Trying wouldn't hurt. With that in mind, Lee Fong moved, shooting out like an arrow towards the reviver in the corridor. Don't be afraid, let's. Bang! Lee Feng's kick directly exploded the opponent's head. The other revivers were momentarily stunned but quickly swarmed towards Lee Fong. However, most of them were 1 forbidden, with only a few being 2 forbidden. The gap between them and Lee Fong was too vast. Lee Fong moved among them like a wolf among sheep, effortlessly harvesting their lives, as if in a realm of his own. However, the easy slaughter did not bring any joy to Lee Fong. Instead, his confusion grew thicker. When he visited the palace in his dream last night, the coloring of the second mural was nearly 70% complete. With so many revivers killed now, the third ability should have awakened, so why couldn't he feel anything? Before Lee Fong could ponder further, a chill rose on his back. In a critical moment, Lee Fong concentrated all his strength on his calf, retreating sideways. Bang! The hard cement floor was smashed through, terrifying ripples sent all the surrounding revivers flying, and the fine, dense gravel shot out like bullets in all directions, splattering blood. In the hazy dust, Su Yuan retracted his fist and looked at Lee Fong like a wild wolf. Not bad, a 3 forbidden managed to dodge my punch. You're not bad either, making me step back, Lee Fong said with a smile, but his eyes were full of vigilance. His strength was close to 4 forbidden, while the man in front of him was a solid 4 forbidden, and not a weak one among them. Humph! Su Yuan chuckled darkly under his breath, then suddenly tore through the air with a flash of his body, his fist fiercely smashing towards Lee Fong, a terrifying force creating a piercing sonic boom in the air. Faced with such an attack, Lee Fong spun on his toes, turning his back towards the end of the corridor, arms casually shielding in front of him. At the moment of impact, Lee Fong kicked backward, deflecting the force and using it to propel himself backward. Not good! Su Yuan instantly realized something was wrong, but before he could reach out to grab, it was already too late. Jump! Seeing himself about to crash through the glass window of the corridor, Lee Fong shouted loudly upstairs. Crack! Shattered glass shards sprayed outward, shimmering like bubbles bursting under the setting sun, displaying exquisite colors. At the same time, Li Qingxia, who had crouched on the 6th floor in advance, gritted her teeth and jumped down, landing perfectly on Li Feng's back. The two figures fell like a graceful curve, landing squarely on the roof of a small car. You scared me to death. Li Qingxia touched her pounding heart in terror. It's not over yet, hold on to me. Li Fong calmly looked ahead. There stood a man and a woman, both gazing at Lee Fong with cold eyes. Top 3 elites as well? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Li Feng's mouth. He roughly estimated the strength of the two based on his 6th sense, not much different from his own, evenly matched. At this moment, Su Yuan on the 5th floor walked to the window, gazing coldly at Lee Fong. Lee Fong, what are you doing here? He. Lee Fong chuckled lightly. I bring greetings from Entongsi. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Fong concentrated all the power in his body on his legs using absolute control, leaping out like a cheetah, directly bypassing the man and woman, and rushing towards the undeveloped mountain forest. Su Yuan, standing at the window on the 5th floor, paled visibly upon hearing this, pointing in the direction Lee Fong left and shouting loudly, go after him. Su Yuan had no choice. What the other party said might be a lie, but it could also be true, and he couldn't afford to gamble. The setting sun scattered through the cracks of the leaves, chaotic on the ground. Lee Fong, carrying Li Qingxia, maneuvered through the trees and mountains, sometimes turning left, sometimes right, sometimes jumping, sometimes sneaking, like an unpredictable ghost, making the pursuing resuscitators behind him suffer. This kid must be a monkey, why can't we see him again? Even if he can run, where can he run to? The way down the mountain is not here. Su Yuan looked in the direction Lee Fong had left and instructed the two beside him, you two lead the team, encircle towards Lee Fong in a C shape. Remember, our goal is not to kill this kid, just don't let him go down the mountain, delay until Lord Mamian activates the barrier, then we leave. Understood. The man and woman glanced at each other, then ran in opposite directions. In the forest, Li Feng's heavy breathing sounded like thunder, sweat beads dripping from his forehead. Xiaoqiu, why are you running this way? Li Qingxia said, looking puzzled. Li Feng's gaze was deep, and he calmly said, there's no surveillance here. Even if I expose my means as a resuscitator, it doesn't matter. Second brother, use your nose to sniff out where the air is more humid, show me the way. You're not thinking of fighting them, are you? Li Qingxia's tone was horrified, how could you possibly win? You don't even know their abilities, how will you fight? At his words, Li Feng's lips curled up, a hint of crimson light flashing in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold, it's only interesting to survive in adversity. If everything is pursued cautiously, my future would be so dull. At this moment, there was not a trace of fear in Li Feng's eyes, the suppressed madness completely exposed. Many times he was rational, but rationality also meant suppression. Since some things could no longer be solved with reason, why not act like a madman? After hearing Li Feng's words, Li Qingxia hesitated for a moment and said, 10 o'clock direction. Li Fong nodded, abruptly stopped, and told Li Qingxia, you run towards 2 o'clock direction. Why? Li Qingxia scratched her head. It's inconvenient for both of us to be together. If you run in that direction, I will divert attention for you, plus your own abilities, surviving shouldn't be a problem, good luck. Li Fong waved his hand and ran off in another direction, leaving Li Qingxia standing there dumbfounded. After leaving Li Qingxia, Li Fong resumed his normal speed, knocking down some big trees along the way, creating a huge commotion in the forest, attracting everyone's attention like a beacon. After running for more than 10 minutes, the sky began to show signs of weariness, the deep blue of the sea replaced the remnants of the setting sun, and Lee Fong finally found the small stream he had been longing for. The stream was not wide, not even 2 meters across, and the water was less than a meter deep, but for Lee Fong, it was enough. The ability of hydrokinesis was essentially playing with water at will, but it required the presence of water. Although Lee Fong could transform into water himself, it was a bit taxing. Simply put, using it too much would make him dizzy. Lee Fong threw his phone into the nearby bushes, then jumped directly into the stream. The moment he entered the water, Lee Fong disappeared into the stream, with only his clothes sticking crookedly to the riverbed. A few minutes later, Su Yuan arrived hastily at the edge of the stream with dozens of people. "Brother Su, there are clothes in the water," someone shouted loudly, pointing at the stream. Su Yuan's gaze was sharp, and with a swift movement, his 5 fingers reached into the water like eagle claws and pulled out a underwear. Su Yuan stared blankly at the damp underwear in his hand, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes before he tossed it back into the water. The people beside him also jumped into the water, retrieving various pieces of clothing, jackets, pants, socks, shoes. These are Lee Feng's clothes. What is he up to? Even if he wanted to escape along the stream, there was no need to take off his underwear, right? Su Yuan looked puzzled, glancing at the stream and then at the dark mountain road ahead, momentarily indecisive. "Brother, let's continue chasing forward. After all, our people have surrounded the rear, they can't sneak away quietly. If anything happens, we have walkie-talkies and signal flares, and the people we encounter can seek help in time." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. "You're right, but we need to leave a few people here. I have a feeling that Lee Fong might come back to put on his underwear." Lee Fong, who had transformed into a water current hiding in the water, was speechless at Su Yuan's logic. But what Su Yuan said wasn't wrong. He would indeed need to put on his underwear later. After arranging the personnel deployment, Su Yuan quickly left the area, running deeper, leaving only 3 people behind to monitor the clothes floating on the riverbed. Why monitor the clothes when everyone has left? Who would come back to put on clothes? A young man walked to the edge of the stream, bored, and started throwing stones into the river. "Forget it. Let's just swish." Just then, 3 water droplets shot out from the surface of the water. Before the 3 could react, the water droplets pierced their foreheads with a plop. And thus, the end. After the 3 men died, a stream of water shot out from the water's surface, transforming into the likeness of Lee Fong in the blink of an eye, with the clothes floating on the riverbed. Lee Fong looked at his soaked clothes, gave them a gentle shake, and droplets of water floated off him, falling around him, restoring his appearance to the previous fresh state. After doing all this, Lee Fong walked up to a corpse, peeled off the security guard's uniform and put it on himself, then changed his appearance to look like the guard. "Should be quite similar now." Lee Fong patted his face, manipulated the stream with his mind to roll the bodies of the 3 people into the water, and crushed them into a mist of blood. In the dark mountain forest, yellow beams of light swayed between the shadows of the trees. Over 50 revivers carefully searched for Lee Feng's traces, led by the man from downstairs earlier, named Zhang Tong, a top-tier reviver of the 3rd Prohibition. "Help! Help!" A terrified cry suddenly echoed in the silent mountain forest, rapidly approaching Zhang Tong. "Be on guard!" Zhang Tong raised his arm, and the revivers behind him immediately stopped, nervously looking in the direction of the sound. Soon, a frantic figure rushed out of the forest, and everyone pointed their flashlights in his direction, revealing his condition. His clothes were tattered, covered in gaping wounds, and drenched in fresh blood, resembling a terrifying zombie from a movie. "Isn't that Xue Daong? Wasn't Xue Daong following Sugu? How did he end up like this? Could something have happened to Sugu? Impossible, Sugu is a 4th Prohibition." The crowd discussed anxiously, their already timid hearts becoming even more uneasy. Xue Daong's footsteps drew closer, closing the distance with the group. When he was only a few dozen meters away, whether tripped or exhausted, he suddenly lunged forward, his face hitting a rock. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking and the squelchy sound of flesh and blood filled the air. When Xue Daong shakily propped himself up with his hands, his face was already a bloody mess. Within seconds, these injuries slowly healed in front of everyone, leaving only bloodstains on his face. "Help! Help!" Xue Daong reached out to Zhang Tong at the front. Seeing this, Zhang Tong swiftly came to Xue Daong, pulling him up. "Weren't you following Sugu? How did you end up like this, and where is Sugu?" After calming down, Xue Daong recounted what had happened, but only the first half was true, the rest was entirely fabricated by Lee Fong. Yes, the current Xue Daong was disguised by Lee Fong. While the 3 of us were guarding the underwear as ordered by Sugu, the person who was with Lee Fong suddenly jumped down from a tree and attacked me without a word. He was a second prohibition fate holder, and even the three of us together were no match. Later, I was the only one who managed to escape. At this point, Lee Fong lowered his head in shame, as being a deserter was not a glorious thing. Hearing this, Zhang Tong angrily kicked Lee Fong to the ground. Idiot! Didn't you have a walkie-talkie and signal flares? Lee Fong pointed to his clothes in distress. When I tried to use them after breaking away from the fight, they were all broken. I had no choice but to run back for help. Lead the way, everyone follow. Zhang Tong shouted loudly. Seeing Lee Fong still sitting motionless, he scolded, What are you standing there for? Lead the way. Startled, Lee Fong trembled all over, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Oh, okay, I'll lead the way now. With that, Lee Fong staggered to his feet and led the group on their way. The creek was not far from there, but if Lee Fong didn't intervene, it would take the group more than 3 times longer to search for it. This was something Lee Fong could not allow. He needed to defeat these people one by one before Su Yuan noticed anything unusual, awaken his third ability, and only then would he have a chance in battle. Under Li Feng's leadership, the group quickly arrived by the stream. Even after nearly 20 minutes had passed, the air still carried a faint smell of blood. Su Tong walked to the stream and looked around, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wasn't there a fierce fight here? Why is there no trace of battle? Lee Fong was about to say something when a water droplet suddenly condensed in midair and pierced through his forehead with a whoosh. With a loud thud, Lee Fong fell to the ground, eyes wide open. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, even Zhang Tong beside him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Tong kicked Lee Fong with his foot, but Lee Fong showed no reaction. At that moment, a reviver crouched down, pushed aside the hair on Li Feng's forehead, and finally discovered a small hole in his brow. The reviver who witnessed this scene shrank his pupils and stuttered, He seems to be dead? Dead? Zhang Tong crouched down, and when he saw the small hole on Li Feng's forehead, his pupils shrank to the size of a pin. How did he manage to kill someone right in front of them without anyone noticing? The next moment, Zhang Tong nervously shouted, Be on guard, defensive formation. Over 50 revivers immediately split into 10 teams, each team about 15 meters apart, a distance that could accommodate each team while avoiding total annihilation. However, for Lee Fong, this was of no use. He didn't need to engage in close combat. He could just lie on the ground, condense the moisture in the air into water droplets, aim, and shoot, getting things done while lying down. The air on the field became increasingly oppressive, and even the rustling of leaves in the wind made everyone's nerves tense. Silence at this moment was like the silence of the Grim Reaper. The longer it dragged on, the more anxious everyone became, not knowing when someone would die again, each second excruciating. 1 minute later, someone couldn't bear it anymore and whispered to Zhang Tong, Zhang, should we leave first? It seems like there's no one here anyway. Zhang Tong frowned, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, yes, let's leave here first and continue the search as planned. As soon as these words were spoken, the tension that everyone was holding on to subconsciously eased, but it was at that moment that Lee Fong made his move. Swish! A barely audible sound of breaking wind, gently carrying away a few drops of crimson. Before the smiles of a few revivers could fade, they could never make another expression, falling on the damp soil. Dead, someone else is dead. Before that person could finish speaking, a dense barrage of water droplets shot towards the crowd, the sound of flesh breaking continuously echoing on the field, and the bright red blood fluttering like ribbons in the night wind. Some tried to block the water droplets with their arms, but it was futile. The water droplets penetrated everything. Only Zhang Tong, with his third forbidden ability, could resist effortlessly. This attack method. It's that high-risk disaster water 096. Zhang, save me, Zhang, save me. Why is disaster water here? Isn't he also a reviver? It's over, we can't resist a high-risk disaster. For a moment, cries of despair continued on the field, the emotions of despair and fear spreading among the crowd like a plague. Watching those around him fall one by one, Zhang Tong's eyes were filled with rage. Just as he was about to trigger the signal flare in his arms, a half-meter-wide column of water surged from the surface like a giant dragon towards Zhang Tong. In the rush, Zhang Tong had no time to dodge, and with a bang, the water column sent him flying, breaking the signal flare and walkie-talkie on him in the process. Damn it! Zhang Tong shouted in frustration, getting up to try to snatch other people's signal flares. However, he soon found out that the signal flares and walkie-talkies on the others had been destroyed by water droplets. A deep sense of powerlessness surged through him. At this moment, Zhang Tong had only one question in his mind. Why would a high-risk disaster be here, ambushing oneself here? Is this reasonable? As time passed by, more and more revivers fell. During this time, Zhang Tong tried several times to break through the encirclement and escape, but every time he was about to succeed, several water columns would shoot up, pushing him back and leaving Zhang Tong in utter despair. Lee Fong, lying on the ground, frowned, showing no joy for the successful ambush. Why hasn't the third ability appeared yet? Lee Fong asked himself in his mind. After pondering fruitlessly, Lee Fong diverted a part of his mind to sleep, his consciousness entering the palace. The palace remained grand and bright, the 12 walls vividly carved. Lee Fong walked up to a wall where a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was engraved. Although the man in the carving had a human face, some parts of him resembled beasts rather than humans. 2 snake-like creatures hung from his broad earlobes, fierce flame patterns crawled on his bare upper body, and he stood on 2 mighty dragons, his eyes gazing down as if scrutinizing something. Despite seeing this carving not for the first time, every time Lee Fong came here and saw this man, he felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart, akin to an ordinary person meeting the president, a mix of awe and respect. Lee Fong placed his hand on the carving, his brow furrowed in confusion. Strange, even though all the colors are filled in, why can't I sense the third ability? Last time, didn't I awaken the extreme water ability as soon as all colors were filled in? Is there some change this time? The process of awakening the extreme water ability was simple before, with the ability awakening the moment all colors were filled in, without any fancy tests. Lee Fong closed his eyes, searching for his oversight in the river of memories, trying to find the unnoticed details during the awakening of the extreme water ability. Meanwhile, most of the revivers outside had already perished, leaving Zhang Tong standing alone in the same spot. He looked left and right frantically, resembling a madman who had lost his mind. Disaster water, come out, show yourself, hiding in the shadows to kill, do you live up to your high-risk title? Zhang Tong shouted loudly. Are you so scared after just 50 revivers died? A mocking voice came from behind Zhang Tong. Who? Zhang Tong turned around in shock, and suddenly, as if seeing something terrifying, he froze in place. By the stream, Xue Daong, or rather Lee Fong who had died in Zhang Tong's eyes, slowly stood up. Xue Daong, you were supposed to be dead, right? Zhang Tong stepped back in astonishment. Cut me to the point where I can't regenerate, and I will naturally die. Lee Fong raised his arm and gestured towards Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong swallowed nervously, uncertain. What are you, and where is the disaster water? Lee Fong didn't answer the question, and a radioactive trace suddenly erupted from under his feet. Like a ghost in the night, he swiftly moved to Zhang Tong's head and punched towards his face. The terrifying punch wind blew Zhang Tong's flesh on his face back like waves, and it was foreseeable that if this punch landed, Zhang Tong would probably meet his end. Get lost! Zhang Tong roared like a wild beast, his fists swelling as if filled with air, fearlessly striking towards Lee Fong. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the two of them, causing the surrounding bodies and leaves to surge outward. Die for me! Zhang Tong's face twisted into a sinister smile as his other hand struck towards Li Feng's ribs in a cunning and ruthless manner. Faced with such a tricky attack, Lee Fong remained calm and casually uttered a single word, freeze. In the instant his voice fell, the sound of cracking ice echoed from Zhang Tong's body, a thin layer of ice visibly covering his entire body. Although this thin layer of ice was inconsequential to Zhang Tong, it slowed him down slightly. In a battle, winning didn't necessarily require elaborate strategies, just being a step faster was enough. In that moment, Li Feng's left hand formed a palm blade, tearing through the air to slash at Zhang Tong's neck. Splurt! Blood splattered like ink in the cold moonlight, casting a crimson sheen as Zhang Tong's body fell straight down, leaving only his head in Li Feng's hand. It all seemed simple, but achieving it was far from easy. To swiftly end the battle without wasting time, Lee Fong had continuously attacked Zhang Tong with water pillars earlier, seemingly to hinder his escape, but in reality, the deeper purpose was to soak Zhang Tong thoroughly, allowing his ice element to be effective and deliver a fatal blow. You're quite strong, my arm is numb from your shaking. Lee Fong shook his arm and used his mind to control water droplets to hinder Zhang Tong's regeneration. Water element, ice element, undying from the brow. What are you exactly? Zhang Tong's voice trembled. He had never encountered someone with two abilities simultaneously, let alone someone who could pass through death and revive. I don't know either, but if you must have an answer, call it a miracle. I am a miracle, Lee Fong smirked. A miracle. Zhang Tong muttered to himself, a self-deprecating smile on his face as the colors in his eyes gradually dimmed. Approaching death, Zhang Tong strangely calmed down, no longer exhibiting his previous madness. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Who is the strongest? How many have come? Speak honestly, and I may spare you, Lee Fong earnestly said. Spare me? Zhang Tong smiled bitterly. I may be timid, but I'm not foolish. I hold so many of your secrets, how could you possibly let me live? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Then you shall perish. Wait, I didn't say I won't talk, I'll tell you if you do me a favor. Zhang Tong hastily interrupted Lee Fong. I don't have that kind of time. Help me delete the browser history on my phone, as well as the downloads and saves on the cloud storage. Delete them, and I'll talk, please. Before Lee Fong could finish, Zhang Tong cut him off. Lee Fong fell silent, then nodded after a few seconds, pulling out a phone from Zhang Tong's pocket. Password is 13432, hurry and delete, Zhang Tong urged. Lee Fong shook his head, retrieving a signal flare prepared in advance from his chest and ignited it in front of Zhang Tong. The red light shot into the night sky, gradually brightening until it outshone the stars and moon. Zhang Tong's gaze shifted from the signal flare, looking at Lee Fong in disbelief. Are you insane? Lee Fong innocently smiled and spoke slowly. Tell me everything before they arrive. If I'm not satisfied with what you say, or if they get here before you finish. Lee Fong paused, waving Zhang Tong's phone in front of him. I won't just delete what you mentioned. I'll publish it online, informing your family, friends, teachers, making you famous throughout the Federation. After hearing this, Zhang Tong's face turned pale, blood gushing from his mouth in large spurts. Your password is 13,432. I remember it clearly, no need to repeat. Just a reminder, your time is running out. Zhang Tong's pupils kept trembling, bloodshot lines crawling over the whites of his eyes. If looks could kill, Lee Fong would probably have been riddled with holes by now. Despite being infuriated, Zhang Tong loosened his clenched teeth and said, on the North Yellow Mountain, there are currently 2 revival forces from the uninhabited area. One is my faction called Hell, and the other is the New World, both being top-tier forces in the uninhabited area. Lee Fong raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn about the existence of revival forces in the uninhabited area, especially one named Hell. Wasn't Hell a term discovered by an archaeological team among ruins? However, Lee Fong didn't dwell on this and continued listening to Zhang Tong. The reason for coming to the North Yellow Mountain this time is that a few months ago, the New World discovered a sealed box in the cursed land of the uninhabited area. Do you know what the cursed land and sealed box are? Lee Fong shook his head. I don't know. What? Zhang Tong looked surprised but explained carefully, in the uninhabited area, some regions have rules twisted for unknown reasons. For example, drinking water doesn't quench thirst, one must eat mud instead. The faster you run, the slower you go, walking upside down makes you faster. Due to these twisted rules, some extraordinary beings beyond human understanding have emerged in these places, adapting to all rules, possessing terrifying strength, known as the Cursed Land. The sealed box is a special mystical tool used to store items, but it can only store mystical items. Once the lid is closed, it's not easy to open it again. One must follow the box's rules. Some boxes require soaking in water for a year, others need to be struck with a knife 10,000 times, each with its peculiar rule to open. Lee Fong suddenly understood, so that's how it is. But there's one thing I don't understand, why would sealed boxes appear in the Cursed Land? Eating the creatures or some strange plant fruits from the Cursed Land can enhance one's physical body. So many destined individuals seek improvement in the Cursed Land. However, the Cursed Land is a double-edged sword, even powerful destined individuals face the risk of death. In dire situations, to prevent their mystical tools from falling into enemy hands, they seal them in the boxes. Hearing this, Li Feng's lips curled up, his eyes in the darkness seemed to brighten a bit. Interesting. What are the rules for the sealed boxes on the North Yellow Mountain? Zhang Tong replied solemnly, kill 10,000 people in front of the box. Before this, the New World had already completed 4,000, and to finish the remaining 6,000, they sought cooperation with us, Hell. Since we have some energy in City 11, they proposed that Hell organizes this bonfire party, with the New World completing the rules of the sealed box, then they take the mystical items, and the bodies belong to us. Li Fong chuckled softly. As you said, Hell doesn't need to exert much effort, just sit back and enjoy the benefits. But looking at your grand setup, it seems like a fight is inevitable. The abilities of mystical items are unpredictable, and Hell naturally wants to compete. I'm not sure how many people the New World has brought this time, who the strongest is, or what abilities they possess. But I know a bit about Hell. We have close to 300 revivers. How many are above the third prohibition? Who is the strongest, and what abilities do they have? There are fewer than 10 above the third prohibition. The strongest person is called Horseface, though that's just his code name. I'm not sure about his specific abilities or strength, but I know he's formidable. A hint of awe flashed in Zhang Tong's eyes, his expression becoming more serious. How does he compare to the big guy from earlier? Li Feng's eyes were sharp. Su Yuan? Zhang Tong sneered, one move is almost enough. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Feng's expression instantly turned serious. Even Su Yuan himself couldn't confront it head-on now. If this one move could instantly defeat Su Yuan's Ma Mian, how terrifying would that be? How could he still seize the mysterious artifact? With this in mind, Li Fong took a deep breath and stared into Zhang Tong's eyes. asking, "I have one last question for you. Where on the North Huangshan can you find a satellite phone?" City 11, border checkpoint. A black steel city wall stood tall under the night sky. On top of the wall, over a dozen white beams of light shone down on the quiet wilderness, guarding against the resurgent beasts that could appear at any moment. Rumble in the distance, the sound of wheels rolling and grinding against the darkness could be heard. The roar of engines shattered the tranquility of the wilderness, and the bright car lights flickered in the darkness. The soldiers on the city wall noticed the heavily armored pickup truck and quickly verified through the intercom, license plate, Union C53274, requesting verification. Sounds of typing on the keyboard came from the intercom, and after a while, a voice came through, verification complete. Anton Command's high-risk Purge 14th Action Team, estimated arrival time 1814, current time 1812, meets requirements. First checkpoint opened, please verify identity. Roger. The soldier put away the intercom and hurriedly left with the other soldiers on the city wall. In front of the impregnable city wall, the sound of clanging steel collisions suddenly rang out. The 50-meter iron gate slowly moved aside, emitting a deafening roar. However, behind the iron gate was not City 11's highway but another iron gate. Between the two iron gates were numerous holes. If there were any issues during identity verification, these holes would shoot bullets and missiles to precisely eliminate the enemy. The sound of the pickup truck's engine drew closer and soon entered the space between the iron gates, coming to a sudden stop in the center. All passengers in the vehicle, please exit for verification. A horn sounded from all directions. The car door opened slowly, and two men and a woman calmly stepped out of the vehicle. They were dressed in matching camouflage combat uniforms, standing tall and giving off a faint sense of oppression without doing anything. The leading woman was named Jiyu, 31 years old, a member of Anton Command's high-risk Purge 14th Action Team and the leader of this operation. After a round of verification, the second iron gate slowly opened, and the three drove the pickup truck away from the border checkpoint, disappearing into the vast night. Meanwhile, at the intersection near the border checkpoint, a jeep from the special forces stopped on the sides of the road, and Gong Ran anxiously waited with a group of people. "Commander, the leader of Anton Command is here, but it seems like not many people came." One person pointed in the direction of the heavily armored pickup truck. "It's about quality, not quantity. Remember that for the future." Gong Ran glared at the person and then led the others to greet them. "The team to clear the 096 disaster water has arrived." Beside a stream on North Huangshan, bodies lay scattered on the ground, blood pooling on the uneven ground, forming numerous red puddles reflecting the eerie moonlight. Lee Fong lazily sat against an old locust tree, rhythmically tapping the blood pool beside him, making a pitter-patter sound as droplets of blood slowly slid down his fingertips. "Finally, they've arrived." Li Feng's eyes darkened as he slowly closed them, motionless like a dead man. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from afar, and over 50 resurgent beings arrived nearby. The young woman leading them, Feng Qian, raised her arm, halting everyone's advance. "Stop, do not approach the front," Feng Qian exclaimed, looking pale with shock. When the flashlights of the crowd shone by the stream, a chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet, shooting straight to the top of their heads. The atmosphere of fear spread rapidly like the flu. "Doo is dead? How could this happen? How could this happen, little brother, little brother?" One person's face instantly turned pale, their eyes fixed on a corpse beside the stream, their steps uncontrollably moving forward. The man standing beside him grabbed him, pointing coldly at the corpses beside the stream, and said, "Are you crazy? Can't you see so many people dead there? My brother." "Shut up, wait for Su Gu." Feng Qian impatiently shouted, "Anyone who wants to die can go die, I won't stop them." Under Feng Qian's voice, those with fluctuating emotions gradually quieted down, looking around vigilantly, waiting for Su Yuan to arrive. Feng Qian looked solemnly at the corpses by the stream, her breathing involuntarily quickening. Over 50 revivers, including the top 3 forbidden Zhang Tong, died silently, unable to escape. Was it the work of the people of the New World, or was it Lee Fong? Lee Fong under the old hackberry tree raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of Feng Qian and the others in surprise. He thought the other party would rush over in a hurry, but now it seemed he had underestimated their caution. "Since we can't ambush, then let's kill." A faint crimson flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he slowly stood up, leaning against the old hackberry tree. The distance between the two sides was not far, and Feng Qian's group naturally heard the commotion from Li Feng's side. "Feng Jia, it seems like there's someone," someone said warily. Feng Qian took a few steps back and ordered, "Shine the flashlight over there." In an instant, countless white beams of light converged on Li Feng, his figure exposed in front of everyone without any cover. "Shui Daong? Feng Jia, that's Shui Daong, Su Ji's follower," a man with a sharp chin said. How did he end up here? Isn't this Zhang Tong's team? Feng Qian muttered to herself, then shouted to Lee Fong, Shuedaon, come here. Okay. Lee Fong calmly responded and quickly walked to a position 10 meters away from the crowd. Just as he was about to take another step closer, Feng Qian reached out and stopped him. Feng Qian scrutinized Lee Fong from head to toe, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. I'm asking you, what happened here earlier? Why are you the only one who survived? How did they die? Lee Fong smiled without saying a word and took a step towards Feng Qian. What are you doing? Feng Qian stepped back step by step. I'm going to kill you all. Li Feng's figure flashed, and with terrifying speed, he pushed aside the fallen leaves on the ground. Just as Feng Qian's hair floated up, Li Feng's cold face was right in front of her, a fist following like a shadow. Just as Li Feng's fist was about to hit Feng Qian, she suddenly opened her mouth. Move! Bang! The sound of a shattered skull rang out in the field, but it wasn't Feng Qian who lost her life, but a male reviver. Li Feng retracted his fist and turned to look at Feng Qian, who stood a few meters away, still in shock. The sudden turn of events stunned the revivers present, all of them at a loss as they retreated. Shuedaon, what are you doing? Someone asked courageously. Before Li Feng could speak, Feng Qian spoke first. He's not Shuedaon. Prepare for battle. With that, the spacer on Feng Qian seemed to distort, and the next second a gust of wind struck towards the back of Li Feng's head. Li Feng exerted force in his waist, moving his entire upper body to the side, narrowly avoiding Feng Qian's fist by a hair's breadth. Your ability is quite interesting, being able to switch shapes with others. I almost fell for it, Li Feng said, his face showing a hint of fear but no trace of panic. If the opponent had long-range or large-scale destructive abilities, Li Feng would find it challenging, but in close combat, he felt no pressure. Although the two were similar in strength and speed, their control over their bodies and power distribution were vastly different. I hope you can keep this up. Feng Qian sneered, her fists relentlessly attacking Li Feng like waves crashing. Li Feng was like a boat on the sea, swaying but always finding a way to survive. Such impressive boxing skills, move after move, truly a sight to behold, Li Feng praised, but to Feng Qian, it sounded like a blatant mockery. What are you all waiting for? Attack together! Feng Qian shouted loudly. At that moment, she finally understood why Zhang Tong and the others were wiped out. The person in front of her had the ability of disguise, first killing Zhang Tong by surprise and effortlessly taking out the rest. Feng Qian already knew the opponent's identity. Besides the New World, who else would have a reason to do this? Now that I've seen through your disguise, let's see how you can keep up the facade, Feng Qian thought to herself, attacking Li Feng from various eerie angles using her ability. Unlike the narrow hotel corridor, with over 50 people surrounding him and Feng Qian's occasional sneak attacks, Li Feng sustained numerous injuries despite his ability to control his body. However, for a reviver like him, these injuries were inconsequential. Wind blades, earth spikes, fire burns. Fancy abilities pierced through Li Feng's thighs, arms, and chest one after another. Yet, there was no sign of pain on his face, only a near-crazed excitement. The intense pain stimulated Li Feng's brain repeatedly, causing endorphins to rapidly release, spreading through his entire nervous system, making his movements faster and his observations more precise. On the other hand, the revivers attacking Li Feng became more horrified and desperate with each strike. Damn, does this guy have no pain receptors? Is he a robot? Not feeling pain is one thing, but why is he getting faster? Is he on drugs? Can't hit him in the forehead at all. Is this guy's head filled with motors or what? Just as Li Feng began to gain the upper hand, Feng Qian leaped into the air, twisting her hips significantly and whipping her leg like a long whip towards Li Feng's head. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, just as he raised his arm to block in front of him. Feng Qian's red lips parted. Shift. Suddenly, Li Feng felt a blur before his eyes, as if the surrounding space tore him apart and reassembled him like a pair of giant hands. When he came to his senses, he found himself not on the ground but in the air, maintaining a kicking motion. Yes, Feng Qian had used her ability to switch positions with Li Feng, completely altering the dynamics of their offense and defense. Smack! Li Feng's leg struck Feng Qian's arm, but the attack only carried inertial force, lacking any real damage. How will you dodge this time? Feng Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as she grabbed Li Feng's ankle with her arm like an eagle's claw and forcefully pulled him towards the ground. With no point of leverage in the air, Li Feng was immobilized, unable to counter, which was Feng Qian's intention. Interesting, Li Feng raised his eyebrows, a barely noticeable curve forming at the corner of his mouth. As Li Feng's head entered Feng Qian's attack range, she leaned back, one leg raised high in an instant, aligning with her upper body in a straight line. Like a sudden downpour, she struck towards Li Feng's head with unmatched momentum. At that moment, excitement and anticipation shone in everyone's eyes, including Feng Qian. It's going to be a success. Feng Qian's eyes were full of excitement, as if she could already see Li Feng's head shattering like a watermelon. The moment they made contact, Li Feng's head instantly cracked open with a loud bang. But instead of blood spraying in the air, clear water splashed around. How? How can this be? Feng Qian widened her eyes, a myriad of question marks flooding her mind. What was this water splash? Wasn't the person in front of her capable of shape-shifting abilities? How did he turn into water now? Can elemental abilities transform a part of the body into elements? Why had she never seen this before? And most importantly, why could the body still move after the head was shattered? Before she could come up with an answer, droplets of water shot out like bullets in all directions, piercing through the foreheads of those who hadn't been killed instantly, one after another falling to the ground. What's happening? Help, Feng Jia, save me! The survivors who hadn't been directly killed cried out to Feng Qian, but she was already entangled by Li Fong, barely able to protect herself, let alone save others. Because everyone was so close to Li Fong, the massacre left only Li Fong and Feng Qian on the field within a few seconds. The high tension and physical exhaustion had already overwhelmed Feng Qian, making her powerless to resist Li Feng's attacks. She could only use her abilities to constantly swap positions with the bodies on the ground to buy time, waiting for Su Yuan to arrive. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was rushing towards the stream, leaving a trail of shadows under the moonlight, and within a minute or two, he reached the location where the signal flare was launched. When Su Yuan saw the gruesome scene by the stream, his burly figure trembled, his eyes filled with horror as if it had materialized. Dead. How could they be dead? Su Yuan's voice trembled, the excessive shock causing him to selectively ignore the ongoing battle with Feng Qian. Seeing Su Yuan's figure in the distance, Feng Qian seemed to grasp at a lifeline, shouting hoarsely, "Brother Su, Brother Su, Brother Su." By the time she shouted for the third time, Su Yuan finally snapped out of it, but it was already too late. As Feng Qian began to cry for help, her evasion rhythm had already shown a flaw, and Li Feng's fingers pierced through Feng Qian's arms, puncturing her forehead with a squelch. Li Fong was about to retract his fingers, but sensing the strong wind approaching from behind, he bent his upper body down. The next moment, a fist carrying an immense force swept past Li Feng's back, tearing through his clothes and leaving a long bloodied gash on his body. However, Feng Qian wasn't as fortunate, her head was directly blasted into a mist of blood. Thud! Su Yuan crashed to the ground like a small mountain, the force creating a wave of air that distorted the surrounding trees. I thought you'd take a while longer to arrive, but your big frame is surprisingly fast. Li Fong tore off his clothes, revealing well-defined muscles, his upper body resembling a perfectly sculpted figure. Su Yuan turned around with a grim expression, suppressing the anger in his heart as he asked, "Who are you, and why are you killing my people? Didn't we just have a confrontation earlier? How come you don't recognize me?" Li Fong said with a smile, reverting back to his original appearance. "Li Fong?" Su Yuan said incredulously, You killed these people? What's wrong? Do you think I couldn't do it?" Li Fong smirked, staring at Su Yuan with a smirk, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows around them as Su Yuan spoke. "Is it not clear whether I have the ability when my arms are right in front of me? Why don't you give it a try?" With these words, Li Feng's eyes suddenly turned sharp, like a predatory python, lunging forward with increased speed, exerting absolute control over the power at play. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and met the challenge head-on. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed through the mountains, causing leaves to flutter off the trees into the sky. Unable to land a blow, Li Fong wasted no time and, while retracting his fist, thrust his knee towards Su Yuan's groin, forcing Su Yuan to defend himself and giving Li Fong an opportunity to break free. Several meters away, Li Fong gazed solemnly at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with wariness. Despite being able to control his entire body's strength, the essence of combat lay in reflexes, and the constantly shifting power could never match the solid four prohibitions. "No wonder Feng Qian died at your hands, you do have some skills." Su Yuan grinned ferociously and charged at Li Fong with clenched fists. The two engaged in a fierce struggle in the forest like wild beasts, causing trees to fall continuously, creating deep craters one after another. Su Yuan's attacks grew fiercer, leaving Li Fong no choice but to awkwardly evade, trying to avoid getting hurt. Li Feng's chances of victory seemed slim at this point, but not impossible. Concealing the lethal blade in the shadows was the only way to potentially overcome the stronger opponent. Amidst the hazy dust on the battlefield, Li Fong resembled a fin cutting through the sea, rushing towards Su Yuan, his tightly clenched fist emitting a deafening sonic boom. "Foolish!" Su Yuan smirked cunningly and, at a peculiar angle, hooked his forearm towards Li Feng's wrist. Click! Li Feng's fist, just inches away from Su Yuan's face, was immobilized as Su Yuan's hand clamped down on his wrist like a vice. "So cautious!" Su Yuan smirked triumphantly. Li Fong remained composed, preparing to transform his fist into a stream of water piercing Su Yuan's forehead when something unexpected happened. Su Yuan swiftly twisted Li Feng's palm, interlocking their fingers, and shouted, "Soulmates, activate." In that moment, Li Feng felt a faint yet undeniable connection with Su Yuan, as if a thread linked them together. After this action, Su Yuan immediately withdrew, halting several meters away from Li Feng. Perplexed, Li Feng asked, "Why did you stop attacking?" Su Yuan shook his head mysteriously. "Didn't you bother to inquire about my ability before engaging in combat with me?" "If I knew everything beforehand, the battle would lose its thrill," Li Feng replied solemnly. In order to win this battle, he had devised several strategies for victory, but now, without revealing the Resurrector and the Aquamancer, why did the opponents suddenly cease the fight? "Humph, within an hour, you will be under my control. My ability is called Soulmates. In simple terms, whatever injury you suffer, I will suffer the same, and vice versa. This effect will last for an hour, meaning if you want to survive, you must obey me." A hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of using his ability, but upon witnessing Li Feng's strength, he changed his mind. The first and second Prohibition Resurrectors were expendable, only serving to slaughter and hunt humans, but the third Prohibition was different, as they had specific tasks. With both of his third Prohibition subordinates dead, the vacancy needed to be filled. The destiny holder before him, who could briefly contend with the fourth Prohibition, was undoubtedly the best choice to fill that gap. Hearing this, Li Feng finally understood the true intentions behind Su Yuan's actions. The injuries of the reviver can be instantly restored, but not those of the fated ones. It was obvious that Su Yuan regarded himself as a fated one, trying to use self-harm to threaten him. Thinking of this, Li Feng smiled speechlessly. "So if I smash my own head right now, does that mean you have to die?" "Yes, but do you dare? Behave yourself now, and I'll return your freedom in an hour. Otherwise, you'll end up disabled or dead, and you can't blame me for not giving you a chance," Su Yuan said coldly. Li Feng twitched his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Then, he placed his fingertip on his forehead in front of Su Yuan. "I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me everything you know, and I can let you live." "What did you say?" Su Yuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke ever. Placing his hand on his heart in response, "I'll give you a chance too. Follow my orders later, and I'll give you a chance to live. I'm different from you. Even if I pierce my own forehead, I won't die. Are you sure you want to bet your life?" Li Feng advised kindly. "I bet you won't dare. If you have the guts, let's die together." Talking big here. Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, Li Feng shot a stream of water from his fingertip, piercing his own forehead. At the same time, a small hole appeared on Su Yuan's forehead. The difference was that Li Feng's hole quickly healed, while Su Yuan tragically fell down, his eyes staring at Li Feng as if asking why. Li Feng walked up to Su Yuan, helplessly saying, "I told you I wouldn't die even if I pierced my forehead. Why didn't you believe me?" "Put." Su Yuan's face turned red as he spat out a mouthful of blood, then his head tilted to the side, dead. Seeing this absurd scene, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh, squatting down to search Su Yuan and finding a satellite phone. After fumbling for a while, he dialed the number of the Special Ability Department. "Hello, this is the Special Ability Department of City 11, a pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Yes, I need to reach you." Li Feng spoke urgently, his words showing his panic. "Please don't panic. Have you encountered a reviver? Please tell me your exact location, and we will send someone to eliminate them immediately." I encountered a disaster water. No. I saw the disaster water and a lot of revivers. "Hurry, come quickly." Li Feng stuttered. "What?" The voice on the other end of the phone immediately became tense. "Are you sure you saw the 096 disaster water?" "Not only the disaster water, but also many revivers. They are all gathered at the peak of North Huangshan." "Okay, calm down first. Can you roughly describe?" Sizzle. Before the woman could finish her sentence, the satellite phone emitted a short-circuit-like electric sound, and no more sound came through. At the same time, the once deep night sky seemed to be dyed with blood, with all the moons and stars carrying a crimson hue, as if a canvas covered the entire peak of North Huangshan. However, looking from outside North Huangshan, the peak remained the same as usual, peaceful and serene. Li Feng's eyes deepened as he threw the satellite phone on the ground, crushing it with his foot. Before he could take the next step, a tumultuous and deafening sound like a tsunami rose and fell in the distance. Although Li Feng couldn't make out the specific words being shouted, he could clearly feel the approaching fear. Li Feng knew that the bonfire party had begun its slaughter, with thousands of people screaming hysterically causing such a commotion. So soon? Li Feng furrowed his brow slightly, the unfolding events happening faster than expected. as he had originally thought, since the TV had mentioned that Andong would come to deal with the disaster water a few days ago. The other party's people might have already arrived in City 11 by now. Since they were sent to eliminate high-risk disasters, they must be very strong. If he were to inform the Special Energy Bureau of the traces of the disaster water, and Antong's people came to Beiwangshan, they might be able to restrain the experts from the underworld and the New World, giving him a chance to fish in troubled waters. But now the killings were happening too fast. Maybe Antong's people hadn't arrived yet, and these two forces would leave with the mysterious artifacts, which Lee Fong did not want to see. I hope the number is not enough for 10,000, Lee Fong prayed silently. If the number was less than 10,000, these resuscitators would definitely send people to capture humans again. He might be able to delay the time and create a righteous image, shaping his public persona in the process. Creak! A sound of a branch breaking came from the shadows in the distance. Lee Fong turned to look and saw Li Qingxia timidly standing behind a tree. Xiao Xiao, Chuozi, did you do all this? Li Qingxia looked at the corpses on the ground, her voice as weak as if she had lost her home, intermittent and powerless. Elder brother? Li Fong furrowed his brows slightly. What are you doing here? Li Qingxia swallowed and slowly stood up, leaning against the tree. I heard some noise here and got worried. So I came over. Li Feng's eyes turned cold. But at your speed, you shouldn't have come so quickly. With that said, the air between the two chilled a bit. Li Qingxia was slightly stunned, looking somewhat confused. I just ran over, that's the speed I have, maybe it's related to my ability, so I took some shortcuts. Li Fong narrowed his eyes. Which direction did you take after we separated? I followed your instructions and went in the 2 o'clock direction. What's wrong? Li Fong fell silent for a moment at her words, carefully scrutinizing Li Qingxia. If she had followed the direction he had given, it would have taken her at least 10 minutes longer to arrive after hearing the noise. But there was also a possibility that Li Qingxia had not followed his instructions at all, so she could arrive so quickly. However, as just a level 1, how could she evade the search of these resuscitators? It didn't make sense. Thinking this, Li Fong re-examined his elder brother. Are you bloodthirsty? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm your brother, you can't act recklessly. Li Qingxia hugged herself tightly, cautiously stepping back. Li Fong gave her a cold look. If I were bloodthirsty, could you stand here so calmly? With that, Li Fong bent down, lifted Su Yuan with one hand, and bit into his neck, sucking his blood greedily. Su Yuan's burly body visibly shriveled at that moment. Xiao Chuozi, you! Li Qingxia looked at Li Fong in shock. After sucking Su Yuan's blood, Li Fong released his shriveled body, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said, I have shed too much blood in this place. If someone suspects me and gets my hair or other DNA for verification, they will be able to trace me. So I must break through the level 2 restriction and change my genes. As Li Fong spoke, he kicked a corpse in front of Li Qingxia. Elder brother, have a drink too. After all, human blood is quite expensive outside. This. Li Qingxia stood still for some reason. It's no different from what you usually drink, just a bit fresher. If you mind, forget it, Li Fong said indifferently, then walked to Fong Qian's body, lifted her with one hand, but this time, he didn't immediately bite. He closed his eyes as if adjusting something. After drinking Su Yuan's blood, his body was already in a saturated state, with surging life energy nourishing every cell, slowly enhancing all physical functions. Li Fong could clearly feel that he was just a step away from the qualitative change of the second prohibition. This step could be crossed with patience, but Li Fong had no time left. He chose to break through the shackles of his body with more life energy. Li Fong took a deep breath. The sensation of the body splitting open shouldn't be too painful. Li Fong grinned, opened his mouth, and bit into Fong Qian's neck. Red blood gushed out from the carotid artery, flowed into Li Feng's stomach through his throat, and transformed into life energy surging towards every part of his body. In an instant, Li Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, his body uncontrollably trembling, a tearing and wriggling sound resonating within him, as if there were countless centipedes crawling under his fair skin. Li Fong had never experienced such pain before. He felt as if he were rolling back and forth on a bed full of needles, his body continuously pierced, torn, and intensifying. Nevertheless, Li Fong did not scream. He released Fong Qian, walked towards the mountains without looking back, and shouted back, I'm going to find something. Second brother, wait for me here. Okay, be careful, Li Qingxia called out with concern. As Li Fong completely stepped into the shadows, his body suddenly resembled a shattered porcelain doll, covered with fine bloodstains, blood mixed with white viscous substances oozing from the crevices. With Li Feng's next step, his leg collapsed like muddy soil mixed with water, crumbling and falling to the ground with a thud, enveloped in boundless agony. Fortunately, Li Fong had destroyed his tear glands and vocal cords in advance, so he did not cry out or make any sound. In the darkness, only a shapeless, boiling mass could be seen. By the stream, Li Qingxia strolled among the corpses with his hands in his pockets, his relaxed posture starkly different from before. He actually killed them all. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I wonder if he will suspect me. Li Qingxia tapped his chin rhythmically with his fingers. After pondering for a while, Li Qingxia smiled helplessly. Forget it, let fate decide. With that, Li Qingxia took a step forward. By the time his foot touched the ground again, Li Qingxia had quietly sat down 100 meters away, waiting for Li Fong to proceed step by step. From the moment Li Feng's name appeared, the gears of fate had already silently begun to turn. If Li Fong could remain skeptical about everything, perhaps he could see some things clearly, such as who called him to the entrance of 4th High School, who directed him to the wrong floor, who arranged the part-time job for him, and who made him see that voyeur on the bus. North Huangshan bonfire party of 10 minutes ago was filled with laughter and joy everywhere. Now, 10 minutes later, it was a river of blood, with severed limbs as far as the eye could see. A group of resuscitators dressed in security uniforms searched for the feigned dead humans in the square. In front of the blazing bonfire, 2 men stood facing each other, with a wooden box placed between them, bearing a bloody number, 9413. One of the men had a dark complexion, cracked lips, and pale skin devoid of color, while the other man had a well-proportioned figure and a faint smile always on his face. Ma Mian, we agreed that this operation would be handled by our new world. You guys from the underworld are indeed enthusiastic, bringing over 200 resuscitators at once, and even sending a skilled person like you. Isn't it to prevent any mishaps? Besides, moving thousands of bodies at once, it's easier with more people. The man with a dark complexion responded with a smile. Since we are just moving corpses, why do your people follow us when we search for survivors elsewhere? Shen Yuangua's pupils deepened slightly. Isn't it just to prevent any accidents? Ma Mian's face showed a smile that didn't reach his eyes, filled with gentleness and friendliness. Well said. Did you already anticipate that something might go wrong with our people at Beihuang Mountain? I'm not sure about that, but I think if you leave now, maybe this accident won't happen. And if we don't leave? Shen Yuangua's eyes lowered. Then I can't guarantee you'll leave here alive. Ma Mian tilted his head, revealing a sinister smile, and drew a broadsword from his waist, plunging it next to a wooden crate. Unbeknownst to the two in conflict, Tang Ningxi and Antang Sai had already learned about the situation here due to Li Feng's call and had formulated a battle plan. Compared to the bustling city, the open mountaintop was Tang Ningxi's comfort zone. Although their individual combat capabilities were weak, they could compensate with firearms. After all, no matter how strong the revivers were, they were all carbon-based life forms. Bullets of the first and second prohibitions could handle them, the third prohibition bullets could contend with them, and if those didn't work, it would be up to Antang Sai. Beihuang Mountain near a stream in the shadow where moonlight couldn't penetrate, Li Fong put on the clothes of a dead body and walked out like a normal person. Seeing Li Feng's figure, Li Qingxia immediately got up from under the tree and ran over. Xiao Qiuzi, do you know it's dangerous to leave a reviver of the first prohibition in a place like this? Li Qingxia ran up and grabbed Li Feng's arm tightly. Apart from the revivers around Su Yuan, who knows where they went, most of them are dead. What are you afraid of? Li Fong pushed Li Qingxia away disdainfully. I want to be as strong as you. Can I be afraid? Li Qingxia paused. By the way, did you kill all these people? Li Fong glanced at the bodies on the ground and nodded. You've seen my abilities in the videos. It's easy to deal with those below the third prohibition, but above that, I have to take action myself. Li Qingxia gasped. Damn, are you really human? How did you become so powerful quietly? Eating a lot naturally makes you stronger. Let's go out and see what's happening. Li Fong patted Li Qingxia's shoulder and walked towards the edge of the forest. Li Qingxia hurried to catch up. What are we going to do? And, Xiao Qiuzi, why is the sky turning red? Beihuang Mountain was a flat-topped mountain, a tourist paradise of City 11, with many large hotels and camping sites. However, due to the lack of a base station near the uninhabited area and the absence of a network, many young people were discouraged from coming. But this did not affect the splendor of the sunrise and the afterglow of the sunset. Every evening around 6 or 7 o'clock, the barbecue area would be filled with the sizzling aroma of meat, and the customers at the stir-fry restaurant would be constantly coming and going. Couples could be seen holding hands along the roadside. But all of this was shattered tonight. Blood handprints adorned the glass of the stir-fry restaurant, vehicles were scattered haphazardly on the road, and occasionally cries for help from women and the sinister laughter of revivers could be heard from the cars. After being abandoned by the law, most revivers' moral bottom line collapsed, not by chance, but by necessity. Under the flickering streetlights, Li Fong emerged slowly from the shadows. After leaving the forest with Li Qingxia, the two went together to the bonfire party venue. Later, Li Qingxia used her ability to see the numbers on the wooden crate, giving Li Fong a glimmer of hope. The seal on the box had not been opened yet, so there was still a chance. If he could delay Antonsai's people and lead those two away, perhaps he could contend for the so-called mysterious artifact. As for whether the other party would directly take the box and run, Li Fong couldn't say for sure, but trying is better than just watching. What if it succeeds? Now all he needs to do is one thing: delay the opening of the sealed box, in simple terms, to slow down the speed at which the revivers search for humans. On the empty street, Li Fong walked with his hands in his pockets towards a small car that was shaking continuously. Through the car window, Li Fong could clearly see a young reviver trying to coerce a young girl with a fierce manner. The sounds of tearing clothes and crying inside the car were particularly nauseating. Seeing this, Li Fong clenched his fist and smashed the car window with a bang, then grabbed the reviver by the collar and dragged him out, throwing him harshly on the ground. "You son of a b***tch, do you think you can?" Before the young man could finish his sentence, Li Fong stomped on the young man's arm, breaking it. Ah! The intense pain instantly contorted the young man's face, and he struggled on the ground. The girl in the car held her clothes tightly, biting her lip as she watched Li Fong excitedly, tears rolling down her cheeks. Li Chenqiu? Li Fong turned around. "Do you know me?" The girl wiped her nose excitedly and nodded. "I saw you on TV. Li Fong casually responded, then turned his gaze to the reviver. "I'm asking you, where did your main force go? Are you from the new world?" The young man asked through gritted teeth. "I'll ask you one last time, where did your main force go? If you don't tell me, you'll die." Li Fong lifted his foot and stepped directly on the young man's face. The asterisk starred. The young man's hands turned into claws and he lunged at Li Fong. "Be careful, his claws are sharp," the girl nervously shouted. Facing the claw attack, Li Fong exerted a little force with his toe, and with a bang, he crushed the young man's head, causing his arms to go limp. Li Fong had now broken through the second restriction. His true strength was on par with the fourth restriction, and if he used all his means, he could barely fight even the fifth restriction. A first restriction reviver was no different from an ant to him. The girl, seeing this scene, moved closer to the car, somewhat fearful. She had never witnessed such a scene in her peaceful life. Li Fong turned to the girl. "Do you know where survivors gather nearby?" "Yes. Our first senior high school is divided into classes and heading to the bonfire party in order. There are still 2 classes behind me staying at the hotel," the girl said timidly. First senior high school? A fleeting reminiscence flashed in Li Feng's eyes. It had been a long time since he heard the name of his alma mater. Meanwhile, a kilometer away from here, at the North Peak Hotel, several buses were blocking the entrance, and a dozen security officers were crouching inside the buses, continuously shooting at the revivers at the entrance. "Qi Mingyue, come back quickly, we're running out of bullets." Security officer Wu Shan behind the car window shouted loudly, while holding a pistol and assisting Qi Mingyue who was fighting the revivers. At the entrance of the North Peak Hotel, a dozen revivers were besieging a handsome young man, who was Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue was in a bad state at this moment. His face was pale, his clothes were torn into strips, hanging askew on him. Even though he controlled 2 second restriction revivers, he was still no match for the siege of a dozen revivers. "Good boy, a first restriction can actually hold back so many of us. He can't hold on, put in more effort. Once he's dead, everyone inside is ours." The revivers became more excited as they attacked, enveloping Qi Mingyue like a curtain of rain. Although the bullets from the security officers could help relieve some pressure on Qi Mingyue, it was only a temporary relief, not a solution. "Captain, I'm out of bullets." Xu Chang pressed the trigger with no response, looking anxiously at Wu Shan. "If we're out of bullets, use whatever is in the car to throw at them. Qi Mingyue, keep a kid at the forefront, we can't retreat," Wu Shan ordered with red eyes. "Got it," Xu Chang replied loudly. Just as the situation worsened, a chaotic and dense sound of footsteps came from behind the bus. Dozens of young and tender-looking teenagers ran out of the hotel building, each carrying a bag filled with sharp objects like picture frames, broken mirrors, shattered teacups. "Damn it, do they think we're easy targets? Let's all go at them together. Just a few resuscitators, and there are so many of us, why fear them? Those who can aim well, target the resuscitators' heads, those who can't, aim for their bodies. If we get through this, we'll all survive, if not, we die. No one should think of a way out." The ones at the front shouted back, lifting the somewhat subdued spirits of the group, fear diminishing in their eyes. Wu Shan, hearing this, pulled his head back behind the car window, turning to look behind him. "Are you all crazy? Go back and hide." Faced with Wu Shan's reprimand, the teenagers did not retreat. One by one, they rushed into the bus, crowding towards the broken windows. Soon, the empty bus was filled with people, and all sorts of miscellaneous items were thrown out of the windows, hitting the resuscitators at the entrance. Wu Shan was speechless, looking at a middle-aged woman with round glasses squatting beside him. What are you doing? A teacher who can't protect her students and leads the charge, do you think you're leading an army into battle? The middle-aged woman gave Wu Shan a cold look, grabbing glass shards from her bag and throwing them out the window, saying, if you can clear out these resuscitators, do I need to lead the students out? Wu Shan's face turned red instantly at her words. He didn't say anything, silently gripping his pistol and continuing to shoot. With the students joining in, the situation finally eased a bit. Damn it, you few, go deal with the people in the bus. The leader of the resuscitators shouted to a few others beside him. Upon hearing the command, those 4 resuscitators, with cover from the rest, broke through Qi Mingyue's defense line and quickly rushed towards the bus. Get back! Qi Mingyue, seeing this, turned pale, charging straight at one of the resuscitators like a raging bull, knees pressing on the opponent's chest with a thud. As he prepared to get up and charge at the other resuscitators, a foot kicked from the side, catching Qi Mingyue off guard, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing into a lamppost by the roadside. With a crack, the lamppost broke, falling from a height, the flickering sparks hitting Qi Mingyue as he fell back to the ground. Qi Mingyue! Xu Cheng on the bus turned pale, pulling out a dagger from his waist, jumping out of the window like a fish, landing on the ground in a sorry state. He took a deep breath, glaring fiercely as he rushed towards the resuscitators approaching the bus. Xu Cheng, are you out of your mind? Wu Shan clenched his fist and smashed the seat, then followed Xu Cheng out of the window. Those with no bullets in their guns, get off the bus. Several security officers on the bus exchanged glances, a hint of determination flashing in their fearful eyes. They pulled out their knives and jumped out of the window, following Wu Shan's lead to confront the 4 resuscitators. Get lost! When Xu Cheng was just a few meters away from the front resuscitator, he took a quick step, holding the dagger in reverse and thrusting it towards the resuscitator's forehead. But his speed was still too slow compared to the agile resuscitator, who easily dodged Xu Cheng's attack with a simple sidestep. As Xu Cheng tried to lift his arm to strike back, his wrist was already caught by the reviver. Fool, you dared to fight me? The reviver sneered, forcefully bending Xu Cheng's fingers back, and with a crisp sound, his palm aligned parallel to his forearm, blood spraying from the severed flesh. Uncle Xu Cheng! Qi Mingyue, pinned under the lamppost, shouted loudly. He was about to mentally control the 2 revivers to rescue him when a surge of heat rose in his throat, his face turning red as he spat out blood, losing control over the revivers. Stop! It's me! The besieged reviver shouted sternly, and the others halted, turning their gaze towards the bus. Damn it, just cripple them, leave them alive. The lead reviver commanded, and a dozen of them dashed out like lightning. Wu Shan and the others were like tofu, instantly overwhelmed and knocked down. The bus echoed with cries of agony, bones breaking, a cacophony of suffering. The 2 revivers Qi Mingyue controlled earlier didn't rush towards the bus but walked slowly towards him, looking down at him from above. Cough! Qi Mingyue coughed up blood, gazing up at the 2. You brat, did you enjoy controlling us just now? Do you like manipulating us? One of them grinned menacingly, grabbing Qi Mingyue's neck and pulling him forcibly from under the lamppost. If you want to kill, then do it, no need for so much talk. Qi Mingyue's voice weak, a subtle hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. In his life, there were many people he cared about, but they had all left, one after another. His best friend died on a bridge. His father died seeking justice for Aunt Suyu. His grandfather passed away due to unaffordable medical expenses. This desperate resistance wasn't about Qi Mingyue's noble character but his weariness. If you don't want to live a bit longer, then I'll grant your wish. The reviver coldly glanced at Qi Mingyue, raising his leg to stomp on Qi Mingyue's head. This could be considered dying content, as my grandfather said before passing. Qi Mingyue smiled faintly, closing his eyes slowly. A breeze passed by, and Qi Mingyue faintly smelled the nostalgic scent of the tenement building. Bang! A crimson firework bloomed at that moment, splattering droplets of moisture on Qi Mingyue's face. Qi Mingyue trembled as he reached out to touch his face, feeling the wetness on his fingertips, a strong metallic smell assaulting his senses. Ha! Qi Mingyue murmured softly, lifting his eyelids that he had no intention of opening. Despite blood and eyelashes obstructing his view, Qi Mingyue clearly saw a headless corpse standing in front of him. The lifeless reviver slumped to the side, revealing a young man with half his face shrouded in shadows behind the body. The dim streetlight illuminated the young man's eyes, deep and bright, concealing all emotions. This person was none other than Lee Fong, also known as Chen Chen from 2 years ago. Chen Chen? Qi Mingyue's voice quivered, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. Li Feng's eyes lowered, icy coldness filling them, to consider cowardice and weakness as dying content, I have never heard of such a thing, truly laughable. The second forbidden reviver standing beside them alternated between glancing at the headless corpse on the ground and Lee Fong, his legs trembling uncontrollably, before collapsing to the ground. It was all too sudden. Just as he saw a shadow next to him, his companion had already departed. What a joke! You! Before the other party could finish speaking, Lee Fong kicked towards the opponent's head. The terrifying speed made the second forbidden reviver unable to see clearly, only sensing a black shadow coming towards him. Bang! Blood splattered. The explosion quickly caught the attention of other revivers. For a moment, all the revivers involuntarily stopped their actions, staring at Lee Fong with wide eyes. This, Lee Fong? Wu Shan, lying on the ground, stared blankly in the direction of Lee Fong, and his lifeless eyes showed a hint of movement. With one word, 1,000 waves were stirred. The three words Lee Fong made both revivers and ordinary people think of the monstrous destiny bearer of City No. 11 Lee Fong, the one who shattered the energy measurement body with a single blow, the prominent figure of this energy measurement day. It's really him. I've seen him in the news. Lee Fong of the extreme body, we are saved, we are saved. The despairing humans cheered, while the revivers wore expressions of confusion. Their eyes revealed undisguised fear. If the second forbidden was taken out in one hit, what was the difference between going up with their first forbidden and serving themselves on a platter? By the roadside, Lee Fong wiped the blood on his palm with the corner of his clothes, then glanced at Chi Mingyue without much interest. My name is Lee Fong, don't get it wrong next time. With that, Lee Fong turned to look at the revivers at the hotel entrance. His sharp gaze swept over each person's face like a dagger, intensifying their fear. You, don't come any closer. A male reviver grabbed a bloodied girl next to him and stood in front of her. Let me go, or I'll kill her. Back off, retreat to the intersection over there. Do as we say, or no one will survive. Other revivers followed suit, holding on to those who were already disabled, looking at Lee Fong with fear. Save me, I don't want to die yet. I have such good grades, how can I die here? Brother, save me. Teacher, make Lee Fong step back. The hostages cried out for help, with even the timid ones shedding tears. Everyone fears death, who doesn't fear death? A reviver, seeing Lee Fong standing still, shouted sternly, back off, haven't you heard? What are you standing there for? Wu Shan struggled to sit up and shouted excitedly, Lee Fong, listen to them and step back. We can't let these children die here. Yes, lives are at stake, I beg you, these children are innocent. The middle-aged woman pleaded. Step back? Lee Fong walked slowly to a position directly in front of the gate. Why should I step back? To let a few people live and risk more innocent lives, that's not a good choice. With these words, the revivers who had shown joy suddenly turned pale, looking at Lee Fong with horror. The middle-aged female teacher scolded, are you crazy? These children. Shut up! Lee Fong coldly rebuked, a faint chill emanating from him, causing the female teacher to shiver and dare not speak again. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. One option is to release these people, and I'll leave you with intact corpses. The other is not to release them, and I'll blow your heads off. With that, Lee Fong raised his arms, extending 10 fingers, each falling down one by one in the chilling wind. The revivers were stunned at first upon hearing this, but immediately reacted. Wait, calm down a bit, let's discuss. Why resort to violence? Yes, these children still have their whole lives ahead of them. It's not worth dying here. Do you realize you'll be condemned online for this? Don't let us ruin your reputation. The revivers panicked, each earnestly advising. If a destiny holder as powerful as the top 3 prohibitions is determined to kill themselves, there's no use running even if you break your legs. 5 seconds left, think quickly. Lee Fong lowered his arm, bent down to pick up an iron ladle from the ground, and coldly said, 3 seconds. Wait, let me explain. No chance. A cold light flashed in Li Feng's eyes, the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered like a spider web. He turned into a ghostly figure, tearing through the air at terrifying speed, stirring up a violent gale, shattering the peaceful night. The reviver at the forefront hadn't reacted when Li Feng's ladle smashed his head. Blood mixed with white viscous matter splattered on the slow down sign at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering continued. The revivers only heard it, not seeing him. Watching their companions inexplicably drop dead around them, they were completely panicked, abandoning the hostages and running for their lives in all directions. But all in vain. Lee Fong was like the grim reaper in the night, effortlessly reaping their lives. In just a few breaths, these troublesome revivers all met their end, not a single one spared. In the shadows around the hotel, the underworld folks who were ready to pounce discreetly withdrew, sneaking away into the distance, afraid of catching Li Feng's eye. At the hotel entrance, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Lee Fong dropped the twisted ladle in his hand and calmly said, "All revivers dead, 2 students dead, this is my limit." The crowd fell silent, you could hear a pin drop. What kind of monster is this, killing all the revivers in a matter of seconds? Is this a movie scene, a fast-forwarded game? Even Shi Mingyue, who had struggled to stand up, couldn't snap out of it after witnessing this scene. He thought controlling 2-second prohibitions with his first prohibition strength was already incredible, but seeing Lee Fong in action made him realize there's always someone stronger, beyond the ordinary. This is just too unbelievable. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Lee Fong walked up to Captain Wu Shan. "Captain Wu, do you know this area well?" Suppressing his astonishment, Wu Shan stiffly nodded. Lee Fong squatted down, pointing to his shoulder. "Come on, take me to where the other survivors are gathering." Amidst the towering mountains, the winding road snaked like a giant silver python under the cold moonlight. Military off-road vehicles and heavy-duty trucks ascended the mountain in succession, the orderly formation resembling a pack of wolves with a scent of death. Above the convoy, dozens of fighter jets formed a triangular formation, escorting the convoy in an orderly manner as they circled overhead. Half of the vehicles bore a 3-leaf clover emblem, while the other half displayed a light blue sphere. The former belonged to the Special Abilities Department, and the latter to the Federal Legion stationed in City 11. In the middle of the convoy, 3 members of the 14th Special Operations Team of the Yintong Department sat in the back and front passenger seats of a jeep, driven by the Special Abilities Department's Gongran. The team leader, Yiyu, leaned against the passenger window, repeatedly listening to a recording on his phone, the phone call recording from Li Feng's earlier plea for help to the Special Abilities Department. "You said the person who made this call was Lee Fong, who participated in the ability measurement day a few days ago, can you confirm?" Yiyu turned off his phone screen and asked Gong Ran beside him. 90 to 95% sure, I have a pretty vivid memory of his voice. Gong Ran's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Yiyu raised an eyebrow, why is that voice so memorable? Gong Ran's face darkened. How could he not be deeply affected when the other person cursed him so harshly? "It's nothing, just that this child is quite outstanding, so I paid a little more attention." Gong Ran awkwardly smiled. Ding ling, ding ling. At this moment, the fixed phone in the jeep rang. Yiyu answered the phone and pressed the speakerphone button so that the other 3 people in the car could hear. "Sister Tong, I am Su Xian, the leader of the 2nd Action Group. I have some information to report." A male voice came from the phone. Yiyu calmly responded, "Go ahead, Sister Tong is listening on the side." "Ah, understood, Sister Tong. Following your instructions, we investigated the vehicles and personnel entering and exiting Beiwangshan in the past week and found a large number of suspicious individuals with unidentified identities. These people arrived at the 11th train station by underground train using temporary passes, then assumed various identities such as security guards, tourists, magic troops, university clubs, and others to head to Beiwangshan, suspected to be revivers." Gong Ran, who was driving, furrowed his brows and stole a glance at Yiyu beside him. Seeing that she didn't speak, he continued to inquire, "How many ordinary civilians are currently on the mountaintop?" There was a moment of silence on the phone before the response came, "Many. Under normal circumstances, it's usually between 2,500 to 3,100, but today, due to multiple high schools jointly hosting a bonfire party, the estimated number is between 800 to 8,300. Gong Ran's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this number, causing the entire car to tremble. After a moment of calm, he pretended to be calm and said, "Understood, maintain vigilance, shoot suspicious individuals on sight, no need to verify their identities." "Understood. Asterisk beep beep beep." Asterisk the call was disconnected. Yiyu rubbed her temples wearily. This situation was bigger than she had anticipated, far more than just eliminating a high-risk individual. "Xiao Yi, do we need to request backup?" A slightly older man in the back seat asked in a deep voice. Before Yiyu could respond, another team member in the car, Zheng Kong, shook his head. "Uncle He, it's too late." He Lu smiled helplessly. "You're right, we have time to wait, but the people on the mountain can't wait." Bang! Just then, the sound of a collision came from the front of the convoy. Gong Ran slammed on the brakes and stopped the jeep steadily. He then abruptly opened the door, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "What's happening up front?" A buzzing sound came from the walkie-talkie, then returned to normal. "Sister Tong, there's an invisible barrier on the road ahead, we can't pass through." "Ah, an invisible barrier?" Gong Ran was slightly stunned and looked to Yiyu for help. Yiyu got out of the car, walked up to Gong Ran, and asked the walkie-talkie, "Does it ripple like water when you touch it, creating concentric circles?" Yes, just like water." The person on the phone hurriedly replied. Upon hearing the response, Yiyu's expression instantly turned serious. "It's the prison sky mirror from the New World." Clang clang. The other two people in the car pushed open the doors and got out, their faces filled with horror. As members of the Intong division, how could they not know the name New World, the top reviver force in the wasteland, a behemoth that could challenge the Federation? Sensing the slightly heavy atmosphere, Yu reassured, "Don't be nervous. The fact that they can use a mystical tool like the prison sky mirror means the newcomers aren't strong, they might even fear us. Otherwise, there would be no need for concealment. Let's first break through the barrier of the prison sky mirror and then plan accordingly based on the situation inside. That's the only way." After dealing with the revivers at the North Peak Hotel, Lee Fong led Wushan to search for and eliminate small groups of revivers, becoming a savior in the eyes of countless survivors and a nightmare in the eyes of numerous revivers. This situation led to a significant delay in opening the seal box. Upon learning of this, the horse-faced underworld guardian and Xin Yuanhua from the New World dispatched experts multiple times to kill Lee Fong. However, not only did they fail to kill him, they couldn't even find him. This was intentionally done by Lee Fong to leave a strong but scarce impression on people, making it convenient for future actions, allowing the resurrected ones to place the boxes on the square of the bonfire party with peace of mind. Fools, with so many of you, can't even find one destined person? The horse-faced guardian kicked the man in front of him to the ground. The man, holding his stomach, stood up in grievance. "Sir, we also want to find him, but it's as if this kid has a radar in his head. Every time we are about to discover his whereabouts, he leaves early. Get lost, continue searching." The horse-faced guardian pointed towards the distance. I'm going. The man nodded repeatedly and stumbled out of the square. Shen Yuanhua chuckled lightly. What's the use of absorbing so many resurrected ones? They are all just useless extras. What's so funny, have your people from the New World found him? The horse-faced guardian mocked. Shen Yuanhua spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, we don't have many people here, so it's normal not to find him, right? The horse-faced guardian. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the south of Huangshan in the north, the direction of going up and down the mountain. The huge roar startled everyone present, and they all retreated in the opposite direction of the sound. What's happening? Someone asked anxiously, but no one could answer his question, and at that moment, all eyes were on Shen Yuanhua. At this moment, Shen Yuanhua frowned, his gaze firmly locked in the direction of the sound. Someone is attacking the barrier of the prison mirror. It's the military and the Special Abilities Bureau, and it seems that the Intong Bureau is also involved. It's impossible. I specifically arranged 10-second prohibitions on the way up the mountain to kill the humans going up the mountain, to prevent them from informing the Special Abilities Bureau about the barrier. How could this happen? Did your people leak the information? The horse-faced guardian looked at Shen Yuanhua with suspicion. How can you say such absurd things with a straight face in a situation like this? Shen Yuanhua glared at the horse-faced guardian discontentedly, then reached for the seal box. What are you doing? The horse-faced guardian urgently stepped forward and pushed away Shen Yuanhua's hand. What am I doing? When people come, it's natural to retreat. What's wrong with me taking my New World seal box? Shen Yuanhua looked warily at the horse-faced guardian. What do you mean by the New World seal box? This is an unowned item, and unowned items should belong to our underworld. I advise you to put away those thieving thoughts, or don't blame me for not recognizing you. The horse-faced guardian's eyes gleamed with hostility as he drew the sword stuck in the ground. How dare you speak so self-righteously, and what qualifications do you have to threaten me? Do you really think I can't beat you? Shen Yuanhua, seeing this, no longer held back and revealed the finger claws on his hand. Very well, then. Boom! Before the horse-faced guardian could finish his sentence, another deafening roar came from the south. The second roar brought back the rationality of the two, and the tense atmosphere between them also eased slightly. You should also be aware that our strengths are evenly matched. It will take a long time to determine a winner. The prison mirror won't hold for long, those people will come in soon, and then none of us can take the seal box. Shen Yuanhua's expression was serious. In my eyes, there are only two outcomes, either I take the seal box, or someone else does. I only accept the first option. Give me the seal box, and I will give you a mysterious artifact in the future, the horse-faced guardian said firmly. Shen Yuanhua gritted his teeth and said, you give it to me, and I will give you 2 mysterious artifacts in the future. You give me, and I'll give you 3 mysterious artifacts in the future. Ma Mian remained composed, almost deceiving Shen Yuanhua with his sincere demeanor. Damn it, you never intended to give them, did you? You act like you can give me 2 mysterious artifacts just the same. For a moment, the two of them were at a stalemate once again. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Yuanhua sighed deeply and compromised. Alright, the sealed box is almost at 10,000 people, how about we make a bet? Ma Mian nodded. Go on. Let's head south to delay some time. Let our men quickly unlock the sealed box. If there are artifacts with special abilities inside, they belong to me. If it's just ordinary weapons, they're yours. How about that? Shin Yuanguo's voice was stern. Ma Mian lowered his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. After assigning tasks to their respective men, Ma Mian and Shin Yuanguo together charged towards the south, the sharp sounds of battle echoing across the mountaintop. Meanwhile, in a secluded alleyway, Lee Fong placed Wushan, whose legs were disabled, next to a pile of garbage and whispered, "Too many people have been taken to the bonfire square by the revivers. I need to go save them. Captain Wu, you stay here." Just as Lee Fong was about to leave, Wushan grabbed his arm. "It's too dangerous. The more people there are, the more revivers there will be. If something goes wrong when you go, Captain Wu, it's the duty of the chosen ones to protect ordinary people. I can't stand by and watch these revivers kill. I won't act recklessly if it's too dangerous, but if there's a chance, I must try." Lee Fong pushed Wu Shan's hand away. "You." Wu Shan clenched his fists. "I'm not as brave as you. Stay safe, prioritize your own life." Lee Fong nodded earnestly, then turned and ran towards the alley. As Lee Fong ran out of the alley, exposed under the streetlights, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. In a few breaths' time, Li Feng's figure appeared hundreds of meters away and disappeared into the vast night. On a small hill several hundred meters away from the bonfire square, a head cautiously peeked out. It was none other than Li Qingxia. Earlier, Li Qingxia had told Li Qingxia everything and asked him to monitor the square's every move from this spot. Li Qingxia yawned, ruffling his elegant hair, complaining, "Leaving me alone in this cold weather, not even finding me a blanket. It's so cold. Oh my god." The sudden voice startled Li Qingxia, making his heart jump. Li Fong, lying on the ground, looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a bug on the ground?" Trembling, Li Qingxia pointed at Li Fong. "Are you trying to scare me, sneaking up on me like a ghost, afraid I'd notice you? You're slow to react, don't blame me. Hurry, lie down, don't let others see you." Li Fong patted the ground, signaling Li Qingxia to lie down. Li Qingxia playfully kicked Li Fong, then reluctantly lay down. "What's the situation? Brother, use your eyes and take a look." Li Fong shook Li Qingxia's arm. "You guessed right, those two most powerful revivers have headed south. The sealed box is now at 9892, just a few more." Li Qingxia counted on his fingers, a little over 100 left. "Another 108 need to die," Li Fong said calmly. Li Qingxia nodded. "My count matches yours. Once these revivers capture and kill another batch of people, it will be enough." "Are you confused? There are still over 30 revivers and 60 to 70 ordinary people on the field. Let them finish off the ordinary people first, then I'll take care of them, and we'll reach 10,000 people." Li Fong stared at Li Qingxia as if he were looking at a fool. "Ha?" Li Qingxia suddenly realized, "I thought we weren't considered human." Li Fong was slightly stunned at her words, then chuckled after a few seconds of silence. "Whether it's a reviver or an ordinary person, in the end, we are all just animals living in this world. The strong prey on the weak avoid the strong, only the strong can decide who they are." Li Fong stood up, looking down at the slaughter in the square. On the bonfire square, the slaughter continued. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I can give you money, I have a lot of it at home." "Ah!" Splurt! The sharp tip of the knife slashed across the boy's neck, and blood drew a long line in the night sky following the blade's path. The boy, in terror, clutched his neck, but it was futile. Blood seeped through his fingers, the colors in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he eventually fell into tranquility. In 2 minutes, 76 lives turned into cold numbers, bringing the unlocking of the seal closer. A young man flicked the blood off his fingertips, looking regretfully at the girl who died in his arms. "Hurry up, why are you still holding a dead person?" someone impatiently urged. The young man stood up, greedily eyeing the girl. "She looks so tender, it would be great if I could date her." Just then, a breeze swept by, and a cold voice sounded indifferently from behind the young man. "It's not too late to go down and talk to her now." Bang! Li Fong forcefully crushed the man's head with his fingers, then kicked and caught the horizontal sword embedded in the ground. This sudden scene stunned all the revivers present. "Wait! You are! I am Li Fong! Run!" A man who had regained his senses shouted loudly, but as he turned to take the next step, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eye. Swish! At the moment the man's foot touched the ground, a thin bloodline extended from his forehead down to below his neck. Splurt! Accompanied by the sound of gushing blood, the man's body split in half in front of everyone's horrified gaze, falling to both sides, the clean cut resembling a horizon. Li Fong wiped the blood off his eyelashes with his fingers, then swiftly moved to attack the other revivers. For a moment, the sounds of blood gushing and wailing composed a haunting melody under the night sky. After killing the last reviver with a swift strike, Li Fong stood upright, turned his head to look at the sealed box, his crimson eyes chilling under the moonlight. On the sealed box, the 4 digits 9999 were engraved, wriggling eerily like insects. Just one more? Lee Fong frowned, about to go out to capture another person when a faint cry for help came from a distant pile of corpses. Don't go. Help me. Lee Fong halted his step, turned to look in the direction of the voice. Among the piled corpses, a bloody head squeezed out from the crevices, pleadingly looking at Lee Fong. Lee Fong smiled, swift as the wind, and appeared in front of the girl. Save me. The girl tremblingly reached out to grab Lee Feng's trouser leg. Lee Fong nodded. Thank you, I'll give you a quick death. As soon as he spoke, Lee Feng's sword pierced the girl's forehead like lightning, ending her precarious life. In the moment of the girl's death, the constantly wriggling 9999 on the sealed box finally turned into 10,000, and patches of gray-black dirt on the box's surface fell off. Thump thump. A sound like a beating heart emanated from inside the sealed box, causing the entire box to tremble in rhythm with the heartbeat. Lee Fong cautiously approached the sealed box, holding the sword, his mind filled with confusion. Wasn't there supposed to be a mysterious artifact inside the sealed box? Why was there a heartbeat? It seemed that Lee Fong sensed the approach, and the heartbeat in the sealed box suddenly thundered like an explosion, terrifying waves of sound spreading out like a tsunami, cracking the surrounding corpses. However, to Lee Fong, it was no different from scratching an itch. He calmly walked up to the sealed box, pondered for a moment, raised the knife handle in his hands over his head, and ruthlessly chopped down. Crack! The sealed box exploded like tofu, wood chips flying everywhere. Before Lee Fong could see what mysterious object was inside, a terrifying wave erupted from in front of him, sending him flying 100 meters away. Immediately after, a dazzling blood-red pillar shot up into the sky, with a loud bang breaking through the barrier of the prison sky mirror, piercing through the thick clouds, casting the entire sky over Beihuang Mountain in a deep red hue. Ha ha ha! A sharp, piercing laughter echoed through the sky, shattering the clouds and stirring up a fierce wind. Boom! The blood-red pillar emitted a loud noise, then compressed into a thin layer, slowly pulling apart to a width of 100 meters before stopping. Come in, don't you want to get me? The voice was filled with madness and anticipation, sounding like something a lunatic would say. Lee Fong helped himself up with a nearby corpse, excitement gleaming in his eyes, his feet stomping the ground fiercely as he dashed into the thick blood red, disappearing into that realm. As the barrier of the prison sky mirror shattered, Ma Mian and Xin Yuanhua, who were hiding behind it for a sneak attack, were exposed, unable to hide any longer. However, the two did not flee, and the 3 from the Intong division did not make a move either. At this moment, everyone was in shock, staring at the blood-red gateway standing between heaven and earth. Ma Mian widened his eyes. This is a conscious mysterious object? Night Ghost, standing beside him, was shaken by these words. As a member of the Intong division, she naturally understood what Ma Mian meant. There were distinctions between mysterious objects in terms of strength, but there was no clear ranking because of the myriad abilities of mysterious objects, making it difficult to classify them. However, there was one type of mysterious object, the spirit mysterious object. Spirit mysterious objects possessed independent consciousness, could not be destroyed, had abilities beyond human comprehension, and surpassed all other mysterious objects. In addition, spirit mysterious objects had a unique function of recognizing their master, only allowing those it acknowledged to use it. These individuals were called spirit users, and the stronger the spirit user, the stronger the spirit mysterious object, mutually reinforcing each other. The last appearance of a spirit mysterious object in the Federation was 19 years ago, a long spear named the Red Tassel Spear. This spirit mysterious object was eventually obtained by a young man named Huang Fucking, who is now the commander of the 2nd Group Army of the Federation. Thinking of this, Night Ghost's breathing suddenly became rapid, subconsciously taking a step towards the direction of the blood-red gateway. Click! The sound of footsteps instantly broke the silence among the group. Ma Mian reacted first, grabbing Xin Yuanguo and pulling him back, then rushing towards the blood-red gateway like a cannonball, shouting, "Ha! This spirit mysterious object is mine, mine! Bastard, do scum like you deserve a spirit mysterious object!" Xin Yuanguo cursed angrily, moving his feet and disappearing from the spot, reappearing hundreds of meters away. He loose-swallowed nervously, turning to Night Ghost and saying, "Xiao Yi, the spirit mysterious object must not fall into the hands of these revivalists." "Yes, Night Sister, the spirit mysterious object must not fall into the hands of these resurrectors." Zheng Kong hurriedly agreed. "We can go in, but our primary goal is to prevent the resurrectors from getting the spirit mysterious object, understand?" Night Ghost said solemnly. "Understood, I will put my own desires aside." "Me too." The two nodded excitedly in agreement. After Night Ghost assigned tasks to Gong Ran, she led the two towards the blood-red gateway. At the same time, the slightly knowledgeable and powerful resurrectors on the mountaintop rushed towards the blood-colored gate. After all, who wouldn't want to take a chance at leaping over the dragon gate? There was a great commotion on the North Yellow Mountain, so much so that even the people below noticed the blood-colored sky. What's going on with the sky? Why has it turned blood-red? I don't know. Look at the mountain road entrance on North Yellow Mountain. There are many soldiers standing there. Oh my, could something big be about to happen? Ah, why are we standing here? Let's hurry and leave. Don't rush, don't rush. Let me first record a video to post on my social circle. The bright red moon hung high above the dark clouds, twisted trees intertwined to form vast stretches of mountain forests. A faint fishy smell permeated the damp, cold air, drifting through the mountain woods with the night wind. The pale red moonlight, like a thin layer of gauze, draped a sinister veil over this tranquil mountain forest. Lee Fong stood under a large tree, looking around in confusion. Where is the mysterious artifact? The moment Lee Fong rushed into the blood-colored gate, he felt his vision blur, and when it cleared again, he inexplicably found himself here. Unable to come up with a plan, Lee Fong cautiously wandered through the mountain woods. When he reached a stream, his pupils dilated, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Clenching his fist in front of his eyes, he muttered to himself, "How did I suddenly get suppressed to level 1? Gurgle gurgle. Before Lee Fong could ponder, a sound like intestinal movement echoed in front of him. Looking up, he saw dozens of neatly arranged blood-red characters appearing out of thin air before his eyes. Personnel are all present. The master recognition assessment begins. Below are the rules and precautions. 1. In the Netherworld, everyone's levels will be suppressed to level 1, resurrectors cannot self-heal. 2. Once in the Netherworld, no one can exit midway. 3. Upon entering the Netherworld, each person will encounter their corresponding mirror image, possessing all abilities of the original, equal in strength, and immortal. 4. The purpose of the mirror image is to kill the assessors, so be cautious. 5. 5 keys are scattered in the Netherworld. After collecting all 5 keys, insert them into the altar at the center of the Netherworld to begin the final assessment, which allows 5 participants. Best of luck to all. After reading the last word, the color of the blood-red characters gradually faded, eventually disappearing without a trace. Master recognition assessment. Does the mysterious artifact still need to recognize its owner? Lee Fong had a question in his mind, but it was quickly dismissed because there was a more pressing issue at hand. Everyone was present, indicating that besides him, others had also entered. Although the presence of others added some variables to the outcome, Lee Fong didn't find it troublesome. What truly troubled him were the mirror images. According to the rules, each person had a mirror image, which possessed all the abilities of the original, meaning his mirror image had control over the extreme water and absolute dominance. This was a big problem. If his mirror image used extreme water in front of others, disaster would be imminent. Lee Fong sighed heavily, his brow furrowed with worry. What should he do now? Kill everyone or find his mirror image and figure out a way to trap them? Forget it. I'll take it step by step. Lee Fong stood up, changed his appearance with a single thought, and headed towards the depths of the forest. In the depths of his mind, he felt a mysterious force guiding him. Along the way, Lee Fong did not encounter his mirror image. After walking for about 10 minutes, a tall palace appeared at the end of his sight. This is a palace with a style similar to that of a church, but only in appearance, not related to a church at all. The white walls are covered with long scratches, faint traces of blood barely visible. The shattered arched windows emit a creaking sound in the night breeze, revealing an eerie and horrifying atmosphere under the glow of the red moon. At this moment, in front of the palace's main gate, 2 groups of people stand, one with 3 individuals and the other with 4, as if waiting for something. They won't let us in unless we have 8 people. This palace has too many rules. Keep quiet. Spirit artifacts are conscious. Be careful not to be overheard by the other side. The person hearing this pursed his lips and remained silent. Hey, someone's coming. It's Big Brother Liu Chang. Someone pointed in the direction of Lee Fong with excitement. Lee Fong, for convenience, changed his appearance to that of a 3 forbidden resurrector he had killed before. The person referred to as Liu Chang. It's really Big Brother Liu Chang. Now we are also a group of 4 in the underworld, haha. The underworld group laughed joyfully, while the people from the new world looked grim. Soon, Lee Fong arrived at the entrance of the palace. Before he could speak, the 3 from the underworld surrounded him. Big Brother Liu Chang, didn't expect to see you around here. This is great. We were worried about being outnumbered by the people from the new world, but with you here, everything is fine. Weren't you 4 laughing just now? Why the serious faces now? A young man provocatively said. I was just smiling kindly at you. In your eyes, everything seems hostile. People with dirty hearts see everything as dirty. You. Alright, why are you all waiting for me here? Lee Fong interrupted the other person impatiently. The young man glanced at the person and then smiled, explaining to Lee Fong, "Big brother Lu Chang, come and see this." The young man led Lee Fong to the entrance of the main hall and placed his palm on the door. Gurgle, the familiar sound of intestinal movement resounded, and a line of blood-red small characters appeared out of thin air. Palace of Doubt, a palace with the key of doubt, requires 8 people to push the door simultaneously to open the door. After completing the test inside the palace, you can obtain the key of doubt. Palace of Doubt? Lee Fong muttered to himself, then asked, "What did you mean by 3 against 4 just now?" "Ha?" The young man hesitated, somewhat uncertain, and said, "With 8 people, we can split into 2 teams evenly, so it should be 4 against 4, right?" Lee Fong. Lee Fong placed both hands on the door and said without looking back, "Let's push the door. This place is quite eerie. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave." Urged by Lee Fong, the other 7 stepped forward and placed their hands on the palace's main door. "Let's start pushing." With the joint effort of the 8, the immovable door finally began to sway, and pieces of cobwebs with dust fell on their heads. Clang, the heavy door opened a crack, and a pungent smell of rotten wood rushed out from the gap, entering the nostrils of the group. "Ugh, what's this smell?" "Ugh." The people on either side of the door knelt down, covering their noses and retching. "You'll get used to it." Lee Fong patted one of them on the shoulder, then sidestepped through the gap into the palace, the others enduring the stench and squeezing in. The hall was very dark, with only the moonlight shining through the windows illuminating the interior, no other source of light. The terrifying atmosphere made everyone huddle together, observing their surroundings vigilantly. As the last person entered the hall, the door slammed shut with a thunderous sound echoing in the hall. "Ghost!" A resurrector near the door was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, clutching his companion's pants leg, looking terrified in the direction of the door. "Can you pull yourselves together? Everyone in the underworld is watching, hurry up." "Oh." The person nodded in grievance, leaning against the wall as they trembled to stand up. Lee Fong withdrew his gaze, lifted his foot and walked forward. At the moment his foot touched the ground, a sound like the wind, whoosh, echoed in the hall. Soon after, flickering candles spread from the walls on either side of the main entrance, illuminating the hall in no time, revealing the darkness to Lee Fong. The hall was not large, just over 200 square feet, with nothing particularly remarkable, appearing empty at first glance. The only distinctive feature was a red chalk-drawn tic-tac-toe grid in the center of the hall. "Welcome to the Palace of Doubt. I am the master of this palace. I assume you all have come for the key of doubt." A weary voice resonated from all directions. The scene fell silent, and after a few seconds, Lee Fong asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" "That's not important. What matters is the key of doubt. You've all come for it, haven't you?" Lee Fong nodded without objection. "Yes, where is the key of doubt? I invite you 8 to play a game. The winning side will receive the key of doubt." As the voice trailed off, several blood-red numbers appeared above the heads of the 8 individuals. Lee Fong looked up to see the number 1 floating above his head. Turning around, he noticed that each person had a number above their head, ranging from 1 to the largest, 8. "Hey, I have a number 6 floating above my head. What does this mean?" "I don't know, I have a 7 above mine." The questions of the group were soon answered. "From now on, the number above your head will be your name for convenience," the palace master said satisfactorily. Seeing no objections, he continued, "Now I will divide you into 2 teams. How you are divided will be determined by fate. Those with the back of the hand facing up will be on one team, and those with the palm facing up will be on the other. If anyone dares to collude or signal, I will kill all of you." A cold wind blew into the hall, sending a chilling sensation through everyone's souls. Lee Fong turned to the others and shouted, "Don't waste time, hurry up." The 8 formed a circle and simultaneously extended their palms. 3 palms and 5 backs of the hand. Unfortunately, Lee Fong had his palm up, and he was on the same team as number 3 from the underworld and number 6 from the new world. Number 6 stared at the final result in disbelief. "This is an uneven number of people." "Ha," the palace master chuckled lightly, "I never said the numbers had to be equal. Now that the teams are set, let me explain the game you will play. Have you seen the tic-tac-toe grid on the floor?" The group nodded in response. The palace master grinned. "We will play tic-tac-toe, a game as simple as can be." "Tic-tac-toe?" Lee Fong raised an eyebrow, not expecting this to be the game. Tic-tac-toe is a game where 2 players use circles and crosses on a grid to form a line horizontally, vertically, or diagonally to win. Lee Fong used to play this game often with Chi Mingyue when he was young, but they often ended up in a draw due to its simplicity. That's right, it's tic-tac-toe. Each of you will have one chance to make a move with a circle or a cross. The first to form a line wins, and the loser. The palace master paused, will die here. At this statement, number 6, who had been standing calmly with the New World team, widened their eyes in disbelief and asked, die here? What, do you think I can't do it? The palace master teased with a smirk. Number 6 took a few steps back in panic, stood still for a moment, then shouted loudly, I'm done playing, I don't want the key anymore, I want to leave. With that, number 6 turned and ran towards the entrance, but before taking a few steps, a flash of cold light passed under his feet. Splurt! Blood splattered, a foot soared high, and number 6 fell heavily to the ground due to inertia. My foot, my foot! Wang Huan, are you okay? The people from the New World's faces changed as they helped number 6 up from the ground. Don't worry, I won't let him die before the game is completed. Relax and play the game, don't make me resort to killing. The palace owner casually remarked, as if killing was as ordinary to him as eating. Before anyone from the New World could speak, number 3 from the underworld shouted, how is this fair? They have 5 people, we have 3, isn't this a losing situation? Lee Fong furrowed his brows at this moment. Number 3 was right. If each person only had one chance to make a move, there was no chance of winning on their side. But if the outcome was already predetermined, why didn't that person end the game? Don't be nervous, each person only has one chance to make a move. Whether they can make a move depends on their own abilities. Lee Fong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? If someone wants to make a move, they stand in the 9 palaces grid, each square has a different test, and only after completing the test can they make a move, the palace owner explained slowly. If we don't connect in the end, how will it be judged? Number 2 asked solemnly. Whichever side occupies more squares wins. If it's a tie, let me think. Right, then let's just kill them all, wouldn't that be interesting? The palace owner said expectantly. At these words, a faint hint of killing intent flashed in Li Feng's deep eyes. Let's begin, starting with the side with more people. Do you need to discuss anything? The 5 people heard this but didn't respond. They looked at each other, each face expressing one word, confusion. Who wants to go first? Number 2 broke the silence, his gaze passing over number 4 and number 8 beside him, looking towards number 5 and number 7 behind. What are we waiting for? You 3 from the New World should go first, shouldn't you? Number 5 stepped back uneasily. Exactly, Big Brother Lu Chang, can you say something for us? Number 7 looked at Lee Fong for help. Lee Fong glanced at him indifferently, then turned and walked to the side, sitting down under the candlestick embedded in the wall. Brother. Number 7 widened his eyes. The palace owner spoke somewhat displeased. Number 7, it's your turn. I can't stand people like you who try to have it both ways. Number 7 pursed his lips, reluctantly walked to the center of the 9 palaces grid, and said, I choose this one. As soon as he spoke, number 7's eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless, standing in place like a zombie, as if experiencing something. For a moment, the field fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, number 3, who was on the same team as Lee Fong, helped number 6 to sit beside him. Brother Lu, what should we do? Number 3 asked urgently. Just occupy a few lines, what else can we do? Lee Fong remained calm, pointing to the injured number 6, you're up next. If the opponent hasn't occupied the center, you take it. If they have, you can occupy any other square. Me? Number 6 pointed at himself in surprise, feeling a bit hesitant, but my foot is like this. It doesn't matter, I'm not asking you to go up and fight. Didn't you see how number 7 didn't even move? Probably just a simple quick thinking test. Bang! Before Lee Fong could finish his sentence, number 7 standing in the 9 palaces grid suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, disappearing without a trace. Unfortunately, number 7 didn't pass the test. It's your turn. The deep voice of the palace owner echoed in everyone's ears. Number 3 nudged Lee Fong with his hand and stuttered, this. Lu Gu. Didn't you say it was a brain teaser? I guessed blindly, Lee Fong casually replied, then walked up to number 6 and said, go ahead, I wish you success. Number 6 curled up in the corner, can I go later? Without a word, Lee Fong lifted number 6 with one hand, ignoring the struggles and cries, and threw him into the middle position. Let's choose this spot too. After Lee Fong finished speaking, number 6 stopped struggling and, like number 7 before, fell into a dumbfounded state. Just as Lee Fong turned around and took a few steps, there was a sudden bang behind him. Number 6 eliminated. Ha! Lee Fong looked bewildered at the completely obliterated number 6, his eyes filled with horror. Joking aside, he turned around for a moment and it was over. What a game! Not only Lee Fong, but everyone else was also puzzled. What's going on? 2 people died before even occupying a spot? It's a pity. Next one, the palace owner's voice rang out again. Over at number 2, It seemed like a dark cloud was hanging over the heads of the four, each looking pale and lifeless. Number 5 from the underworld was about to say something when the other three's gazes shifted to him simultaneously. Alright, I'll go, Number 5 smiled helplessly, knowing he had no choice. Number 5 entered the grid and chose the top left corner, not opting for the more central positions. Soon, Number 5 fell into the same state as the previous two, while Lee Fong stood silently beside him. After a few quiet minutes, a buzzing sound filled the air, and Number 5's eyes gradually cleared up, shining with excitement. I did it, I did it. Really? Number 4 asked incredulously. Definitely. Number 2 grinned happily at Number 5. Gurgling sounds came from Number 5's stomach, and symbols appeared before his eyes. Or times, Number 5 looked at Lee Fong standing beside him. Lu go, we choose times. Alright, then we'll go with, Lee Fong nodded. Number 5 tapped on times, and a large time slowly appeared beneath his feet. Seeing this, a faint smile tugged at Lee Feng's lips, a glint of understanding flickering in his eyes, unnoticed by the others present. Under Lee Feng's coercion, Number 3 reluctantly stepped into the grid, choosing the top right position. A minute later, there was a sudden explosion. Lee Feng's face darkened as he crossed his arms and walked to the side. Now, only 1, 2, 4, and 8 were left without a move, leaving Lee Fong alone on his side. Steady, we still have 3 chances. As long as we occupy one more spot in the grid, we win. Number 2 exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists and turning to the weakest player. Number 8, go on, I believe in you. You can do it. Number 4 squeezed Number 8's arm and shook it vigorously. Okay, I'll try my best. In the end, Number 8 was also forced to step into the grid, choosing the second row, the first box from left to right. Under everyone's gaze, Number 8 followed in Number 6's footsteps within 3 minutes, leaving nothing behind. All eyes turned to Lee Fong. Seeing Lee Fong standing motionless, Number 2 frowned. What are you waiting for? Go. Lee Fong remained still and asked the palace owner, can they go first? Are you out of your mind? Number 8 is on our side. It's your turn next. If you don't want to be blown into a mist of blood, you can still choose to end it now. The rest of the people looked at Lee Fong as if he were a fool after hearing his words. Lee Fong ignored them and quietly waited for the voice of the palace owner. If you want to escape the game, I will kill you. The voice of the palace owner carried a hint of coldness. Ever since I stepped into this palace, I have been wondering why it's called the Palace of Doubt. Now I understand. Lee Fong paused for a moment and continued, it's to make me question everything. Number 1, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and play chess. Are you trying to escape the game? The voice of the palace owner was mixed with a hint of anger. Watchdog, which eye of yours saw me trying to escape the game? I am just following the rules. Lee Fong turned to look at the group of people with Number 2. At this moment, he finally understood the true rules of the game. From the moment he entered the palace, this guy who called himself the palace owner jumped out, vaguely stated the real rules, and then used some tricks to guide him to imagine some unnecessary rules. The reason Lee Fong could come to this conclusion was that he saw Number 5 being able to choose between a circle and a cross, which reminded him of a sentence the palace owner said earlier. That's right, it's tic-tac-toe. Each person has one chance to make a move, circle, and cross. Whoever forms a line first wins. A vague statement, not specifying who was the circle and who was the cross, only saying that forming a line wins, without specifying that the winning side is a group but using a very subtle and easily overlooked who. If the word team were added before this sentence, it would naturally lead everyone to infer those missing rules. But if you set aside this sentence, set aside the misleading term tic-tac-toe, set aside all other rules, the real rule would emerge, circle and cross, whoever forms a line first wins. From the beginning, this was a personal battle, with only one key. How could it be given to a group of people? Lee Fong smirked and boldly walked towards where Number 2 and Number 4 were. He was not afraid of this so-called palace owner making a move against him because the other party simply did not have that ability. Because the palace owner also said, rest assured, I won't let him die before completing the game. Play the game with peace of mind, don't make me resort to killing. Within the rules, the other party could not make a move, as Lee Fong had just verified. If they could freely make a move, there would be no need to keep repeating the phrase escaping the game. Numbers 2 and 4 watched as Lee Fong approached them, unable to come up with an answer in their minds. They couldn't understand why the palace owner hadn't made a move yet, nor could they understand what Lee Fong intended by coming over. Was he planning to take on both of them? What do you want to do? You wouldn't really want to break the rules and go first, would you? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're the reviver of the ice element. Hurry up and play your move. Don't force us to take action, Number 2 said nervously. Upon hearing this, Lee Fong did not stop his steps, swiftly appearing in front of Number 2. You. Before Number 2 could finish his sentence, Lee Fong kicked him, sending him flying, and with a loud bang, number 2 was embedded in the wall, his fate unknown. Seeing this, number 4's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, looking at Lee Fong with fear in his eyes. How could this happen? Isn't the Dark Earth supposed to suppress to the first prohibition? Doesn't that matter? Don't come any closer, this is against the rules. Number 4 slowly moved his hands back on the ground, inching away as Lee Fong approached step by step. Number 1, don't be too arrogant, this is my territory. The angry voice of the palace owner echoed through the hall like thunder. Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Lee Feng's eyes. The strike that you used to sever the foot of number 6 barely reached the level of the third prohibition, so you must hide it well. Otherwise, if I find out, I will chop you to death one by one. You. The palace owner wanted to retort but didn't know where to start, so he stopped after uttering a single word. Lee Fong chuckled, relieved that the opponent had no hidden strength. Number 4 lying on the ground understood some things after hearing the conversation between the two. Well, it seems the palace owner can't control the situation. Realizing this, number 4's lips visibly paled at a rapid pace, his fat cheeks trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded, Brother, I'm not as strong as number 2, he's more capable than me. It's okay, if you die, I'll let him take over. Lee Fong smiled brightly, bent down, grabbed number 4 by the neck, and forcibly dragged him into the grid. I hope you survive, good luck. Lee Fong patted number 4's shoulder expectantly, then left the grid. A few seconds later, number 4's eyes became vacant, standing motionless. Seeing that the opponent didn't immediately explode, Lee Fong squatted nearby, stroking his chin as if contemplating something. At a certain moment, Lee Fong suddenly looked up, a glint in his eyes, then curiously asked the palace owner, I have a question, after I pass the test, who will give me the key? Why do you ask? The palace owner inquired warily. Lee Fong smiled kindly, just curious. The hall fell silent for a moment, and after a while, the palace owner continued, focus on playing your game, don't think about irrelevant matters. Lee Feng's lips curled up, he stood up, supporting his knees, is the key in your hands? No one responded. Lee Fong sighed, patting his own head in frustration, realizing he had overlooked such a simple truth. Since winning the game would grant him the key, and if the key wasn't in the palace, it must be on the person claiming to be the palace owner. Why risk playing such a dangerous game when he could just ask the palace owner directly? Understanding this, Lee Fong spread his hands, I'm not playing anymore, I don't think it's worth risking my life for a key. With that, Lee Fong walked towards the main door. The palace owner hidden in the shadows clenched his teeth, glaring at Lee Feng's back. Open the door, or should I kick it down? Lee Fong impatiently shouted. You bastard, what do you think this place is? The next moment, a crescent-shaped arc appeared above Lee Feng's head, tearing through the air towards his neck. Lee Feng's ears twitched, dodging the arc by a hair's breadth. Didn't I tell you to hide properly? A cold glint flashed in Lee Feng's eyes as he raised his hand towards a dark corner of the hall, condense. Lee Feng's palm seemed to grasp the air, and the drifting blood mist in the hall instantly gathered into droplets of blood, forming a blood-red giant hand that reached towards the shadow. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the clenched blood hand. Lee Fong pulled, bringing the blood hand in front of him. Disperse, Lee Fong said calmly. The blood hand trembled slightly, then vanished with a thud, leaving a middle-aged man covered in blood on the ground. The man curled up, his eyes filled with resentment fixed on Lee Fong. Lee Fong glanced at the man, then stepped on his face. You call yourself the palace owner? Bastard! The man shouted loudly, about to launch an arc at Lee Fong when a blood blade appeared out of thin air, swoosh, cutting off the man's arm. Ah, my hand! Accompanied by the man's screams, his arm was thrown high in the air. Strangely, instead of spraying red blood, the arm turned into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. There was no blood flowing from the man's severed body, just billowing black smoke rising like a chimney. The severed arm slowly regenerated from the stump, but the process was excruciatingly slow, nothing compared to a resurrection, more like a snail's pace. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lee Feng's eyes. Despite his curiosity, he didn't delve into the matter but asked the man, where is the key of doubt? Hurry up and speak, don't force me to break your bones inch by inch, torturing you beyond recognition. Kid, I cannot die in the underworld, so. The man revealed a manic smile. I won't tell you anything, even if you pass the test, I won't hand over the key of doubt to you. Alright, no problem, we'll take our time. Lee Fong flashed a brilliant smile and squatted beside the man. Later. Half an hour later. I was wrong, I'll talk. The man lay on the ground, weakly shouting, his body emitting billowing black smoke like a leaking chimney, devoid of his previous arrogance. Lee Fong patted the man's face, teasingly saying, didn't you say you wouldn't tell me anything? I was momentarily blinded by anger, that's why I said those immature words. The man nodded apologetically. Lee Fong chuckled and nodded. To err is human. Now, where is it? Trembling, the man extended his hand, palm open before Lee Fong. The next moment, his palm slowly split open, revealing a silver metal key in front of Lee Fong. Lee Fong picked up the key, weighing it in his hand. It could have been this easy from the start, why waste my time? The man's face darkened. You had me tongue-tied from the beginning, how could I speak? In the distance, number 2, who had awakened, along with numbers 4 and 5 who had passed the test, stood at the innermost position, watching Lee Fong with fear. Big brother, what's going on here? Number 4 tugged at number 2's sleeve. I have no idea. Number 2 shook his head in confusion, then turned to number 5 beside him. Is your underworld's Liu Chang always this fierce? Number 5's expression was complex, hesitating before saying, Brother Liu Chang is an ice elemental ability user, this person doesn't seem like him. At that moment, Lee Fong looked towards the 3. You 3, come here. The 3 shuddered at his words, looking at each other in silence, frozen in place. What's wrong, do I have to come to you? Lee Fong frowned, kicking the palace owner who was half dead from the ordeal. A few seconds later, the 3 lined up, heads down, shoulders hunched before Lee Fong. Don't be nervous, I'll just ask you a few questions. Lee Fong smiled kindly. Let's start with you, the palace owner. You can call me Su Shu, or maybe Little Su. Su Shu smiled obsequiously. Alright, Su Shu, tell me, how do you leave the underworld? Lee Fong asked seriously, this was crucial to his identity as a disaster water. Well, Su Shu looked embarrassed. I don't know either, if I knew, I wouldn't be here, right? Lee Fong furrowed his brow but didn't blame him, there was no one to blame. Then let me ask you again, where is the mirror image man? Lee Fong inquired once more. The mirror image man? Su Shu looked puzzled. What's that? A person inside a mirror? Lee Fong sighed inwardly, feeling the urge to smash Su Shu's head at that moment. Lee Fong took a deep breath. Do you know anything? I don't think so. Oh, wait, I know something very important. Su Shu looked as if he had just figured something out, staring at Lee Fong in surprise. What is it? Tell me. Lee Fong leaned in, looking expectantly at Su Shu. Su Shu smiled mysteriously and raised his hand with difficulty, saying, I know where the key of doubt is, it's right here in the palm of my hand. The field fell silent as 6 crows flew overhead. Su Shu exclaimed excitedly, why are you all looking at me like that? I'm telling you, I have the key in my hand, if you don't believe me. Bang! Lee Fong swung his fist and smashed Su Shu's head into a black mist. After a preliminary diagnosis, he found that Su Shu seemed to have some mental issues, possibly related to losing the key of doubt, and was not worth interrogating. After everything was done, Li Feng's indifferent gaze turned to the 3 people standing on the side. Meeting Li Feng's eyes, the 3 individuals instantly tensed up, standing still without daring to breathe, bowing their heads like children who had made a mistake. Li Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'll ask a simple question, answer it and I'll let you go. On your way to the palace, did you see any so-called mirror people or come across any traces of them? Number 2 nervously raised his head and whispered, I didn't see anything. The other 2 shook their heads as well. Do you think I'm easily fooled? A cold light flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he grabbed number 2 by the neck with his left hand like a hawk's claw, pressing the person's face firmly into the ground. Lying will cost you your life, Li Fong said with a smirk. Number 2 paled, shouting, I'm not lying. Thud. Li Fong didn't give the person a chance to explain, piercing through their skull, then coldly turning to the other 2. It's your turn. Numbers 4 and 5 retreated in fear until they were cornered against the wall. I swear, big brother, I really didn't see anything, not even a hair. I didn't see anything either, I just walked straight here, didn't encounter anything. The 2 shielded themselves with their hands, shouting hoarsely. Li Fong paused, lowering his head in contemplation. Even after intentionally killing someone, these 2 hadn't changed their answers. It seemed they were telling the truth. If there were no mirror people, does that mean they don't exist at all? Li Fong furrowed his brows in confusion. If mirror people didn't exist or couldn't appear for some reason, was it necessary for him to hide his appearance? If they truly didn't exist, he risked exposure by using Liu Chang's face in confrontations, as just mentioning his name was enough to intimidate most people, comparable to the top 3 prohibitions. Forget it, mirror people haven't appeared at this stage, Li Fong muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, his appearance reverted to its original state. Numbers 4 and 5, who witnessed everything, stared at Li Fong in disbelief. Isn't that Li Fong? This can't be. Number 5 trembled, rubbing his eyes, but when he opened them again, he was met with Li Feng's cold face. At that moment, Li Fong looked up, and their eyes met. Don't come any closer, if you do, I'll scream. Number 5 pulled number 4 back, trembling as they retreated. "No need to be afraid, I don't torture needlessly," Lee Fong thought, and 2 drops of blood materialized out of thin air, piercing through the 2 individuals' foreheads, killing them painlessly. After dealing with the 2, Lee Fong searched their bodies and found 2 signal flares, one from the underworld and the other from the new world. After finding what he wanted, Lee Fong walked towards the main gate. Just as he was about to kick the door open, the gate seemed to grow eyes and swung open with a click to both sides. Quite perceptive, Lee Fong muttered in surprise. Then he set off 2 signal flares right in front of the gate. Swoosh! The 2 signal flares shot up into the sky, the red and blue dots gradually brightening until they emitted dazzling light in the dark sky. Satisfied, Lee Fong nodded and turned back into the palace, waiting for the arrival of others. He had 2 reasons for doing this, but ultimately it all served one purpose: to confirm the existence of the mirror image people. The testimonies of the 3 individuals were too weak to prove anything. He needed more people. If there were mirror image people in these mountains and forests, they would definitely come rushing upon seeing these 2 signal flares. Even if no mirror image people came, the flares would surely attract some resurrected beings, whom he could interrogate rigorously one by one. In the dim forest, a figure moved like a monkey among the dense treetops. It was none other than He Lu, a middle-aged man from the Intonsi trio. He Lu's face was deathly pale, covered in fine beads of sweat, his tight combat suit torn into strips hanging off him. Despite his poor physical condition, He Lu's eyes remained unwavering, fixed on the path ahead, evading the pursuit behind him, seeking a way out. A humanoid giant towering 50 meters high chased through the forest, its eyes blazing as it fixed its gaze on He Lu. The giant's disheveled hair, naked body, and round eyes resembling blood lanterns flickering under the blood moon, with protruding teeth showing bits of severed limbs, presented a terrifying and ferocious sight. The trees in the forest barely reached the giant's knees. With each step it took, trees fell like dominoes, raising clouds of dust. Around the giant, a dozen smaller giants less than 20 meters tall were madly chasing He Lu, forming a faint encirclement. Behind these giants, a group of people followed leisurely, led by the horse-faced underworld officer. These Intongsi people indeed have some skills to escape in such a situation, the horse-faced officer praised generously. Half an hour ago, he arrived at the underworld and, for convenience, gathered over 20 underworld beings around him through a walkie-talkie. The group then discovered an ancient city in the forest out of curiosity. Driven by curiosity, the horse-faced officer led his men into the ancient city and found a key on a high tower. However, they were not the only ones who found the key. He Lu and Zhang Kong from Intongsi also did. A battle ensued between the 2 sides, but due to the small size of the tower floor, the underworld side did not leverage their numerical advantage, and the key was snatched by the Intongsi group. He Lu left the tower with the key, while Zhang Kong stayed behind to hold off the underworld group, giving He Lu time to create distance. Just as He Lu stepped out of the city gate, the buildings inside the city collapsed like quicksand. From the ruins, giant hands emerged, followed by towering giants crawling out and running towards He Lu. The horse-faced officers group and Zhang Kong, who were in the city, were also affected, but the giants' targets were all He Lu. Only a few of the horse-faced officers group perished. However, Zhang Kong was different. Due to unfortunate circumstances, he ran into the leading giant head-on and was swallowed whole, his fate unknown. The horse-faced officer, in pursuit of the key in He Lu's hands, followed the giants from afar, leading to the current situation, where the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Adult, these giants are probably after that key. If we get that key, won't we also face being hunted down? An uneasy reviver asked. Ma Mian squinted calmly and said, when the cart reaches the mountain, there must be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. There will definitely be a solution, I just haven't found it yet. Let me think about it again. Meanwhile, Hello's condition was deteriorating rapidly. He felt like his limbs were about to fall apart, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Hello looked at the key in his palm, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. In the end, only 5 people were allowed to participate in the final assessment, and coincidentally, there were 5 keys, and there might be some connection between the 2. With the key, perhaps one would have the qualification to participate in the final assessment, to have the opportunity to obtain the spiritual mysterious artifact. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, but not giving up meant risking his life. Damn it! Hello cursed through gritted teeth. Just as he was about to release his grip on the key, the dim mountain forest suddenly lit up, red and blue lights interweaving, briefly dispersing the shadows. Hello looked up, his gaze passing through the gaps between the leaves, and what caught his eye were 2 dazzling light points like suns in the sky. This is a signal flare from the underworld and the new world. Hello widened his eyes, looking at the sky in disbelief, the overwhelming shock causing even his rushing footsteps to pause for a moment. Who sent these signal flares? Did they not know there are mirror people in the underworld? And there are 2 signal flares, are they so anxious that they want to be seen, acting like live targets? Not only was Hello confused, Ma Mian following behind was also puzzled. Ha! Ma Mian stared blankly at the distant sky. Signal flares? Adult, could it be that our people are fighting with the New World's people, seeking support? Someone speculated. Ma Mian said with an unpleasant expression, damn it, are they idiots, sending signal flares in this place? Should we go over to support? The woman standing next to Ma Mian asked cautiously. I'm afraid it's not up to us. Ma Mian gazed towards the direction where Hello was. As Ma Mian had anticipated, Hello grabbed the tree trunk and swung forcefully, running towards the direction of the signal flare. When faced with enemies they couldn't handle, the simplest and most effective way was to involve more people, stirring the waters even more turbulently. That's what Hello had in mind. As Hello changed direction, the giants following behind him also ran towards the direction of the signal flare. The impact of the 2 signal flares was not limited to this. The signal flares from the underworld and the new world served as illumination, warning, and lasting effects, covering a wide area with astonishing visibility. For a moment, countless wandering revivers, upon seeing the signal flares, all rushed towards Lee Feng's direction. Even Shen Yuanguo was no exception. Both sent together, are they targeting each other? Shen Yuanguo looked puzzled. His companion asked, Big brother, should we go over? Let's go take a sneak peek, see if there will be any so-called mirror people appearing. With that, Shen Yuanguo lifted his leg and ran towards the direction of the signal flare. At this moment, Lee Fong was completely unaware, quietly staying in the palace, admiring the decoration of the hall and occasionally guessing the price. Hello was not far from Lee Feng's location, and in just a few minutes, the distance between the two was rapidly closing. The outline of the suspicious palace had already appeared in Hello's line of sight. A flame ignited in Hello's eyes, his calf muscles tensed instantly, and he sprinted towards the palace at an even faster speed. Come back! The large giant roared loudly, the terrifying sound creating ripples in the air, swiftly closing in on Hello like charging cavalry. Leopard form! He shouted at the top of his lungs, bending down close to the ground, his arms twisted in a strange curve, pouncing forward like a leopard, moving at more than 50% speed. Even so, it was not enough. He was now only at the first restriction, completely unequal to the giant comparable to the 4th restriction in strength. The sound caught up with He, turning into a wave crashing towards him. Puff! Helu's face turned red as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body somersaulting more than a dozen times under the inertia, smashing his face into a bloody mess. In just a moment, the large giant had run to a distance of less than 100 meters behind Helu. Its terrifying grin looked particularly eerie under the red moon. Just as the giant's foot was about to crush Helu into a pulp, he narrowly rolled away, narrowly avoiding the foot. However, only a part of his body managed to dodge, as his left arm was directly crushed into a pulp by the giant. The intense pain stimulated Helu's nerves, giving his mind a brief moment of clarity. Why was he so fixated on a key, unwilling to let go even when his life was in serious danger? In an instant, the name of the ancient city flashed in Helu's mind, the great ancient city. At the moment of life and death, Helu finally understood everything. It was all because of this key causing mischief. Just as he was about to let go of the key, a small giant attacked from the darkness, kicking him away with a whip kick. Bang! 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 Under this force, Helu was like a football, falling and rising, smashing the earth into shallow pits one after another, the sound of bones cracking like firecrackers inside him. Finally, after falling 7 or 8 times, Helu finally dispelled the power of the small giant, collapsing like a pile of mud 10 meters away from the Palace of Doubt. And the greed key in his hand also fell at the entrance of the Palace of Doubt. Looking around at the emptiness, Helu showed a touch of a bleak smile. Alas, it seems I won't be able to go home for the new year this year. Facing death, Helu felt no fear in his heart, only countless regrets. Clang! Just then, the palace gates slowly opened, and a heavy footstep sound came from directly in front of Helu. He struggled to lift his head and saw a young man slowly walking out of the palace. The young man's features were sharp, his eyes like an endless sea, exuding an indescribable calm and composure, as if nothing could faze him even if the sky fell. Helu's pupils slightly dilated as he quietly watched Lee Fong. The continuous fleeing and intense focus had already exhausted him, and upon seeing such a calm face, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him. Lee Fong walked to the palace gate, picked up the key from the ground, glanced at the rapidly approaching giant, then shifted his gaze to Helu. Upon seeing the blue sphere on Helu's chest, Lee Fong curiously asked, "Are you from the Intong division?" Yes, Helu subconsciously nodded in response, but he quickly came to his senses, staring at Lee Fong and said, "You are Lee Fong?" Lee Fong nodded. It seems the Intong division's work is quite leisurely, with time to read entertainment news from City 11. Ignoring Li Feng's banter, He Lu clenched his fists urgently and shouted, "Quick! Quickly throw away the key, those giants are coming for it." Hearing this, Li Fong held the greed key, aimed it at the red moon, and said, "Is this one of the 5 keys? And it's black, quite rare. Can't you understand human speech? Quickly throw it away." He Lu shouted again. "Why throw away a key that's been found?" Li Fong pocketed the key, curiously looking at the towering giants. There really are giants in this world, but they are strangely ugly. Li Fong gazed at the group of giants, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes brimming with determination. The thumping heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, pumping oxygen to every part of the body. Fighting such a big guy must be exhilarating. That was the only thought in Li Feng's mind at that moment. "What do you want to do?" He Lu seemed to sense Li Feng's intention, his face filled with shock. "I want to grab the key." Before the words fell, Li Fong disappeared from the spot like the wind. Whoosh in the fierce night wind, Li Fong fearlessly charged towards the giant. When he was 100 meters away from the giant, Li Fong bent his knees slightly, his toes forcefully pushing off the ground. Like a bird soaring high, he clenched his fist and struck at the giant's face. "Get lost!" The giant roared, a thunderous voice ringing in Li Feng's head, weakening his punch. Boom! The giant's palm tore through the air, pressing down on Li Fong like Mount Tai. Bang! A blast of air, akin to a level 6 or 7 gale, erupted from the collision point, causing the surrounding trees to lean to one side, their leaves shooting skyward like raindrops. The next moment, Li Fong shot towards the Palace of Doubt like a rocket, smashing a deep meter-wide pit in front of the gate, shaking the ground. The giant didn't fare any better, his palm left with a bloody hole, his 50-meter-tall body slowly falling backward. In an instant, the earth shook. Over 100 trees turned to dust, branches, and dust flying everywhere. The giant's sturdy limbs sank into the soil, leaving a human-shaped pit in the forest. Roar! The giant howled to the sky, dispersing the thin clouds above. On a distant hill, Ma Mian's eyes widened in shock. Didn't Ningdi suppress everyone to the first prohibition? Is this the strength one should have at the first prohibition? "Sir, this is the Li Fong I wanted to tell you about before." His subordinate pointed at Li Fong. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Ma Mian's eyes blazed with anger. The subordinate lowered his head in grievance. "I said there was a strong destiny holder at the mountaintop, although at the first prohibition, but when I tried to continue, you interrupted me, saying not to bother you with trivial matters." Ma Mian. In front of the Palace of Doubt, Li Fong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, swaying as he stood up. "That was close, almost got injured." He Lu's Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils trembling intensely as he stared at Li Fong. "How come his strength seems a bit different from what I knew? Wasn't he supposed to be able to rival 3 prohibitions at the first one?" Before He Lu could figure it out, a black shadow covered him, and a small giant opened its blood-filled mouth, biting towards He Lu at lightning speed, catching him off guard. In the nick of time, Li Feng's figure flickered, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground, and in an instant, he appeared in front of He Lu, grabbing the giant's teeth with his hands, preventing it from closing its mouth, leaving it staring wide-eyed at Li Fong. The foul saliva dripped from the giant's mouth, hitting He Lu's head, snapping him back to reality. When He Lu looked up and saw the huge bloody mouth above him, his lips trembled involuntarily. He could face death candidly, but that didn't mean he wasn't afraid of it. "You owe me a favor." Li Fong glanced at He Lu, then forcefully pulled his hands apart. Sizzle! Blood gushed out. Li Fong raised his knee, and with a crack, the thick neck connecting the giant's head snapped, the head rolling to the ground, its crimson eyes staring straight ahead even in death. Borrowing a knife, Li Fong bent down to pick up He Lu's broadsword, a hint of excitement curving his lips. Who under the swift raging wind, Li Fong roamed freely, the blade in his hand casting a strange pale red hue under the crimson moon. "Ha, excellent." Li Fong laughed wildly, leaping high with the help of tree trunks, with the red moon above his head and small giants snarling and clawing beneath his feet. In midair, he drew his knees close to his chest, hands tightly gripping the horizontal blade at his waist, his dark, shiny eyes calmly overlooking below. Roar, eat, devour. The giants greedily eyed Li Fong, rushing towards the same spot, piling up into a small flesh mountain, dozens of large hands reaching towards Li Feng's direction. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Li Fong descended continuously, his gaze growing increasingly indifferent. At this moment, his ears no longer heard the clamor, only the whistling night wind passing by, and before him were not ugly faces but taut strings. Li Fong exhaled deeply, and when he was a few meters away from the giants, he moved. Swish, the blade swept like a crescent moon, gently lifting dozens of large hands high into the air. Blood sparkled like stars, adorning the somewhat lonely blade light. Li Fong moved like the wind, seizing every opportunity, the horizontal blade in his hand bringing forth patches of blood red amidst the giant crowd, even the black earth dyed deep red. One by one, giants were felled to the ground, trampled into mud by other giants, surrounding Lee Fong inescapably, yet they couldn't approach within a meter of him. Whoever crossed that line would be met with a cold blade light. Meanwhile, the revivers of the New World had also arrived nearby, witnessing Lee Feng's descent from the sky, each frozen in place like wooden statues. At this moment, the leader Shin Yuanhua appeared with a puzzled expression similar to a horse's face. Does this guy have the strength one should have in the first ban? Big brother, this person is the Lee Fong mentioned in the news. Can't I see with my own eyes? Shin Yuanhua replied impatiently, his eyes filled with uncontrollable astonishment. Although he had read about Lee Fong in the news, witnessing someone with such formidable combat power in the first ban still greatly shocked him. Boom! The ground suddenly began to tremble. The large giant that had fallen earlier finally got up, his eyes completely filled with crimson when he saw Lee Fong massacring his people, veins bulging on the surface of his skin. Devour! Devour! The large giant strode towards Lee Fong, swinging his arms and smashing some of the shorter cliffs. In the distance, Lee Fong stood atop a pile of corpses, panting heavily. Just a few seconds ago, he had killed the last small giant. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lee Fong looked down at the coiled blade in his hand, then glanced at his blood-soaked self. The last one. Lee Fong lightly stroked the blade with his hand, revealing its original appearance. Thump! 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 The footsteps drew closer, the ground shaking more intensely. Lee Fong took a deep breath, slowly turning around, staring straight at the large giant. In the underworld, life energy could not be used, meaning revivers not only couldn't regenerate but also couldn't recover their strength. After the intense battle just now, Lee Feng's body had already signaled fatigue, indicating that he couldn't confront the large giant head-on. So, the only way for him to win was to be fast enough to surpass the giant, fast enough to outpace the raging wind. Devour you! The large giant's mountain-like palm reached for Lee Fong, completely enveloping him in shadow. One was a person over a meter tall, the other a giant over 50 meters tall, their encounter akin to clear water meeting hot oil, with a striking visual impact. For a moment, everyone held their breath, silently watching this scene. Just as the giant's hand was about to touch Lee Fong, he moved. His feet propelled his entire body out like a spring, escaping through the gap between the giant's fingers. Can you kill me too? Lee Feng's eyes were sharp as he gripped the horizontal blade tightly and slashed at the back of the giant's hand. Splurt! The blade got stuck in the giant's palm, blood flowing like a stream. Roar! The giant howled in pain, trying to slap Lee Fong with his other hand, but it was too late. Lee Feng's eyes gleamed with cold light as he exerted force with his feet, spiraling up along the giant's palm like a helicopter rotor. Hiss! In an instant, red blood wrapped around the giant's arm like fluttering ribbons, chunks of flesh falling weakly onto his bones. No! The giant's features twisted in agony as he raised his palm to slap his left shoulder, but Lee Fong remained calm, pulling out the blade and focusing on the giant's neck. Just as the giant's palm was about to strike, Lee Fong curled up, blood marks spreading from his feet, as if accumulating a terrifying power. At the critical moment, a dull thunderous sound came from under Lee Feng's feet, as if the giant's arm had been hit by a cannonball, weakly falling down. And Lee Feng's figure seemed to vanish into the night. Roar! 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 The giant roared in fear, looking around bewildered. At the same time, above the giant's head, Lee Fong descended like a falling meteor, the blade reflecting the red moon with a dazzling hue. At that moment, he seemed like a divine punishment, his eyes filled with disdain. The sharp sound of breaking wind echoed through the air, and the giant finally heard the commotion above. He looked up, meeting Lee Feng's eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable fear gripped the giant's heart, and he instinctively tried to defend himself, but it was too late. Lee Fong flew past the giant's cheek, plunging the blade into the giant's neck. Die! Lee Fong coldly commanded, stepping on the giant's neck and rotating the blade along his thick neck. Cracked blood spurted like a stream from the blade, shimmering and fading like fleeting fireworks in the night sky. No, no, no! The giant opened his mouth wide, a terrifying roar stirring up a fierce wind, making Lee Feng's clothes rustle and his ears bleed. Snap! The sound of the blade breaking came from the giant's neck. Lee Fong knew his blade had struck the giant's vertebrae. The blade alone wasn't enough to shake the giant's bones. But it didn't matter, without the blade, he still had himself. With a kick, Lee Fong jumped to eye level with the giant. Farewell! Lee Fong smirked, tearing through the air with his left leg, emitting a deafening sonic boom as he kicked straight at the giant's head. Bang! The vertebra connecting the giant's head snapped, and his head shot off like a cannonball towards a distant hill. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, dust rose from the hill, stones scattering like bullets, leaving a massive 10-meter deep crater. Dozens of meters away from the crater, Mamian swallowed nervously, trembling as he touched the blood streaks on his face left by the stones. After kicking the giant's head away, Lee Fong descended from the sky, landing smoothly on the ground. The 50-meter-tall body fell behind him, crashing into a large area of trees, stirring up a fierce wind. 1 minute later, the field gradually quieted down. Lee Fong walked out slowly, taking somewhat ethereal steps towards the Palace of Doubt, tossing the hilt of a blade that had lost its edge in front of He Lu. "Your blade needs to be replaced, it's too dull," Lee Fong said calmly. You. He Lu stared at Lee Fong as if he were a monster. "You've reached the first restriction?" Lee Fong shook his head. "I've already broken through to the second restriction, but now I'm suppressed to the first restriction by the Netherworld, indeed showing the strength of the first restriction. Thank you." He Lu stuttered for a while, unable to form a complete sentence, and finally managed to squeeze out a thank you. He then endured the intense pain and discomfort throughout his body, stood up with support, and weakly asked, "One of my companions was swallowed by that giant. Can you help me over there so I can search for him myself?" "Wait a moment, there are quite a few eyes nearby." Lee Fong turned his head to survey the surroundings. He Lu followed suit and was startled by what he saw. In the surrounding mountains and forests, whether in groups or alone, at a rough glance, there were at least hundreds of resurrectors. The Xinyuan kingdom of the New World and the horse-faced from the Netherworld were among them, each eyeing Lee Fong with a mix of fear and greed. "Lee Fong, there should be keys in the palace behind you, have you taken them already?" The horse-faced revealed a cold glint in his eyes, glancing at Li Feng's pockets. Lee Fong sneered, "Yes, I took the keys inside, and I also took the keys guarded by the giant just now. Any objections?" Before the horse-faced could speak, Shin Yuan Gui in the distance deliberately sneered, "You're nothing more than a first restriction, even though you've killed so many giants, can you still display the same fierceness as before? We are not blind. Your trembling hand hidden in your sleeve and those ethereal steps all expose your weakness." The horse-faced narrowed his eyes and continued, "I know you should still have the strength for one more battle, but I don't think you can once again fight outnumbered. Although there are frictions among us resurrectors, we are particularly united when facing humans. You can kill those simple-minded giants, but it doesn't mean you can take down so many resurrectors capable of dealing with hundreds of different abilities, am I right?" "So what?" Lee Fong raised an eyebrow. "Instead of talking so much, are you unwilling to come up and test me? Are you afraid to fight me?" Lee Fong remained calm, showing no signs of weakness in his demeanor. Of course, all of this was a facade. As these people suspected, Lee Fong had exhausted all his strength when he killed the last giant. Overextending his physical abilities left his mind foggy, but the sharp pains from his internal organs occasionally pricked his nerves, preventing him from falling into a coma. Yet, even so, Lee Fong remained composed. He was confident that even if he ran out of energy, as long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Seeing that Lee Fong did not immediately make a move and seemed to relax a bit, the horse-faced seized the opportunity to say, "To be honest, I don't want to fight you. Although we could easily take you down together, if you were to counterattack in your dying moments, it would harm many of us. At this critical moment, I don't want my people to die in such a meaningless situation. That's right, hand over the 2 keys on you, and my side of the New World won't interfere with your departure, how about that?" Shin Yuan Gua said straightforwardly. Lee Fong chuckled, his gaze becoming colder and deeper, exuding an indescribable chill. "Do you think you're gods, daring to test me, daring to take my things?" Lee Fong rolled up his sleeves, a hint of undisguised disdain flashing in his eyes. "Who among you is worthy to measure me? Who dares to measure me? Stepping forward, Li Feng's eyes swept over everyone fearlessly. Those who met his gaze all lowered their heads, avoiding his sharpness, retreating timidly one by one. Ma Mian turned his head, intending to say something to his subordinates, but all he saw was the lonely air. "Ha!" Ma Mian looked around in confusion, only to find his loyal subordinates retreating 10 meters away, staring at him innocently. "Why are you retreating? What are you afraid of? Don't I have your back?" Ma Mian shouted in frustration. But his words had no effect. Instead, the reviving ones showed a hint of doubt on their faces. "What do you mean by this? Come back." At Ma Mian's strong demand, the underworld crowd reluctantly returned to his side, with a few tough ones pulled in front of him. Shin Yuangua's side was a bit better, at least no one was pulled in front of him. After stabilizing everything, they turned their gaze back to Lee Fong. "Lee Fong, it seems you don't want to leave here alive." Ma Mian's eyes gleamed with hostility as he drew his saber from his waist. "I'll give you one last chance, hand over the 2 keys. Shin Yuangua narrowed his eyes, the cold light glinting off the finger tiger on his hand. At that moment, a sense of solemn killing spread. "This feels familiar." Lee Fong smiled faintly, as if transported back to that afternoon. Surrounded by people, Treated like a fish on a chopping board, everything seemed similar, yet one thing was different. Time had changed, and the roles of predator and prey had reversed. With so many of you, you must have other keys. I'll give you a chance to save your lives, hand them over. As he spoke, Lee Fong kicked a stone, catching it in his hand as it fell to the ground. Ma Mian chuckled in surprise. Have you not realized that you? 5 seconds. Lee Fong extended 5 fingers, dropping them one by one as time passed, accelerating everyone's heartbeat. Especially the reviving ones outside, eager to try their luck by coming in, were sweating profusely, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Arrogant, you think. Lee Fong beamed, cutting off Ma Mian. Time's up, pray you're not in my sights. The next moment, a burst of radiation erupted from under Li Feng's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a reviving one. Don't! Bang! Before the other could finish speaking, Li Feng smashed his head with the stone, splattering red blood like ink on the faces of the other reviving ones. Bang! Before the other reviving ones could react, Li Feng clenched the stone and, like a butcher in a frenzy, smashed the heads of several more reviving ones in succession. I surrender, don't kill me, don't kill me. How can we handle such a monster? Run! Run! Stay calm, he's exhausted, let's attack together. Stay calm? How can we attack when he's exhausted? Bastard, whose subordinate are you? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your daddy. One person cursed in the chaos, leaving Ma Mian standing there with a grim expression. Under Li Feng's ruthless slaughter, the accumulated fear in everyone's hearts erupted under the encouragement of death, and they ran in all directions like madmen, ignoring Ma Mian and Xin Yuangua's attempts to stop them. Although Ma Mian and Xin Yuangua made sense and the other reviving ones agreed with them, it didn't mean they weren't afraid of death. The impact of death was more powerful than any words. Facing death, no one could remain fearless. By the time Li Feng killed the first reviving one with a stone, the psychological defenses of all the reviving ones had collapsed. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and as Ma Mian and Xin Yuanguo locked eyes amidst the crowd, they turned and ran into the dark forest. Kid, you better stay hidden in here for the rest of your life, forever. Ma Mian, as usual, began the tough talk segment. Did I let you go? Li Feng's deep gaze locked onto Ma Mian, rushing towards him like a ghost. Ma Mian was almost scared to paralysis when he saw Li Feng's face. In order to save his own life, Ma Mian reached out and grabbed the 2 resuscitators running in front of him, forcefully throwing them behind him to slow down Li Feng's pace. Seizing this opportunity, Ma Mian narrowly escaped, not daring to look back as he disappeared into the darkness. Seeing this, Li Feng did not pursue but stopped in his tracks, turning away. In the instant Li Feng turned around, the sharpness in his eyes quickly dissipated, his eyelids feeling heavy as if about to close at any moment. Despite his weary expression, Li Feng's figure remained unwavering. He walked with a somewhat normal gait to Helu's side, squatting down directly and placing his hand on Helu's abdominal wound, feigning concern. Helu groaned involuntarily due to the pain, looking up at Li Feng. When he saw the trembling pupils of Li Feng, his heart skipped a beat, subconsciously wanting to reach out to help him. Don't help me, they haven't gone far, Li Feng whispered. Okay. Helu nodded, retracting his hand, then asked with concern, are you okay? How can I help you? Li Feng weakly raised his head, his voice barely audible. Let me lean on you, quietly squat for a while, and I'll be fine. Li Feng's voice grew fainter, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. During the previous battle, Li Feng had been holding his breath, only now completely releasing it. The pain surged through his body and mind, which might have been unbearable for others, even causing them to faint. However, Li Feng endured it silently. Compared to the pain of breaking through the second prohibition, this injury was nothing. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The area around the Palace of Doubt had returned to calm, and at that moment, Li Feng opened his eyes, devoid of any weakness. Helu looked at Li Feng in astonishment. You've recovered so quickly? Li Feng shook his arm, nodded, almost, just need a bit more rest. Helu's mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say. It was a big problem for him to even stand up with his injuries, yet this guy had recovered in just 10 minutes after such an intense fight. Was that reasonable? Li Feng rubbed his eyes, which were a bit blurry, and said to Helu, you were sent by the Intong division to clear the disaster water. Li Feng suddenly perked up his ears, his voice abruptly stopping. Pat, pat, pat. A series of wet footsteps approached. Helu's dim eyes gradually lit up, exclaiming in surprise, Zheng Kong? Li Feng turned to see a young man with clear features limping towards them. The young man looked like he had just crawled out of the water, his wet hair sticking to his scalp, and his broadsword stained with blood. This was Zheng Kong, who had been swallowed by the giant earlier. Is he also from the Intong division? Li Feng asked in a deep voice. Yes, Helu nodded excitedly, grabbing Li Feng's arm to stand up with difficulty. Li Fong glanced at the two of them, a hint of imperceptible killing intent flashing in his eyes, but after some thought, he dismissed the idea. If he killed these two, the Entang division would surely send even more formidable individuals. It was better to keep them around, engage in some subterfuge, and confuse their investigation. Soon, Li Fong helped He Lu to stand in front of Zheng Kang. Are you alright? He Lu grabbed Zheng Kang's arm excitedly. I'm sorry for getting you eaten by the giant. It's not your fault, He Shu. I was careless, but luckily my ability lies in defense, so the giant couldn't harm me. Zheng Kang forced a weak smile. Li Fong raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the headless corpse with a bloody hole in its stomach. Phew, He Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. He Shu, I have a question about these. Zheng Kang looked around in confusion, then glanced at Li Fong curiously. He Lu organized his thoughts and explained, it's a long story, but earlier. In the following time, He Lu recounted everything that had happened before in detail. Zheng Kang's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, then to horror, until he was left speechless. What? Zheng Kang stepped back, sizing up Li Fong. He had fought giants before, a strength that was unmatched by ordinary means. Throughout the Federation, perhaps only a few geniuses combined with powerful artifacts could achieve such a feat of annihilating giants. Don't be too surprised, I just got lucky, Li Fong modestly replied. Okay. Zheng Kang nodded blankly. By the way, you guys. Li Fong was about to inquire about the flood situation when a rumbling sound, like intestinal movement, echoed in front of them. He Lu and Zheng Kang heard it too. The three exchanged glances before turning to look ahead. After a few seconds, eerie red words began to writhe and appear out of thin air. Congratulations on collecting all 5 keys. The direction to the altar is clear. Await in silence. As Li Fong finished reading the last word, the red words vanished into thin air as if they had drilled into the air. Simultaneously, as the red words disappeared, Li Fong turned to look in the direction of the red moon, feeling an inexplicable pull. He Lu glanced at Li Fong, then at Zheng Kang. Do you both feel like something is drawing you in that direction? Without looking back, the two nodded in agreement. We shouldn't delay, let's hurry over. Before Zheng Kang could finish his sentence, He Lu grabbed his arm, reprimanding, go over there for what, to die? Look at our current state, I'm disabled, you're half disabled. How can we fight against those resurrectors? But, Zheng Kang pursed his lips in frustration. Little Knight's whereabouts are unknown now. We can't even protect ourselves. What can we use to fight or stop those resurrectors? He Lu's expression darkened. Without a word, Zheng Kang turned away, evidently agreeing with He Lu's decision. After convincing Zheng Kang, He Lu turned to Li Fong and said seriously, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If I can leave here alive, I will repay it. Be cautious with the resurrectors, they are cunning. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's brows furrowed uncontrollably. This was not good news for him. The situation was still unclear, and the possibility of mirror people, as mentioned in the rules, was uncertain. The exit location was unknown, and everything in the underworld seemed shrouded in mist. All Li Fong could do was keep the uncertainties close to him and judge their fate based on the circumstances. He couldn't let these two individuals out of his sight. If they insisted on leaving, he would be forced to take action. Realizing this, Li Fong shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. I won't leave you here. Perhaps we are the only 3 humans in the underworld now, surrounded by resurrectors. You two have a slim chance of surviving without me, so come with me. I will protect your safety, Li Fong said unexpectedly, causing He Lu to widen his eyes unconsciously. Zheng Kang, standing aside with his back turned, also turned around in surprise upon hearing this. There was a hint of hesitation in He Lu's eyes, but he ultimately shook his head. Forget it, the two of us will only be a burden to you. Protecting you is just a piece of cake, not a burden. Don't waste time, let's go together. Eventually, persuaded by Li Fong, He Lu and Zheng Kang nodded in agreement. The 3 of them set off towards the direction of the red moon. This was a flat plain with no undulating hills or special trees. However, to call it a flatland was not entirely accurate because a long abyss forcefully divided the middle of this piece of land. The cut was smooth, as if made by a sharp tool. On the left side of the abyss, there was a bridge resembling a city wall, connecting the east and west sides. The bridge was 100 meters wide and over 10,000 meters long, with stone brick fences on both sides and a floor paved with bluestones, spanning the abyss like a wooden stick. As time passed slowly, a group of people appeared on the eastern flatland. These people were the revivers of the underworld and the new world. Under Li Feng's pressure, Ma Mian and Xin Yuangui temporarily set aside their past grievances and united. The altar should be on the other side of the bridge, should we cross it? Ma Mian's face was solemn as he spoke, occasionally scanning the surroundings, wary of Li Feng's appearance. Xin Yuangui shook his head, hesitantly saying, The other end of the bridge is covered in thick fog. We can't see anything. Will it be dangerous to cross it recklessly? Shouldn't we wait for Lee Fong to cross first before we follow? Have you considered that Lee Fong might block us at the bridgehead after crossing? Ma Mian retorted. Seeing Shen Yuangua's silence, he added, let's go, at least we can seize the initiative. With that, Ma Mian led the people from the underworld to walk towards the bridge first, and although Shen Yuangua had concerns, he reluctantly followed suit. He was more afraid of the known danger, Lee Fong. Meanwhile, in the vast fog at the end, a slender figure lazily leaned against the railing, as if waiting for something. If Lee Fong were here, he would find this figure very familiar. On the long bridge, a large group of people crowded together, slowly advancing forward. At first, everyone was on edge, but after walking uneventfully for a while, they gradually relaxed, and the tense atmosphere eased. Ma Mian pushed aside the subordinate in front of him and walked to the front of the line, while Shen Yuanhua looked disdainfully at Ma Mian. Are you that afraid? Better safe than sorry. Only if I survive can the others from the underworld leave here safely, Ma Mian said matter-of-factly. Shen Yuanhua chuckled. It was the first time he had seen someone talk about fear of death so refreshingly. Seeing no danger on the bridge, the group hastened their pace, quickly reaching the middle section of the bridge and approaching the bridgehead. In the thick fog, people supported each other by linking arms. Beams of light shot out from the crowd, illuminating the path ahead. Don't be afraid, with me here, you can boldly move forward. Ma Mian stood in the middle of the crowd, shouting confidently. The people from the underworld looked at Ma Mian strangely, their faces dark. Be careful, we're almost at the bridgehead, Shen Yuanhua shouted from behind, then slowed down his pace. For a moment, the field was incredibly quiet, with everyone afraid to make any unusual sounds. Walking at the front, a man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, the flashlight beam shining directly to the left front of the bridge. After wiping his sweat, as he was about to adjust the flashlight's direction, his gaze suddenly stopped at the end of the beam, freezing his movements. His companion noticed the man's unusual behavior and patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Why are you staring like that? You. Shine the light over there. Why does it look like there's someone? The man said anxiously. Someone? The companion frowned and shone the flashlight in the direction the man mentioned. Under the two beams of light, a black figure in the thick fog became gradually clearer. Leaning against the railing, the figure looked up at the sky, as if admiring the red moon. Someone, there's really someone, sir, there's someone over there. The companion shouted loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces visibly paled. Ma Mian's expression changed. Where is the person? Over. At 10 o'clock on the bridge. The next moment, numerous flashlight beams converged on the figure, dispersing all darkness around him, revealing his handsome face to everyone. This? Shen Yuangua's pupils trembled slightly, instinctively stepping back. He was too familiar with this person. Wasn't it Lee Fong? Li. Shen Xiu, how did he end up here? I don't know, weren't we ahead of him? Sir, what do we do now? The orderly line of people instantly panicked, some timid ones already starting to retreat. Ma Mian suppressed his fear, pretending to be calm. Lee Fong, when did you get here? What do you want to do? After retreating to a safe position, Shen Yuanhua also spoke. You want the key, right? We don't have to fight, we can cooperate. He didn't want to cooperate with Lee Fong originally, but seeing Li Feng's composed demeanor and healthy complexion, he abandoned the idea of attacking first. There was no sign of weakness in his appearance, just a posture of strength. How could a surprise attack succeed? Lee Fong, leaning on the railing, turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on Shen Yuanhua. So, my name is Lee Fong. The inexplicable words left everyone puzzled, but Shen Yuanhua, standing at the front, reacted. His brows furrowed like the character, tentatively asking, are you a mirror person? In an instant, everyone realized it, looking at Mirror Chinshio in horror, not daring to breathe. Mirror Chinshio walked slowly to the center of the bridge, coldly saying, this is the divine road, not accessible to ordinary people, so. At this point, Mirror Chinshio slowly raised his palm. Run! Ma Mian reacted first, pushing backward. Like a stone causing ripples, everyone scattered in an instant. Don't gather together, spread out. Lee Fong is only good at close combat. Shen Yuanhua shouted to the team from the New World, then ran back the way they came. Shen Yuanhua had witnessed Li Feng's combat power. His team couldn't even defeat the opponent when he was injured, let alone the indestructible mirror person now. After hearing Shen Yuanhua's words, the people who were originally clustered together hurriedly dispersed, running frantically as if possessed. Mirror Chinshio tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What do you mean I'm only good at close combat? Team battles are my specialty. Watching the frantic escape of the crowd, Mirror Chinshio's mind stirred. Whoosh! The next moment, His arm turned into a water column shooting up into the sky, piercing into the thick fog, followed by a cold stream spreading above the heads of the people. The horse running at the front suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Feeling safe, he turned to look at Jing Qinshu, only to see Jing Qinshu's arm gradually transforming into water, rising into the sky. The horse's pupils suddenly contracted, the excessive shock slowing his steps as he kept looking back. Shen Yuanhua, who caught up, patted the horse's back. "What are you staring at?" The horse's Adam's apple rolled. "That. What is Lee Feng's ability? Strength, why? Ki. Why can he turn into water?" Before the horse could finish speaking, a tearing sound came from behind him. He turned to see a blood hole appearing on a reviver's forehead. Yet, this was just the beginning. In the thick fog, water droplets shot out like bullets, the sound of breaking wind echoing, cries of pain filling the scene. What's going on? Why can this rain kill people? Help me, help! Isn't this the ability of disaster water from online? Why is it here? Wait, why did this mirror image person's body turn into water? Does Lee Fong have this ability? Someone turned back, noticing the anomaly, shouting loudly. "Don't look, Lee Fong is the disaster water, run to the end of the bridge." The horse shouted loudly, his voice resonating in the thick fog. Compared to the chaos and noise on the west side of the bridge, the east side was unusually quiet. Lee Fong and his two companions passed through the mountains and plains, arriving at the east end of the long bridge. He Lu's legs were not in good condition, supported by Zheng Kong all the way, slowing down their pace, only reaching the abyss now. Lee Fong stopped just a step away from the abyss, kicking a stone down. In the dead silence, the stone made no sound as if it had sunk into the sea. "Looks deep," Lee Fong murmured softly, then looked towards the other end of the bridge, but even with his remarkable vision, he couldn't see anything. The thick fog concealed everything, tinged with a faint crimson under the red moon, appearing eerie and sinister. Lee Fong turned to the two and said, "It seems the people from the underworld and the new world have already passed, let's not waste time." He Lu hesitated for a moment. "Shouldn't we stay on this side of the bridge? Something might happen there. Following you might tie your hands." "No need." Lee Fong firmly refused. "You won't tie my hands, let's go." Without giving them a chance to speak, Lee Fong walked onto the long bridge. Zheng Kong and He Lu exchanged a glance and reluctantly followed. As the three stepped onto the long bridge, they heard the sound of gurgling again. Lee Fong stopped, looking ahead. After a few seconds, crooked red letters slowly appeared. "All participants have set foot on the divine path, meeting the conditions to leave the underworld. The red moon faces west, towards the altar, and north is the portal to leave the underworld. Please judge for yourselves." Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar came from behind the three. He Lu reacted first, turning to look behind. What met their eyes was a nearly 500 meters in diameter, clockwise rotating black vortex occupying the entire end of the bridge. The sudden appearance of the colossal entity startled He Lu, shaking him to the core. If it weren't for Zheng Kong supporting him from behind, He Lu might have collapsed by now. Lee Fong walked up to the vortex, curiously inspecting it, then turned to the two. "Since the exit has appeared, hurry and leave." "Thank you, He Lu, will remember today's kindness, and will come to thank you in person when I get out." He Lu gratefully nodded towards Lee Fong. Lee Fong waved his hand. "No need, How can that be? The debt of saving a life is not a small favor, how can it not be repaid?" He Lu interrupted Lee Fong excitedly. Zheng Kong, standing beside them, also advised, "Yes, maybe in your eyes, little brother, this is a trivial matter, but it did save our lives indeed, and this debt must be repaid." Lee Fong looked strangely at the two and explained, "What I mean is you don't have to come in person. If you want to repay the debt, you can transfer money to my bank account. I'm quite poor, or else I wouldn't have taken a part-time job as a security guard for a few $100. Silence fell over the scene. 6 crows flew overhead He Lu and Zheng Kong. Money? He Lu seemed to not have heard clearly what Lee Fong said, asking uncertainly. "Yes, money. Whether it's a lot or a little, it all depends on your sincerity." Lee Fong replied with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, He Lu said, "Oh, okay, then money." Upon hearing this response, He Lu's image in Li Feng's mind instantly elevated, and the chill in Li Feng's eyes softened slightly, showing a hint of warmth. Just as Lee Fong was about to say something, his ears suddenly twitched. "Ha!" Lee Fong raised an eyebrow, looking past the two towards the direction of the bridge. Just now, he faintly heard a series of intermittent screams. Zheng Kong noticed the change in Li Feng's expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" Li Fong casually shook his head. "It's nothing, you should leave quickly. Staying here longer will only increase the danger, don't waste time." "Alright, little brother, besides us, there's a young woman who entered the Intong division. If you happen to meet her on the bridge, I hope you can help her." We, from the Intong division, would be extremely grateful. He Lu held Li Fang's hand earnestly. Li Fong gave He Lu a reassuring look. Of course, as fellow humans, I won't turn a blind eye. Thank you. Thank you. After exchanging thanks, the two supported each other and walked into the vortex. North Huangshan Gonghua square soldiers carried stretchers in pairs, moving the bodies in the square. Naichu stood anxiously in front of the blood-red gateway, with a large bump on her forehead. Just as Naichu was about to rush into the blood-red gateway, an invisible barrier seemed to appear in front of it, bouncing her back to the ground with a thud. Ah, when will this bump go away? Naichu felt a bit frustrated as she touched her forehead. It wasn't about vanity, but she felt somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, a soldier ran up to Naichu. Commander, we've searched everywhere, but found no trace of the 096 disaster water. Naichu glanced at the soldier. Any discoveries from the distress call location on the satellite phone? Based on the traces left at the scene, we can confirm that the 096 disaster water had a battle with other resuscitators. As for who won, where the disaster water went afterward, we currently have no results. Naichu nodded thoughtfully and ordered, collect blood samples, send them to the testing department, and input all blood data into the DNA database. Understood. The soldier replied firmly and left the area. Naichu gazed deeply at the blood-red gateway. Is it inside? Not on the mountain. This was the only possibility she could think of. Before Naichu could delve deeper into her thoughts, ripples appeared on the surface of the blood-red gateway, and two figures limped out. It was He Lu and Zhang Kong. Naichu? Both of them exclaimed in surprise. Why do you look like this? Naichu walked up with concern, supporting He Lu from Zhang Kang's side. He Lu smiled helplessly. It's a long story. Let me catch my breath and I'll tell you all about it. By the way, why didn't you go in? And what's with the bandage on your head? Yi Yu responded with a strange expression. I accidentally bumped into something. It's not important. Let's talk about your situation first. Meanwhile, on the bridge in the underworld, Lee Fong stood before the vortex, quietly gazing ahead. His astonishing vision allowed him to see the fleeing crowd and the raindrops falling continuously from the sky. Lee Fong knew well that it was the means of the extreme water. His mirror image was here. On the long bridge, a scattered group of people desperately ran towards the east end of the bridge. Those who fell behind due to exhaustion were mercilessly pierced by water droplets, ruthlessly killed. Ma Mian turned his head and, seeing the dwindling number of underworld beings behind him, his face darkened as if water could drip from it. The resurrected ones of the first and second prohibitions had died, but those of the third and fourth prohibitions were his trusted ones, each death causing him more pain. Hurry, run. We're almost at the exit. If you don't want to die, run. Ma Mian jumped up in urgency, shouting loudly, like a sports teacher urging students to run faster. Just as Ma Mian was about to shout something else, Xin Yuanhua, who was running side by side at the forefront, reached out and pulled his arm. What's wrong? Ma Mian almost shouted. Xin Yuanhua swallowed and pointed ahead. Isn't that Lee Fong? Ma Mian's face instantly stiffened at the mention of the content of the red small characters earlier. Yes, everyone had reached this bridge called the God Road, so how could Lee Fong not be here? With this thought, Ma Mian clenched his teeth, stiffly turned his head like a zombie, and saw the tiny figure under the vortex. He didn't want to get close to that figure, but he had no choice. The blame was on his own actions. The distance between the two sides was getting closer, and more resurrected beings noticed Li Feng's figure. Li Feng coldly glanced at the crowd. Now that you know, there's no need for you to leave. With that, Li Feng's mind moved. Countless water droplets gathered around him, silently waiting for Ma Mian to step into his attack range. Perhaps due to the experience of being chased, Xin Yuanhua and Ma Mian stopped outside the range of the extreme water's attack, and the group behind them was forced to stop as well. They alternated between looking at Li Fong and the approaching Mirror Qinshu, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Ma Mian watched Mirror Qinshu approaching, turned to Li Fong, and shouted, Li Fong, we are all resurrected beings, there's no need for bloodshed. Your mirror image is following us, he is powerful and immortal, you can't defeat him with your strength. Li Fong chuckled lightly. What do you want to say? Let's cooperate. As long as we work together to push your mirror image down the abyss, we can pass. Before Ma Mian could finish his sentence, his subordinate beside him anxiously tugged at his arm. My lord, that thing is catching up. Hearing this, Ma Mian turned his head in horror. Pat, pat. The muffled footsteps approached, and Mirror Qinshu, with his hands in his pockets, slowly emerged from the dense fog that followed him like a shadow. Caught between the two Chens, Ma Mian, Xin Yuanhua, and the others were unable to advance or retreat. Li Fong, what are you still thinking about? We are all resurrected beings, only by working together can we resist your mirror image. Xin Yuanhua shouted loudly. Li Fong did not respond to their words but curiously looked at Mirror Qinshu. who also gazed back at him curiously. Both of them tacitly refrained from acting, allowing the resurrected beings caught in between to cry out. Interesting, Mirror Chinchou smiled mysteriously and snapped his fingers crisply. Who in an instant, a cold and piercing wind blew on the bridge. Black smoke emerged from the thick fog, landing on the bridge and transforming into human forms. Among this large group of people, there were horse-faced individuals, as well as Shin Yuanhua. Whether dead on the bridge or still alive, they were all there, evidently the mirror images of others. After the mirror images appeared, they first looked over their bodies, then like hungry wolves, they turned towards the survivors sandwiched in the middle. Mirror Chinchou smirked, raising his hand to stop the numerous mirror images behind him. Don't move, let's watch the dogs fight. Upon hearing this, the survivors felt deeply humiliated but dared not say anything, each turning to look at the horse-faced and Shin Yuanhua. Shin Yuanhua turned around and stared at Lee Fong. Are you really going to do this? Li Feng's eyes darkened. I don't like killing, but I have no choice, you all must die. With that, droplets of water spread out from his body, quietly hovering in the air. Shin Yuanhua's face revealed a faint smile of despair. After killing us, you will go out yourself, ha? No. Li Fong shook his head. I will walk to the other side. What are you hesitating for? Charge. Horseface shouted, carrying two survivors and rushing forward, the other survivors gritting their teeth and following suit. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic, everyone exerting all their strength to move forward for a glimmer of hope. Disperse. Li Feng's lips parted slightly, and droplets of water shot out like bullets, with precision far surpassing Mirror Chinchou. Although Mirror Chinchou possessed all of Li Feng's abilities, in terms of familiarity, the two were worlds apart. Under Li Feng's indiscriminate slaughter, one survivor after another fell to the ground, and the remaining survivors on the field grew fewer and fewer. But even the most meticulous plans can have a flaw, and amidst the dense water droplets, some managed to survive until the end. Li Fong raised his hand and a white icy blade appeared, exuding a chilling aura. Like a ghost, he tore through the rain curtain and appeared above Shin Yuanhua's head in the blink of an eye. Shin Yuanhua looked up in astonishment. Ice. Put. The cold air enveloped the ice blade as it sliced across his neck. Shin Yuanhua's head flew high, the bright red blood froze into transparent ice crystals before splattering, shattering on the blue stone bricks. Shin Yuanhua's head fell towards an unseen abyss. After dealing with Shin Yuanhua, Li Feng's figure moved incessantly, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and he flashed in front of Horseface. Bastard, did you really think I would die here? Horseface, with red eyes, coldly shouted, as a sharp bone spike shot out from his forearm towards Li Feng's head. However, everything seemed too slow to Li Fong. As the bone spike was about to pierce Li Feng's head, he tilted his head slightly to the left, narrowly avoiding it. By the time Horseface realized and tried to change the direction of the bone spike, Li Feng's ice blade had already severed his head. Bang! Horseface's head fell to the cold ground, the headless body unwillingly collapsing. Horseface's features contorted, glaring fiercely at Li Fong. You wait for me, I will come find you. Before Horseface could finish his words, a droplet of water pierced through his head, extinguishing his life. But Li Fong, whom he had been fixated on, had already moved on with his ice blade to the next target, not hearing his words. City 11 rental room next to the decaying wall, pressed against a damp and foul-smelling single bed, a youth with a withered face lay motionless under the covers, looking as if he were dead. Tick! The clock's hour hand pointed to 12 o'clock. The youth lying on the bed suddenly widened his eyes, his pin-sized pupils staring fixedly at the ceiling. After dealing with Shin Yuanhua and Ma Mian, the remaining people seemed to have lost their backbone, hesitating for a moment before rushing towards the vortex like a pack of wild dogs. However, the wild dogs' resistance was futile against the cheetah. Li Fong wielded his ice blade skillfully in the rain, effortlessly harvesting their lives. The cries on the battlefield continued, accompanied by the sound of ice crystals shattering on the ground. In just a moment, the bridge in front of the vortex was littered with countless bodies, with only 2 survivors still struggling. We are all survivors, why would you? Splurt! A flash of cold light passed, followed by a bloodline spreading from the survivor's forehead, his vitality fading rapidly. One left. Li Fong, like a robot, locked his gaze on the last survivor. Sensing Li Feng's gaze, the last survivor was terrified, rushing towards the vortex despite the odds. Just a little more, just a little more. The survivor muttered, his steps getting closer to the vortex. Just as he was about to escape the underworld, he stopped moving. On the square outside the vortex, the survivor who had escaped the clutches stood still, staring ahead in silence. There, Antonsi and 2 soldiers watched quietly. It was then that he realized running away was futile, he was doomed to die. Out of a sense of revenge, he shouted desperately, Li Fong is a disaster, Li Fong is a disaster. Before anyone could react, a hand reached out from the portal, gripping the survivor's head like an eagle's claw, and with a snap, bursted into a cloud of blood mist. Afterward, the hand swiftly retracted into the portal as if it had never appeared. Nightshade looked bewildered at the headless body on the ground. On the long bridge, Lee Fong withdrew his hand, standing silently in place. When no one entered the vortex from outside, he turned around with a dark expression, his gaze fixed on the many survivors. "Why are you looking at us like that?" Jing Qinshu spread his hands innocently, looking at Lee Fong. Lee Fong remained silent, conjuring a giant hammer made of ice, standing before his chest. "What's wrong? Do you want to fight directly?" Jing Qinshu sneered, "You can't kill us." "So what?" Li Feng's eyes deepened. "What do you want to say?" Seeing Li Feng somewhat afraid of him, Jing Qinshu smiled contentedly. "We exist to eliminate those who are ignorant and covet the spiritual artifacts. You are a true genius, so we won't kill you. Just pass our test, and you can cross the bridge." "Oh?" Li Feng questioned lightly. "Before I answer your question, can I ask you one?" Jing Qinshu raised an eyebrow, nodding. "Go ahead." "I want to ask, do you have perception?" Li Feng asked in a deep voice. Jing Qinshu hesitated slightly, nodding with confusion. Seeing this, Li Feng smiled faintly, picked up the hammer in front of him, and with a slight twist of his fingers, he swung the giant hammer as if spinning a pen. "What do you want to do?" Mirror Qinshu squinted his eyes in autumn, vigilantly staring at Li Feng. Li Feng walked forward slowly, his gaze constantly sweeping over the mirrored figure. As he spoke, "It's good that you're aware, otherwise if I start hitting you and you don't call for help, it feels like something is missing." "Hit me?" Mirror Qinshu pointed at himself in disbelief, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Do you not know my strength? You can't even beat me one-on-one, and now you want to fight outnumbered? Participating in the test is for your own good. Otherwise, do you think you can pass the god's path based on your own strength?" Such wishful thinking. After hearing this, the other mirrored figures laughed and looked at Li Feng disdainfully. Li Feng did not argue back, he preferred to make the other party recognize him through his actions. Whoosh! A gust of wind erupted from Li Feng's body, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Everyone, step back!" Mirror Qinshu shouted loudly at the others. Just as he was about to step back, a shadow appeared above his head. Mirror Qinshu's pupils constricted, and with a thought, he turned into mist and disappeared on the spot. At the moment he disappeared, Li Feng's giant hammer fell from the sky with a loud bang, smashing onto the bridge like a mountain. In an instant, dust surged out like a tsunami from the hammer, cracks spread out like a spider web from under Li Feng's feet. The terrifying force made the surrounding mirrored figures retreat repeatedly. In the distance, the human-shaped Mirror Qinshu looked at Li Feng's back in horror. It was too fast, so fast that he couldn't even react. But why was it like this? Wasn't his strength the same as this person's? In the smoke and dust, Li Feng pulled the giant hammer out of the deep pit, turned his head to look in the direction where Mirror Qinshu was, and said, "That was quite fast." Mirror Qinshu suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, "Why are you so fast?" "Because you are too weak." With that, Li Feng swung the hammer towards the other mirrored figures standing nearby. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosions, dozens of black smoke strands floated out from under the hammer, just like the previous owner of the Palace of Doubts. "Damn it!" Mirror Qinshu coldly shouted and also conjured a giant ice hammer, rushing towards Li Feng. Crack! The two giant hammers collided, and white ice chips continuously burst out. Li Feng calmly gripped the hammer handle and pressed down, while Mirror Qinshu knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth and struggling. Although the two had equal strength, their understanding and use of power, as well as their knowledge of abilities, were worlds apart. It was like letting a strongman fight against another strongman who knew martial arts. The difference in strength was clear at a glance. "What are you all looking at? Attack quickly!" Mirror Qinshu shouted without caring about his image. The other mirrored figures finally reacted and rushed towards Li Feng. Let's see how you block this." Mirror Qinshu showed a hint of madness. Li Feng glanced at him indifferently and said softly, "Divide." As soon as he spoke, the water droplets hovering within 100 meters shot towards Li Feng instantly. Sensing something wrong, Mirror Qinshu quickly activated his water ability to stop the approaching water droplets. However, he soon realized that he couldn't control the water droplets at all, or more accurately, he couldn't resist Li Feng's will. Swish! 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 The water droplets tore through the air, emitting a piercing explosion. "Quick, attack! We won't die, there's no need to fear these water droplets." Mirror Qinshu shouted at the top of his lungs. Li Feng's eyes curved like crescent moons. "You are truly naive and adorable." The sound of footsteps approached Li Feng, and all sorts of abilities attacked him. Facing these attacks, he remained calm as if he hadn't seen them at all. Mirror Qinshu initially smiled with anticipation at this scene, but a second later, his smile froze on his face. The water flowed from all directions and converged above Lee Feng's head, forming a person made of water. After breaking through the second prohibition, Lee Fong found himself more adept at using the extreme water, able to perform some delicate manipulations that were previously impossible. Condensing water into a simple water figure was a new method he came up with, using a dual-purpose approach to control the water figure and overcome the disadvantage of being outnumbered. Faced with attacks from all directions, the water figure leaped behind Lee Fong, crossed its arms, and swiftly swung, sending razor-thin water blades shooting out from its arms towards the assailants. Bang! 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 Successive explosions echoed on the long bridge, black mist billowing with the wind. Although the mirror images wouldn't die, it didn't mean they could instantly recover like the resurrected. After dealing with the encirclement, the water figure raised its hands in the air, two sharp ice knives materializing in its grasp, then soaring into the sky and diving down towards the crowd. This. Jing Qianqiu widened his eyes in astonishment, wondering how Lee Fong could manipulate the extreme water like this. Why couldn't he do the same? Before he could comprehend, Lee Feng's eyes darkened, and he exerted force with both hands. Bang! Unable to resist, Jing Qianqiu once again turned into mist, and just as he tried to flee, Lee Feng's lips parted, solidify. A strange ripple spread from Lee Feng's body. Just as Jing Qianqiu thought he had escaped, an inexplicable force of rules enveloped him, reshaping him into human form once more. How is this possible? Jing Qianqiu widened his eyes, attempting to transform into mist using the extreme water again, but no matter how hard he tried, it had no effect. Pat, pat, pat. Muffled footsteps approached Jing Qianqiu from behind, drawing nearer. Lee Fong gripped the hammer handle with one hand, dragging the hammer behind him, the ice scraping against the blue stone bricks, emitting an uncomfortable sizzle sound. Jing Qianqiu rose to his feet, his dark eyes fixed on Lee Fong. Why, when our strengths are equal? Lee Fong smiled faintly. Those who imitate me will never surpass me, just like those who I frighten can never make me wary again. Since you enjoy playing, I'll play with you. Lee Feng's gaze turned cold, and with a thought, numerous water droplets materialized out of thin air, shooting into Jing Qianqiu's body like bullets. Due to the thick fog, Lee Feng's extreme water could be fully utilized without worrying about a lack of water to control. Plop, plop, plop. The water droplets continuously pierced Jing Qianqiu's body, wisps of black smoke drifting out from him. Ah, ah, ah. Jing Qianqiu let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Lee Fong, as if he wanted to tear him apart alive. Lee Fong let go of the giant hammer in his hand, smiling brightly. Aren't you proud of your immortality? Then savor that pride. With that, Lee Fong turned and walked towards the pile of resurrected, but before he could take a few steps, multiple illusions appeared before him, everything flickering in and out of sight. Lee Fong understood that his body was warning him of overusing his abilities. Thought the second prohibition could bring improvement. A hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Lee Feng's eyes before he proceeded towards the mirror images. Since his abilities were nearing exhaustion, the only option was to throw these mirror images into the abyss. Watching Lee Fong approaching him, Jing Qianqiu weakly exclaimed, What? What are you going to do? You're lucky, you're free now. Lee Fong said, his palm snaking out like a python, gripping Jing Qianqiu's neck and casually tossing him off the bridge. With defeat looming large, under the coordination of Lee Fong and the water figure, the other mirror images followed Jing Qianqiu's fate. After resolving everything, Lee Fong dispersed the water droplets, leaning against the railing under the red moon, gazing into the bottomless abyss with a distant look in his eyes. For some reason, he felt an urge to jump down. After resting for a while, Lee Fong approached the vortex, squatting down to search through each one. He only had 2 keys, still missing 3 keys to unlock the final assessment. After spending a little over half an hour, Lee Fong finally gathered all 5 keys and walked towards the West Bridge. North Peak Mountain, Bonfire Square. Soldiers were still carrying bodies, while Antonsi and 2 others sat together, with the headless corpse placed in the middle. Yi Yu, wearing white gloves, used tweezers to slowly lift the clothes stuck to the body's surface, revealing numerous small blood holes in front of the 3. Yi Yu squinted and reached to the side. A soldier standing nearby immediately took out an envelope from his backpack and handed it to Yi Yu. Yi Yu took the envelope and pulled out several photos, handing them to Zheng Kong and He Lu respectively. In the photos were dead bodies, just like the resurrected one, covered with similar blood holes. If Lee Fong were here, he would surely recognize these corpses as the people he had killed on the Lujiang Bridge before. The wound sizes are consistent. It seems that we indeed need to look inside for the disaster water, Yi Yu said in a deep voice, handing the photos to He Lu. Uncle He, you, and Lee Fong spent a long time together inside. Does he have any issues? Yi Yu turned to He Lu. Xiao Ye, How can you suspect an honest child because of such nonsense? He Lu looked at Yi Yu incredulously. Yes, Sister Yi, that child must be fine. Can my eyes not even distinguish between good and bad? Zheng Kang also excitedly said. Yi Yu looked at the two speechlessly, lowered her head, and continued to manipulate the body with tweezers, saying, personal opinions are just personal opinions after all. At the moment, he does have a strong suspicion. Even if it's not the disaster water, there is a high probability of some connection with it. The specifics will depend on the interrogation results. After reaching the West Bridge, Lee Fong walked a few more miles and finally saw the altar mentioned in the blood-red small words. Under the pale red moonlight, the square altar stood here desolately. The ancient yellow stone steps emitted an indescribable ancient taste, with soldiers in silver armor engraved on both sides of the steps, their lifeless yet vivid eyes staring at Lee Fong. After stopping in front of the altar for a while, Lee Fong stepped onto the stone steps, completely ignoring the murals on both sides. Perhaps due to the lack of visitors for a long time, the stone steps were covered in dust and cobwebs in every corner. Whenever Li Feng's feet touched the ground, a large cloud of dust would rise. Unnoticed by Li Feng, as he passed each section of the stone steps, the soldiers depicted on the side would have a hint of crimson in their eyes, stiffly turning their eyeballs to stare at Li Feng's departing figure. The stone steps were not long, and Li Feng soon reached the end, where a broad platform came into view. Gurgle, a sound of intestinal movement came from in front of Li Feng, and the blood-red small words slowly appeared. Please insert 5 keys into the 5 keyholes at the center of the platform. The 5 people who insert the keys will enter the final assessment. After reading it, Li Feng took out 5 keys from his pocket, walked to the center of the platform, and indeed saw the 5 keyholes. Without hesitation, Li Feng inserted the 5 keys into the corresponding keyholes. Click! With the insertion of the last key, the platform suddenly began to shake. Li Feng frowned, exerted force with his feet, and jumped to the edge of the platform, looking warily at the center of the platform. His sixth sense told him it was very dangerous there. Whoosh! In an instant, the space at the center of the platform began to tremble like a piece of cloth. Accompanied by a crack sound, the space instantly cracked open, and a long crack appeared in front of Li Feng. Ha ha, finally. I finally came out. Ha ha ha. Mad laughter echoed from the cracks, the terrifying sound waves causing a frenzy on the platform. This is... Li Feng frowned, recognizing the voice he had heard before on Beiding Mountain. Before Li Feng could ponder further, a claw covered in black scales, shimmering with a cold light, extended from the crack, lightly tugging at the edge of the crevice. The space shattered and ruptured like tofu, rapidly spreading in all directions. The purest black devoured all light like a monstrous beast. Sensing something amiss, Li Feng kicked backward, plummeting towards the ground. 100 meters. 70 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Just as Li Feng was about to fall inside, he calmly said, "Ride." In an instant, water molecules floating in the air rushed towards Li Feng's back as if summoned, then condensed. When he was 1 meter from the ground, a fierce wind struck from behind, sweeping dust aside like waves. Rise! With a thought, Li Feng soared through the air, tearing through the sky like a bird, under the red moon's glow. The wings, 5 meters wide, formed from condensed water, were awe-inspiring. Standing in mid-air, the cold night wind tousled Li Feng's hair back, his tattered security uniform fluttering. His eyes lowered, silently gazing at the platform, lost in thought. On the platform, darkness swiftly engulfed the space above the altar. A pair of deep blue eyes slowly opened from the darkness, their icy gaze disdainful of all in the world. The soldiers carved beside the stone steps twisted eerily, as if summoned. A piercing horn resounded through the air, and the soldiers in the mural stepped out of the wall, charging towards the platform, leaving Li Feng astonished. Thud, thud. The dense footsteps echoed like solemn drums as hundreds of soldiers in silver armor fearlessly rushed towards the platform like a silver torrent. Ridiculous! A light laughter emanated from the darkness, followed by heavy footsteps as the altar, built of stone bricks, collapsed from the inside out like sand. Before the soldiers could reach the platform, they were buried within, struggling in the gaps between wood and stone. In an instant, the towering altar turned into ruins. Simultaneously, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the darkness. Over 100 meters long, with eyes as deep as burning coals, massive nostrils exhaling blue flames, and obsidian-like scales shimmering metallically, it had powerful limbs and broad wings that stirred up fierce winds. Li Feng frowned, puzzled. A dragon? As he observed the creature resembling a dragon, he dismissed his thoughts. The creature before him only bore a resemblance to a dragon, as dragons couldn't possibly have wings. While Li Feng scrutinized the dragon-like being, it also observed him. Neither spoke, and after a few moments of silence, Li Feng spoke first. What is the final assessment? Final assessment? The black abyssal dragon's narrow eyes flashed with mockery. Are you referring to the blood-red small words? As the black abyssal dragon spoke, a string of blood-red small words appeared in front of Lee Fong. Congratulations on enduring hardships to obtain 5 keys, unlocking my seal. I am pleased with you, so I intend to take your physical body. Li Feng's expression darkened instantly upon reading the last word. Are you deceiving me? Ha ha ha, when did I ever deceive you? The spirit profound artifact is real, the 5 keys are real, everything is real. The black abyssal dragon laughed heartily, the terrifying sound waves causing the clouds to disperse. Whether it was from holding back for too long or for some other reason, seeing Lee Feng's solemn face without a word, the black abyssal dragon excitedly continued, this place is meant to seal me in my spirit profound artifact, and those 5 keys are the key to releasing my seal. Thank you for helping me unlock the seal. I've seen your strength, I am very satisfied with you, ha ha. Lee Fong spoke, so everything was your doing? Yes and no. The giants and mirror people you saw, their purpose is to prevent others from unlocking the seal. I can only intervene slightly, like adding a selection setting to the mirror people, so they don't go all out, altering the blood-red fine print. Do you know, when I saw you on the bridge ready to confront the mirror people, I was truly scared, afraid you would be killed, but, you are too outstanding. The black abyssal dragon's voice was excited, his deep blue eyes filled with madness. I didn't expect you to have 2 abilities, just 1 restriction and you already possess such powerful strength, it's truly perfect. Does heaven know that I am currently without a physical body, just a soul, so it sent you to me? At this point, the black abyssal dragon's forelimbs clapped together, like a human applauding. Standing in midair, Lee Fong reached out, tore off his clothes, revealing his well-built upper body, and coldly asked, will you feel pain when I strike you? Yes, but can you do it? The black abyssal dragon greedily stared at Lee Fong. You are also restricted to 1 prohibition, as am I. I don't think anyone can defeat me. Li Feng's gaze was sharp, he raised his hand and a giant axe made of ice appeared in his hand. In the moment this monster stepped out of the darkness, Li Feng's 6th sense clearly perceived that the opponent had weakened, evidently also suppressed by the underworld. How foolish, why not let me banish your physical body obediently? The black abyssal dragon flapped its wings and flew to a position parallel to Lee Fong. The great battle was about to begin. Lee Feng's wings fluttered, and with a bang, he disappeared from his original position, wielding the ice giant axe towards the black abyssal dragon's head, the terrifying force causing ripples in the fragile space of the underworld. Faced with this blow, the black abyssal dragon raised its forelimb and casually swatted at Lee Fong. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the black abyssal dragon's claw easily blocked Lee Feng's axe. The black abyssal dragon turned its head, opened its huge mouth towards Lee Fong, and a dark blue flame rose from its throat, a wave of scorching heat rushing towards Lee Fong. Sensing the danger, Lee Fong immediately let go of the giant axe and retreated. But even so, Lee Feng's fingers were still burned by the blue flame. My fingers! Lee Feng's pupils dilated, as if he had realized something. But before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a shadow appeared above him, and the black abyssal dragon's sharp claws swiped down at Lee Fong like a hawk. Lee Fong flapped his wings, dodging the black abyssal dragon's claws in a cunning manner, soaring into the sky, staring into the opponent's eyes. You were somewhat interesting. With that, Lee Feng's mind moved, countless water droplets spiraled around him, then pointing downwards, countless water droplets shot out. The black abyssal dragon opened its mouth, and a dark blue flame spewed out. The moment they collided, a sizzling sound came from the flames, and Lee Feng's water droplets disappeared in an instant. Stop struggling. Although I am restricted to 1 prohibition, the underworld's limitations on me are not absolute. For example, my power is only restricted to the 2nd prohibition. The black abyssal dragon taunted. It's just a little more strength. Lee Fong smirked, dodging the rushing blue flames with a slight movement of his body. At the same time, he extended one of his fingers into the flames. After a few seconds, a hint of realization flashed in Lee Feng's eyes. At that moment, he finally understood why he couldn't awaken his 3rd ability. It turned out that to awaken an ability, not only did it need to be colored but also required experiencing a death, more precisely, a death related to the ability. Just like the extreme water ability, because he had drowned 2 years ago on the Lujiang Bridge, he could awaken the extreme water ability immediately after being colored. So that's how it is. Lee Fong withdrew his finger. He could feel a power stirring within him as the flames burned his skin. Since only death can awaken the 3rd ability, there's no need for me to hold back and think about running away. Understanding this, Lee Fong lowered his arms and dove towards the black purgatory dragon, wings spread wide. Watching Lee Fong charging straight at him, the black purgatory dragon opened its mouth and spewed flames. Just when he thought Lee Fong would dodge, Lee Fong charged straight into the flames as if he hadn't seen them. Before the black purgatory dragon could react, Li Feng's figure had appeared in front of its mouth. Keep screaming! Like a madman, Li Feng grabbed the black purgatory dragon's tongue and forcefully pulled it outwards. Hiss! Black mist emanated from the black purgatory dragon's mouth as its tongue turned into black smoke and vanished into the air. Oh! The black purgatory dragon let out a pained howl, but due to the lack of a tongue, it couldn't speak. A claw tore through the air towards Li Feng's back. In a critical moment, Li Feng controlled his wings and soared into the sky. Above the sky, Li Feng's body was charred black, emitting white smoke, but his eyes remained unharmed due to the protection of the extreme water ability. Roar! The black purgatory dragon widened its eyes and charged at Li Feng like a small mountain. You filthy beast, do you really think you figured me out? With those words, Li Feng suddenly exploded into a mist of water, disappearing from the spot. Seeing Li Feng vanish, the black purgatory dragon opened its mouth and spewed flames all around, attempting to burn Li Feng. However, all in vain, as Li Feng was now in the sky. Beneath the red moon, an arm about 30 meters long, condensed from water, hovered in the air, absorbing water molecules from the clouds. This 30-meter arm was formed by Li Feng's transformation into water, his ultimate strike. As time passed, the arm grew thicker and more terrifying, eventually reaching a length of 50 meters. This is true strength. Li Feng's indifferent voice echoed from below the clouds as the arm extended towards the black purgatory dragon, emitting a ghostly howl that reverberated through the surroundings. The black purgatory dragon raised its head, its deep blue pupils showing a human-like fear. But at this moment, the black purgatory dragon had no way to retreat. It spread its wings and flew towards the sky, raising its forelimbs to strike Li Feng. I will not be defeated. How could I be defeated by a one-armed opponent? The black purgatory dragon shouted in its mind. Bang! Visible ripples spread out from the sky, tearing the dark space like paper. Two terrifying forces clashed in the air. Just when the black purgatory dragon thought it had blocked the attack, a faint laughter came from the arm. Do you think you can measure up to me? As the words fell, a suffocating force erupted from the arm, completely overwhelming the black purgatory dragon's proud power. The 100-meter-long dragon body was directly pressed into the ground by Li Feng, creating a deep pit several tens of meters deep on the flat ground. Roar! The black purgatory dragon let out a resentful roar, its struggling body twisting desperately, but to no avail. It seems you, like Jing Chinxiu, enjoy playing games. I'll play with you. Li Feng said calmly, manipulating the giant hand to grab the tail of the black abyss dragon, continuously slamming its body into the ground like cracking a whip, then pulling it out, and slamming it back into the ground. After several rounds of this, Li Feng finally let go. Under such torment, the black abyss dragon had long rolled its eyes back and lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. With a thought, Li Feng's 50-meter-long arm dispersed with a bang. In the mist, Li Feng, covered in black soot, staggered out like a drunk, his scattered gaze locking onto a piece of wood wrapped in flames. According to Li Feng's speculation, as long as he was burned to death, just like being drowned last time, he would revive. Closer. I can become stronger. A faint joy emerged in Li Feng's weary eyes as he conjured an ice spike to pierce his own heart. Splurt! Red blood flowed down along the ice hammer, and his groggy brain cleared slightly due to the pain. Almost there. Almost there. Li Feng's mouth curled up. He was getting closer and closer to the flame, just 3 steps away. Just as Li Feng was about to take the penultimate step, the black abyss dragon lying behind him suddenly opened its eyes, its deep blue vertical pupils dilating. The next moment, the massive body of the black abyss dragon turned into wisps of black smoke drifting westward with the wind, but one wisp rushed towards Li Feng in the opposite direction. Just as Li Feng was about to take the final step, that wisp of black smoke rushed into the back of his head, causing his already tottering body to collapse to the ground. In the boundless darkness, Li Feng stood exhausted in place. Where is this? Li Feng looked around blankly, then at his own translucent body as if made of glass. I underestimated you, you are indeed much stronger than I expected. In the darkness, a pair of deep blue pupils slowly lit up, followed by blue flames rising from the darkness, and the figure of the black abyss dragon appeared in front of Li Feng. Unlike its previous towering 100-meter size, the current black abyss dragon was very petite, only a little over 2 meters tall. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the result is the same. Your soul is indeed weak. Next, as long as I eliminate your soul, this body will be mine. Before the words were finished, the black abyss dragon's wings flapped and pounced towards Li Feng. It was truly afraid, fearing that in a moment Li Feng might retort, "Are you even worthy to measure me?" The black abyss dragon's speed was not fast, but Li Feng's speed was even slower because he didn't even try to dodge. With a bang, Li Fong was firmly pressed under the Black Abyss Dragon. "You have no chance, your soul is too weak." The Black Abyss Dragon locked Li Fong with its limbs, and the blue flames on its body gradually spread to Li Fong. In an instant, a heart-wrenching pain surged through Li Feng's spiritual sense, but he showed no discomfort. This pain was too light for him, or perhaps he could endure it. Li Fong calmly looked at the Black Abyss Dragon, a faint smile on his lips. "Your fire isn't strong enough." "You." The Black Abyss Dragon widened its eyes. "You're really tough." Whoosh! The blue flames burned even more vigorously, wisps of black smoke drifting out from Li Feng's soul. "Enjoy it." The Black Abyss Dragon released Li Fong, who flew into the air, silently waiting for the moment of his death. The fire burned larger and larger, completely covering Li Fong, making it impossible to see anyone from the outside. How long does it take to burn before it's considered dead? Li Fong clenched his lips, instinctively curling his whole body together and hugging his knees tightly under the high-temperature scorching. After an unknown amount of time, Li Fong could no longer see the color of the flames or hear any sizzling sounds. He felt as if he had plunged into a deeper layer of darkness, enveloped in an indescribable sense of loneliness. The warm sunlight streamed through the old window into the room, and Li Fong slowly opened his eyes. Several cracks adorned the ceiling, the peeling wall held together by tape, and the old tungsten light swayed with the morning breeze. A tantalizing aroma of steamed buns wafted in from outside the window, signaling that Uncle Wang's bun shop on the second floor had opened for business. "What?" Li Feng's eyes glazed over, his pupils trembling slightly. He lay there motionless, greedily staring at the ceiling, breathing in the surrounding air, listening to the clanging of pots and pans from the kitchen. Li Feng's lips quivered, as if wanting to say something but hesitating, afraid of plunging back into darkness. After much hesitation, he hoarsely called out, "Mom." Perhaps the noise from the kitchen was too loud, as there was no response from the other side. So, he raised his voice and called out again, "Mom." "Hey, what's wrong?" A gentle and familiar voice came from the kitchen. Li Fong, lying in bed, was stunned, feeling a tug at his heartstrings, tears uncontrollably welling up in his eyes. Trembling, he reached out to pull back the covers, leaning against the wall as he made his way step by step from the bedroom to the kitchen. It was the longest and shortest journey of his life. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Li Fong, with red eyes, gazed at the middle-aged woman in an apron. Her temples were tinged with white, and the wrinkles around her eyes deepening. "So you seem to sense the movement at the door," turning to look at Li Fong. "Hey, why are you crying?" Li Fong rubbed his eyes, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile. "It feels like something got into my eyes." "Quick, go wash your face. The meal is almost ready. Go call Xiaoye from next door," Suyu said without suspicion, continuing with her unfinished tasks. "Okay." Li Fong obediently nodded, turning to leave the kitchen. Before he reached the door, a knocking sound echoed. "Coming," Li Fong replied, hurrying to open the door. As the door cracked open, a hand grasped the frame, followed by a radiant face appearing before Li Fong. "Oh, why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying?" Qi Mingyue walked in, reaching out to touch Li Feng's eyes. "Get lost. Even if you die, I won't cry for you," Li Fong said, pushing Qi Mingyue's hand away. Qi Mingyue chuckled, "You're quite tough. If one day, one of us really dies, I'll make sure to die before you so I can see you cry for me. And you won't see me cry for you." Two birds with one stone. Li Fong was taken aback, jokingly asking, "Can someone heartless like you cry for me?" Qi Mingyue lightly punched Li Feng's shoulder. "Don't joke about life and death. If one day you curse yourself to death, leaving me alone and wanting to talk, what will I do? I can't follow you to heaven, can I?" With that, Qi Mingyue took out a concert ticket from his pocket and placed it on the entrance table. "You like Zhou Mulan's songs, right? I got you a ticket for the concert. I'll cover for you today. Just go and enjoy it. No need to thank me. Being a legendary brother is enough." Qi Mingyue flicked Li Feng's forehead with his finger and happily skipped back to the kitchen. "Good morning, Auntie. Xiaoya, wash your hands and get ready for breakfast. Auntie, do you need any help?" At the entrance, Li Fong lowered his head, staring at the ticket, lost in thought. He picked up the ticket, his eyes filled with emotions. He remembered that day, his first time attending a concert, listening to Zhou Mulan's beautiful songs, and feeling the gentle night breeze. "Shozi, what are you standing there for? Come over and eat," Qi Mingyue shouted, bringing Li Feng's scattered thoughts back. "Oh," Li Fong absent-mindedly replied, pocketed the ticket, and sat in front of the big-bottom TV at the coffee table. Looking at the fried eggs in the bowl and the sticky millet porridge beside it, Li Fong picked up the chopsticks, feeling somewhat lost as he sat there. Suyu, who had untied her apron, walked behind Li Fong, touched his head with her rough hand, and asked with concern, "Why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?" Shi Mingyue, sitting across the table, also noticed and set down the fried egg in his mouth, leaning forward towards Lee Fong, asking, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Lee Fong waved his hand casually, took a sip of the millet porridge, and said, "It's delicious." Suyu smiled gently, "As long as you're fine, if there's anything, you must tell Mom, okay?" "Okay." Lee Fong replied with his head down, mechanically spooning the millet porridge into his mouth. Lee Fong seemed perfectly normal, at least in the eyes of Suyu and Shi Mingyue. However, what they didn't notice was the ripples forming in the bowl of millet porridge Lee Fong held. In the shadow, tears rolled down Li Feng's cheeks, his hand trembling as he scooped the porridge mechanically into his mouth. His eyes, usually calm, now looked shattered and fragmented. Returning to this small house, everything familiar around Lee Fong triggered his tears, piercing his heart. He didn't know why he had come here, but he dared not delve deeper, fearing he would return to the cold reality. After all, even if it was a false dream, at least the feelings were real. The millet porridge in Li Feng's bowl diminished, but he continued to dig with the spoon, making a clanging sound. Son. Suyu nervously reached out and shook in front of Li Fong. "Xiuzi, are you okay?" Shi Mingyue walked to Li Feng's side, placed his hand on his back, and bent down to look at his face. I. Li Fong could no longer contain his emotions, looking up at Suyu with tears streaming down his face, quiet and silent like autumn leaves. "Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm sorry." Li Fong knelt down, holding onto Suyu's legs, his body trembling from excessive agitation. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Suyu bent down, anxiously stroking the back of Li Feng's head. "Don't scare Mom, were you bullied?" "Bullied?" Shi Mingyue's expression changed, grabbing Li Feng's shoulders, demanding, "Who bullied you? Was it those thugs at the school gate?" Ignoring their inquiries, Li Fong continued to express his guilt. "Mom, I shouldn't have made that call, I couldn't protect you, I shouldn't have woken up so late, if I had woken up earlier, you wouldn't have died, I'm sorry. I couldn't get you into a big house, I couldn't cure your migraines, I didn't take you to the seaside, I'm a liar, but I really didn't mean to break my promise." As he spoke, Li Feng's voice grew hoarse, filled with a sobbing tone that chilled the room. No one spoke, and everything seemed to quiet down. Panicking, Li Fong looked up, only to see Suyu's calm smile. "Silly child, Mom has never blamed you, you've never let Mom down. You must live well, I will always watch over you." Suyu's words were gentle as the wind, soothing Li Feng's restlessness. Tentatively, he asked, then, "Mom, can you visit me more in my dreams? I want to eat the dumplings you make." Suyu gently patted Li Feng's head. "I will come." "You little rascal." Kiminju's head popped out untimely from the side. "You can't tell me if you're not dead." "Li Fong, what a lousy name. Chen Chen sounds much better. Next time we meet, you must tell me your name." "Impossible." Li Fong paused for a moment, then burst into tears of laughter. "If you were dead, I could tell you my name at your grave. Then you better hide it well, don't let me find out." Kiminju blinked at Li Fong, then turned into a wisp of blue smoke and drifted out of the window, followed by the space around collapsing like shattered glass from the outside in. "Mom!" Li Fong grabbed Suyu's hand. "Do you have any last wishes?" Suyu smiled gently, looking at Li Fong. "A mother's wish shouldn't be called a last wish." With that, Suyu, like Kiminju, turned into a wisp of blue smoke and slowly dissipated, plunging the surrounding space into darkness at that moment. Li Fong stood still, repeating Suyu's words like a fool. "Shouldn't be called a last wish. Shouldn't be called a last wish. Shouldn't be called a last wish." His voice grew softer, but the smile on his face became more intense, a ridiculous conjecture rising in his mind. In the endless darkness, the flames on Li Feng's body dwindled, and the fluctuations of his soul grew weaker, like a candle about to extinguish. The black purgatory dragon descended excitedly from the sky. It was finally going to succeed. "No matter how strong you are, you can only be my wedding dress," the black purgatory dragon said with a dark smile. Just as the black purgatory dragon was about to swallow Li Feng's last head, a seemingly inconspicuous deep red light appeared in the deep blue. At the same time, a sense of fear spread throughout the black purgatory dragon's body. Its body suddenly froze in place, as if something had seized its mind, rendering it immobile. At that moment, the black purgatory dragon felt as if a great terror had awakened behind it, looking down on it. It felt like it would be crushed into pieces if it moved. Whoosh! Suddenly, the flames burning on Li Fong seemed startled by something, wilting instantly, then extinguishing, returning to darkness. The extinguishing of the blue flames plunged most of the area into darkness, except for a slowly burning deep red flame, dispelling the surrounding cold and darkness. The small flame hovered above Li Feng's head, seemingly observing the black purgatory dragon, appearing harmless. But the black purgatory dragon didn't feel that way. Standing in front of the small flame, it felt like an ant in front of a king, a sense of insignificance and submission arising. How could this be? The black purgatory dragon's mind went blank, an indescribable suffocating feeling overwhelmed its senses, gripping its heart, its limbs on the ground trembling uncontrollably, as if it would kneel down the next second. It was a dragon standing at the end of all beasts. What could make it feel so humble and insignificant? The black purgatory dragon was clueless, unable to comprehend. After observing for a while, the red flame darted into Lee Feng's forehead. In an instant, Lee Feng's transparent spirit emitted a faint red light, his fragmented body slowly recovering at a visible speed, a warm wave spreading from him. How? Is this possible? The black purgatory dragon widened its eyes. How could the soul recover so quickly? But before it could make sense of it, a voice interrupted its thoughts. Kneel before the divine. The voice seemed to come from ancient times, heavy as the years, disdainfully overlooking everything between heaven and earth. Bang! The black purgatory dragon knelt down, its head quietly against the ground, its 2-meter body shrinking to less than half a meter. Its heart dare not beat loudly. It was too terrifying. It had never heard such a terrifying voice, as if a single word from the other party could make it die, and it would truly die. It was a kind of power that seemed endless, a power that made everything despair. The abyssal dragon could sense that the person speaking was right above its head, looking down at it. This process lasted for several minutes, during which the abyssal dragon was on the verge of tears. The outside world was too dangerous. All it wanted was to come out for some fresh air, to find a body to taste delicious food, but it ended up encountering this mess. It would have been better to stay in the underworld and rot away. At this moment, Lee Feng's body had almost fully recovered. The chaotic thoughts slowly returned to normal as he opened his eyes, and the black shattered instantly before him, replaced by a blood-red sky. Indeed, all is restored. Lee Fong shakily got up, the scabs covering his body falling off like eggshells, exposing his fair skin to the air. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging blood and a new power within him, a power completely different from the extreme water. I wonder how powerful it is. Lee Feng's eyes flickered with anticipation. Just as he was about to find a place to test it out, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if realizing something. Calmly surveying his surroundings, Lee Fong walked over to a soldier in armor, deftly removing the clothes worn under the armor and putting them on himself. After straightening out the wrinkles in the clothes, Lee Fong raised his palm, and a deep red flame rose from it. The moment the flame appeared, Lee Fong keenly felt the temperature around him rise instantly. Interesting. Lee Feng's lips curled up as he condensed the water feathers into existence, soaring into the sky and stopping at 100 meters high. Raising a hand holding the flame, he anticipated, expand. Whoosh! In an instant, the flame expanded at a terrifying speed. 1 meter, 5 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, until 50 meters. The huge red fireball burned fiercely in the sky, its pure red light overshadowing the glow of the red moon, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding space. Lee Fong flapped his wings, lifting the fireball and rushing towards the ground, where the wild grass withered rapidly under the high temperature. When he was less than 50 meters from the ground, Lee Fong threw the fireball down like shooting a basket, creating a terrifying scene akin to doomsday. Boom! The dazzling light covered a kilometer, draining all color from everything under its attack. After several dozen seconds, the light gradually dimmed, revealing a crater 100 meters wide and over 30 meters deep on the ground. Standing at the center of the deep pit, Lee Fong smiled satisfactorily. Let's call you Extreme Fire. He was very satisfied with the power of Extreme Fire. In terms of versatility, Extreme Water far surpassed Extreme Fire, but in terms of power, the destructive force of Extreme Water and Extreme Fire were not even in the same league. The difference between the two was like night and day. With such power from just one prohibition, if I recover the second prohibition, with the abilities of Extreme Water and Extreme Fire, I wonder what level of strength I can achieve. Lee Feng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He really wanted to test his own strength against someone. Just then, a wisp of black smoke drifted from Lee Feng's forehead, landing a few meters away and transforming into a 2-meter-tall abyssal dragon. The man and the dragon stared at each other. Did you enjoy burning things just now? Lee Fong smiled, and a flame appeared in front of him with a thought. The abyssal dragon trembled and took a step back, tentatively asking, "Brother, if I apologize and say sorry, can you forgive me?" Ha! A hint of confusion flashed across Lee Feng's face. Why aren't you surprised at all to see me summon a flame? Surprised. The abyssal dragon's mouth twitched. It had witnessed even more astonishing things. What was there to be surprised about a mere flame? Just as He Yulong was about to explain, Lee Fong shook his head and said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter." With that, Lee Fong walked towards He Yulong. Seeing this, He Yulong hurriedly raised his front paws to stop Lee Fong. Wait. You want the spirit profound artifact, right? I can give it to you, and I can explain it to you. Please don't act recklessly. Hearing the words spirit profound artifact, Lee Fong stopped in his tracks and asked the question that had been on his mind. What is a spirit profound artifact? Ha! He Yulong was a bit puzzled. You don't know what a spirit profound artifact is? Lee Fong controlled the flames to float in front of He Yulong and asked, Are you asking me, or am I asking you? Brother, calm down a bit, I'll explain. A spirit profound artifact. He Yulong obediently began to explain. During this time, He Yulong had considered hiding some information, such as the master recognition ceremony, but after seeing the cold look in Li Feng's eyes, he abandoned that thought. Through He Yulong's explanation, Li Feng gradually understood what a spirit profound artifact was. A conscious artifact that can continue to grow. Recognize a master. Interesting. Where is the spirit profound artifact? Li Feng reached out his hand towards He Yulong, looking at him with cold eyes. He Yulong stood up on his hind legs and pointed to himself. I am the consciousness formed by the spirit profound artifact, also known as the artifact spirit. You? Li Feng's eyes showed undisguised disdain. Yes. He Yulong puffed up his chest, trying to appear stronger. Artifact spirits are all soul bodies, so when you hit me, black smoke appears, no blood is shed. Suppressing his disdain, Li Feng inquired, What is a soul body? A soul body. Simply put, it's the soul of a life. If the soul disperses, the life will die. He Yulong explained as simply as possible to Li Feng. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately thought of the resurrected. Besides aging in the forehead, there were no other flaws. Could it be that the so-called soul is located in everyone's forehead? Thinking of this, Li Feng asked He Yulong, Is a person's soul located in the position of the forehead? He Yulong shook his head. The place where the soul resides is called the soul palace, a peculiar place that does not exist within the human body. As for its exact location, I'm not sure. But there is a bridge connecting the soul palace and every living being, like your Intang acupoint, which is the forehead. Li Feng touched his own forehead in amazement and looked at the eccentric monster before him. So you just entered my soul palace through my Intang acupoint. How did you do that? It seems that only I can do it. As long as a person's consciousness is fuzzy, I can directly break into their soul palace. He Yulong explained obediently, afraid of angering Li Feng. You really can't judge a book by its cover. You actually know so much? Li Feng said in surprise, and even the disdain in his eyes faded a bit. I learned all this from some stone inscriptions many years ago. It's nothing compared to you. He Yulong humbly said with his head down, a far cry from his previous arrogant demeanor. Li Feng pinched his wrist and turned it. I always retaliate when wronged. Although you burned me just now, even though I volunteered, I should technically burn you back. But, his He Yulong took a sharp breath, feeling like he was bungee jumping. It had completely given up on the idea of standing on its own, not because it thought it was a bad idea, but because it had no choice. Besides submission, death was the only option. Even a fool would know how to choose, right? And submitting to a mysterious and unpredictable entity seemed like a good choice. Li Feng looked He Yulong up and down and continued, but with your current fragile appearance, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand my attacks. Yes, I can't withstand them. He Yulong nodded like a little chicken. Alright, considering your honesty, I'll spare your life for now. Where is the spirit profound weapon? Li Feng reached out his hand towards the black purgatory dragon once again. Wait a moment, big brother. The black purgatory dragon smiled kindly, then closed its eyes as if sensing something. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, the ground bubbling like boiling water, with small stones leaping continuously. Li Feng seemed to sense something and looked towards the direction of the ruins, his eyes filled with myriad thoughts. Upon learning of the existence of the spirit profound weapon, Li Feng was quite eager because of the extravagant description given by the black purgatory dragon, making him believe that the spirit profound weapon was a highly prestigious item. This illusion persisted until the moment the black purgatory dragon revealed its identity. Li Feng couldn't imagine what kind of creature could boast so confidently without a hint of embarrassment, even though the creature's face was black. As the intensity of the earth's tremors reached a specific frequency, a series of banging sounds echoed from deep underground, growing closer and louder. Bang! Suddenly, the center of the ruins burst open, a deep blackness soaring into the sky, momentarily swallowing all surrounding colors. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at the crescent-shaped blade, and asked in surprise, a scythe? It was a scythe over 4 meters long, entirely black to the extreme, devouring the surrounding light like a greedy black hole. At the top of the scythe, a terrifying black dragon head perched there, with a blade extending over 2 meters from its mouth. Strange blood-red patterns entwined around the blade, flashing alternately bright and dark like a human heart, constantly indicating its position in the darkness to deepen the fear of those trying to escape. What is its name? Li Feng asked without turning his head. The Black Purgatory God Scythe. The Black Purgatory God Scythe, Lee Fong murmured to himself, his thoughts soaring as he approached the Black Purgatory God Scythe and reached out to grab it. The scythe was icy cold, but it posed no major issue for Lee Fong. Such a flashy name, Little Dragon, Lee Fong said, looking down at the Black Purgatory Dragon. Do you mind if I give it a different name? No problem, big brother, call it whatever you want. The Black Purgatory Dragon gestured with its forelimb, indicating Lee Fong could decide freely. Lee Fong nodded in satisfaction. Besides being a bit talkative and having a somewhat crazy laugh, the little dragon was quite good in other aspects. Looking at the scythe in his hand, a pensive expression crossed Li Feng's face. Appearing simultaneously with my extreme fire, completely black like an abyss with no end in sight, since that's the case. Li Feng grinned, I'll name you Ember. Whoosh! The night wind brought a chill, tousling Li Feng's hair and clothes. The 4-meter-long ember devoured all light around, leaving only Li Feng standing. The Black Purgatory Dragon flew to Li Feng's side and lowered its head. Big brother, placing your hand on my head will establish the bond. Li Feng raised his right hand to the Black Purgatory Dragon's head. In the next moment, red lines spread from his palm, forming a star out of thin air. As the lines glowed brighter, a peculiar sensation arose in Li Feng's heart, as if a connection had been established between himself and Ember. After completing the bonding ritual, the Black Purgatory Dragon raised its head. Big brother, now. Wait a moment, Li Feng interrupted, then asked in confusion, what should you call me? The Black Purgatory Dragon hesitated, Master. Master. Li Feng nodded, don't think I'm humiliating you. Since you are a weapon, even if we are close, you must understand your role, okay? Understood, the Black Purgatory Dragon responded somewhat dejectedly. Whoosh! Li Feng tightly gripped Jean and swung it forcefully, 2 white waves of chi swept across both sides of the blade. At the same time, he spoke, tell me about Jean's ability. Jean's ability is very special. Master, if you use me, use it to kill someone, Jean will suppress the opponent's soul and make it serve the master, just like my current form, tangible but when swung, it turns into black smoke. In theory, Jean has no limits. The more souls it suppresses, the stronger it becomes. Li Feng asked in astonishment, are you saying that I can make others' souls work for me for free? More or less, as long as the lives killed by the master using Jean, their souls will become your soldiers, retaining their abilities and strengths from their past lives. As long as you, the master, don't die, they won't die either. Ahem! Li Feng coughed lightly twice, his small head feeling a bit confused, looking at Jean in his hand with a shocked expression. The people I kill with Jean will become mine, retaining their full strength from their past lives. Is there any limitation? Li Feng looked at the Black Purgatory Dragon incredulously. The Black Purgatory Dragon scratched its head, uncertainly saying, there is, once these souls are dispersed by someone, they will return to Jean's soul space to rest and recover, not immediately like revivers. Oh, that soul space is similar to the Soul Palace, where souls reside. Li Feng's breathing involuntarily quickened upon hearing this. Turning killed individuals into his subordinates, retaining their full strength from their past lives, and being immortal, this ability was quite extraordinary, almost unbelievable. Li Feng swallowed nervously, with such an extraordinary ability, how come you're still trapped here? Are you lying? A hint of desolation flashed in the Black Purgatory Dragon's eyes. I actually can't remember how I got trapped here, it's been too long. I only know about the Soul Palace. Li Feng patted the Black Purgatory Dragon's head, it seems like your new memories will start with me. Do you have a name? A hint of reminiscence flashed in the Black Purgatory Dragon's eyes. I remember many used to call me the Black Purgatory Dragon. Then that's settled, I'll give you a new one. Li Feng pondered for a moment, Li Xianyu, how about that? Okay. Li Xianyu obediently agreed, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky, letting out a roar. In an instant, countless black smoke surged from all directions, enveloping Li Xianyu, whose size rapidly increased to 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Despite regaining its size, Li Xianyu appeared extremely listless, clearly not fully recovered yet. Due to the bond with the master, Li Feng could roughly sense the opponent's strength. Very strong, probably at the level of 5 prohibitions, with the actual strength possibly reaching 6 prohibitions. At that moment, an inexplicable urge to fight the opponent arose in Li Feng's heart, but his remaining rationality temporarily suppressed this absurd idea. Master, focus all your attention on Jean, and you can turn it into a ring to wear on your finger. Li Xianyu lowered its eyes and shouted to Li Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng turned to look at Jean, concentrating all his attention on it. After a few seconds, the 4-meter-long Jean slowly shrank in a burst of black light, eventually turning into an inconspicuous black ring in Li Feng's palm. Master, I'll stay inside the ring for now. If you need me, just call my name. With that, Li Xuanyo's massive form turned into a wisp of black smoke and flew into the ring. Li Fong wore the ring on the index finger of his left hand, gazing deeply in the direction of the vortex. He knew that once he went out, he would definitely be questioned, and if he couldn't explain clearly, he might even be monitored or detained by the Intong Bureau. After all, someone had escaped from the vortex before, and there must have been traces of being attacked by extreme water on that person. At that time, Li Fong wanted to drag the other person's body back, but the reviver was stuck in the vortex, unable to be pulled back. Helplessly, Li Fong had to crush the other person's head to stop him from talking nonsense. What Li Fong didn't know was that the reviver had already spread his reputation as a disaster water carrier. North Huangshan, Bonfire Square. The bodies on the square had all been cleaned up by the soldiers, and 4 military missile vehicles were parked 100 meters away, aiming their missile orifices at the blood-red gate. Black explosion-proof shields were connected together in front of the missile vehicles, with cold gun barrels protruding from the shield holes, ready to fire at any moment. The Intongsi trio sat in a jeep, their gazes through the car window focused on the direction of the blood-red gate. Stay alert, the disaster water and a large number of revivers are in the dark underground, ready to emerge at any time. If any anomalies are detected, cover with firepower indiscriminately, no need to consult me. Before Yi Yu could finish speaking, He Lu snatched his walkie-talkie. If anomalies are found, do not open fire first, wait for my command. The soldiers looked at each other, not knowing whose command to follow for a moment. In the jeep, Yi Yu looked at He Lu in confusion and asked, "He uncle, what are you doing?" "I am the overall commander of this operation. Can the overall commander disregard the lives of innocent people? Li Fong is still inside. By giving this order, have you considered his safety? If he dies at our hands, how do we explain to his family?" He Lu indignantly said, placing the walkie-talkie behind his buttocks. "You!" Yi Yu clenched his fists, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said as calmly as possible, "If he comes out, I will use my abilities to protect him." "Nonsense, can you make it in time? I see you have no intention of letting anyone inside go," He Lu said angrily. Yi Yu's face instantly turned cold. As He Lu said, she indeed had no intention of letting anyone inside go. As long as all the people inside were eliminated, the disaster water would be eradicated without needing to investigate who it was. This was the most worry-free, effortless, and safest method. Yi Yu did not argue with He Lu anymore, turning to look at Zheng Kong sitting in the back seat. "Give me your walkie-talkie." Zheng Kong shook his head unwillingly and moved his buttocks slightly backward. "Yi sister, I think your command has violated the original intention of Intongsi to protect humanity. I cannot comply, even if you are the overall commander." "You guys." Yi Yu widened her eyes, "Are you crazy? Giving up the opportunity to eliminate the disaster water and hundreds of revivers for the sake of one Li Fong? Do you know that if any revivers escape from North Huangshan because of Li Fong, more people will be killed? If these people die, can you bear the responsibility?" The air fell silent, and after a few seconds, He Lu broke the silence. "I will block the west side, you guard the east side. I will never let any reviver escape from North Huangshan, and I hope you won't let the soldiers' guns be stained with the blood of innocent people," He Lu said calmly, then pushed open the car door and was about to step out of the car. Seeing this, Yi Yu grabbed He Lu, coldly saying, "He uncle, can you be more rational? What can you use to protect yourself in your current state?" "I will manage," He Lu said, then broke free from Yi Yu's hand and limped towards the east side of the blood-red gate, leaving Yi Yu sitting in the front passenger seat with a gloomy expression. She picked up the walkie-talkie, hesitated for a moment, and said, "If anomalies are found, wait for my command." In front of the blood-red gate, He Lu walked alone towards the west side of the blood-red gate. In the eyes of others, he seemed inflexible, even a bit foolish. But it is precisely because of the existence of such foolish people that this cold society has a hint of human touch, making life not just a series of numbers, but a unique and precious collection of pulsating notes. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed in the arena, and the tall blood-red gate began to ripple. In an instant, the nerves of everyone in the square were on edge, with icy gun barrels aimed at the blood-red gate, awaiting Nightshade's command. He Lu stopped in his tracks, vigilantly watching the center where the ripples spread. As time passed by, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Thud! A foot stepped forward, followed by a knee, an arm, a nose, until the entire face. A brilliant smile hung on his face, but upon seeing the gun barrels aimed at him, his expression froze. "This." Li Feng's lips moved, looking around in confusion, his eyes devoid of joy, filled with fear. To make his performance more realistic, Li Fong deliberately used absolute control to make his body tremble slightly, simulating the reaction of a person in fear. He Lu stood still for a moment, then shouted loudly to Li Fong, "Come over here." Li Feng's Adam's apple rolled slightly as he looked in He Lu's direction. Uncle he. Li Feng's pupils dilated, his trembling voice tinged with a hint of surprise. Just as he was about to move, a stern shout came from afar. Stay where you are and don't move. Immediately, a figure flashed in front of He Lu, pulling him behind. This person was Nightshade. Xiao Yi, you. Let me ask. Before He Lu could finish his sentence, Nightshade coldly interrupted him, locking her gaze on Li Fong. Wah! What's wrong? Li Fong stopped in his tracks, looking at Nightshade with an innocent expression, his clear eyes unable to hide his confusion. Of course, this was just a surface-level confusion. Li Fong had actually anticipated everything that was happening now. He knew that soldiers would block the blood-red gate and that there was a high probability of indiscriminate firepower. So Li Fong had gambled on He Lu and Zhang Kong remembering his life-saving grace. However, Li Fong did not pin all his hopes on them. He deliberately stepped his left leg out of the gate first. If there was indiscriminate firing from the outside, he would immediately change his appearance and escape using the method of the disaster water. But once he did that, Li Fong would no longer be able to openly use the spirit artifact, as he couldn't explain its origin and his identity would be in question. What's your relationship with disaster water? Nightshade asked coldly, her narrow eyes fixed on Li Fong, ready to act at any moment. Disaster water? Li Fong pointed to himself in confusion. What relationship? Nightshade narrowed her eyes. You have no relationship with disaster water? What relationship could I have with a reviver? Miss, are you misunderstanding something? Li Fong anxiously opened his hands, wanting to approach and explain. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the arena. Li Fong looked at the bullet hole at his feet and staggered back. Nightshade put down her gun, carefully observing Li Feng's reaction. What? What are you doing? Li Fong stared in horror at Nightshade. Why are you shooting at me? Nightshade squinted her eyes, capturing every movement and expression of Li Fong. She was confident in her powers of observation. No one could perfectly disguise themselves in front of her. After a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on Nightshade's face. There were no flaws. She had not detected anything unusual about Li Fong, as if he had truly been startled by the sound of her gun. Strange. Night murmured to herself, if the other party is the disaster water, they definitely wouldn't be scared by bullets. Could it be that the reviver from before was lying? Night fell silent for a moment, her eyes still vigilant. She took out a pair of handcuffs and a pair of leg irons from her waist, throwing them in front of Li Fong. The Intong Bureau suspects you have a connection with the disaster water. Your identity is in question, so we will temporarily detain and interrogate you. We hope for your cooperation. Li Fong looked at the handcuffs and leg irons on the ground, then glanced at He Lu. Uncle He. Don't be afraid, it's just an interrogation, He Lu reassured. Li Fong nodded, handcuffing himself and allowing several soldiers to escort him onto a vehicle headed towards the Special Ability Bureau. Above the clouds, Li Qingxia's gaze pierced through the layers, quietly watching the bonfire square. Seeing Li Fong safe and sound, Li Qingxia smiled faintly, casually opened a space with one hand, and left calmly, as if she had never appeared. City No. 11 Special Ability Bureau. In the cold and narrow prison cell, Li Fong sat quietly on a bench, staring fixedly at the iron wall. He had been in this cell for nearly 6 hours. Did I say something? Li Fong wondered in his mind. His performance was flawless, yet the wary look in the woman's eyes had not disappeared, indicating something. The reviver from before had revealed his identity in such a short time. Thinking of this, Li Fong felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples wearily. Li Fong knew that even if he could escape from here, the name Disaster Water would always be associated with him, regardless of evidence. The Intong Bureau had already confirmed that Disaster Water was in the Netherworld, and no one would emerge from the Blood Gate after him, coupled with the reviver's identification. This meant that the alias Disaster Water could no longer be used. Once it appeared, all eyes would be on him. Click! The sound of keys turning outside the cell was heard, and a middle-aged man in uniform entered, shouting at Li Fong, "Come out!" Li Fong calmly stood up and walked out of the cell. In the corridor outside the cell, dozens of armed soldiers watched Li Fong vigilantly. Leading them was a young man whom Li Fong was familiar with, Zhang Kong from the Intong Bureau trio. Brother Zhang, can I go now? Li Fong asked eagerly. Zhang Kang's expression was complicated. Come with me. If everything checks out, you'll be released. Special Ability Bureau interrogation room. Harsh white light shone on Li Feng's face, the cold interrogation chair securing his hands and feet, various metal rings or bands fastened to his body, thick data cables extending out and connecting to a monitor. Li Fong knew well that this was the Special Ability Bureau's lie detector, which, although not foolproof, could guarantee an 80% accuracy. Click! The iron door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and the stern-faced knight entered first, casting a cold glance at Li Fong, followed by Zhang Kong. He Lu, who had the closest relationship with Lee Fong, did not come. The two sat down at the table and turned their gaze towards Lee Fong. "Do you want some water?" Knight asked casually. Lee Fong tapped his fingers and pretended timidly, "No, thank you." Knight nodded, pointing to the monitor. "This is the most advanced lie detector in the Federation. I will ask you a few questions, and if you tell the truth, the monitor will display correct. If you lie, it will show incorrect. Understand?" Li Feng's lips parted, and he asked softly, "Will I be released after I finish speaking?" "Not sure, it may take a few days, or you might be released immediately," Knight replied calmly, carefully observing Li Fong. "Do you all think I'm a reviver?" Li Fong raised his head, his emotions suddenly rising. "How could I be a reviver?" Speaking, Li Fong bit his lip with his teeth, and fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. "Look, my wound hasn't healed, I am human," Li Fong shouted urgently. Zheng Kong, seeing this, tried to reassure him. "Li Fong, don't get agitated. We are just asking a few simple questions. If it's that simple, why subject me to a lie detector test and lock me up?" Li Fong clenched his fists and pretended to struggle. Yi Yu smirked, "Because we suspect you are the disaster water." In an instant, Li Fong seemed startled, frozen in place. The scene gradually quieted down. Seeing Li Fong silent, Yi Yu continued, "This is the interrogation chair we brought from the Intong Bureau. It's impossible to break free from it below level 5 restrictions. So if you are not the disaster water, don't waste your energy, answer the questions properly, and clear your name, okay? But haven't I already proven it? The bite marks on my mouth haven't healed. Some resilient revivers can delay wound healing through sheer willpower, leading to many powerful revivers hiding within the Federation undetected. The disaster water might be one of them." After hearing this, Li Feng's fluctuating chest gradually calmed down, weakly responding, "Okay, go ahead and ask your questions." "Thank you for understanding. Did you take the spiritual artifact from the blood gate inside?" Yi Yu's gaze was sharp, as if trying to see through Li Fong. Li Fong nodded, "It was me." Beep, the monitor displayed correct. Yi Yu looked deeply at Li Fong but didn't press further, considering the inappropriate setting. Next, Yi Yu asked, "Earlier, when you made a satellite call to inform the Special Ability Bureau that the disaster water was on North Huangshan, we checked the surveillance and found that you were being chased at the time, meaning the disaster water saved you?" Li Feng's mind moved, using absolute control to maintain his body's breathing, blood pressure, pulse, sweat glands, and eye movements in a normal state, all happening in the blink of an eye. Sort of. Beep, the monitor continued to show correct. According to Zhang Kong, when they came out, everyone gathered on a bridge. Were you there? I was. And then, over the next half hour, Yi Yu asked Li Fong many irrelevant questions, some of which had nothing to do with him, but Yi Yu persisted in asking. After each answer from Li Fong, she would write something on a piece of paper. Due to the obstruction, Li Fong couldn't see anything clearly. After the 43rd question, Yi Yu stretched lazily, looking somewhat tired as she gazed at Li Fong. "You answered well, all questions are done. Now let's chat for a while." "Okay." Li Fong nodded. Yi Yu politely nodded at Li Fong and then handed a paper filled with words to Zheng Kong beside her. "Go outside and check." "Huh?" Zheng Kong was a bit confused. "Check what?" Impatiently, Yi Yu slapped the paper against Zheng Kang's chest. "Didn't I say it? Check the contents on the paper and verify with He Shu." "Find he." "Hurry up." Before Zheng Kang could finish speaking, Yi Yu forcefully pushed him out of the interrogation room. Bang! With the closing of the door, the room of about 10 square meters was left with only Yi Yu and Li Fong. Yi Yu sat on the table with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, looking down at Li Fong. "Aren't you curious about what I asked him to verify?" Li Fong, feeling weary, raised his head. "I'm not curious. Even if you're not curious, I want to tell you." Yi Yu stood up, walked in front of Li Fong, and whispered, "I asked you 43 questions, based on which I fabricated some stories. Do you want to hear them?" Li Fong closed his eyes as if falling asleep and weakly said, "I haven't slept all night, let me listen with my eyes closed." Naichu saw this and didn't say much, but started speaking to himself. Once there was a tiger disguised in sheepskin, living among the sheep. One day, it went out to graze with a group of sheep, but unfortunately, they encountered wolves. For some reason, this tiger in sheepskin was chased by a dozen wolves. In order to survive, it revealed its true identity as a tiger and killed the wolves. To continue blending in with the sheep, it lied that it encountered a tiger in the mountains, and it was the tiger that killed the wolves. Li Fong, do you think this tiger is clever, knowing how to use its true face to cover its false face? Can you imagine? Li Fong opened his eyes and calmly said, "It's not clever. In the mountains, there are so many animals, the tiger could easily lead the trouble away and let the lion deal with the wolves. No, this tiger is very clever because its intention was not about the wolves. Its goal was to attract animals that hated it because it found a nearly ripe fruit tree, but there were elephants nearby. Through its scheme, those elephants thought the group of animals was there to steal the fruits, so they fought, and the tiger secretly picked the fruits. He. Lee Fong chuckled lightly, quite an interesting story. By the way, why do you think no animals suspected the tiger? Nightyu squinted, looking expectantly at Lee Fong. Lee Fong grinned. Did the tiger kill all the animals that saw it stealing the fruits? Nightyu clapped, pretending to be surprised. Correct, but this tiger was careless. It let a wolf go, and that wolf shouted that the sheep were actually a tiger. The story ends here. What do you think? Lee Fong shook his head, not very convincing. Although it has a twist, it doesn't hold up under scrutiny. Firstly, the sizes of sheep and tigers are different. How could it blend in with the sheep? Secondly, tigers are carnivores, and sheep are herbivores. How could they peacefully coexist? With that said, the atmosphere between the two chilled instantly. After a few seconds, Nightyu broke the silence. Because everyone would think that way, the tiger didn't see itself as dangerous. But there's always a loophole when walking by the river. No one's shoes stay dry forever. With that, Nightyu left the interrogation room, leaving Lee Fong alone inside. Lee Fong sighed deeply, leaning his head back with weariness written all over his face. He never expected the other party to see through the truth with 43 irrelevant questions, completely avoiding the traps he set, and narrating the whole event's context through deductive reasoning. If it weren't for the variable of the mirror image, Lee Fong would have been confident to walk away unscathed. But there are no ifs in this world. There are indeed many clever people, making things so complicated. Lee Fong sighed inwardly. He didn't think Intongsi could find his flaws, but he was worried that Intongsi would investigate Li Ji and Li Qingxia. This was the only thing Lee Fong couldn't rest assured about. Outside the interrogation room, He Lu and Zhang Kong stood silently on either side of the corridor. Click. Nightyu walked out of the interrogation room, and the two who heard the movement immediately looked at Nightyu. Is what I wrote reasonable? Do you have anything to add? Nightyu gestured to the two. Zhang Kong remained silent, looking at He Lu, who had a gloomy expression. He Lu stood up straight, shook his head. What you wrote is logical, there's nothing inappropriate, but at present, these are all your speculations, there's no crucial evidence. Zhang Kong added, Li Feng's ability level is still under evaluation, but it's likely around a grade. Moreover, he is a star picker, his significance implies that we cannot keep him detained for too long. Yi Yu did not refute their words but changed the subject, asking them, if I say there's an 80% chance he is disaster water, would you believe me? The two looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, Zhang Kong replied, you are the commander, we will follow your lead within the rules. Good. Yi Yu stroked his chin, gazing through the one-way glass at Lee Fong in the interrogation room. There's no need to focus the investigation on Beihuang Mountain anymore, look in another direction. Another direction? He Lu furrowed his brows in confusion. Beihuang Mountain is where disaster water appears. Are we not investigating there? I remember Lee Fong told you he broke through to the second forbidden, right? Yi Yu turned to ask. He Lu replied somewhat puzzled, yes, what about it? He was at the first forbidden during the last test at the Special Ability Bureau, but why did he immediately break through to the second forbidden when he went to Beihuang Mountain? Yi Yu paused, then continued, there is only one possibility, to alter his genes, evade DNA verification, and have such precise control over his breakthrough time requires meticulous planning. Such a reviver would not leave traces on Beihuang Mountain, searching there would be a waste of time. Altered genes? Zhang Kang's pupils dilated. After pondering for a while, he looked up and asked, what is the other direction? Yi Yu's gaze deepened, and she smiled faintly. 2 years ago on the Lujian Bridge, a reviver named Chen Chen was pierced through the forehead by a person named Gong Qi using an ability and fell into the river. 2 years later, disaster water emerged and killed those related to that incident as if seeking revenge. From this, it's clear that disaster water has a deep connection with Chen Chen's family. Yi Yu took out her phone from her pocket and played an audio clip in front of the two. Since the surveillance video was leaked, netizens have been speculating about Gong Qi. Is it possible that Suyu is still alive? Your family can reunite. Beep. The audio ended. Yi Yu put her phone away and looked at the two. This is the conversation between Disaster Water and others at that time. Did you notice anything after listening? He Lu contemplated for a moment and said, Disaster Water seems to care a lot about this woman Suyu. Could there be a connection between them? Did you notice that Disaster Water never mentioned anything about Chen Chen throughout the conversation? Even though he has a close relationship with Suyu's family, why focus only on Suyu's suspicions and not mention Chen Chen at all? With these words, He Lu and Zhang Kong widened their eyes as if realizing something. Seeing them silent, Yi Yu continued, there is only one possibility, he knows a lot about Chen Chen's death, but the specifics of what happened on the bridge 2 years ago were not disclosed by the Special Ability Bureau. How did Disaster Water know? Because he was on the bridge. To be precise, he is Chen Chen, the one who was pierced through the forehead. The room fell into a profound silence. How is it possible? Chen Chen was pierced through the forehead back then. How? Could he still be alive? Zheng Kong stammered in disbelief. It's precisely because all of you think that way, that Disaster Water acts so confidently, Yu calmly responded, evidently anticipating their reactions. After all, when she first proposed this answer, she was also shocked, but considering Disaster Water's ability to transform body elements, surviving being pierced through the forehead seemed slightly plausible. Lu suppressed his astonishment and said as calmly as possible, so the direction you mentioned is Chen Chen? Yes, investigate a series of events related to Chen Chen. Xiaoyi, have you ever thought that all your current deductions are like a house of cards, built on the assumption that Lee Fong is the Disaster Water, but isn't he still an unknown quantity? This is in order. In the dim and dilapidated rental room, Qi Mingyue lay on the bed wearily, staring blankly at the ceiling. The sleeping pills aren't working either? A hint of a bitter smile appeared on Qi Mingyue's face. Clang! The medicine bottle on the table was knocked over by the morning breeze, and the alarm clock on the phone rang at that moment. Ding ring ring! Ding ring ring! Qi Mingyue tiredly pulled back the covers, revealing his upper body wrapped in bandages. Just as Qi Mingyue was about to freshen up, a knock on the door sounded. Knock knock knock. Qi Mingyue looked somewhat puzzled towards the direction of the door, weakly responding, coming. He casually threw on a piece of clothing and limped towards the door. Outside the door, Zhang Kong and a special ability member responsible for recording stood in the corridor, quietly waiting. Click! The door opened, and Qi Mingyue's pale face peeked out from the crack. He glanced at the clothes worn by the two and asked in confusion, "Is there something you need?" Zheng Kong smiled kindly. "Hello, you are Qi Mingyue, right? I'm Zheng Kong from the Intong Division, here to ask you about something." With that, Zheng Kong took out his Intong Division identification from his pocket and showed it to Qi Mingyue. "Alright, my place is small, but come on in if you don't mind." Qi Mingyue pushed open the door, turning on the tungsten lamp in the room. In the dim yellow light, everything in the room was exposed to Zheng Kong. The room was small, with a rundown desk, a wooden bed less than 2 meters long, a small freezer half a meter high, an induction cooker for cooking, and neatly stacked storage boxes. This room of about 10 square meters was Qi Mingyue's current home, with no kitchen, no bedroom, not even a bathroom. This is where people live. The female special ability member said unconsciously, a hint of disdain in her voice. But before she could finish her sentence, Zheng Kong standing beside her interrupted her somewhat displeasedly. "That's enough." Qi Mingyue stopped in his tracks, calmly pointing to a lone window. "This is where people live, only houses where people live have windows, and mine does." With that, Qi Mingyue picked up 2 chairs from the corner of the room and placed them by the desk, gesturing for the two to sit down. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you," Zheng Kong politely replied, leading the female special ability member into the room to sit down. Qi Mingyue poured 2 cups of hot water for them, then sat down himself, asking in a deep voice, "Are you here to ask about last night?" "No," Zheng Kong smiled and shook his head, continuing, "This time, I'm here to inquire about a person." "Inquire about a person?" A hint of confusion flashed across Qi Mingyue's face. Having lived alone for the past 2 years, he had almost no friends. Who could possibly need to inquire about someone from him? Seeing Qi Mingyue's silence, Zheng Kong reached out and waved his hand in front of his eyes. "Is it okay?" "Sure, I'll tell you everything I know." Qi Mingyue responded belatedly. "Good." Zheng Kong took out a photo from his pocket and pushed it towards Qi Mingyue, pointing to the bright smiling youth in the picture. "Do you know this person?" The youth in the photo was wearing a blue and white school uniform, his black hair flowing back in the wind like waves, his bright eyes shining like stars, vibrant and dazzling. Qi Mingyue's lifeless pupils trembled, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. He tremblingly reached out, carefully touching the youth in the photo with his fingertips. "I know him, I took this photo, his name is Chen Chen." Qi Mingyue responded woodenly. Zheng Kong smiled slightly, about to continue his questioning when Qi Mingyue spoke first. "Why do you want to know about him?" You must have been sent by the Intong Bureau to eliminate the Disaster Water. Is there any connection between Chen Chen and the Disaster Water?" Qi Mingyue raised his head, looking directly at Zheng Kong. Interrupted, Zheng Kong was a bit displeased but patiently explained, "The appearance of Disaster Water 096 was to help Chen Chen and MS. So you seek revenge, so we suspect that Disaster Water knows these two and want to understand. Do you at the Intong Bureau think that Disaster Water and Chen Chen are the same person?" "Ha!" Zheng Kang's expression stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. However, Qi Mingyue keenly noticed everything. Qi Mingyue stood up excitedly, grabbing Zhang Kang's arm. Shen Shen is dead. Why do you think he is disaster water, and what does Lee Fong have to do with this? You. Zhang Kang pushed away Qi Mingyue's hand, stepped back, and sternly said, "What are you doing?" "Sorry. I was just curious." Qi Mingyue lowered his head, apologized, and sat back down. Seeing this, Zhang Kang didn't say anything more and sat back down. In the following time, they exchanged questions and answers. When Zhang Kang asked some casual questions, Qi Mingyue answered truthfully. When Zhang Kang asked more sensitive questions, Qi Mingyue would evade them in a confused manner. "Are you sure you've forgotten?" Zhang Kang stared sharply at Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue reached into the drawer of the desk, filled with bottles and jars of various sizes and colors. "I've been forgetful these past 2 years. These are all nerve-calming medicines," Qi Mingyue answered quietly. Zhang Kang glanced coldly, then said, "If your nerves are bad, take more medicine. Don't end up forgetting even your own name. Let's go." With that, Zhang Kang left Qi Mingyue's home with the special agent. Slam! As the door closed, only Qi Mingyue remained in the cramped room. He closed his eyes, quietly recalling the scenes that had just happened. 10 minutes later, Qi Mingyue opened his eyes, took out his phone from his pocket, and focused on watching a video he had downloaded before. The video showed Lee Fong battling the special agents at the bridge. "Is it you?" Qi Mingyue murmured to himself. In the following days, Lee Fong was kept captive by the special agents, and public opinion outside grew increasingly severe. The spirit artifact, disaster water, Lee Fong, when these three hot topics converged, the entire city no. 11 boiled. Li Feng's name spread throughout the streets, becoming the buzzword of City No. 11. Countless self-media bloggers began digging into Li Feng's past, and journalists who camped outside the special agent's gate day and night became a striking sight. Along with Li Qingxia and Li Ji also became the focus, and the hotel where they lived was exposed. However, when the reporters arrived, Li Ji and Li Qingxia had already disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the two were sitting in a private room of a stir-fry restaurant, seemingly waiting for someone. "Boss, did you give the wrong address? It's been almost 20 minutes, and no one's here." Li Qingxia leaned against the window, looking around. Li Ji picked up a cup of tea, calmly took a sip. "They will come. I didn't give the wrong address. There must be traffic." As soon as he finished speaking, a knock on the door came from outside the private room. Then the door handle turned slowly, and Yiyu, dressed casually, entered first, followed by Yilu and Zhang Kang. Li Ji put down the teacup, gazed deeply at the three. "You're here, please sit down." Li Ji showed a kind smile and gestured for the three to sit. Li Qingxia, who was leaning against the window, heard the voices and immediately ran to the three people, pulling out a chair with a smile. "Please sit, please sit. Sorry for the delay, there was some traffic on the road," Nightshade said apologetically, her body slightly bent. Li Jiqian smiled lightly and waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's okay, my time is not as valuable as you big shots anyway." If Li Fong were here, he would surely be surprised. Compared to before, Li Jiqian was like a different person, exuding a sense of calm and tranquility in every gesture. So much so that Nightshade and the others, upon seeing Li Jiqian, subconsciously associated her with the leaders of the Tianyuan Federation, feeling a bit restrained for a moment. After the three of them sat down, Li Jiqian took out a pack of cheaply packaged tea from a plastic bag on the side. This half a pound of red tea leaves, although cheap, tastes no worse than those costing hundreds or thousands. I really like it. Qingxia, put a few tea leaves in the cups for the three of them. Sure thing. Li Qingxia reached into the tea bag and put a small pinch of tea leaves in each of the 3 cups, then casually sat down next to Li Jiqian. Nightshade glanced at the tea in the cup and said with a smile, "It seems that the old man is quite thrifty. If you like this red tea so much, I can buy you several pounds of it." Li Jiqian waved her hand. "No need, although I don't have much money, I can still afford this half a pound of tea. Every time someone comes to my shop to eat, I have Qingxia make tea for them. After all, guests should be treated well." With these words, the atmosphere in the room instantly cooled down. And Tongsai and the others were not fools, they could naturally sense the sharpness in Li Jiqian's words, and Nightshade and Zhang Kang's faces turned cold in an instant. Nightshade said coldly, "Mr. Li Jiqian, cooperating with Tongsai's investigation is every citizen's duty. I hope you don't view us with such hostility and adjust your attitude. Tongsai is a powerful organization that operates within the federal law. If it's an investigation within the law, I will definitely cooperate because it's my duty." Li Jiqian narrowed her eyes, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gathering together. After a pause, she continued, "But it seems that your investigation has gone beyond the law. Illegal detention of Li Fong without evidence, and now using the power of the Special Abilities Bureau and the Public Security Bureau to dig deep into his past. Have you broken the law?" I really don't understand. Nightshade's eyes darkened, a wave of turmoil shimmering in her bright eyes. She knew that Li Jiqian was right, she had indeed broken the law, but so what? For the sake of eradicating disasters and protecting the safety of the people, even if she operated outside the federal law, what did it matter? Would the federal law enforcement agencies come out and say it was inappropriate? Would the people criticize her? Would her superiors discipline her for this? Would the Public Security Bureau dare to arrest her? None of that would happen because she was from Antongsai, representing justice. Sensing that the atmosphere was turning sour, Hela quickly intervened. Alright, let's not talk about this. A few days ago, we wanted to learn about Li Feng's situation from you, but couldn't find you. You contacted us suddenly this time, and it was rushed. We didn't buy anything. Please don't take offense. Since we didn't buy anything, let's pay for this meal then, Li Jiqian said matter-of-factly. Nightshade tightened her grip on the teacup and said coldly, since you're short on money, we can cover it, but moving forward. At this point, Nightshade glanced at Zheng Kong. Understanding her signal, Zheng Kong walked to the window and drew the curtains, plunging the 10-square-meter private room into darkness. Hello, who was sitting on the side, frowned upon seeing this scene. He didn't like this approach, but he didn't speak up to stop it. The window in the private room was open, and the warm noon breeze made the curtains flutter. The gentle sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, extending over the dining table, the tea, the collars, all the way to half of Li Ji's face. The breeze continued to blow, the curtains continued to flutter, and Li Ji's relaxed face hovered between darkness and light, as he quietly gazed into the night, sitting calmly in his place. What are you doing? Li Qingxia stood up anxiously, looking at Zheng Kong by the curtains. Zheng Kong glanced at Li Qingxia indifferently, then returned to his seat without saying a word. Sit down, just closing the curtain to block the light. Why are you getting so worked up? Li Ji grabbed Li Qingxia's arm and forcefully pulled him back to his seat. Li Qingxia wanted to say something, but a single glance from Li Ji cut off his thoughts directly. After dealing with Li Qingxia, Li Ji turned to Yiyu. I didn't call you here this time to help you understand Li Fong, but to tell you that imprisoning Li Fong is illegal. So what? Yiyu smirked. What do you want me to do? Li Ji showed a kind smile and said clearly, I want you to release him. Yiyu chuckled, seemingly mocking Li Ji's audacity. She propped her head with her hand and said, I respect you because of the elderly in your title, but one should not overstep their bounds. If you can't see clearly, you're just a restaurant owner. I acknowledge this elderly in you, then you are old. If I don't, you're just a person. Don't think you can act all high and mighty and sit on the same level as in Tongsi. You people are not worthy. Xiaoye, that's enough. Hilu interrupted Yiyu, placing a hand on her shoulder, then turned to Li Ji. We just want to ask about Li Feng's situation. It concerns the safety of many people. We hope you can understand from our perspective. If he is truly innocent, and Tongsi will compensate him. Li Ji tapped his finger on the teacup on the table, making a crisp sound. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze and said, If I don't want to talk, what if I want to take you to court? Yiyu took out a pair of handcuffs from her pocket and placed them on the table. Then I'll have to take you to the Special Abilities Bureau, and check on you. Are you all going to such lengths to protect someone? Could it be that you are also a reviver? Yiyu said in a joking manner, her sharp gaze lingering on Li Ji and Li Qingxia. Li Qingxia's face looked a bit abnormal, his deep black eyes trembled, subconsciously looking at Li Ji, unsure if it was genuine panic or feigned panic. This obvious reaction was naturally caught by Yiyu, a ridiculous conjecture suddenly rising in her mind. Could it be that both of these people in front of her were revivers, and she accidentally blurted out the truth? With this thought, Yiyu immediately stood up, looking down at Li Ji and Li Qingxia, the cold light in her eyes sharp as a blade. Li Ji raised his head, calmly looking at Yiyu. I see you really like to jump to conclusions. Is your investigation of revivers all based on suspicion now? If you're not satisfied, you can complain about me. Yiyu smiled slightly, beckoning to Zheng Kong beside her. Zheng Kong, handcuff them. Zheng Kong pulled out handcuffs from his waist, about to stand up, when Li Ji cleared his throat twice, raising his forearm to signal to wait. Zheng Kong looked at Yiyu, and only when she nodded did he sit back down. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? Do you have something to say? Yiyu tilted her head, her thin lips curling into a triumphant smile. Li Ji shook the teacup in his hand and said softly, I try to reason with you because I consider myself a good citizen who follows the law, but that doesn't mean I can only reason with you. Yiyu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you want to do something tricky? Li Ji didn't speak but reached into his pocket and pulled out an old-fashioned flip phone, bringing it close to his head as if searching for something. Are you looking for help? Yiyu asked curiously, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Li Ji casually hummed. Wait a moment, let me find it. It's been a while since I contacted them. Yiyu crossed her arms and remained silent, watching Li Ji like that. Perhaps due to presbyopia or something else. 2 minutes passed, and Li Ji still held the same posture as 2 minutes ago. Yi Yu showed a hint of impatience on her face and was about to speak when Li Ji suddenly straightened up, rubbed his tired eyes, and picked up the phone to his ear. "Hello, it's me," Li Ji said calmly. In the following moments, Li Ji repeated him like a robot, seemingly placating the person on the other end of the line. "Alright, do me a favor, I'll pass the phone to someone else, you just say release the person." After speaking, Li Ji handed the phone to Li Qingxia in front of Yi Yu. "Got it." Li Qingxia nodded and, under the gaze of the three of them, placed the phone in front of Yi Yu. "What's this?" Yi Yu looked at Li Ji in confusion. Li Ji pointed to the phone with his finger, then to his ear, indicating the other person to answer the call. Yi Yu hesitantly put the phone to her ear and said, "Hello?" A vigorous voice came from the other end of the line, "Release the person." At the sound of the voice, Yi Yu's face, the size of a palm, seemed to be shocked as if electrified, involuntarily twitching, causing her hand holding the phone to loosen. Bang! The phone fell on the table. The person on the other end hesitated for a moment, then hung up, the beep 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 echoing in the quiet private room. "What's wrong?" He Lu asked with concern, grabbing Yi Yu's arm. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Zheng Kong looked puzzled. He didn't understand what kind of call could make Yi Yu react like this. Ignoring the two's inquiries, Yi Yu swallowed hard, looking at Li Ji with horror. Across the table, Li Ji remained calm and composed, just as before, his eyes calm and undisturbed. Li Qingxia covered her face with her palm, biting her lip to hold back a smile. Yi Yu's pupils trembling as she asked Li Ji, Who are you?" "Just an ordinary old man who likes to reason," Li Ji said. With that, Li Ji picked up the plastic bag at his feet, stood up, and said to the three of them, "I will contact you later about Li Feng's matter. Oh, and don't tell anyone about my identity, or else." Li Ji paused, walked behind Yi Yu, picked up his phone, and smiled kindly. "Little girl, you won't be able to act superior anymore. Qingxia, let's go." "Boss, wait for me." Li Qingxia hurriedly got up and followed. Bang! With the closing of the private room door, Yi Yu seemed to lose support, crossing her hands over her head, her back bending weakly. "What's wrong? What did the person on the phone say?" Zheng Kong shook Yi Yu's body. "Is someone threatening you over there?" He Lu asked tentatively. Yi Yu closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, she gradually calmed down and slowly opened her eyes, prepared to release the person. "Release the person?" Zheng Kong furrowed his brow. "Aren't you going to investigate?" Yi Yu responded, "I can investigate, but we can't illegally detain Lee Fong anymore, it will cause problems." Zheng Kong repeated, "What did they say on the phone?" Yi Yu, gazing deeply into the tea in his cup, replied in a low voice, "They said release the person." "What?" Zheng Kong looked puzzled. "Just that?" Yi Yu stood up, leaning on the table, and walked towards the private room, saying, "This is an order from the Strategic Command Center." In a dimly lit meeting room, several imposing individuals sat on either side of the conference table, mostly men, with the majority being elderly. One man, with some gray hair mixed with black, set down the phone in his hand and gazed deeply at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Is it him?" someone asked. As this was said, all eyes turned to the old man. Rubbing his temples wearily, the old man nodded helplessly. "Who else could it be besides him? After that incident, he hasn't contacted us for how many years? Why would he suddenly call now? Is he trying to interfere with the election of the head of the Intong Bureau? Times have changed, even if he wants to, he no longer has the power." In a shadowless prison cell, Li Fong sat on the ground, leaning against the cold wall. There was no clock in the cell, so Li Fong did not know the exact time he had been imprisoned. He could only gauge the days by the 2 meals he received each day. 4 days. Li Fong opened his eyes, revealing a weakness that could not be concealed in his dark eyes. The hand hidden in his sleeve already showed signs of aging, with shallow wrinkles appearing on the surface of his skin. Prolonged hunger had depleted his life force, accelerating his aging process. Li Fong had initially thought that these 3 individuals would only keep him for a maximum of 2 days, but he had not expected them to be so shameless as to illegally detain him for 4 days, despite the media pressure. Li Fong knew that if he were to be kept for another 3 or 4 days, his identity as a reviver would undoubtedly be exposed. Instead of waiting to die, he decided to take action and find a way to escape from the Special Abilities Bureau. Since the last interrogation, the location of his confinement had changed. Although it was still a prison cell, the surroundings had undergone a drastic transformation. Beyond the door was no longer a narrow corridor but a long hallway leading to Li Feng's cell. In the hallway, soldiers armed with guns stood every 5 meters, and the walls were made of high-strength steel, gleaming under the overhead lights. In addition, there were bullet-sized holes in the ceiling of the corridor. In case of an emergency, these holes would be controlled by AI to automatically fire bullets. While this posed no threat to the disaster water 096, it was a deadly threat to Lee Fong, the chosen one. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the cell was knocked from the inside, and the soldier standing at the door activated the display screen on the cell door, showing Lee Feng's weak face. "What's the matter?" the soldier asked coldly, devoid of any warmth. Lee Fong, in the image, held his stomach, looking exhausted, and said, "I'm too hungry, can I have something to eat?" The soldier shook his head. "I'm sorry, the 2 meals a day are required by Chief Yiyu." "Well." Lee Fong bent over, looking resentful, and continued, "I want to see Chief Yiyu." The soldier replied coldly, "Chief Yiyu is currently not at the Special Abilities Bureau. If she returns, we will inform her of your request." Clenching his teeth, Lee Fong said in pain, "If I can't see Chief Yiyu, I'll see Chief Hilu and Chief Zhangkong." "I'm sorry, the 3 of them have all left together and are currently not at the Special Abilities Bureau." As soon as these words were spoken, Lee Feng's expression froze for a moment, a hint of imperceptible joy flashing through his deep eyes. His luck wasn't too bad after all. And so, Lee Fong began his performance. "Do. Are you not here?" Lee Fong clutched his stomach and squatted down, his already pale face becoming even more colorless. "Just endure a bit, your hunger will pass soon." The soldier casually comforted, about to turn off the monitor when suddenly Lee Fong on the screen let out a painful cry. "Ah!" Lee Fong tightly gripped his heart with both hands, lying on the ground in a contorted manner, his eyes staring fixedly at the camera at the entrance of the cell. "This." The soldier looked at Lee Fong in confusion, his hand frozen in midair about to close the screen. "What's wrong with you?" the soldier asked in astonishment. I. Lee Fong struggled to raise his hand. "I'm in pain, help." Cough, cough, cough. Bright red blood gushed from the corners of Lee Feng's mouth, staining his neck and collar like an unstoppable spring. Seeing this scene, the soldier widened his eyes, subconsciously reaching for the fingerprint lock on the door, but stopped when he was just a centimeter away from it, recalling the words of Night Ghost instructing him, under no circumstances should the cell be opened, food should be delivered through the window conveyor belt. For a moment, the soldier's hand seemed to be pulled back and forth by 2 forces, sometimes moving forward, sometimes backward. This abnormal behavior quickly caught the attention of other soldiers, and soon a dozen of them gathered around. When they saw the scene of Lee Fong continuously coughing up blood, they all became unsettled. "What's going on, Jiangxi? What's wrong with Lee Fong?" someone asked in surprise. The gatekeeper soldier Jiangxi looked helplessly at the others. "I don't know. He said he was hungry, and then he started coughing up blood. What should we do? What should we do?" "Of course, we should take him to the infirmary first." "We can't open it," Night Ghost officer said. "Under no circumstances should the cell door be opened." "Then what should we do? Just watch like this? It's not good. What if something really happens to Lee Fong? How do we explain it?" Everyone hesitated, no one dared to make a decision. Lee Fong, lying in the cell coughing up blood frantically, darkened his face. Was it all in vain to deliberately cough up so much blood, or was his performance not severe enough? "Forget it, let's make it more serious," Lee Fong said to himself in his mind. The next moment, Lee Feng's pupils trembled violently, his face suddenly turning from pale to blood red, dark red lines appearing under his skin, moving like small snakes. Then, Lee Fong closed his eyes, tilted his head, kicked his feet, all in one go. "Damn, what's going on? Should we open it? Hurry up and open it, he might really be dying." Urged by the crowd, Jiangxi reached out and pressed it. Beep unlock successful. Click. As the door opened, a group of people rushed in like a swarm, running to Lee Feng's side. Jiangxi, at the forefront, knelt down, pressing his ear against Lee Feng's chest, and the next moment, he raised his head in astonishment, trembling as he said, "It seems his heartbeat is getting weaker. Move aside." A soldier pushed Jiangxi away, crossing his hands and pressing on Lee Feng's chest, starting cardiac resuscitation, shouting loudly, "Get a stretcher, quickly." "Okay." A soldier standing at the door responded and hurriedly ran out. Anxiously, Jiangxi asked, "How is he?" "I'm not a professional doctor, how would I know? But the situation doesn't seem good, I can feel his heartbeat getting weaker." Jiangxi said with a serious tone, "Should I give him artificial respiration?" Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Lee Fong coughed violently twice. The faint sound of his heartbeat gradually grew louder, but it was still very weak compared to a normal person. "The effect of my cardiac resuscitation is working. Quickly, strike while the iron is hot, start artificial respiration." The man turned to Jiangxi and shouted loudly. "All right." Jiangxi nodded blankly and hurriedly knelt beside Lee Fong. As Lee Fong furrowed his brows, just as he was about to spit blood, a long-awaited voice came from the door of the cell. "The stretcher is here. Hold on, take him to the infirmary first." Soon, Lee Fong was lifted onto a stretcher and taken out of the cell. On the crowded street, cars moved slowly, one after another. The vehicle of the Antang Sai trio was among them. Zheng Kong sat in the driver's seat, impatiently honking the car horn, complaining, "We've been running around these days, and in the end." Sai. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu patted Zheng Kang's shoulder and comforted, "The strategic command has spoken, indicating that our investigation of Lee Fong is definitely correct. This eliminates any wrong answers for us. What's there to complain about? Maybe the real disaster is buried deep underground." Yu leaned against the window, looking outside, and said coldly, "Regardless, there are still many doubts about Lee Fong. After he's released, we need to continue investigating. If he's really innocent, then we can say the disaster died in the depths." Ring ring. Ring ring. A phone call interrupted Yu's words. Yu took out her phone from her pocket, glanced at the number, and answered, "Hello, what's wrong?" "Commander. Commander, something bad has happened, it's bad." An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yu frowned, somewhat displeased. "Call me back when you've calmed down." With that, Yu hung up the phone, but before she could put her phone back in her pocket, it rang again. Impatiently, Yu answered the phone, her tone cold. "What's wrong?" "Commander, that Lee Fong is in critical condition." "Oh, critical condition," Yu said calmly by the window, but a few seconds later, her pupils dilated suddenly, she sat up straight, and exclaimed in horror, "Critical condition?" This sudden shout startled Zheng Kong, who was driving, and Lu, in the passenger seat, turned curiously to look at Yu. Yu anxiously asked, "What do you mean by critical condition? Explain clearly, is it because of aging?" "No." Lee Fong suddenly said he was hungry, then he started spitting blood and passed out. When we went in, his heartbeat was very weak, it seemed like he was in bad shape. He's been rushed to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Upon hearing this, Yu felt a chill in her hard-earned rosy complexion paled again. The leadership of the Strategic Command released the person, and then something happened. If Lee Fong died in the Special Abilities Bureau, would there still be a future for her in the Antansai? Thinking of this, Yu felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet to her head. She said sternly, "No matter what methods you use, you must stabilize him. Even if he dies, he cannot die in the Special Abilities Bureau." With that, Yu hung up the phone and patted Zheng Kang's shoulder. "Faster. Drive faster." "What's wrong? Is something big happening?" Zheng Kang asked without turning his head. Yu calmed her mind, and said calmly, "Lee Fong is in trouble. It seems like he's not going to make it." "What?" Lu and Zheng Kang exclaimed in unison. "Special Abilities Bureau Infirmary, knock knock knock." A knocking sound was heard. "Doctor, the ambulance is here." Outside the infirmary door, a group of soldiers crowded around. Click, the automatic sensing door of the medical room slowly opened, and an emergency stretcher was pushed out. Following closely, a tall and thin doctor in a white coat and blue mask appeared in everyone's sight. Zhang Shi lowered his head to look at the person lying on the stretcher and asked nervously, "Doctor, why is Li Feng's face covered in blood?" The doctor calmly replied, "He coughed up some blood on the way, it's not serious, hurry and get him onto the ambulance." After speaking, as the doctor was about to turn back to the medical room, his arm was grabbed by Zhang Shi. "Aren't you coming with us? I need to organize Li Feng's data for various indicators, which I have to submit to the hospital, understand?" The doctor bluntly pushed away Zhang Shi's hand, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the medical room. A few seconds later, with a click, the sensing door of the medical room slowly closed. "Doctor! All right, quickly get Lee Fong onto the ambulance, he's dying. How are we going to explain to the higher-ups?" Soon, the soldiers at the door pushed the emergency stretcher out of the medical room. Inside the medical room, the doctor walked to the sink, took off his gloves, washed his hands, and then pulled down his mask. His handsome and cold face was fully exposed in the air, and he was none other than Lee Fong. After being pushed into the medical room earlier, he had knocked out the doctor who was about to treat him, switched their clothes, and disguised the other person as himself, pulling off a clever deception. Hearing no more sounds outside the corridor, Lee Fong pulled up his mask, walked out of the medical room again, and headed towards the cafeteria of Tangnangsi. The cafeteria at Tangnangsi was large, offering a variety of dishes like stir-fries, fast food, spicy hot pot, oil-splashed noodles, dumplings, and more. Anything available in City 11 could be found here. Lee Fong used the doctor's meal card to order a bunch of stir-fries, sat in the shadowy corner, and enjoyed his meal heartily, replenishing the lacking life energy in his body. After eating and drinking his fill, Lee Fong took out his phone and dialed Li Qingxia's number. Ring, 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 beep. "Hey, I've escaped," Lee Fong said in a hushed tone. Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone sounded surprised. "Oh my, you've escaped so quickly, this in Tong." Wait, escaped? Lee Fong said seriously, yes, if I don't escape, my body will start aging. I had no choice but to do this. Don't contact me for the next few days, lay low. Hearing this, Li Qingxia felt his head buzzing. He glanced at Li Ji sitting beside him and quietly turned on the speakerphone. Xiaoqiu, are you sure you escaped on your own? Li Fong said impatiently, if I didn't escape, would you come to rescue me? For a moment, the air on Li Qingxia's side fell into a strange silence. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Li Qingxia hurriedly said, wait. Li Fong impatiently asked, what's up? If you have something to say it quickly. Can you go back? Li Qingxia asked cautiously. Huh? Li Fong looked puzzled. Are you kidding me? They illegally detained me. Why would I go back after finally escaping? Wait for them to have a change of heart and release me? They seem to have had a change of heart. If you don't escape, they will release you soon. What? Li Feng's mouth slightly opened. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? Li Qingxia vaguely said, this afternoon, the boss and I met with them, talked about some of your matters, and when we were leaving, the boss asked when they would release you, and they said this afternoon. In the cafeteria, Li Fong pursed his lips, unsure of what to say for a moment. Li Qingxia tentatively asked, Xiaoqiu, why don't you go back? Li Fong furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, they probably released me due to media pressure. Even if I go out, they will still investigate me, monitor me. In that case, I might as well slip away quietly, then find a way to deal with Gong Rant's family before leaving City 11. Alright, don't contact me for now, I'm hanging up. With that, Li Fong hung up the phone, got up, and left the cafeteria. After stealing a set of plain clothes at Tengnengsi, he put on a mask and walked openly out of the Tengnengsi gate, blending into the crowd and disappearing into the sea of people. At the same time, in a cafe, a young man and woman exchanged a glance, picked up their unfinished coffees, left the shop, and followed in the direction where Li Fong was. Ha! Li Fong, walking on the sidewalk, questioned lightly, his steps halted, and he stood still. Who could it be? Li Fong tilted his head slightly, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. His keen sixth sense made him aware that two people were following him, but he could sense that they meant no harm. Li Fong turned around, his gaze piercing through the crowd to lock onto a young man and woman a few 100 meters away. 100 meters away, the young man's body trembled, a hint of panic rising in his eyes, freezing him in place like a wooden post. The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice trembling. He seems to be looking at me. The woman beside him cast a disdainful glance at the man. What are you afraid of? You still have me, don't you? Who said I'm afraid? The man puffed up his chest, staring at the woman. Let's go. With that, the man, meeting Li Feng's gaze head-on, bravely walked forward, while the woman's lips curved into a charming smile as she followed suit. The distance between the two parties continued to shrink. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. Li Feng's eyes gradually turned sharp, the ashes on his left index finger faintly flickering, a slight chill emanating from him. Hey, why does it suddenly feel cold? Yeah, it does feel a bit chilly. People around Li Fong shivered, tightening their clothes around them. In just a moment, the man had reached Li Feng's side. Just as Li Fong was about to say something, the man discreetly slipped a note into Li Feng's hand and whispered, "Wait for you." With that, the man hurriedly disappeared into the crowd, leaving no trace behind. Li Fong stood alone, looking at the note in his hand, then walked to a nearby alley, stopping in a blind spot of surveillance cameras, and opened the note. "We can help you clear the suspicion. Contact C76454. C76454, Li Fong murmured to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a honking sound came from the roadside. Li Fong turned to see a green and white taxi entering his view, its bright yellow license plate standing out in the sunlight, matching the number on the note perfectly. Without any hesitation, Li Fong, with a deep gaze, burned the small note to ashes with a flick of his finger and walked towards the taxi. Knock, knock, knock. Li Fong reached out and tapped on the closed window. "Driver, are we leaving?" The middle-aged driver glanced at Li Fong and said, "Yes, get in." Li Fong nodded, opened the passenger door, and got in. The car was air-conditioned, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the enclosed space. Li Feng's sense of smell was keen, and he immediately recognized the scent of blood. He looked deeply at the middle-aged driver but remained silent. The driver wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned at Li Fong, and asked, "Young man, where to? You called me here, yet you ask me where to go?" Li Fong asked calmly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged driver chuckled and accelerated away from the roadside. Li Fong leaned his head against the window, remained silent for a while, then asked, "What kind of person are you?" The middle-aged driver, gripping the steering wheel, replied with a smile, "Of course, I am just like you." Li Fong furrowed his brows, a hint of coldness flashing in his deep eyes. "Be clear, who are you? What is your purpose? And which faction do you belong to? The driver squinted his eyes. Someone will tell you, but it's not me. Lee Fong smirked. You're quite interesting. Do you think I'm asking you? Suddenly, a shadow flashed in the car, and the next moment, the driver's hair was blown upwards by the wind, with Li Feng's index finger stopping just before his forehead. The screeching of brakes echoed on the road as the taxi came to an abrupt stop. Fortunately, there were no cars following closely behind, avoiding a rear-end collision. Inside the car, the driver's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The chill from the fingertip made him shiver, a sense of unprecedented pressure engulfing him. Swallowing hard, the driver felt overwhelmed. How come your strength doesn't match the intelligence report? Damn, false information is harmful. Honking from behind interrupted their exchange. Why are you standing still? Keep driving. Li Fong pointed at the driver's forehead, urging him to continue. Oh, okay. The driver nodded slightly and resumed driving slowly. Li Fong withdrew his finger, sitting casually in the passenger seat. You're just a reviver of the 4 prohibitions, no qualification to act mysterious in front of me. I'm not asking, I'm commanding you to speak. Speak well, and you live, speak poorly, and be prepared to leave lying down. The driver, gathering courage, said, We're here to help clear your suspicion. If you dare to kill me, then. Before the driver could finish, Li Fong placed his hand on the driver's head, fingers pressing against his forehead. Bending down, Li Fong taunted, Why stop talking? I'm waiting to crush your head. The driver, lips pale, managed a weak smile. I won't say anything. Li Fong coldly questioned, For the last time, who are you people, and what is your purpose? The driver urgently replied, We are from the underworld, our purpose is to help clear your suspicion. Li Fong raised an eyebrow. Do you know who I am? Why yes. Disaster water, the driver stuttered. Li Fong looked puzzled. The information about being disaster water, or 096, was still speculative and unconfirmed. How did the underworld know? Did he miss some revivers in the underworld, leading to this leak? Sensing Li Feng's confusion, the driver explained, It was Lord Horseface who said so. Horseface? Li Fong frowned, recalling the shadowy figure from the underworld. Wasn't he killed in the underworld? How could he still be alive? Li Feng's eyes drooped suspiciously as he said, Do you think I'm easy to fool? With a curve at the corner of his mouth, Li Feng's sharp gaze fixed on the middle-aged driver like a hawk. The middle-aged driver gripped the steering wheel nervously and said, Big brother, I'm just a driver. I really don't know the specifics. Li Fong coldly shouted, If you claim to know nothing, how could you conclude that I am the disaster water, and even know who spread this news? Do you take me for a fool? The middle-aged driver frowned, looking innocent. Let me explain. I am actually under the command of the ox-headed lord of the underworld, active in City 14, and I don't really know Horseface Lord. 3 days ago, Ox-headed Lord gathered us and said that Horseface Lord was severely injured by the high-risk disaster water 096 in City 11. In times of trouble, one must lend a hand, so we came to City 11. As soon as we arrived, I heard from the media that you were the disaster water. I even asked Ox-headed Lord about the truth of this news. He didn't confirm it but didn't deny it either, so I instinctively thought you were the disaster water. Li Fong stared at the middle-aged driver for a moment upon hearing this, then withdrew his hand, stroking his chin as he looked out the window. If the driver wasn't lying, then Horseface must have survived by some means, and his identity must have been exposed to the other party, making seeking revenge reasonable. With a hint of seriousness in his eyes, Li Fong asked, So, according to what you're saying, you should be my enemy, so why are you now helping me clear my name? The middle-aged driver shook his head in confusion. I really don't know. Ox-headed Lord suddenly said not to seek revenge and to help clear your name, then I was sent here to assist you. Are you telling the truth? Li Fong narrowed his eyes. You're not trying to deceive me and lead me to a deserted place to harm me, are you? It's all true, every word is true. The middle-aged driver said anxiously. Li Fong pondered for a moment with lowered eyes, then closed his eyes without saying a word, leaning back in his seat as if drifting off to sleep. City 11 First Central Hospital in the bright and clean corridor. Night, you, and dozens of soldiers stood guard outside the emergency room. Night sat on a waiting chair, her nervousness evident as she clasped her hands together, her dark eyes shifting between the tiles and the emergency room door. How long has it been since he went in? Night turned to Zheng Kong sitting beside her and asked. Zheng Kong checked his watch. It's been 2 minutes. Night, don't worry too much. It's just a light meal. How could anything happen? Night bent over, hands on her forehead, murmuring softly, I hope so. As soon as she finished speaking, the light in the emergency room went out. All eyes turned to the emergency room door, their expressions varied. Didn't he just go in? Yes, is the emergency over? How can it be over so quickly? Could he have died? Before the person could finish speaking, someone covered their mouth. Knight stood up, supporting her knees, looking at the emergency room door with a grim expression, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Click! A man in a white coat walked out, furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked at the crowd. Knight approached, grabbing the doctor's arm and asked, "Doctor, how is Lee Fong?" The doctor frowned, unsure of what to say. "Doctor, has something happened to this child?" A worried He Lu also approached. "Aye." The male doctor bit his lower lip and tentatively asked, "Did you guys mix up the patients?" The room fell silent, everyone sporting a big question mark above their heads. Rumble, the sound of rolling wheels came from the emergency room, followed by a stretcher appearing before them. A young man with his upper body bare lay motionless on it, his small eyes filled with confusion. Naichu glanced at the man and pointed at him, asking the doctor in puzzlement, "Where is Lee Fong?" The male doctor shook his head, "I have no idea." A soldier burst out from the crowd, shouting sternly, "If you don't know, who does? We personally handed him over to you, where is he?" "The person you handed over isn't Lee Fong, how would I know where he is?" The male doctor innocently spread his hands, then retorted firmly, "I want to ask you too, there's nothing wrong with this person, you called for emergency help saying he was dying, are you playing with us?" As the standoff continued, Soldier Zhang Shi approached the stretcher, asking uncertainly, Are you from the Special Abilities Division Medical Office?" The young man nodded somewhat dazedly, "Yes." Zhen Kong furrowed his brow and asked, "How did you end up here?" "Well," the young man scratched his head, "I was with Lee Fong, and then I think I passed out?" Zheng Kong wasn't a fool and instantly realized they had all been fooled by Lee Fong. He looked at the soldiers in bewilderment. "Do you not look at people's faces when moving them?" With these words, the soldiers all hung their heads in shame like withered bean sprouts. Naichu let out a sigh of relief. Patting Zheng Kang's shoulder, he ran away, but as long as he's safe, that's what matters. After driving for an hour in the 11th city, the middle-aged driver stopped in front of an abandoned residential building. There were no surveillance cameras, it was desolate, littered with garbage emitting a foul stench. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting plastic bags off the ground, making a rustling sound. The middle-aged driver smiled obsequiously at Lee Fong. "Brother, we're here." Lee Fong glanced out the car window, opened the door, and stepped out of the taxi. The middle-aged driver rolled down the window and stuck his head out. "Brother, 6th floor, 602, I'll leave now and come back to pick you up later." Without waiting for Li Feng's response, the middle-aged driver stepped on the gas and left, leaving behind tire marks. Li Feng stood still, looking at the abandoned residential building before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his deep eyes. For some reason, standing in front of this building, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, even a touch of warmth mingled within. "Strange," Li Feng muttered to himself. Despite his doubts and concerns, he took a step forward into the abandoned building. The stairwell, unoccupied for years, was dim and cold. Peeling walls emitted a strange, pungent odor. In some corners, decaying bodies of unknown organisms could be seen. Stepping on the dusty steps, Li Feng's footsteps echoed quietly in the empty stairwell. 1st floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 6th floor. Li Feng reached a scarred wooden door, raised his hand, and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, the wooden door creaked open as someone pulled it from inside. A thin-faced young man stood before Li Feng, the same person who had handed him the note earlier. "Please come in." The young man stepped aside respectfully, making way for him. Li Feng looked the other person up and down curiously and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" "Ha?" The young man awkwardly smiled, "Yeah, just now." Li Feng smirked and stepped into the room. The room was not large, filled with dusty furniture everywhere, except for the sofa and coffee table in the center of the living room. Besides the young man, there was also a man and a woman in the room. Li Feng had seen the woman before, she was the one accompanying the young man. At that moment, she stood respectfully next to the sofa, massaging the shoulders of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had fair skin, sharp facial features, dressed in a sophisticated retro plaid suit, crossing his legs elegantly with closed eyes leaning on the sofa. Upon hearing the noise at the door, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, gazing towards Li Feng's direction, their eyes meeting directly. Li Feng's eyes were deep, a hint of imperceptible wariness flickering in them. When facing a powerful life form, his sixth sense would alert him, such as increased heart rate and rapid endorphin secretion. The moment Li Feng entered the room, his sixth sense detected a very powerful presence on the sofa, but it wasn't directed at the middle-aged man, it was towards the woman. The man seemed like air, inconsequential, posing no threat. However, the more inconspicuous, the more cautious Li Feng became. Even if the other person was weak, he could still sense their presence. How could someone be so weak that he couldn't perceive them at all? Seeing Li Feng standing and staring at him, the middle-aged man smiled gently, pointing to the other end of the sofa. "Please, have a seat, no need to be formal." Li Fong casually replied, walked over to the sofa and sat down steadily, then quietly observed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked towards the door with a soft gaze. "Ma Mian, make tea for our guest." The young man at the door trembled, reluctantly nodded, "Okay." He then lowered his head and walked to the coffee table, carefully preparing tea for Li Fong with somewhat unfamiliar movements. "Ma Mian?" Li Fong bent down to look at Ma Mian. Ma Mian nodded nervously, avoiding eye contact with Li Fong. The middle-aged man explained with a smile, "Ma Mian possesses a mysterious artifact called the soul-retrieving needle. Once this needle is inserted into anyone's forehead, if Ma Mian is killed, he will be reborn on the person with the needle, accurately locating the killer." Li Fong suddenly understood, nodding with a smile, "Interesting, I didn't expect such a miraculous artifact. It's just a disposable artifact. If it could provide infinite rebirths, I wouldn't give it to him." The middle-aged man's eyes curved like crescent moons as he continued, "Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, you can call me Yama. The person behind me is the ox head of the underworld, like Ma Mian, both are the generals of the underworld." The woman behind nodded at Li Fong. Leaning back on the sofa, Li Fong spoke in a deep voice, "Another Yama king and underworld general, you have quite a variety of titles in the underworld. What do you want from me? Isn't it clear from the note? We are here to help you clear the suspicion regarding the disaster water," Yama said, somewhat surprised. Li Fong looked puzzled at Yama. "I killed your people from the underworld and took your spiritual artifact. Now, instead of seeking revenge, you want to help me clear my name. It's a bit hard to understand, isn't it?" "What's so hard to understand?" "A gifted anomaly with a dual identity, and the reviver of the spiritual artifact. Of course, the underworld wants to recruit you," Yama said matter-of-factly. "Even though I possess extraordinary talent, I am merely a second forbidden now, and my identity as the chosen one is also under scrutiny. As for the so-called spirit profound artifact, if you kill me, it will become ownerless, and I still cannot comprehend it." Li Fong shook his head. "Have some tea." Yama King gestured towards the hot tea on the table. Li Fong picked up the teacup at the words and took a small sip. After Li Fong drank his tea, Yama King asked expectantly, "I personally planted this tea, how is it?" Li Fong lowered his head for a moment, then said lightly, "I don't understand tea tasting, but it feels quite good." Yama King smiled contentedly and explained, "Relying solely on your talent and dual identity is indeed not substantial enough. At most it would make the underworld slightly interested, but with your spirit profound artifact, it's completely different. The previous owner of this spirit profound artifact was one of our underworld's people. That reviver was originally just an ordinary ghost soldier, but after gaining recognition from this spirit profound artifact, his strength skyrocketed rapidly. Given a few more years, that reviver would definitely become a cornerstone of the underworld. But the innocent are accused. Why should an ordinary ghost soldier possess such a powerful spirit profound artifact? Later, he was killed, to be precise, by someone from the underworld. Surprisingly, with the death of that reviver, the spirit profound artifact turned into a blood-colored mist and disappeared into thin air in the world, only to reappear today, 100 years later." "Blood-colored mist?" Li Fong furrowed his brows in confusion. Yama King nodded. "Spirit profound artifacts have self-defense mechanisms. If the owner is killed, it will resist in its own way, but usually symbolically, not as fiercely as your spirit profound artifact." Hearing this, Li Fong touched his ember and was surprised to learn that the previous owner of ember was from the underworld. Yama King extended his hand to Li Fong with a smile. "Join the underworld, we will provide you with a dying body for you to slaughter, and help you clear the suspicion of the disaster, allowing you to live a comfortable life in human society." Li Fong lowered his head, seemingly hesitating about something. A few minutes later, he slowly raised his head, his indifferent and cold eyes gradually emerging from the shadows. "If I join the underworld, can you help me kill the 3 people of Antonsi?" Li Fong reached out his hand, but instead of shaking hands with Yama King, he waited quietly for his response. "Since we are helping you clear the suspicion, those 3 naturally cannot live. Even if you didn't say it, the underworld would deal with them," Yama King said calmly, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. Yama King then raised his eyebrows as if he remembered something and added, "If possible, I will try to make them die by your hands. Consider it a personal gift from me. How about that?" "Thank you." Li Fong grinned and reached out to shake hands. "Welcome to the underworld." Yama King nodded friendly, then reached back into his bosom and took out a rolled-up parchment, placing it in front of Li Fong. "Besides those ghost soldiers, everyone in the underworld has their own exclusive divine name, just like mine is Yama King, and his is Horseface." Yama King pointed to Horseface. "Understood." Li Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. "Does that mean I have to choose my own divine name?" Yama King shook his head with a smile. "The divine names in the underworld are predetermined, and there are distinctions between them. just like my Yama King is above those underworld generals. Lee Fong pondered and asked, so, is my divine name the lowest level? Not really. Yama smiled elegantly, it's not the person choosing the god's name, but the god's name choosing the person. Once chosen by a god's name, that person will be tied to it for life, unable to discard it. When a person dies, the god's name becomes ownerless, waiting for its next master, repeating the cycle. With that, Yama reached out and pulled the parchment in front of Lee Fong. On the earth-colored paper was a simple circle, nothing else. Yama explained, place your left hand inside the circle, and your consciousness will be transported under a starry sky where each star represents a god's name. The brighter the star, the higher the god's name's status. Stand there and wait, your chosen god's name will react. Good luck to you. I hope so. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As he was about to place his hand on the parchment, he suddenly stopped, looking warily at Yama. You wouldn't try anything while I'm unconscious, would you? Yama, who was calm and composed, twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this, somewhat speechless. I wouldn't do such a thing. I thought so too. With that, Lee Fong placed his left hand on the paper. In an instant, he seemed to lose his soul, his eyes gradually becoming lifeless, focusing on the parchment as his gaze slowly spread around. My lord, what god's name do you think he will receive? The ox-headed man asked curiously. Yama shook the teacup in his hand. I don't know, but it probably won't be a great god's name. Nowadays, the gods' names of the 10 Yamas and the 5 ghost emperors are all taken. He, most likely, will receive the god's name of some general. The deep blue night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, shone brightly, and the cold moonlight pierced through the thin clouds, casting its light on the vast green plains. The night breeze, carrying a hint of chill, swept through, causing patches of green grass to sway in the direction of the wind, resembling waves ebbing and flowing. Lee Fong stood alone on the plain, gazing up at the starry sky. It all feels so dim. Lee Fong furrowed his brow. Although there were many stars in the sky, they were mostly dim and lifeless, like elderly people in their twilight years. Oh well, let it be, it's just a name after all. Lee Fong smiled contentedly, stretching out his arms and lying down on the grass, closing his eyes in relaxation. When he was young, in July and August, Lee Fong would take a cool mat to the rooftop of the cylindrical building, laying it on the cement floor, just like he was lying now, watching the night sky, feeling the night breeze, enjoying the free air conditioning. However, every time he turned on the air conditioning, Lee Fong would end up covered in mosquito bites. To deal with this, he specifically called Chi Mingyue to come over, to attract the mosquito's attention, calling it the secret base for sharing. Thinking of this, Lee Fong subconsciously reached out to slap his forehead, hoping to kill a mosquito trying to suck his blood. Smack! He held his palm in front of his eyes, slowly opening them. His palm was empty, nothing there. The mosquito's gone. Lee Fong muttered to himself, the faint glimmer of hope in his eyes quickly dimming. Buzz! Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ha! Lee Fong sat up, reaching for his head in surprise. The next moment, the stars and moon in the sky suddenly brightened, and the cold white starlight flowed like a running stream towards Li Feng's direction. What is this? Li Feng was puzzled, but before he could react, the starlight surged down, completely engulfing him. In an instant, Li Feng felt like he was sinking into a swamp, everything around him pressing in on him, enveloping him. Strangely, this sensation was not painful, but rather comforting, a coolness spreading through his limbs and body. Li Feng could feel the starlight merging into his body like a stream, slowly approaching his forehead. At the moment the starlight reached his forehead, Li Feng's vision was stripped of pure darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the palace in his mind. How did I get here? Li Feng scratched his head in confusion, looking around bewilderedly. A few seconds later, he froze as his gaze focused on an uncolored wall carving. The person depicted was a woman with a rich complexion, a faint smile on her face, wearing a jade crown and holding a jade rui scepter, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. Her phoenix eyes revealed a gentle yet dignified temperament, as if able to see through all the world's illusions. The wall carving was enveloped in starlight, slowly absorbing the surrounding starlight. Simultaneously, colors began to appear at the edges of the wall carving, gradually spreading inward. Li Feng was puzzled. Wasn't it only through killing that wall carvings gained color? How come this one had color without him killing anything? But his question was destined to remain unanswered. A few minutes later, with the assistance of the starlight, the wall carving completed its coloring, becoming the third wall carving to regain color for Li Feng. However, due to not having died, he did not awaken the fourth ability. Li Feng walked up to the third wall carving, scrutinizing the woman depicted, searching for clues about the fourth ability. What is this ability, and how does one die to obtain it? After staring at the wall carving for a few minutes, Li Feng disappointedly looked away. Seeing no signs of coloring on the other wall carvings in the palace, Li Feng's mind moved, and he left the palace, his consciousness returning beneath the starry sky. The sky was the same, the plains were the same, nothing had changed. Lee Fong rubbed his slightly dizzy head, looking around in confusion, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Yama had told him to wait to receive a divine name, so did the recent shower of starlight mean a divine name had chosen him? If a divine name has chosen me, why can't I leave yet? Could it be that the previous incident had nothing to do with the divine name, and I haven't actually received one? Lee Fong stroked his chin, his deep gaze passing over the stars. After pondering fruitlessly, Lee Fong cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Yama, are you there?" No one answered, only the night wind responded. Li Feng's expression darkened, he stood up, supporting his knees, and walked in a certain direction. Strange, why hasn't he come out yet after so long? Yama put down his teacup, looking at Lee Fong with some confusion. The horse-faced man leaned in and whispered, "My lord, could it be that no divine name is compatible with him?" Yama shook his head. If there wasn't a divine name compatible with him, he would have come out already. Could it be that there's a problem with the summoning paper? Saying that, Yama stood up and walked to Lee Fong, bending down to look at the summoning paper. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a vibration came from Yama's suit pocket. "Ha?" Yama raised an eyebrow, walked to the window in the living room, and answered the phone. "Hello? Yama. Yama. I. A panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Yama raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" I don't know how to tell you, this is unreasonable." Yama's patience wore thin. "What's the matter? If you don't tell me, I'll hang up. I have things to do here." It seems like the divine name of the 10th Yama, Shujiang King, is missing. So the divine name is missing. Wait a minute. Yama's pupils dilated. How could a divine name go missing? Could it be that you died? Are you out of your mind? If I were dead, who would be calling you now, a ghost? Shu Jiangwang shouted from the other end of the phone. Wait a moment, let me calm down. Yan Luowang took the phone away, rubbing his temples. How could a god's name just disappear? Even if it were to disappear, it should only happen after the owner's death. After pondering fruitlessly, Yan Luowang picked up the phone and asked seriously, "Are you drunk? Do you think I would joke about something like this? My god's name is really gone, it's really gone." Yan Luowang questioned, "How do you know your god's name is gone?" "The ability given to me by my god's name, the cold ice hell, is gone. The slave marks I branded on my subordinates using the god's name have also disappeared. Yan Luo, you are my best friend in the underworld, help me think of a solution." Upon hearing this, Yan Luowang's expression turned serious in an instant. "Don't panic first. Use the summoning paper to go back to the naming ground and see if you can regain the god's name of Chu Jiangwang. If that doesn't work, then contact me." "Okay, I'll go now." Beep. The call was disconnected. Yan Luowang put the phone in his inner pocket, walked silently to the sofa, sat down, and gazed calmly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Naming ground Lee Fong walked aimlessly under the starry sky. He didn't know where he was going, how to get out, or where to find his so-called god's name. Phew, Lee Fong sighed, frowning as he looked around. What kind of place is this? Feeling extremely frustrated at the moment, he gazed at the endless greenery, a sudden urge to burn it all down rising in his heart, but his remaining sanity suppressed this crazy idea. Just as Lee Fong was about to change direction and continue walking, a crack appeared in the space 100 meters away, followed by a burly, rough-faced middle-aged man walking out of it. The two stood 100 meters apart, locking eyes. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked first. After hesitating for a moment, Lee Fong replied, "Lee Fong from the underworld, waiting for my own god's name." "And who are you?" "I am Chu from the underworld." The middle-aged man's voice trailed off. "I am also waiting for a god's name." A hint of joy flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he walked up to the middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle, do you know how to leave this place?" "Leave?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled, saying casually, "Just wait, everyone will eventually leave." With that, the middle-aged man ignored Lee Fong, gazing up at the starry sky as if searching for something. As the middle-aged man appeared, the stars began to flicker slightly, as if greeting him. However, the middle-aged man paid no attention, his sharp gaze darting back and forth among the stars. "Why isn't it here?" A hint of panic flashed across the middle-aged man's face. If his god's name was missing, it should have returned to the naming ground. Why wasn't it here? Standing beside him, Lee Fong reached out and poked the middle-aged man. "Excuse me, do I look like someone with a god's name?" The middle-aged man turned his head, looking at Lee Fong as if he were a fool. "Whether you have a god's name or not, you wouldn't know." Buzz, at that moment, a brilliant star suddenly appeared under the night sky, bursting with dazzling light. The dim stars around it seemed to retreat like mice seeing a cat, guarding this bright and radiant star. Sensing something unusual, the middle-aged man looked up, and upon seeing the star, his pupils dilated gradually, excitement gripping his fists tightly. It's really here, ha! The middle-aged man raised his hands above his head, shouting loudly, Chu Jiang Wang, I'm here. The star in the sky seemed to hear the middle-aged man's call, flickering in response. King Chu Jian? Lee Fong looked up at the star. In an instant, the star seemed to tremble as if summoned by something, and a white light band formed by starlight extended from it, floating towards the two of them. He's back, finally back. A middle-aged man walked up with fiery eyes, raising his left fist above his head. Lee Fong suddenly realized there was a specific gesture. So Lee Fong imitated the middle-aged man, raising his left hand above his head, greeting the star in the sky. Under the starry sky, the white light band approached the middle-aged man. 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Come! The middle-aged man excitedly stretched his wrist towards the light band, then watched as the light band mercilessly floated past him, flying towards Lee Fong. Ha! The middle-aged man's pupils gradually dilated, stiffly turning his head. The light band, after passing the middle-aged man, wound around Li Feng's wrist in circles. Does this mean I've obtained a divine name? Li Fong looked puzzled, gazing at the stars, curiously reaching out to grab the light band. But before he could fully grasp it, the light band suddenly tightened, as if someone was pulling it with force on the other end. The middle-aged man, seeing this, paled in shock, rushing towards Li Fong. No, don't. The two drew closer, and just as the middle-aged man was about to touch the hem of Li Feng's clothes, the light band tore through the air, swiftly retracting towards the star. Li Feng's feet left the ground, pulled by the light band, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The night wind struck at that moment, Li Feng's hair flying wildly, his clothes rustling in the wind, swaying under the starry sky like wild grass. The middle-aged man fell to his knees in despair, shouting hoarsely, Why, King Chu Jian, why? But no matter how loudly he shouted, the dazzling star remained unmoved, as stable as a piece of wood. The light band retracted quickly, rapidly closing the distance between Li Fong and the star, his vision filled with dazzling starlight, unable to see anything clearly. Sir, Li Fong is showing a reaction. The horse-faced man pointed at Li Fong. Hearing this, King Yanluo withdrew his gaze, turning to look at Li Fong. He's starting to merge with the divine name. I wonder what name it is? At this moment, Li Fong was sweating profusely, as if in a nightmare, his brows furrowing occasionally. Blue lines appeared under his skin, surging towards his forehead like small snakes, mingling together as if to outline a pattern. At the same time, Li Feng's pupils suddenly trembled, his dark eyes visibly turning into ice blue at a rapid pace. His dense black hair flowed back like waves, transforming into the purest white in an instant. The horse-faced man scratched his head. Why does this scene feel so familiar? King Yanluo, sitting on the sofa with a serious expression, slowly spoke. White hair, blue eyes. This is the icy hell of the 10th king of Yama, King Chu Jiang. What, the 10th king of Yama, King Chu Jiang? The ox-headed man's heart skipped a beat, looking horrified. Wasn't King Chu Jiang's divine name already taken over? Could it be that the original King Chu Jiang is dead? Here the ox-headed man paused, cautiously looking at King Yanluo. The original King Chu Jiang is not dead, his divine name. King Yanluo furrowed his brow slightly, paused, and said, Seems to have been snatched by this kid in front of us. The expressions of the ox-headed and horse-faced men stiffened, saying in unison, Snatched? The ox-headed man suppressed his shock. How? How could this divine name be stolen? Isn't it only when the owner dies that it can be inherited again? I don't know either, but the fact remains, the icy hell cannot be faked. Yama, the king of hell, lifted the teacup on the table and drank it all in one go. Upon hearing this news, Ma Mian's face instantly turned pale. Is this a joke? How did this guy suddenly transform into his superior? Ma Mian raised his hand to his forehead, scenes from the underworld playing in his mind like a movie. The threats in front of the palace. The insults on the bridge. Every scene replayed vividly. Ma Mian looked at Yama in a panic and helplessness. My lord, I offended him in the underworld before. Yama gave Ma Mian a speechless look. Do you think someone recognized by the divine name of Chu Jiang Wang would have such a small mind? Then what should I do? Apologize later, help Chu Jiang Wang with some tasks to make amends. Yama interrupted Ma Mian. Ma Mian looked embarrassed. My lord, after being reborn, my strength is only at the first level. I feel like I can't do much. Besides money, I really have nothing now. Then use money to make reparations. Stop talking, be quiet, Yama said coldly. A few minutes later, cracking sounds came from Li Feng's body. The sweat on his forehead instantly condensed into ice pellets, falling on the coffee table and shattering. Following that, with Li Fong at the center, the temperature within 100 meters plummeted rapidly. Accompanied by the cracking sound of freezing, Everything within 100 meters was covered in hard ice, with white cold air lingering. Yama's thoughts stirred, and a strange wave spread from him, dispelling the cold air around Oxhead and Mamian. As time passed slowly, a strange ice blue rune appeared on Lee Feng's forehead, and his eyes gradually regained their luster. Chu Jiangwan, one of the 10 kings of hell, Lee Fong murmured to himself, rubbing his hair and digesting the memories in his mind. After you touch that star, you should know what divine name you possess and its abilities, Yama said calmly. More or less, Lee Fong raised his head, using his ice blue eyes to survey his surroundings. Is this Chu Jiangwan's ice hell? At that moment, he felt like everything within 100 meters was under his control. Even without looking back, he could sense a speck of dust slowly falling dozens of meters away. Interesting. Lee Fong smiled, extending his finger and conjuring a wisp of cold air out of thin air. The reason it's called ice hell is not because it contains ice, but because of the cold air that roams within it. This cold air doesn't freeze objects or people but rather intangible souls. Any life entering it will be eroded by the cold air. Powerful individuals will experience slower reactions and diminished abilities due to the cold air. Weaker individuals won't even have a chance to act, as their souls will perish in the cold. This is Chu Jiangwan's ice hell. Chu Jiangwang is on par with me, with an extraordinary status, able to command all the ghost soldiers. I didn't expect you to gain its recognition, Yama exclaimed. Just lucky, Lee Fong smiled lightly, then continued, by the way, are there any environmental requirements for unleashing ice hell, like air humidity or temperature? No requirements. Ice hell is like a small world. Why would it depend on the surrounding environment? A small world, that's great. Li Feng's lips curled up slowly. Ice hell not relying on the environment meant that he wouldn't need to search for a stream to use extreme water in the future. After seeing Lee Fong hesitating to retract ice hell, Yama reminded, Chu Jiangwang, try not to use ice hell in the city as it attracts a lot of attention. Lee Fong nodded, his mind moved, and everything around him returned to its original state in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, his appearance also returned to its original state, and the runic symbol on his forehead disappeared. With the disappearance of the icy hell, a hint of rosiness appeared on the pale face of the horse-faced man. After using the mysterious tool for rebirth, his strength dropped significantly. Even though he had the king of hell to drive away the cold in front of Li Feng's icy hell, his body still couldn't bear it. King Chu Jiang, do you have any more questions? King Yama gestured with his hand. Yes. Li Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation. I want to ask about the origins of these divine names. Before Li Fong could finish speaking, King Yama interrupted him, saying, a divine name is just a name of a god, it is nothing more than that. Li Fong was first stunned, then chuckled softly, I understand. He had originally wanted to deduce the abilities of the third engraved wall through the origins of the divine names, but now it seemed futile. The other party seemed to still be wary of him and had no intention of telling him anything about the underworld. Living within the Federation, wandering among humans, there is always a risk of exposure. The less you know about the underworld, the safer you are. After all, loose lips sink ships. After speaking, King Yama took out a photo from his pocket and placed it on the table. You should be familiar with this person. Li Fong looked down and saw the face of a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. Gong Ran, the head of the Special Ability Division. I plan to kill him soon, Li Fong said sharply, his voice low. The first time you took action to kill his son and wiped out the 4th action team of the Special Ability Division, was it to avenge a family? King Yama carefully observed Li Feng's reaction. Li Fong glanced at King Yama and said non-committally, when I was wandering in City 11, that family helped me. Why are you asking this? Are you trying to investigate me? King Yama smiled knowingly, I don't care about your past. I'm asking these questions just to help you clear your suspicion of the disaster. Supporting his head with one hand, Li Fong doubted, King Yama, are you trying to expose me in public, then take action to kill them and frame me for the disaster? King Yama nodded somewhat surprised, you seem to have figured it out. This plan. Li Fong shook his head, the status of the disaster is still uncertain. As long as I don't take action, whether the disaster is alive or dead will always remain a mystery. If you take action to kill Gong Ran and his men, it will deepen my suspicion. Secondly, the purpose is too obvious. If I am exposed in public and you act behind the scenes to kill people, it will inevitably raise suspicions of helping me clear my name. Others may not care, but Yi Yuk might not be so indifferent. She seems to have already decided that I am the disaster. Mentioning Yi Yuk's name, a hint of weariness appeared in Li Feng's eyes. He still couldn't understand how that woman's mind worked. Normal people based their deductions and investigations on existing evidence, expanding outward. This woman was different, All her deductions and investigations were based on the premise that she was the disaster, as if she had a god's eye view, directly bypassing all obstacles and locking onto herself. It was truly abstract. At this moment, the horse-faced man attentively placed a cup of hot tea in front of Lee Fong. "My lord, your throat seems dry, so I brewed a cup of tea for you." "Thank you," Lee Fong said somewhat surprised, then turned to King Yama. "Just help me kill the 3 members of the Special Ability Division. Whether it clears my name or not is not important. Over time, no one will care. Regardless of whether anyone cares, I must help you clear your suspicion of the disaster. This is the order given to me from above," King Yama said with a hint of helplessness on his face. Lee Fong crossed his hands together, his brows slightly furrowed. "So you didn't want to help me clear my suspicion. You just devised this rough plan to complete the mission. Whether I agree or not, you would still go ahead with it." Yama glanced at Lee Fong lightly and moved the teacup in front of him to his own side. "I may have spoken roughly, but it doesn't mean my plan is rough." With that, he extended his slender fingers and lightly tapped the teacup. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in the room as droplets of tea leaped from the cup, hovering in midair. Li Feng's pupils trembled as he looked at Yama in astonishment. "Your ability? Take another look," Yama said calmly, then waved his hand outward. "Activate." Swish swish swish. The water droplets shot out like bullets, tearing through the air. After a few bang bang sounds, small holes appeared on the walls, ceiling, tiles. "Not bad," Yama muttered, pointing at the teacup. The next moment, water gushed out of the teacup, forming a pen made of water in a matter of seconds. Lee Fong stood up and walked to the water pen, his gaze fixed on Yama. "How did you do that? Have you heard of telekinesis?" Yama asked calmly. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, dust falling from the walls, cracks appearing on the ceiling. Lee Fong looked outside in surprise, seeing the building opposite them descending, or more accurately, their own location rising. "My ability is telekinesis. I can control everything around me with my mind, so mimicking your ability is simple for me," Yama said relaxedly, tapping his knee with his finger. In an instant, everything seemed to rewind, the building slowly sinking back down, the dust in the air returning to its original place, even the cracks on the ceiling disappeared. Lee Fong remained composed on the surface, but turmoil raged within him. In his mind, telekinesis was just about moving things around, but Yama shattered that notion today. Controlling water to form a pen, reversing dust, restoring cracks. This level of meticulous control was simply mind-boggling. "As you said, I will indeed kill the Gong family, but not in secret. I will do it openly, in front of everyone in City 11, just like in a movie." "Announcing the murder," Yama said casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Announcing the murder?" Li Feng's heart skipped a beat, uncertain. "What do you mean?" Yama smiled, leaning back on the sofa. "I will inform everyone of the exact time of the Gong family's death, allowing them to prepare fully, then I will kill them in front of everyone. This way, you can completely clear your suspicion. After all, there can't be 2 disasters in the world." Yama's words were light, but they struck Li Feng's heart like a hammer. Li Fong scrutinized Yama and questioned, "Can you really do it?" Yama extended his arm, flipping his palm in front of Li Fong. "For me, this is not difficult at all. To put it in idiom, it's as easy as turning over my hand." Li Fong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your appearance is different from disasters. I have a way to change my appearance, but you don't. Also, I transformed into mist on the Lujiang Bridge. Can you do that?" Yama spread his hands confidently and said, "You don't need to worry about these. Since I came up with this idea, I naturally have means to solve these issues. All you need to do is watch quietly." "Are you just going to watch quietly?" Li Fong repeated. "Yes," Yama nodded. "Just watch quietly." Li Feng's eyes darkened like an abyss without a bottom. He fell silent for a moment before asking, "For helping me like this, do you need me to do something for the underworld?" Yama smirked, "You don't need to do anything. Just walk your own path. After this incident, the disaster level of the calamity water will rise to a special danger. Be careful if you plan to use this alias in the future. After all, the underworld can't always clean up after you." After speaking, Yama glanced at Horseface and said, "Escort King Chujiang out." A hint of joy flashed in Horseface's eyes as he hurried to Li Fong, showing a standard smile. "Sir, let me escort you out." "All right," Li Fong replied, then looked at Yama. "Thank you." Yama nodded. "It's just a task, no need to worry about it." After exchanging pleasantries, Horseface escorted Li Fong out of the abandoned building, leaving Yama and Oxhead alone in the dilapidated room. "Sir, do you need me to do anything?" Oxhead respectfully asked. "Start a live broadcast by killing someone to liven things up. Otherwise, the credibility of the preview is too low," Yama said, stroking his chin. "Doesn't he have a second son? Let's start with him." Under the abandoned building, Lee Fong and Horseface stood one after the other, waiting for a taxi. Compared to Li Feng's calm demeanor, Horseface seemed particularly awkward, clasping his hands together in front of his chest, standing still like a guilty student, occasionally sneaking glances at Li Fong. "You can go back," Li Fong said without turning his head. "Ha?" Horseface raised his head in confusion, cautiously asking, "Do you dislike me?" "Dislike?" Li Fong turned his head with a strange expression, subconsciously taking a step back. "Do you like men?" "No, no, no." Horseface quickly waved his hands, flustered. "I don't like men. I just wanted to ask if you like me." Li Feng's mouth slightly opened, momentarily unable to follow Horseface's train of thought. He reached out to touch his chin, asking incredulously, "What do you mean, you think I like you?" "Well," Horseface slapped his head in frustration, "I didn't mean that. I offended you in the underworld before, so..." Horseface stopped speaking, lowering his head in fear. Li Feng's eyes showed a hint of understanding. He placed his hand on Horseface's shoulder. "If I wanted to retaliate against you, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me now." Horseface trembled, excitedly lifting his head. "Are you saying you won't blame me?" "I won't blame you, but..." Li Fong turned away with his hands in his pockets. "But what?" Horseface swallowed nervously, looking at Li Fong anxiously. "But the goodwill is definitely gone. I never forget a grudge. You threatened me with people while I was weak, and that's something I won't forget," Li Fong said seriously. "Sir, I really didn't intend to harm you back then. It was that guy from the New World, Shin Yuanhua, who kept influencing me. I'm actually a very upright person," Horseface explained anxiously, grabbing Li Feng's arm. Li Fong pushed Horseface away, saying coldly, "Being upright isn't just about words, it's about actions." Horseface wasn't a fool and understood the implication in Li Feng's words. He tentatively asked, "What do you want me to do?" Li Fong smiled, extending his left hand and rubbing his fingers in front of Horseface. "I heard you have some influence in City 11. You must be quite wealthy." Horseface obediently nodded. "I'm doing okay. How much do you want?" "This number should be quite simple for you." Li Fong extended 5 fingers, looking at Ma Mian with a smirk. Ma Mian swallowed nervously, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. 50 million was not a small amount, but he could still come up with it. "Okay, 5,000 will." "Wait a minute." Just as Ma Mian was about to reluctantly agree, Li Fong interrupted him. 5,000? Li Fong raised a corner of his mouth, a cold glint in his eyes. "Do I look like someone who lacks 5,000, or do you think I come cheap? A person without education can earn over 100 or even a few $100 doing odd jobs outside, yet someone with some influence in City 11 offers 5,000 as compensation. Isn't that just fooling around?" With these words, Ma Mian broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he said, I didn't mean that. Just tell me how much you want. Add a 0 after the 5,000, and I want to see that money before tonight." Li Fong said coldly. "Oh, and I want cash. If you can't manage that, for your own safety, we shouldn't meet again." Ma Mian's pupils shrank to the size of a pin, frozen in place like a lost soul. 500 million federal coins. Where could he get 500 million federal coins? How was this any different from asking for his life? With a brave face, Ma Mian said, "Zhu Jiangwang, aren't you going too far? I am a follower of Yen Luo Wang. Is this how you treat me? Hee, you don't have to give it if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you, it's your own choice to compensate me." Li Fong spread his hands innocently. Clatter, the sound of rolling wheels approached from a distance. The taxi coming to pick up Li Fong had arrived. The middle-aged driver parked the car steadily by the roadside, lowered the window, and waved at Li Fong. "I'm leaving, no need to see me off." Li Fong walked towards the taxi, waved at Ma Mian with his back turned, then got in and left the scene. "Bastard, who do you think you are?" Veins bulged on Ma Mian's neck, a bang creating a shallow dent in the wall. "What makes you think you can't distinguish right from wrong?" At that moment, a deep, thick voice echoed from the corridor. Ma Mian anxiously turned to see a pair of shiny leather shoes stepping out from the corner, followed by the icy face of Yen Luo Wang appearing before him. "Master, I was impulsive." Ma Mian quickly lowered his head, trembling as he spoke. Yen Luo Wang walked up to Ma Mian, looking at him coldly. Ma Mian was about to explain when a terrifying pressure descended on his shoulders. Bang! In an instant, dust rose from under Yen Luo Wang's feet. Ma Mian pressed against the ground like mud, blood oozing from his eyes, bones cracking like firecrackers. The ox head on the side hurriedly pleaded, "Master, Ma Mian was just impulsive. I will make sure he doesn't repeat this mistake. Please give him another chance." "I am giving him a chance, that's why he's still alive under my feet." Yen Luo Wang glanced coldly at Ma Mian, retracting his powers with a thought. "Thank you, master." The ox head gratefully thanked him, helping Ma Mian up from the ground. Ma Mian's chest heaved, trembling as he rubbed his eyes, then whispered after a few seconds, "Thank you, master. Everyone in the underworld respects the gods, going against the hierarchy is a grave offense. If there's a next time, I won't give you another chance to live, understood?" Yen Luo Wang said sternly. Ma Mian hunched over, nodding under the support of the ox head. Yama reached out and patted Horseface's shoulder. Just as he was about to take a step away, he suddenly stopped, turned his head towards Horseface, and asked, "What did King Chu Jiang say to you just now?" Horseface lifted his head weakly and replied, "I offended King Chu Jiang in the underworld before, so I wanted to make amends with him. But then King Chu Jiang asked me for money." Yama raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you had nothing except money? Isn't this fulfilling your wish?" But King Chu Jiang asked for too much. He demanded 500 million federal coins from me. How could I possibly come up with that? Horseface's voice grew softer, his face turning paler. 500 million? Oxhead widened his eyes. King Chu Jiang personally asked for 500 million? Horseface looked aggrieved, pitifully telling Oxhead, "Yes, he asked me in person. I said I could give 50 million, but he said I was being cheap and asked me to add a zero behind 50 million, and demanded cash. Isn't this bullying an honest person?" Horseface looked regretful. "If I had known, I wouldn't have brought this up. Now that I did, and he won't pay, it's like having a debt without a way to repay." If Lee Fong were here, he would surely be stunned by Horseface's words. When did he mention 500 million? Adding a zero to 50,000 isn't 500,000 federal coins, right? "Sir, what should I do? Even if I sell myself, I can't come up with 500 million. Horseface looked at Yama helplessly. "King Chu Jiang's power is much greater than you imagine. How to handle it is for you to decide." With that, Yama walked away without looking back. Oxhead patted Horseface's shoulder, then hurried to catch up with Yama, leaving Horseface sitting alone on the ground. On the sparsely populated road, a taxi carrying Lee Fong drove slowly. The air conditioning was on inside, creating a slightly oppressive atmosphere. Lee Fong glanced out the window and said, "Stop by the roadside. You want to get off here?" The middle-aged driver glanced at Lee Fong in surprise, then released the gas pedal, gently applied the brakes, and parked the taxi steadily by the roadside. "Yes, thank you." After responding, Lee Fong pushed the door open and got out of the taxi. "No problem." The middle-aged driver waved his hand, then tentatively asked, "Shall I go now?" "Go ahead." Lee Fong nodded. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged driver smiled in relief, exchanged a few pleasantries, then stepped on the gas and left the place, seemingly not wanting to stay with Lee Fong any longer. Lee Fong took out a medical blue mask from his pocket, put it on his face, and dialed Li Qingxia's number on his phone. Ring, 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 beep. "Hello, Xiaozhu." Li Qingxia's voice came through the phone. Li Fong asked, "Where are you and the boss?" "I'll come find you." "Ha?" Li Qingxia was slightly surprised. "Didn't you say you were going after the Gong family and told us not to contact you recently?" "Plans change. I think it's better to keep a low profile." "Where are you?" "The place where the boss and I are staying is quite hard to find. Tell me your location, and I'll come pick you up." "Alright, I'll send you the location later. I'll be wearing a blue mask and black clothes. You'll spot me at a glance. Be careful on the road, don't let those reporters notice you," Li Fong reminded. Li Qingxia smiled confidently. "Don't worry, your second brother is all about being cautious." After that, the call was abruptly ended with a beep. Li Fong put his phone back in his pocket, leaned against a road sign, stroked his chin, and muttered to himself, 50,000 federal coins isn't much, why does that guy seem so reluctant? Did I overestimate his financial strength? The high temperature brought by noon slowly decreased, lasting for about half an hour. Li Fong, leaning against the road sign, perked up his ears, turned his head in a certain direction. Due to the terrain, the road undulated like a curve, and Li Fong could only see a few hundred meters ahead at a glance. Strange. A hint of doubt flashed across Li Feng's face as he walked along the road. Just now, he caught the sound of vehicles driving on the road, not just one, but many. This raised Li Feng's alertness. How could so many cars pass through this desolate road at once? As Li Feng's position got higher, his field of vision widened, and the undulating road could no longer block his sight. On the wide road, cars drove slowly, one after another, some as slow as walking a dog. A city-shared electric bike moved forward in isolation 100 meters away. The young man riding the electric bike was sweating profusely, looking anxious, glancing back from time to time. Clearly, he was being followed. Li Fong saw the person behind the young man, and he recognized him immediately. Wasn't it Li Qingxia, the cautious brother? He's really cautious, Li Fong muttered through gritted teeth. He couldn't understand how such a simple task of picking someone up could be exposed, attracting so many reporters. How could his second brother have the face to call himself cautious? Whether it was fate or coincidence, Li Qingxia turned his head inexplicably and met Li Feng's gaze directly. His face lit up, he let go of the handlebars excitedly, and waved at Li Fong. "Shout Shozi, get in the car quickly." The moment the words fell, Li Fong felt numerous gazes on him. The cars following Li Qingxia stopped, and cameras extended from them, pointing in Li Feng's direction. "It's Li Fong, drive the car over here." "Damn, we've hit the jackpot. Driver, hurry up, don't let others get ahead." In an instant, the roar of engines echoed on the road as cars crossed Li Qingxia and headed towards Li Fong. Suppressing the urge to curse, Li Fong moved his thighs with force, his body darting out like an arrow between the cars at a terrifying speed, reaching Li Qingxia's side. "Get the hell out of here with me," Li Fong angrily scolded, reaching out to grab Li Qingxia's arm as he was about to leave. However, Li Qingxia directly shouted to stop him. "Don't go, I've worked hard to lead people here. I'm afraid they'll lose track if you leave." "Wouldn't it be in vain for me to lead you here?" Li Fong turned bewilderedly. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Qingxia jumped off the electric bike and stuck to Li Feng's thigh like a plaster. "Don't leave, listen to me. The boss said that being active in the media is the safest way now, so the Safety and Discipline Bureau can't play tricks on you." "Then let's talk first." Before Li Fong could finish his sentence, a dense crowd of reporters surrounded him, cameras pointing straight at him. "Hello, are you Mr. Li Fong? Can you take off your mask so we can see your face? We are from the Minju interview program and would like to invite you. There are many fans of yours in City 11. They have formed the Li Fong Fan Support Club. What do you think about this?" Amidst the various voices, Li Fong felt like a swarm of bees buzzing around his ears. City 11 Nanshan Senior High School. Inside the indoor gymnasium covering hundreds of square meters, 7 or 8 high school students in sportswear formed a circle, each wearing a mocking expression. In the circle formed by a few people, a young man stood alone. He wore thick black-framed glasses, a faded school uniform, and worn-out sneakers, looking like a person from a completely different world compared to the other high school students around him. "Shuirui, you're really amazing, coming to Nanjom on your own merits without relying on your parents. Not only do you not have to pay high tuition fees, but you also get scholarships. How impressive." The leader of the group of high school students with crew cuts shouted with a smile. His name was Gong Xan, the second son of Tainengsi Gong Ran, the head of this group. So impressive, excelling in every subject, a true academic overachiever. "Shuirui, how do you study? Teach us, we also want to get good grades." "Shuishueba, why are you standing still? We're praising you, shouldn't you at least nod in thanks?" Facing the teasing of the group, Shuirui clenched his fists and said with a stiff face, "You can't get good grades because you don't study well on a daily basis. You can't do your homework because you don't pay attention in class. I'm not obligated to help you with your homework or cheat for you." Clap. Gong Xian clapped his hands, walked up to Shuirui with a smile, and said, "Well said." Shuirui took a few steps back. "I have to go to class." As he was about to bypass Gong Xian, he was grabbed by the shoulder. "Am I letting you go?" Shuirui furrowed his brow. "I need to go to class?" A hint of mockery flashed in Gong Xian's eyes. He pushed Shuirui away before he could react, then viciously kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Caught off guard, Shuirui was knocked to the ground, a loud sound echoing in the empty gymnasium. Even his black-framed glasses were thrown off. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk Shuirui coughed a few times, one hand curled around his abdomen on the ground, the other reaching for his glasses beside him. Just as he was about to touch his glasses, a sports shoe came down from above with a crack, shattering the black frames. "You bastard!" Shuirui's eyes filled with resentment. He propped himself up shakily on the ground, like a mad dog, lunging towards Gong Xian. Gong Xian crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at Shuirui. Before Shuirui could get close, a dark-skinned high school student rushed out from the side, elbowing Shuirui in the back. "Who do you think you are?" Asterisk smack. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. "Ah!" Shuirui cried out in pain, falling sideways onto the cold floor. Gong Xian walked up with a smile, stepping on Shuirui's face with his foot, rubbing it on his face with the tip of his shoe. "You're just a lower-class person from the slums. I'll make you do whatever I want. What right do you have to say no to me?" Veins bulging on his forehead, Shuirui endured the intense pain in his waist, grabbing Gong Xian's calf with his hands. I'll tell the teacher." At these words, the group exchanged glances, and a few seconds later, a mocking smile echoed through the entire gymnasium. "Ha, what's this idiot saying? Telling the teacher? Oh my god, did anyone expect him to say something earth-shattering? After all that, he just wants to tell the teacher? You go ahead and tell. Gong Xian's dad is the head of the Tainengsi. The head of the security department is a good friend of his dad. Who do you think will stand up for you, you idiot?" Enough. Gong Xian raised his hand to interrupt the discussion. Hit him, let's see how tough this idiot really is. At this, the others' eyes lit up with excitement, swarming over to Shuai, punching and kicking him, some even sitting on him, slapping his face one after another. Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk the sound of fists mixed with blood continued to ring out, red blood flowing from Shuai's body like smooth ribbons, being trampled by others underfoot. Gong Xian squatted to the side, leisurely smoking a cigarette, watching Shuai quietly. Even when blood splattered on his face, he remained indifferent. Asterisk tap. 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 Asterisk footsteps approached from afar, and Gong Xian knew without looking who it was. His father's men, the leader of the Tainengsi's first action team, Zheng Kong. Gong Xian impatiently said, Uncle Zhang, my dad asked you to protect me, not to manage my affairs, right? Zheng Kong glanced coldly at Shuai. There are surveillance cameras in the gym. It wouldn't look good if it leaked out. We should find another place to settle this. Gong Xian patted Zheng Kong's shoulder nonchalantly. Uncle Zhang, just relax. Even if I were to kill this kid here, my dad could handle it for me. As long as you know what you're doing. By the way, after school, make sure to go straight home and avoid those messy places. The disaster is lurking in the dark while we are in the light. Even with Intongsi overseeing City 11, we can't let our guard down, Zheng Kong earnestly advised. He then sat on a nearby chair, closed his eyes, and fell silent. After 3 minutes of continuous beating, the group gradually stopped. Shuai, who was surrounded, lay on the ground as if dead. Is he dead? Gong Xian asked casually. One of them kicked Shuai and observed, no, this kid is still trembling. Oh, Gong Xian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He's quite resilient to beatings. Damn, bro, check out this lock screen wallpaper. One high school student with a sharp tongue ran up to Gong Xian and showed him Shuai's phone. What kind of lock screen wallpaper can? Oh my. Gong Xian's eyes widened suddenly as he snatched the phone and greedily examined the wallpaper. It was a photo of Shuai with a young woman. The woman in the photo had a delicate face, smiling like a blooming peony, captivating anyone who looked at her. Gong Xian smirked, dropped his cigarette butt, walked up to Shuai, and shoved the wallpaper in front of him. Kid, who's this woman? Weakly, Shuai opened his eyes and upon seeing the woman in the wallpaper, his dim eyes trembled slightly before closing again. Hey! Gong Xian patted Shuai's face. Speak up, are you pretending to be dead with your eyes closed? Shuai remained silent, keeping his eyes shut without a word. Fine, if you won't talk. Gong Xian stood up, coldly ordered the others, help him up, I'll wake him up. Oh, and remember to get a close-up of his face. Got it. Soon, they lifted Shuai in front of Gong Xian. With a stern face, Gong Xian asked, are you sure you won't talk? If I record this video, you won't be able to show your face again. No response. Alright, let's start recording. Gong Xian grinned, about to undo his belt when heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows of the gym. Wow, what an eye-opener. Are people this bad nowadays? A young man in a black hoodie emerged from the shadows, holding a cup of milk tea and a phone pointed towards the group. No need to record, I've captured it all. Gong Xian paused, squinting as he scrutinized the young man. Who are you? The young man calmly joked, I'm just an ordinary photographer here to capture your despicable side. You must be out of your mind, daring to film anything. You. The lackey with a sharp tongue was about to step forward but was held back by Gong Xian. Have we met somewhere before? Gong Xian curiously asked. He, the young man chuckled, probably online, considering my videos are quite popular there. With that, he slowly lowered his phone, revealing his face in the sunlight. Recognize me? The young man's eyes and smile lit up. In an instant, several people seemed to be frozen in place as if someone had pressed the pause button, and the gym fell into complete silence. Gong Xian's body trembled uncontrollably, the flesh on his face vibrating like an engine. Disaster. Water? It's a disaster water, a disaster water. Hurry! Gong Xian turned around in panic, shouting loudly, Uncle Zhang, help! Ha! The seat was empty, and Zhang, whom he had been thinking about, was striding towards the gym door to escape. Gong Xian, run! Zhang shouted without looking back, showing no intention of helping. Risk his life to resist the disaster water? Was he joking? Was it worth sacrificing his life for a job as an ordinary person who barely made a living? Like a stone causing 1,000 ripples, the others, upon hearing Zhang's words, ran towards the gym door in a panic. In the blink of an eye, Shuai found himself alone, lying on the ground. Am I really that scary? The young man touched his face and then smiled as he tossed the cup of milk tea into the air. Swish, the silky milk tea drew a beautiful arc in the air, and a few seconds later, drops of earthy yellow water burst out like bees, tearing through the air towards the fleeing crowd. Swish swish swish, splatter, splatter, splatter. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in the gym, and crystal clear blood blossomed on the ground as one student after another fell, emitting piercing screams. Perhaps intentionally, none of the students were fatally wounded, as if the fake disaster water did not intend to exterminate them. Zhang, who was at the forefront, heard the sound of breaking wind behind him, grabbed the sword at his waist, and twisted his body to block behind him. Bang! The cold blade caught the earthy yellow water droplet but failed to stop it. With a crack, the sword broke directly, and the water droplet pierced through Zhang's forehead in his horrified eyes. Why? The vitality in Zhang's eyes quickly dissipated, and he fell to the ground. Even in death, he couldn't understand why he couldn't even block a single water droplet. In less than a moment, everyone in the gym lost their ability to move and crawled towards the door like caterpillars. The fake disaster water held a phone and slowly approached the crowd. Don't be afraid. How could I let you die so quietly? It has to be grand and spectacular, he. City 11 TV station. In a spacious and bright dressing room, Lee Fong sat like a doll on a chair, allowing the makeup artist beside him to work on his face. The reason he was sitting here goes back to 2 hours ago. Hello, we are from the Minju interview program and would like to invite you. Sorry, I don't have time, and I don't like being in the spotlight. Please consider it. The interview only takes half an hour. You can choose the specific time, and the payment is 50,000 federal coins. I really don't have the time. Wait, did you just mention a string of numbers? So, under the coercion of money, Lee Fong was forced to sit here. I have a question. Why do I need makeup for the interview? Lee Fong asked with a puzzled frown. The woman doing his makeup paused, smiling as she explained, people with a good image are more believable when they speak, although you are already good looking. A little embellishment is needed to make you more eye-catching. My job is to make you stand out more. Lee Fong squinted his eyes upon hearing this, carefully examining himself in the mirror. Although he didn't know what the woman had done to his face, it was true that his features seemed more striking and clearer, like going from smooth to Ultra HD quality. Impressive. Lee Fong praised sincerely from the bottom of his heart, then glanced at Li Qingxia sitting beside him. Isn't it an exclusive interview? Why is he putting on makeup? Before the woman could explain, Li Qingxia unhappily retorted, addressing me as you and Li Qingxia alternately, do you have no sense of respect for elders and juniors? What do you mean by why is he putting on makeup? People said I need to show up at certain points too, or else I would have gone back to sleep ages ago. Alright, bro, my bad. I'll call you bro from now on, Li Fong replied casually. Li Qingxia couldn't help but chuckle and retorted, oh, come on, you can't compare to me, bro. The makeup artist worked swiftly, finishing the makeup for both of them in just 10 minutes. Li Qingxia stood in front of the mirror in shock, touching his face as if caressing a rare treasure. Wow, I look so handsome. Being a star wouldn't be a problem with this appearance. Well, your handsomeness wasn't obvious at all. We've shared a bed for 2 years, and I still didn't notice, Li Fong said speechlessly. Let's go, don't waste any more time. With that, Li Fong followed the staff out of the makeup room. Wait for me, let's take a photo together before we go. Inside the bright studio, 2 black sofas were placed on the side of the stage. A dignified female host stood quietly in front of the sofa with a microphone and cue cards. The studio audience was packed, eagerly watching the host Yang Zixiao. In the back row, Yi Yu and Zheng Kong sat side by side wearing masks. Zheng Kong leaned over and whispered, Sis Yi, are we just going to keep watching like this? Revivers replenish their life energy by consuming human flesh, delaying aging, and the 096 disaster water is no exception. If Li Fong behaves properly in this half-month, we'll change our investigation direction. By the way, any updates from Uncle He? Did he find anything? Yi Yu turned to look at Zheng Kong. Zheng Kong shook his head. Nothing much. Li Ji has been holed up in the hotel and hasn't come out. Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. If there's nothing, then let Uncle He withdraw. That old guy is not simple. It'll be troublesome if he's discovered. Understood. As time passed by, when the clock's hour hand clicked to 6, the host Yang Zixiao smiled brightly. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome to the People's Gathering interview. I am the host, Yang Zixiao. With that, Yang Zixiao bowed slightly towards the audience. Applause erupted from the audience below. Host, is the guest for this interview really Lee Fong? Yes, is it really Lee Fong? We're all here for him. If it's him, bring him out. Yang Zixiao sweetly smiled and softly said, before the show started, we released 3 hints. They are the strong young man, the hero on the northern Yellow Mountain, and the ambiguous figure. In fact, these hints are quite clear, so let's welcome Lee Fong with applause. Yang Zixiao clapped first and then looked to the left. At that moment, everyone's gaze focused on the shadow on the left side of the studio. The audience sitting towards the back stood up one by one, recording with their phones. Click, click, click. Under everyone's gaze, a neatly dressed young man walked out. His features were sharp and defined like a sculpture, his deep bright eyes akin to a dark blue sea under the night sky, captivating yet mysterious. Although not bulky, his posture was erect and attention-grabbing, exuding a subtle sense of aloofness like a solitary iceberg. This person was none other than Lee Fong, who had just finished his makeup and changed into new clothes. With the appearance of Lee Fong, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone seemed stunned, staring straight at Lee Fong, with only the continuous sound of cameras clicking. A moment later, a gasp came from the audience. Wow! Suddenly, as if something had been activated, the audience erupted in excitement. Why does it feel different? Oh my! Is Lee Fong really this handsome? His appearance is exactly like online. Why is there such a big difference? The audience marveled, their fiery gazes lingering on Lee Fong. The reason Lee Fong brought such a huge shock to everyone was not because of his exquisite features, but the aura he exuded, a kind of aloof and extraordinary aura. Just like how people from prestigious families exuded nobility, those in high positions carried an inexplicable pressure in their every move. At the same time, chaos erupted in the live broadcast room of the show. He's the Lee Fong who shattered the energy test, finally seeing him in action. His looks are off the charts. How did I not notice before? Even through the screen, I feel a bit cold. Is this how normal people are? Could it be a disaster from the internet? The one upstairs is my dog. Please ignore his barking. Chinchou is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. When we were in Beiwangshan, he saved me. How could such a person be a disaster? The internet is not a lawless place. Everyone has to take responsibility for what they say. Inside the studio, Lee Fong looked at the reactions of the crowd, puzzled, and touched his face. Was he really good looking? It shouldn't be. If he was, why didn't anyone praise him before? Although puzzled, Lee Fong did not dwell on this matter and walked onto the stage. Yang Zixiao, standing on the stage, saw Lee Fong approaching and subconsciously stepped back, but quickly reacted, smiling and welcoming him. Hello, I am the host Yang Zixiao. Yang Zixiao reached out his hand. Hello, Lee Fong. Lee Fong shook his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sat on the sofa. Chinchou looks very handsome. Introduce yourself to the audience. Yang Zixiao gestured to the audience below. Lee Fong was momentarily speechless, his deep eyes momentarily hollow. After a few seconds of being lost, he showed a natural smile and spoke in response to the expectant gazes of the audience. I am 19 years old this year, currently working in a fried rice restaurant, just an ordinary resident of City 11. Yang Zixiao looked surprised. Chinchou, you are really modest. If you are an ordinary person, there might not be many ordinary people in City 11. Everyone, please look at the big screen. After speaking, Yang Zixiao turned to look behind him. The hundreds of inches screen in the studio flickered slightly, showing a figure on the screen. It was Lee Fong in the video of the special energy test. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from the studio, in an abandoned factory. Under the flickering industrial lights, 7 or 8 high school students covered in blood were tied up with their hands and feet suspended in the air. Their mouths were taped shut, preventing them from calling for help, only making muffled sounds. Under their feet, there was a chair, and Shuirui, who had been beaten up earlier, was sitting there with his head drooping, motionless as if dead, but the slight movement of his chest proved he was still alive. Not far away, the fake disaster was squatting on the ground, watching the live interview on the phone, occasionally laughing. Master, it's almost time. At this moment, a woman wearing a ghost mask approached the fake disaster, holding a laptop. The fake disaster waved his hand. Don't rush, let me finish watching the newcomer's live broadcast. Do you want to watch it together? The woman glanced at the people hanging in mid-air, then squatted down and said, Our master instructed me to tell you to stop fooling around immediately, be careful not to capsize in the gutter. The fake disaster water sneered and sarcastically repeated, Stop fooling around, be careful not to capsize in the gutter. The woman. Give a message to the king of hell. Tell him if you have a problem with your brain. Wasn't I told to act naturally? I am acting naturally now. If you can't stand it, I don't even want to act. After speaking, the fake disaster water rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, then added, after saying I don't want to act, add another sentence, don't force me to quit, go, tell him exactly like that. The corner of the woman's mouth under the mask twitched. Okay. Lee Fong hadn't experienced the term restless for a long time, at least not in nearly a year. He originally thought the big screen would just play a video of his abilities test, but it turned out to be much more. After playing this video, the big screen started showing a video of him rescuing people on Mount Beiwang. If it was just a simple rescue video, it wouldn't be a big deal, but these videos were all shot by the rescued individuals with their phones. At that time, Lee Fong said many righteous words to shape a positive image of himself, such as, "Don't be afraid, as long as I'm alive, I won't let the revived harm you in the slightest. With great power comes great responsibility. Since heaven has bestowed upon me powers beyond ordinary people, I should fulfill my duty. Hold back your tears, don't worry about me. Even if I'm alone, I can eliminate them all. As a chosen one, I should do my utmost to protect ordinary people. This is my mission from birth, and it is also my final destiny." As Lee Fong sat on the stage, he grew increasingly silent as he listened. His fingers on his knees involuntarily clenched, and the regret in his heart burned like a raging flame, unable to be extinguished, growing stronger and stronger. He knew that if he had to do this today, he wouldn't say a word more on Mount Baewon even if his mouth was torn apart. Lee Fong took a deep breath, about to block his hearing, when a sobbing sound came from beside him. Lee Fong turned his head in confusion and saw the host Yang Zixiao with red eyes, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Yang Zixiao noticed Lee Feng's gaze, turned her head, and gave him a complex emotional look. The admiring and touching look in her eyes confused Lee Feng's mind. He hadn't done anything particularly moving, just said a few righteous words, so why was she crying? Lee Fong somewhat speechlessly took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Yang Zixiao. "Don't cry, we're still filming." Yang Zixiao nodded with lowered eyes, reaching out to take the tissue from Lee Fong. Just when Lee Fong thought this farce was over, cries started spreading from the audience below. He stiffly turned his body and saw pairs of emotional eyes. Lee Fong forced a smile. "No need to be so excited, I'm not dead yet." This morning's segment is a bit abrupt. Sitting backstage, Li Qingxia saw this scene and her mouth twisted even more than an AK. If there weren't staff around her, she would have laughed out loud on the spot. After a long 5 minutes, the video finally ended. Lee Fong breathed a sigh of relief, his clenched fists slowly relaxing, and he smiled at the host Yang Zixiao. Yang Zixiao composed herself, and said with emotion, "When I was 19, just starting my freshman year, all I thought about was what clothes to wear, where to go on holidays, seeing the hustle and bustle, hearing laughter. Before this, I always thought it was ordinary, until I saw these video clips today, I realized it was extraordinary. There is no peaceful time, just someone carrying burdens for us to move forward." Yang Zixiao looked deeply at Lee Fong and said, "A 19-year-old child, using his not-so-broad shoulders, braved the wind and rain, sheltering many people. Let's give the warmest applause to Lee Fong. Clap, 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 clap. Well said, what a good child. This selfless quality should be learned by Tong Ningxi. City No. 11 is proud of you, we are proud of you. Such a child is actually slandered by the Intongsi as a disaster. I think that Anu is blind and confused. Yes, they even imprisoned such a good child. Are these the kind of people we support with our taxes?" Nightyu and Zhang Kong sitting in the back row remained silent, like people from two different worlds amidst the excited audience. "Hey, why aren't you speaking or applauding?" curiously asked the middle-aged man sitting next to Nightyu. Nightyu looked coldly at him and said, "I don't agree with the host's words, so I don't want to applaud or speak." "Don't agree?" The middle-aged man sat up straight. "Are you saying you think the host is wrong?" "I think there must be a reason why Intongsi suspects Lee Fong of being a disaster. He may not be as righteous as in the video," Nightyu responded calmly. "Nonsense." The middle-aged man pointed at Nightyu and cursed, "You are just as brainless as that Nightyu." Nightyu's pupils dilated as she pointed at the middle-aged man's nose. "Who are you calling brainless?" The middle-aged man retorted defiantly, "The one who's brainless knows it best." Nightyu clenched her fists, about to stand up, when Zhang Kong sitting beside her quickly pulled her back into her seat. "Stay calm, let's not get angry," Zhang Kong comforted. Nightyu remained in a half-crouched position for a while before calming down and sitting back. It's not surprising she was so agitated. In the past, people had criticized her in a roundabout way, unlike this time, where she was directly targeted. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Zhang Kang's words, sneered, "I'm not going to argue with an idiot." Nightyu, who had just sat down, tightened her grip again upon hearing this, but with subjective restraint, she didn't make any irrational moves and refocused her attention on the stage. The enthusiastic applause gradually subsided after 10 seconds. Li Feng's lips curled slightly, forming an imperceptible curve. This emotional segment finally came to an end, and it was time for the normal interview to proceed. With anticipation in his eyes, Li Fong glanced at his cue card, then looked at Li Fong and said, "Shenxiu, do you know that there is now a fan support group for you in City No? 11? Li Fong paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "A reporter mentioned this to me today." Yang Zixiao's eyes softened as she looked at Li Fong. "Do you have anything you want to say to them?" Thank you for your love and support. I will not forget my original intention and continue to shine in the Tianyuan Federation, seeking happiness for everyone," Li Fong responded in an official tone. "Chen Xiu's words are excellent. I believe you must be eager to meet your fan support group. Yang Zixiao smiled lightly. Ha! Li Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Judging by your reaction, you must really want to meet them. Yang Zixiao said confidently, today, our program team will fulfill your dream. Let's give a round of applause to Li Feng's fan support group. Clap, 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 clap. Before Lee Fong could react, a wave of applause surged through the studio. Dozens of young men and women stood up from the audience seats, excitedly running towards the stage amidst the cheers of the crowd. Li Feng's face darkened as he saw this scene. His heart that had just calmed down was now tense again. Wasn't he supposed to be on a talk show? Why weren't they asking difficult questions but turning it into a social gathering? Soon, these people ran onto the stage, standing in a neat row, each with tears in their eyes, staring straight at Lee Fong. Lee Fong awkwardly rubbed his nose and stood up from the sofa. Just as he was about to say something, the young people suddenly bowed deeply, shouting in unison, "Thank you." At that moment, Lee Fong felt his head buzzing, feeling a bit at a loss standing there. Yang Zixiao slowly stood up and walked to Lee Fong, reaching out to explain, "You should be familiar with these people, they are all the ones you saved in Beiwangshan." "Oh, no wonder I feel so familiar." Lee Fong showed a slightly embarrassed smile. "Everyone, please stand up. Bowing like that is quite uncomfortable." After hearing Li Feng's words, these people straightened up. Next, a delicate-looking girl walked out of the group, her eyes swollen as she stared at Li Fong. Do you remember me?" Li Fong looked the girl up and down at her words, recalling the girl who had almost been assaulted by a reviver in a taxi in Beiwangshan. He asked tentatively, "You are the girl in the taxi?" "Yes, that's me." The girl nodded eagerly. "If you hadn't killed that reviver, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, until she was sobbing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Fong walked to the girl's side, took out a tissue from his pocket, handed it to her, and placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Since you're alive, don't dwell on those painful memories. After all, everything can't be changed. No matter how winding the road ahead is, we must continue to walk steadfastly." As his words fell, a faint trace of dimness flashed in Li Feng's eyes, but no one noticed. "Thank you." The girl's tone was sincere as she returned to the group. "I heard that you prepared a song to thank Qinshiu, and you want to sing it here for him, is that right?" The host Yang Zixiao asked solemnly. At these words, Li Feng's face froze. How could this turn into repaying kindness with enmity? "Yes, we all wrote it together. It's called Thank You, Lee Fong." Before Lee Fong could react, the stirring music filled the venue. "It's you who led us to peace, it's you who showed us hope, it's you, Lee Fong. We thank you, we remember you, we can't forget you." The next 3 minutes were the longest in Li Feng's life. He stood in front of the crowd, maintaining a polite smile, listening to the toe-curling song. And after the song ended, he gave the warmest applause, personally escorting each of these fans off the stage. "Qinshiu, how do you think they sang?" Yang Zixiao asked with a smile. Li Fong smirked. "They sang very well. Next time, let them sing alone. I also want to sing along." "Okay, if there's a chance, I want to sing along too." Yang Zixiao said expectantly. "Qinshiu, you saw yourself through the eyes of your fans just now. Are you curious about how your brother sees you?" Li Feng's pupils dilated, quickly raising his hand to deny. "What's there to be curious about? I'm not curious at all." "Ha!" Yang Zixiao, who was about to look at his cue card, suddenly looked up, staring at Li Fong in surprise. "Not curious?" "Yes, if I'm curious, I can just go ask him directly. After all, we live together privately, and the audience's time is so precious, there's no need to waste time on my brother," Li Fong explained hastily. Didn't Yang Zixiao know Li Qingxiao's temperament? If he really let the other party come up, where would he put his face? Yang Zixiao bit her lip and smiled, then turned to look in the direction of the director. Before the director of the program group could respond, Li Qingxiao rushed out from the shadows on one side, panting heavily, and sat down next to Li Fong, hugging his shoulder, saying, "This segment is for the audience to understand you through me. Isn't it important whether you're curious or not?" Li Fong took a deep breath, resisting the urge to hammer someone. "Yes, it's not important." "Ha ha." Li Qingxiao nodded kindly at Yang Zixiao. "My little brother here is really great in every way, kind-hearted, simple-minded, bursting with a sense of justice, and extremely loyal. I remember one summer, there was a very handsome guy who walked into the store, and my little brother, he just... Ding dong! Just then, a mobile phone alert sounded on stage, and a second later, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The successive alerts sounded like waves in the studio. "Hey, why is the phone ringing? Didn't I put it on silent?" "Yeah, I put mine on silent too. Why is it ringing?" It seems like everyone's phone is ringing. What's going on? My phone has been black screen all along." The audience below looked at each other, holding their phones and constantly pressing them. Everyone's attention was drawn to their phones, and no one paid attention to the stage. Host Yang Zixiao took out her own phone from her pocket, tapped the screen with her finger, and like the audience below, there was no response. Yang Zixiao looked puzzled in the direction of the director's group. But the people in the director's group also looked confused, randomly tapping on their phones. Xiaoqiu, my phone won't turn on either, how about yours? Li Qingxia held her phone up to Lee Fong. My phone is out of battery, even if this thing didn't happen, I wouldn't be able to turn it on. Lee Fong shook his head casually. His deep eyes glanced at the phone in Li Qingxia's hand, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Earlier, Yama had said he would kill the Gong family in front of everyone. Could it be related to these black screen phones? Meanwhile, City 11 seemed to have been paused. The pedestrians on the street stopped one after another. People eating while looking at their phones put down their chopsticks. The clattering keyboard sounds in the internet cafes suddenly quieted down. The LED screens on the tall buildings stopped playing advertisements and went black as if frozen. Everything related to electronic devices plunged into darkness. Damn, why is my phone black screen? What's going on? Why did the TV turn off? I was just watching the climax. It's the playoffs, damn it. Noisy curses echoed from various corners of the city. The malfunction of electronic products spread like a plague in the city, rushing into people's nostrils and straight into their brains. The same scene unfolded in the studio. The audience sitting in the audience seats stood up one after another, whispering to each other, and even Zhang Kong and Yi Yu in the back were no exception. What's going on? Yi Yu looked at her black screen phone, feeling uneasy, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Could someone be up to something nearby? Zhang Kong looked around vigilantly. Yi Yu instructed Zhang Kong, I'll go check nearby, you keep an eye here. As she was about to leave, the ding-dong phone alert sounded again. Not only Yi Yu's phone, but also the phones of other people present were ringing. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. Why is it ringing again? Wait, this time it's not a black screen, there are words on it. On the stage, Li Fong squinted his eyes, quietly watching Li Qingxia's phone screen. The black screen flashed slightly, and a line of red words dripping down appeared in the center of the screen. Have you been bullied and excluded by classmates during your school days? What's going on? Is this a survey by the production team? Bullying and exclusion are more or less common, but they are just minor frictions. Before the people present could react, the red words in the center of the screen slowly wriggled and changed into another question. If bullying and exclusion escalate to bullying, what would you do? It seems like a survey by the production team. Being bullied should definitely be reported to parents or teachers, and it should be properly resolved. Yes, if no one helps, then post it online, that should work. Exactly, how much power can a group of kids have? As the discussion among the crowd grew louder, 4 big words appeared on the screen, incorrect answer. Then, all the electronic screens in City 11 suddenly flashed, and a video started playing. In the video, a high school student with glasses was surrounded by 7 or 8 people, who were mocking him. The high school student in the middle was none other than Shuarue, who had been beaten half to death earlier. Everyone was captivated by the video. This seems to be the uniform of Nanshan High School, a prestigious school in City 11. Yes, my friend's child goes to school there, wearing the uniform of Nanshan High School. Is the kid in the middle being bullied? It seems so. The other students don't seem very friendly towards him. On the stage, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he locked his gaze on one of the students. He was very familiar with this person, Gong Ran's second son Gong Xian. At this point, Li Fong understood whose handiwork this was. Besides Yen Luo Wang, who else would do such a thing? However, what puzzled him was, if the other party just wanted to prove their innocence, why make it so complicated? Why not just capture Gong Ran's family, use the methods of the disaster water in front of the 3 officials of Antong Si, and then escape? Although puzzled, Li Fong didn't delve too deep into it. Whatever, as long as the end result was in his favor. Time passed by, and the situation in the video escalated from taunting to physical violence. I'll tell. The teacher. You go tell. The head of the special ability department is Gong Xian's dad. The head of the security department and his dad are good friends. Who do you think will stand up for you, you idiot? Hit him, let's see how tough this idiot really is. When the video reached this point, everyone's pupils dilated as they suddenly realized. They finally understood what the protective umbrella from the third question meant. City 11, Special Ability Department, Head's Office bastard. Gong Ran grabbed a porcelain bottle on the desk and smashed it with a loud crash. The others in the office stood still with their heads down, not daring to move, afraid that Gong Ran would unleash his anger on them. The Network Department of the Public Security Bureau, are they just here to eat and do nothing? Allowing such a simple intrusion, are they pigs? Bang! Gong Ran's fist smashed down on the table, the solid wood table instantly split into two, the flying wood chips particularly clear under the light. Someone bravely stepped forward and said, "Director, please don't worry, we have contacted the Public Security Bureau, they said they are handling it and can fix it within half an hour." Half an hour? Gong Ran's eyes turned red as he looked at the speaker, picked up his phone and smashed it straight towards the person's face. Thud! Bang! Bright red blood slid from the person's forehead, dripping down along the jawline, splattering crystal-clear blood droplets on the ground. "Who can give me half an hour? Who?" Gong Ran shouted hoarsely, "Once this video is over, how can I continue to sit in this position? All of you go find Zhang Kong and that useless thing, all of you get out of here." Yes, yes. Everyone felt relieved and hurried out of the office, leaving Gong Ran alone standing there. "Ah!" Gong Ran suddenly yelled, then went on a rampage, smashing everything in sight as if he had gone mad. The special agents outside the office, upon hearing the commotion, all avoided Gong Ran's office, not daring to approach. The video continued playing, and public opinion grew louder. "What's going on? The father of this high school student is Director Gong of the Special Abilities Bureau? Director Gong on TV seems so kind, how did he raise such a child? You call these people children, what's the difference from beasts? My goodness, the beating is too harsh, the child's eyes are bloodshot from being slapped. Aren't these beasts afraid of beating someone to death? Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Wait, it seems like someone is coming to the door." At that moment, everyone's gaze focused on the direction of the gymnasium's entrance. This is Captain Zhang Kong of the Special Abilities Bureau's First Action Team. "I know him, he's the Zhang Kong who won the Outstanding Contribution Award in City 11. This child is saved. Captain Zhang is known for his integrity and kindness. This Gong Xan is in big trouble." Amid the anticipation of over 1 million people, Zhang Kong walked solemnly behind Gong Xan and said coldly, "There are surveillance cameras in the gym. It wouldn't look good if it got out. Let's find another place to settle this." Gong Xian patted Zhang Kong's shoulder indifferently, saying, "Uncle Zhang, just relax, even if I kill this kid here, my father can handle it for me." With these words, the people in front of their phones, computers, and TVs fell into a silence as if frozen, staring at the screens in disbelief. Did I hear that right? How could Captain Zhang protect this beast, just because he's Director Gong's son? Is this video fake? How absurd. Are you all fools? Isn't it obvious they're colluding? It's not fake. So according to this beast, has he already killed someone? In an instant, the towering image of the Special Abilities Bureau collapsed in the minds of the people, turning into ruins, with only a small number still holding on to hope and voicing their doubts. These doubts started with some noise, until Gong Xian spoke those words. "Help him up. I'll wake him up. Oh, remember to give this kid a close-up of his face." In that moment, an inexplicable anger filled everyone's chest, and the sounds of cursing echoed in various parts of City 11. These mongrels, do they even respect the law? What's the use of this damn law? Is it only used to restrain ordinary people? Is this what the Special Abilities Bureau is all about? Are we paying taxes to feed these vermin? Damn it, how did Gong Ran become the head of the Special Abilities Bureau? Are our safety really in the hands of such people? Where is Gong Xian now? I dare him to disrespect me to my face. Inside the studio, just like outside, curses filled the air. Sitting on the stage, Lee Fong remained calm as water, but to fit in, he clenched his fists deliberately, putting on an angry facade. The host Yang Zixia covered his mouth. How could the Special Abilities Bureau do such a thing? Lee Fong solemnly agreed. Yes, the Special Abilities Bureau has always been fair and strict. Gong as the head is friendly and kind. Captain Zhang is honest and reliable. How could? At this point, Lee Fong furrowed his brows, incredulously saying, could it all be an act by them? Li Feng's voice spread throughout the studio via the microphone on his chest, garnering agreement from many. These people are really good at pretending, trying to fool me like a fool. I must have been blind. I even voted for Captain Zhang for the Outstanding Contribution Award back then. Ugh. Sitting in the back row, Yi Yu supported her chin with her hand, carefully watching the video playing on her phone, occasionally glancing at Li Feng with her narrow eyes. The Special Abilities Bureau really knows how to push the limits of humanity. Zheng Kang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Yi sister, should we what? Yi Yu turned her head to ask. The Special Abilities Bureau's position assignments are handled by specific personnel. Our task is to eliminate the disaster. The reason the Federation functions properly is because of clear division of labor. If we interfere in everything, what kind of situation would that be? Oh, Zheng Kang obediently replied. The first appearance of the disaster was for revenge. The Wang family has been completely wiped out, but only one Gongqi from the Gong family died. Do you think this blackout incident and the disaster are related? Yi Yu asked softly. Zheng Kong rubbed his chin, somewhat uncertain, perhaps, although there is a connection between the two, there is no concrete evidence to support it, it's just a logical guess. If we assume. Just as Yi Yu was about to say something, the video playing on the phone suddenly paused, freezing at the moment Gong Xian turned to look at the camera. Everything came to a halt, then the screen went black. Everyone was the same. Before everyone could react, 3 lines of blood-red text appeared on all electronic screens. Are you willing to judge evil in place of the law, yes or no? Choosing no will release control, choosing yes will proceed to the next step. Why did the video end? I don't know, what does judging evil mean? Choosing no will release control, does that mean if I click no my phone will return to normal? Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Lee Fong on the stage took Li Qingxiao's phone, reached out and pressed the yes option. Hey, you! Li Qingxiao was about to say something when the phone that had chosen yes flashed, continuing to play the previously interrupted video. Unlike the previous still angle, this time the perspective swayed and slowly zoomed in on Gong Xian and his group, their gaze completely locked on the camera. As time passed, more and more people clicked yes, their phone screens, like Li Qingxiao's, continued playing the interrupted video. Wow, it's truly eye-opening. Are people really this bad nowadays? You don't need to record. I've already recorded everything. Have we met somewhere before? Probably, after all, I'm quite popular online. After saying this, the camera began to pan to the side, and a few seconds later, the expressions of the people in the frame changed drastically, their pupils trembling incessantly. Disaster. Water. Disaster water, isn't that the high-risk disaster of City 11? Someone muttered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Lee Fong. Although in their hearts Lee Fong was not disaster water, it didn't stop the disputes and arguments between the two names. Sensing everyone looking at him, Lee Fong immediately furrowed his brows, his expression full of gloom, and said in astonishment, "Is it a video of that high-risk disaster water?" Li Qingxia chimed in, "Judging by these people's reactions, the person filming is very likely disaster water, but it's also possible that it's not disaster water, just someone very similar to disaster water." Lee Fong nodded in agreement. In less than a moment, Gong Xian's words spread throughout the streets of City 11. Disaster water, is it true or false? Didn't someone online say disaster water died on North Huangshan? Do you believe everything online? Online even says that good boy Lee Fong is disaster water. During the incident at Lujian Bridge, disaster water seemed to have a grudge with the Gong family. If we follow this logic, the person filming the video is very likely disaster water. At the same time, a hint of doubt flashed in Yi Yu's eyes in the studio as she murmured, "Disaster water?" The shadow in the video tilted to the left, indicating it was between 4 to 6 in the afternoon. Lee Fong had been confined in the Special Abilities Bureau a few days ago, but today, after escaping, he revealed his whereabouts around 3 in the afternoon and was being monitored since then. If the one filming the video is disaster water, then Lee Fong. Yi Yu could think of these, and Zheng Kong naturally could too. "Yi sister, isn't our investigation heading in the wrong direction? Hear no evil, see no evil. How can we take the words in the video at face value?" Yi Yu coldly denied, focusing all attention on the video. In the video, several people regained their senses and fled towards the gymnasium's entrance. Yi Yu narrowed her eyes, affirming, "If it's disaster water, he will definitely use water droplets to kill these people." Yi Yu's voice suddenly stopped, her eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. A swooshing sound came from her phone, and in the video, the fleeing people seemed to be hit by bullets, falling to the ground, their bodies bursting with bloody splashes. Disaster water? Yi Yu's pupils trembled slightly, looking towards the direction where Lee Fong was with disbelief. As if sensing something, Lee Fong turned his head and looked at Yi Yu through the crowd, their gazes meeting. Lee Fong raised an eyebrow slightly, a barely perceptible hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. However, this hint of mockery was caught by the sharp-eyed Yi Yu. "Yi sister, we're wrong about our direction. Lee Fong is not disaster water." Zheng Kong said solemnly, "The real disaster water didn't die in the underworld, he's still alive." Yi Yu shook her head thoughtfully. Only Lee Fong emerged from the underworld from start to finish. Now that disaster water has reappeared, how do you explain this? Don't you think it's like someone deliberately whitewashing Lee Fong? Zheng Kong looked at Yi Yu somewhat unreasonably. The theory is one thing, but the fact is right in front of us. We were watching Lee Fong since 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he didn't have time to do this. Disaster water has meticulous control over water, but that doesn't mean others can't do it. Lee Fong still has suspicions. "Fine, Yi sister, you continue to monitor Lee Fong, I'll go." Yi Yu said impatiently, "Can't you use your brain a bit?" The injuries on the revived person at that time could prove that disaster water was in the underworld, but in the end, only Lee Fong came out. What does that indicate? Two possibilities, either disaster water died, or disaster water is Lee Fong. Now there is a person claiming to be Zai Shuwei. Either the real Zai Shuwei is dead, and this person is impersonating him, or Lee Fong is Zai Shuwei. He is finding someone to help him clear his name. Is there any other possibility? But can't Zai Shuwei turn into water vapor? He might have slipped away while we weren't paying attention. Zhang Kong questioned. If he really turned into water vapor and escaped, how could my eyes not notice? Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of eerie golden light. Do you see me as someone who was swayed by emotions? I suspect Lee Fong because he has the most suspicion. I assume he is Zai Shuwei and work backward. Am I wrong? Zhang Kong retorted defiantly. Your reasoning is baseless. How do you know if Zai Shuwei has a mystical tool to escape or if there are other exits in the underworld? We should believe in evidence. You keep talking about believing in evidence, but are your two speculations evidence? Aren't they just like my deductions? The two argued quietly, and the progress bar of the video was about to reach the end. Several tens of kilometers away, in an old factory building, the fake Zai Shuwei strolled around, leisurely turning off the industrial lights of the factory. As he passed through an area, that area would plunge into darkness. In less than a moment, only the industrial lights above Gong Xian's group's heads were still on in the factory. In front of the group, there was a dusty wooden table, and the masked woman from before sat beside it, tapping on the keyboard of a laptop. Sir, everyone has made their choice. 57% chose yes, we can begin. The woman stood up and moved to the side. Oh, so many. Let's get started then. The fake Zai Shuwei smirked, sitting lazily in a chair, his fair and slender fingers resting on the enter key of the laptop. Is it this one? Yes. The woman nodded slightly and then retreated into the shadows. The fake Zai Shuwei's lips curled up as he crossed his legs and lazily pressed down on the enter key. With a click, a long progress bar appeared on the screen. 1%, 23%, 67%, 89%, 100%. Beep! At the moment the progress bar reached 100%, the screens of everyone who had clicked yes in City 11 flashed. Then, the face of the fake Zai Shuwei appeared in front of everyone. He spread his hands, revealing a friendly smile. Good evening, everyone. I am Zai Shuwei. It's nice to meet you all here. You haven't forgotten about me, have you? Zai Shuwei? Yi Yu looked at the person on the screen in disbelief, her pupils involuntarily dilating. Zhang Kong grimly pocketed his phone. Yi Jia, I don't deny your view. This Zai Shuwei may not be the real one, but he might be. You keep monitoring, I'll leave first. With that, Zhang Kong got up, bypassed the crowd, and left the studio, leaving Yi Yu alone. On the stage, Li Feng's brows furrowed slightly as he carefully scrutinized the face of the fake Zai Shuwei. Changing faces, does the King of Hell have such mystical tools? Lee Fong pondered silently. Beside him, Li Qingxie trembled all over upon seeing the fake Zai Shuwei, stealing glances at Lee Fong from time to time. The appearance of the fake Zai Shuwei was like dropping a bomb on City 11, stirring everyone up. Oh my, he really looks exactly like the online Zai Shuwei 096. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a high-risk disaster in this form. Look behind Zai Shuwei, it seems like there are some people hanging in midair. Really, it seems like those few little beasts from before. Wait. There seems to be a person sitting under those little beasts, but it's not clear. Hey, it seems like we can still send barrage comments. Someone discovered a white text input box in the lower left corner and tentatively typed disaster water, then clicked send. Soon, a solitary bullet screen slid out from the right side of the screen. Fake disaster water sitting in the factory grinned. Yes, I am disaster water. A few seconds later, the originally clean screen suddenly froze, and a dense barrage of bullet screens slid out from the left side, filling all the gaps. Seeing this, fake disaster water raised an eyebrow and opened the paid barrage mode. When the citizens of City 11 wanted to send bullet screens again, a pop-up window suddenly appeared requesting real name authentication. Although puzzled, everyone obediently completed the real name authentication. After completing the authentication, just as everyone was about to send bullet screens joyfully, a payment pop-up appeared. One bullet screen equals 100,000 federal coins. Payment methods: bank card / Union Pay. Why do we have to pay for bullet screens? 100,000 federal coins for a bullet screen? How is this any different from robbery? Who can afford this? Inside the factory, fake disaster water calmly smiled. I'm not a philanthropist. If you want to ask me questions, you have to pay. As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet screen floated out. Oh, let me see who's so rich. Fake disaster water leaned towards the laptop screen. Gongran, a high-risk disaster would resort to framing innocent people, hating me for severely injuring you. Just come at me directly. Why deceive the public, harm others, and slander the Special Abilities Bureau? A hint of disdain flashed in fake Disaster Water's eyes in front of the screen. Just killing a few people, what's there to deny? So what if these ants bite you? Gongran, intentionally creating these fake videos to spread rumors about me, slander me. Do you really think the citizens of City 11 are fools? What is your purpose in the end? He. Fake Disaster Water chuckled, supporting his head with one hand. Slandering you? What are you? Just a disposable pawn. You're nothing but dust to me. As for my purpose, I don't know either. I originally wanted to come and avenge my benefactor by wiping out your Gong family, but I found that too boring. Here, a playful smile appeared on fake Disaster Water's face. Many times, who is good, who is evil, who deserves to die, it's all decided by a small group of people. I don't like that, so I want to change it. Who is good, who is evil, who deserves to die, should be decided by the majority. After speaking, fake Disaster Water spread his hands, and two numbers 0 appeared in the lower right corner of everyone's screen. One 0 was blue, and the other 0 was red. Red represents those beasts you mentioned. Blue represents the student being bullied. In a moment, a voting pop-up will appear. Everyone can vote on who to kill. If red is higher, I will kill those hanging people and release that Shuarue, vice versa. But, fake Disaster Water's tone changed. But this vote is not based on headcount, it's based on money. One federal coin equals one vote. Who lives and who dies depends on who has more votes. Gongran, bastard, how can you force the people to be your accomplices? The value of human life cannot be measured by money. Gongran, the Security Bureau's cyber division will soon track your location, and the virus you implanted in everyone's phones will be eliminated quickly. You really are wealthy. Splitting one sentence into two bullet screens. Is the Security Bureau's salary that high? Fake Disaster Water looked curious. Do you have some gray income? Dozens of miles away, Gongran's face turned ashen, his eyes like vengeful demons, malevolent and fierce. His hand holding the phone trembled incessantly, blue veins popping on the back of his hand. Click. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Gongran, upon hearing the commotion, seemed to have found a vent for his emotions. Without even looking, he shouted, "Bastards, did I ask you to come in?" But before his anger could fully erupt, it died down in his throat, leaving him speechless. He stood at the door with a cold expression. "Can't I come in?" "Sorry. I was a bit too emotional." Gongran forced a smile. "Arrange for your people to search all the factories in City 11, any problem with that?" Although phrased as a question, Helu's gaze was particularly sharp, more like an order not to be refused. Gongran swallowed hard and asked, "Why? Why search the factories? Can't you see the industrial lights in the live broadcast?" Helu said, then turned and left without looking back. Upon hearing the rules set by the false Disaster Water, the people in City 11 were in an uproar, deciding life and death by voting, and using federal currency as votes. I feel something's off. Could it be like what Gong Sir said, that the Disaster Water is slandering and framing? The videos are out there, solid evidence. Are you all out of your minds to still support Gongran? You guys are really crazy. He's a reviver, and you actually believe his words. Unlike others, Lee Feng's attention was focused on the barrage of comments floating by. There were many wealthy people in City 11, not just Gongran. In a few minutes, dozens of comments appeared one after another, some inquiring, some cursing, and false Disaster Water replied to each one. This. Lee Feng's throat rolled slightly. 37, that's 3,700,000. 3,700,000. He couldn't earn that even if he worked day and night at the fried rice restaurant for hundreds of years. Lee Fong took a deep breath, pushed aside his distractions, and continued watching the live broadcast. Inside the abandoned factory, false Disaster Water stood with folded arms, a mocking look on his face as he read the barrage of comments. "No Ihua, as far as I know, the Disaster Water has already died in the North Huangshan. You shouldn't be the Disaster Water, right? You actually guessed it." False Disaster Water's face turned pale, instantly straightening up. Night Ghost, who was dozens of miles away, was slightly stunned by false Disaster Water's reaction. He guessed it? Yes, this No Ihua was Night Ghost's real name. In the expectant gaze of Night Ghost, false Disaster Water continued, "I am indeed not the Disaster Water. I am No Ihua, your beloved father." Ha! Night Ghost's face darkened at the words, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. After laughing for a while with a grin, false Disaster Water stood up, hands on the armrest of the chair. "All right, no more answering questions, time is limited." With false Disaster Water approaching, the suspended individuals showed deep fear in their eyes, swaying in the air. "What's wrong? Why are you so afraid of me? It's not me who decides your life and death." False Disaster Water's eyes flashed with cunning, continuing with his back turned. "I know some viewers can't make up their minds, some even think I'm lying. It's okay, since what I say lacks credibility, let them speak." False disaster water raised his arm, and with a single wave, the duct tape covering the mouths of the individuals broke in the middle, as if cut by a blade. Please spare us, we were wrong, we know we were wrong. I'm just a child, I don't understand anything, please let me go, I can have my dad give you money. I have a good relationship with Shui Rui, you can ask him if you don't believe me. For a moment, the once quiet factory became noisy, cries and pleas filling the air. You should have understood what I said just now very clearly, your life and death are determined by voting. But, false disaster water's tone changed, pointing a finger, I can give one of you 100% chance to live. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy factory floor instantly fell silent. The few individuals hanging there stared wide-eyed at fake Zai Shui. You said. Gong Xin trembled as he spoke. Many viewers don't believe what I say, nor do they believe the video of you beating Shui Rui. They say I'm slandering, spreading rumors, I'm so wronged. Fake Zai Shui put on a distressed look, pacing back and forth in front of the few people. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, as if he had thought of something, turned his head and looked at the few people with excitement. Here's the deal, you guys expose each other's wrongdoings. Whoever has the least dirt on them in the end, I'll let them go. The few people shuddered at his words, looking at each other in silence. What's the matter, feeling shy? Then let's put your fate in the hands of a vote. Fake Zai Shui turned and sat down by a chair, looking at the camera and said, I've released the videos, yet there are fools like Gong Ran accusing me. I've shown my face on camera, yet there are fools saying I'm not Zai Shui, like no AI. Before fake Zai Shui could finish speaking, an urgent voice came from behind him. I'll speak. A year ago, a 19-year-old girl was found naked by the river. It was done by them, and later that girl's family suffered a fire, all perished in the flames. That wasn't an accident, it was also done by them. Gong Xin anxiously retorted, you're talking nonsense, that incident was an accident. The Public Security Bureau has already determined it. Yes, it was an accident, stop slandering others. Brother Zai Shui, I have a recording on my phone that can prove the truth of this matter. You bastard, where do you get off? 2 years ago you hit and killed a pregnant woman with your car. My father had to intervene to settle that for you. What are you two arguing about? Both of you have blood on your hands. I haven't killed anyone. You have the nerve to say that. You turned an old man who collects garbage into a vegetable. How is that any different from murder? At least his family signed a forgiveness letter. I didn't break the law. What about you, leading a group to extort money at school gates, beating up boys who don't have money, taking nude photos of girls? You're the one who deserves to die the most. In just a moment, the silence among the few people escalated into endless arguments, each of them firing off accusations like a machine gun. Various shocking revelations kept coming, leaving fake Zai Shui dumbfounded. Clap. Clap, clap. Fake Zai Shui applauded, impressive, the Public Security Bureau and the Special Forces are truly impressive. It's not an exaggeration to say they cover up everything, killing people at will, setting fires at will, admirable, admirable. Gong Ran, Zai Shui, what kind of hypnotic potion did you give them? Yi Hong, Gong Ran, you Jun, what qualifications do these scum have to live? Not even as good as the revived. Gong Ran, Gong Ran, insulting public officials is a crime. I can have the Public Security Bureau arrest you directly. Kong Lu, let's start voting. Gong, led by the enthusiastic citizen Yi Hong, Gong Ran and his ancestors for 18 generations were fiercely attacked. Fake Zai Shui's lips curled slightly, he shifted his chair in a different direction with a step, looking at the few people who were arguing fiercely. Alright, stop arguing, I've made up my mind on whose life to spare. Fake Zai Shui coldly ordered. Several seconds later, the people who were arguing with bloodied heads gradually quieted down, looking nervously at fake Zai Shui. Under the gaze of the few people, fake Zai Shui walked up to one of them and asked, I have a deep impression of you. Among the 7 of you, you are the only one without a murder case on your hands. Gao Long nodded excitedly, yes, I've never killed anyone. You're talking nonsense. Whether it's that girl or the arson back then, you were involved. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? What does it have to do with me? I didn't kill anyone, I didn't start the fire, at most, I'm just a bystander. Gao Long shouted hoarsely. You bastard, trying to clean your hands and say it has nothing to do with you. Swish! Before the man could finish his sentence, a droplet of water shot out from the tip of False Calamity Water's finger, piercing through his forehead with a pff sound. Seeing this scene, the others were instantly petrified, their breathing even weaker. False Calamity Water raised an eyebrow. Anyone has objections? No one responded. Are you kidding? With the warning right in front of them, who would dare to object? He. False Calamity Water sneered, raising his arm and snapping his fingers. Crack! The next moment, the rope binding Gao Long snapped, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud from over a meter high. Ah! Gao Long grimaced, clutching his ankle. False Calamity Water lowered his head, looking down at Gao Long. You're considered lucky, after all. The worst thing is turning someone into a vegetable. Gao Long, enduring the intense pain, asked hopefully, can I leave now? Of course, you can leave, but not just like that. False Calamity Water squatted down, picking up a shard of broken glass from the ground. Gao Long swallowed hard, carefully moving his buttocks backward with his hands on the ground. Then how can I leave? False Calamity Water smirked, holding the glass shard and thrusting it towards Gao Long's thigh. Splat! Ah! 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 Veins bulged on Gao Long's neck as he instinctively grabbed False Calamity Water's wrist. Don't be afraid, you'll be able to leave soon. I won't kill you. False Calamity Water grinned, but his eyes held no warmth. After saying this, he pulled down, and the sharp glass shard raced on Gao Long's skin surface like a shark fin, the bright red blood spreading out on both sides like seawater. Drip, drip. Ah, please, no. Gao Long struggled to break free from False Calamity Water's grip, but it was in vain, his strength was too weak. Under Gao Long's pleading gaze, False Calamity Water flashed a brilliant smile, pulled out the glass shard stained red with blood, and casually tossed it aside. I've cut your main artery with the glass shard. If you stop the bleeding, you might live for a few minutes or even a dozen minutes, so run quickly. If you get medical help in time, you might survive. False Calamity Water took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the blood off his hands. You! Gao Long covered the gushing wound on his neck, staring at False Calamity Water. False Calamity Water innocently looked at him. What, do you want to die now? No, I'll leave now. Gao Long gritted his teeth, stood up with difficulty, limping towards the factory door. But before he could get far, False Calamity Water flicked his hand into the air. Splat! Ah! The next moment, a spray of blood blossomed at Gao Long's ankle, and his tall figure of nearly 1.8 meters crashed heavily to the ground. I can't stand seeing people standing, you better crawl. False Calamity Water said coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Gao Long shouted at the top of his lungs, you bastard, bastard, beast. But False Calamity Water just watched silently as Gao Long struggled on the ground. The citizens of City 11 clapped and cheered at the sight. Well done, this is how you should deal with these beasts. Evil must be punished by evil. Is this a bit too harsh? After all, it's a human life, we should make the most of it, give the organs to those in need, that's a form of redemption. Let's start the vote now. Standing inside the dilapidated factory building, the fake disaster water seemed to hear the crowd's shouts and smiled as it spoke. I know everyone is eager to vote, so let's get started. As soon as the words fell, a small payment window popped up on everyone's phone screens. The window won't disappear. It provides options. If you want someone to die, vote for them. The voting will end in 30 minutes, so. The fake disaster water spread its hands and stepped aside. Please define evil, everyone. A few seconds later, the number in the bottom left corner of the screen started to fluctuate. The red numbers rapidly increased, stacking up one by one. In contrast, the blue numbers increased by tens of thousands, quickly surpassing the red numbers in just a few seconds, reaching 10 million, while the red numbers had just passed 3 million. What's going on? Why can't we outnumber them with so many people? Is there a conspiracy? Why are the blue numbers increasing so fast? The fake disaster water was not surprised by the increase in the two numbers, clearly anticipating it. Those who sympathized with Shui Rui were ordinary people living in this city. Although they were numerous, together they only controlled 20% of the wealth of City 11. The remaining 80% was controlled by those in high positions, including Gong Ran and his wife, Zhou Huaxiu, a member of the Zhou family consortium, a behemoth that could influence the fate of the Tianyuan Federation. People in the same circle would generally help Gong Ran, as it was rare to have the opportunity to connect with the Zhou family consortium by spending some money. Meanwhile, in the office of the Special Ability Bureau, a middle-aged woman elegantly slammed Gong Ran with her hands. I've already lost one son, do you want me to lose another one? This person was Zhou Huaxiu, a collateral relative of the Zhou family consortium and Gong Xian's mother. Alright. Gong Ran raised his hands and stepped back. Can't I be saved? I've already spent tens of millions in just a short while. Can't I be saved? Zhou Huaxiu, with red eyes, questioned. The disaster water is capricious. It kills whoever it wants. What's the use of voting? Gong Ran grabbed Zhou Huaxiu's arm and shouted, what can I do? Besides voting, what else can I do? Tell me, and I'll do it immediately. Zhou Huaxiu pursed her lips, unable to say a word. Gong Ran took a deep breath, released Zhou Huaxiu's arm, and said, I got a bit excited. I'll find a way to save the child. You go rest. Ding ling ling, a crisp ringtone came from the coffee table. It was a satellite phone exclusive to the Special Ability Bureau, not connected to the internet, with an independent system, so it was not affected by the live broadcast. Gong Ran answered the phone with a cold face. Hello, what's the matter? The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone whispered, Director, we found the hiding place of the disaster water, the abandoned factory on Haichuan Road. Gong Ran's pupils dilated at the news and asked in a low voice, how's the situation in the factory? There were no abnormalities detected by the night surveillance drones in the vicinity. According to thermal imaging, besides the disaster water and a few hostages, there is also an unidentified woman inside, most likely an accomplice of the disaster water. Understood. Report to me immediately if there are any developments. Stay safe. After saying that, Gong Ran hung up the phone, left the office without looking back, taking long strides. A few minutes later, a dense group of Special Forces members ran out of the building, orderly boarding military trucks. Dozens of helicopters rose from behind the building, heading towards Haichuan Road. Armored vehicles escorted the jeep carrying Gong Ran as it left the gates of the Special Ability Bureau. Gong Ran was well aware that these methods were no match for the flood. Dealing with the flood depended on the people from the Intong office. However, they needed to at least make it look like they were doing something, so it would look good for the media. The actions of the Special Abilities Department were not secretive. When the public saw it, they immediately broadcasted the news to the fake flood through live streaming. Zheng Xixi, the Special Abilities Department has located you, there's no time to vote. Upon seeing the barrage on the fake flood inside the abandoned factory, their expression remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Everyone, relax and vote with peace of mind. I won't let anyone interfere with the judgment, the fake flood said in a relaxed tone. They then glanced at the numbers in the bottom left corner of the screen, shook their head disappointedly. The blue numbers have reached 7 billion, while the red numbers are only at 3 billion. It looks like Shui Rui is going to die. Wang Shui, why is there such a big gap? Is there foul play involved? Niu Zhuang, it's truly infuriating. I will launch a group purchase package called Reject Bullying later. To order, call 145. Huyong, with so many of us, those capable can vote a few hundred times, and those who can't can vote a dozen times. We can catch up. Zhang Guiyan, these demons must never return to society. They are time bombs. Can you guarantee they won't hurt you when they explode? Under the call of numerous barrages, more and more people joined the voting. The gap between the red and blue numbers narrowed, but whenever it got close, the blue numbers would suddenly surge, widening the gap. Meanwhile, in the studio where Lee Fong was present, this can't be real. The blue numbers have exceeded 10 billion. Could there be foul play involved? I don't know, but at this rate, it seems like Shui Rui will be the one to die. On stage, Lee Fong and his brother Li Qingxia stood together, staring in astonishment at the long numbers in the bottom left corner of the screen, falling into silence. Xiao, Xiu Zi. Li Qingxia swallowed hard, pointing to the bottom left corner of the screen. Count for yourself. It seems to be over 1 billion. Li Fong said uncertainly. Watching the numbers continuously fluctuate, Li Fong felt as if his heart was being squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. While he was pleased with his half-hour salary of 500,000, the king of hell next door was making hundreds of thousands in just a second. Is this the hierarchy of the world? The disparity is just too great. In the distance, Nightshade watched Li Fong for a while before getting up and leaving the studio. As time slowly passed, there were only 5 minutes left until the voting deadline. Inside the abandoned factory, the faint sound of wheels rolling over weeds could already be heard, as the Special Abilities Department and the troops stationed in City 11 drew closer. They've come pretty quickly. The fake flood raised an eyebrow, turned to the woman standing not far away, and said, "You're no longer needed." Okay, the woman nodded. As soon as she spoke, she turned and walked into the darkness, completely disappearing from the sight of the few people. Shortly after the woman left, bright white beams of light pierced through the factory windows. From high above, helicopters hovered in the air, armed soldiers in a dark mass completely sealed off the factory, and a dozen missile-launched vehicles aimed at the factory, awaiting the order to fire. As the abandoned factory was located on the outskirts of City 11, with no residential buildings or commercial areas nearby, the deployment did not take much time. On the road 100 meters from the factory, a black sedan drove up from a distance and came to a steady stop with a crisp sound. Click. Nightshade was the first to open the car door and step out, followed closely by Zhang Kong and He Lu. Gong Ran, who was waiting by the roadside, hurriedly approached them. 3. Disaster water. Before Gong Ran could finish his sentence, Yi Yu interrupted him with a raised hand. Evacuate all your people 300 meters away from the factory. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. With that, Yi Yu led the two straight towards the direction of the abandoned factory. Soon, under the arrangement of Gong Ran and the garrison commander, helicopters, soldiers, and armored vehicles were all withdrawn 300 meters away. At the same time, a blue beam shot up into the sky, extending rapidly to construct a blue cube in a short time, enveloping the abandoned factory within. This was the combination of the supernatural abilities of the Tianming individuals by the Intong Bureau with technology, developing the artificial mysterious device sealing body used to seal off areas and eliminate difficult disasters. Clang, accompanied by a loud noise, the iron gate of the factory slowly opened, and the blue light shone through, illuminating the factory floor, making every speck of dust clear. Pat! Pat! Yi Yu walked into the factory with a cold face, locking his sharp gaze on the fake disaster water. The fake disaster water, sitting with legs crossed, looked Yi Yu up and down, teasingly saying, "Let me guess, your name is Niao Aihua, right?" Yi Yu's lips curved into an intriguing smile. "Then let me guess, you are a fake disaster water, aren't you?" As soon as the words fell, heavy footsteps sounded in the factory, and Zhang Kong and He Lu walked from behind, surrounding the fake disaster water in a triangular formation. He, are you going to lay hands on me?" The fake disaster water stood up slowly. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, coldly saying, "Release those people, and I will give you a dignified death." A dignified death? The fake disaster water put his hands in his pockets, tilting his head to the left. "Why do you think you can kill me? The Special Ability Bureau may overestimate your strength, but the Intong Bureau won't." Yi Yu drew the sword from his waist, the slender eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, silently staring at the fake disaster water. The atmosphere in the abandoned factory became increasingly oppressive, while the live broadcast room became more lively, as there were less than 2 minutes left until the voting deadline. The blue numbers at this moment were 11.73 billion, and the red numbers were 8.87 billion, with a difference of several billion between them. "We won't make it in time. After the voting deadline, will the disaster water really kill Shui Rui? The disaster water is surrounded by the Intong Bureau's people. It's a question of survival. Do you think he will consider the voting results? So, did we vote in vain? Is voting in vain bad? At least Shui Rui won't die." Amidst the discussions, there was only a minute and a half left until the voting deadline. The fake disaster water glanced at the time on the screen, softly saying, "There's a minute and a half left. You all seem very expect." Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in the factory, and a burst of smoke erupted from Yi Yu's position. The fake disaster water's lips curled up, and his figure flickered like a phantom, disappearing from the spot. The next moment, a silver-white trajectory tore through the air, slashing towards where the fake disaster water's head had been. Hoo! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the blade, making Yi Yu's robe flutter and dust fly. How could this be? Yi Yu looked at the empty space under the blade, his pupils shaking. She was well aware of the true strength of the disaster water, which was at the level of a moderate disaster. The reason it was classified as a high risk was due to its strong potential. How could it evade her blade? "Why, are you surprised?" The warm breath from the mouth and nose hit Yi Yu's ear, the gentle voice sounding like a lover's whisper. He Lu in the distance turned pale, shouting loudly, "Behind you!" Yi Yu trembled, swiftly flipping his wrist and twisting his waist like a spinning top, swinging the blade backwards. The fake disaster water, close to Yi Yu, sneered, lightly lifting his left foot, evading the blade narrowly like a small boat in a storm, narrowly escaping the blade. Night Ghost took this opportunity. Her calf muscles tensed instantly as she exerted force. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the ground beneath Night Ghost cracked like a spider web, and she herself retreated 100 meters away. Huff! Huff! Night Ghost gasped heavily, her expression filled with fear as she stared at the fake disaster water. Not far away, Zhang Kong raised his arm, and a silver-white transparent barrier rose inside the factory, separating the fake disaster water from the others inside the factory. This was Zhang Kang's ability, Silver Blessing. At the same time, He Lu rescued all the people tied up with ropes. "Go to the back." "But, the main gate is over there." Gong Xian trembled as he pointed shakily in the direction of the disaster water. "Then you go that way." After speaking, He Lu ignored Gong Xian and the others, carrying the unconscious Shui Rui to the back of the factory and placing him behind a load-bearing pillar. The reason for not sending Shui Rui out was that once the sealing body was used to activate the barrier, neither the people inside nor outside could freely enter or exit, with only 2 ways to leave. The first was to wait for 10 minutes for the sealing body to automatically lift the barrier, and the second was to break the barrier with one's own strength. After settling Shui Rui, He Lu ran to Night Ghost's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. The strength of this disaster water is beyond what the Intong Bureau informed us. It's above level 7, but I'm not sure of the specifics." Night Ghost suppressed the horror in her heart and slowly stood up. "Above level 7, isn't that a moon-level high-risk disaster?" He Lu's pupils dilated. In the Tianyuan Federation, there were distinctions between the strengths of high-risk disasters, classified internally by the Intong Bureau into 3 levels from weak to strong: Star, Moon, Sun. This trio, with Night Ghost as a level 7 destiny holder, and He-Lu and Zhang Kong as level 6 destiny holders, corresponded to a high-risk star-level disaster. Ignoring the Intong Bureau trio, the fake disaster water walked over to a laptop. At that moment, with 10 seconds left until the end of the vote, the blue numbers were still significantly ahead of the red numbers. Looks like I have to kill the good guys. The fake disaster water shook his head disappointedly. Just as he was about to look away, the red numbers on the screen suddenly froze. The original over 9 billion votes skyrocketed to a staggering 13 billion. A barrage floated in from the right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, indeed despicable. Ha! For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on the fake disaster water's face. How? There's no name? Ding, the voting window disappeared, the voting ended. The sudden surge in votes was like a roller coaster, causing the hearts of all viewers watching the live broadcast to skip a beat. Damn, am I seeing things? How did it suddenly increase? By 4 billion. You're not seeing things. The red numbers really overtook. What do these 3 asterisks mean? Aren't the barrage comments all using real names? I don't know, maybe there's a system glitch? Judging by the votes, the disaster water has to kill those people, but now he's being stopped by the Intong Bureau people. Can he still kill them? 3 against 1, feels like he can't kill them. Because the brief confrontation between the fake disaster water and Night Ghost was not shown on camera, the viewers watching the live broadcast did not know the true strength of the fake disaster water. Inside the abandoned factory, after a moment of daze, the fake disaster water grinned. It seems this anonymous friend is quite wealthy, forcibly reversing the voting result. Looks like I have to kill some bad guys. Hearing this result from afar, Gong Xin was instantly chilled to the bone and collapsed on the ground. Gong, are we really going to be killed? The high school student squatting beside him asked in a trembling voice. Gong Xin did not respond, or rather, he did not hear what the other person said. His mind was blank at that moment, buzzing as if he had been hit by a car. He witnessed the battle between Zai Shui and Yi Yu, and it was clear to discern who was strong and who was weak. Could Intonsi withstand Zai Shui's attempt to kill him? After receiving the voting results, fake Zai Shui aimed the camera of the notebook in the direction where Gong Xian and others were, allowing the audience to see more clearly. After everything was done, fake Zai Shui smiled and waved friendly from the direction where several people were, saying, "I'm coming, are you ready?" In an instant, fake Zai Shui seemed frozen in time, abruptly disappearing without a trace, not even a shadow left behind. Yi Yu's pupils constricted, swiftly moving aside with a broadsword in hand, shouting loudly, "Disperse and take positions, He Shu, restrain, my lord." Crack! Before Yi Yu could finish her sentence, Zheng Kang's silver barrier shattered like fragile glass, turning into countless silver lights that filled the air. Yi Yu, standing still, suddenly felt a chill rushing towards her. Then those light golden eyes caught a glimpse of a hand's lingering image. Not good. A hint of panic flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, and just as she was about to raise her sword to strike, a fair and slender hand had already gripped her neck. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu's figure vanished from the spot. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying thunderous sound echoed through the factory. On the concrete wall several meters away, thick cracks resembling rugged mountains spread across the entire surface. The origin of these cracks was now covered in smoke and dust, with only a vague figure standing amidst it. Whoosh! The night wind rushed into the factory through broken windows, the dense smoke spreading like waves, revealing the figure standing within. Fake Zai Shui stood calmly, firmly clasping Yi Yu's neck with an arm like a clamp, embedding her into the wall. Bastard! The lack of oxygen made Yi Yu's face turn red, her hands tightly gripping fake Zai Shui's forearm, legs weakly kicking. The more Yi Yu struggled, the weaker she felt, the opponent's strength like an unfathomable abyss, impossible to gauge. Why is the gap so huge? Yi Yu wondered in her mind. At that moment, a deep sense of powerlessness surged through her, even the strength in her hands diminishing. Fake Zai Shui tilted his head mockingly and asked, "What did you say just now, wanting to give me a dignified death?" Swish! A cold light tore through the air, slashing down towards fake Zai Shui's arm. Fake Zai Shui's lips curled up, meeting the attack with a single hand. Not good. He-Lu's expression changed, but before he could retract his force, it was already too late. Puff! An arm was raised high, the chilling blade coated with a thick layer of sticky red syrup. Ah! A piercing scream lingered in the factory. Fake Zai Shui widened his eyes, looking at He-Lu in disbelief. "You're truly ruthless." Without waiting for He-Lu to react, fake Zai Shui twisted his body, his left leg whipping like a long whip towards He-Lu's chest. At the moment of impact, He-Lu shot out bent over, and with two loud bangs, a huge hole appeared in the factory's ceiling. Zheng Kang's pupils trembled. But before he could finish his sentence, fake Zai Shui's face was already in front of him, asking with a smile, "Missed him?" Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, Zheng Kang followed He Lu's footsteps. After everything was done, fake Zai Shui lifted Yi Yu in front of him. At that moment, Yi Yu seemed stunned, her eyes vacant and lifeless, her bloodless lips trembling. Seeing this, fake Zai Shui comforted, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, after all, you still have some use." With that, fake Zai Shui snapped his fingers in front of the camera. The next moment, Yi Yu vanished with a bang, turning into white mist before the lens. Outside the factory, He Lu and Zheng Kang were the same. They had just struggled to stand up when they disappeared with a bang in the same spot, leaving only the lingering dampness in the air as evidence of their presence. 1 kilometer away from the factory, a jeep was parked by the roadside. Gongran sat in the passenger seat, staring in shock at the live broadcast on his phone. Is this a joke? Gongran's pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is not quite like the disaster he had imagined, is it? Sister Tong, what should we do now? Should we go up? The driver asked anxiously. Smack! Gongran reached out and smacked the back of the driver's head, cursing, "Are you out of your mind? Drive away quickly." Oh, okay. The driver, after a moment of confusion, immediately reacted and stepped on the gas, fleeing with Gongran. The impact of the fake disaster was far from over. The citizens of City 11 were in an uproar when they saw the almost overwhelming battle. Did we just win? Aren't these 3 people from Antonsi? How could they lose so easily? Well, that's good, the disaster can kill these 3 beasts. Are you out of your mind? Those are revivers, they are monsters that eat people. Inside the abandoned factory, after dealing with the 3 individuals, the fake disaster turned to look at Gong Xian and the others' hiding place, smiling and beckoning. Come here, show your face in front of the camera. No one responded. Several people huddled together, each with eyes filled with deep fear, looking at the fake disaster as if it were a monster. The fake disaster looked meaningfully at them. Since you don't want to show your face, forget it. You like fighting, right? Then fight. As soon as the words fell, Gong Xian, who was squeezed among the others, suddenly stiffened, standing up in a bizarre posture, like a puppet on strings. Gong Xian stared in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment and fear. Gong Xian tried to crouch down, but his body seemed to be taken over by someone else. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only make his body tremble slightly. As Gong Xian slowly stood up, the others followed suit, their expressions as lost and confused as Gong Xian's. What's going on? Why is my body moving on its own? Me too, what's happening? Lord Disaster, we were wrong, please spare us. The fake disaster did not respond but stood next to the notebook, giving the live audience a better view. Let the fight begin. The fake disaster said with a smile. A few seconds later, the people started fighting each other as if possessed, blood spilling without any restraint. What are you doing? Stop fighting. Splat. I can't control myself. The audience in the live stream discussed the eerie scenes they were witnessing. What's going on? Why are they killing each other? I don't know, isn't his ability to control water? Is there a possibility that blood is also considered water? Well, that's a bit too twisted. The fighting continued. Crack. In the midst of the chaos, one person's neck was directly broken, and the bright red blood gushed out of the wound, splattering on the faces of the others. Even in death, this person did not stop their actions, continuing to fight with the others. The bloody and violent scenes stimulated the nerves of the audience in the live stream like an adrenaline rush. Some brave souls could watch it normally, while others with weaker stomachs had already looked away, and some even started to retch. In the studio, Lee Fong watched the fighting scene of the few people intently. It wasn't that he was very interested in them, but rather he was very interested in the means of the King of Hell. The other party controls others' actions directly through telekinesis. In theory, he could do it himself. After all, blood is also considered water. However, theory is just theory. Lee Fong had this speculation a long time ago, but he has never succeeded. He cannot sense the blood inside others' bodies, as if a thin veil covers his eyes. Lee Fong supported his head with his hand, silently thinking, I wonder if Yama's telekinesis can control the blood inside others' bodies. Time passed slowly, and the commotion in the live broadcast room gradually subsided, eventually returning to calm. Inside the abandoned factory, Jia Zishui withdrew his gaze, walked to the screen with a smile, and said, The trial is over, now the countdown begins. After Jia Zishui finished speaking, a small red frame appeared in the center of everyone's screen. 48 hours, 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 47 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It was only then that everyone realized the numbers in the red frame were counting down from 48 hours. Dealing with a few small fry is not fun. If we're going to play, let's play big. In 2 days, that is, 48 hours later, I will kill 2 more people, Jayazaishui said with a smile, making a victory sign with his hand. This time, there were no barrage comments scrolling in the live broadcast room. It wasn't that no one could afford the 10,000 federal coins, but that everyone had regained their senses at that moment. The misdeeds of Gong Xian and others had briefly caused the residents of City 11 to lose their minds, consumed by anger. As the judge, Jayazaishui was naturally deemed righteous by everyone, overlooking the fact that the other party was a reviver and a high-risk disaster. It was only after Jayazaishui dealt with the 3 from the Entongsi that people gradually regained their clarity. Entongsi was the backbone of the Federation, dedicated to eliminating disasters and protecting humanity. As for Jayazaishui, he was a man-eating monster, a reviver who disregarded human life, a dangerous and powerful high-risk disaster. This was true evil. Compared to Gong Xian and the others, they were completely outmatched. Jayazaishui looked at the empty screen and grinned. Are you curious who I will kill in 48 hours? You don't need to guess, I'll tell you directly. The viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath, staring intently at the screen. Jayazaishui didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Gongran, are you watching? I know you are. Gongran on the other end of the screen turned pale, quickly shaking the special ability member driving. Hurry, don't go back to the special ability bureau, go to the airport now. Now, the special ability member asked uncertainly. Yes, right now. At that moment, Jayazaishui's teasing voice echoed in the live broadcast room. Gongran, are you thinking of running now? Gongran seemed to be shocked, and his phone fell with a clang at his feet. The special ability member asked with concern, Sir Tong, are you okay? I'm fine. Gongran replied absent-mindedly, picking up his phone from the ground and tremblingly typing a message. A few seconds later, a lone barrage comment floated in from the left. Gongran, you are arrogant. After killing Entongsi's people, you dare to stay in City 11 and threaten public officials. Entongsi will soon send even more powerful people to eliminate you. If you have the guts, don't run. Jayazaishui nodded calmly, then you can't leave either. After all, the people I want to kill are you and your wife. If you leave without my knowledge, I will have to vent my anger on City 11. See you in 48 hours. Jayazaishui waved at the screen, then, like Nightshade and the others, he disappeared into the mist with a bang. The live broadcast room closed immediately, and the red countdown frame moved to the top left corner of each person's screen. The trial was officially over, and Gongran's life began to count down. After the live broadcast ended, numerous topics about disaster water surged to the top of the trending list in just half a minute. 48-hour countdown to death. Entongsi's 3 people turned into mist, suspected dead. Alternative development of disaster water abilities, blood manipulation. Why does disaster water hide its strength? What is the grudge between the Gong family and disaster water? At that moment, everyone was discussing matters related to disaster water, including the studio. The audience in the seats whispered to each other, making it hard to tell if it was a studio or a market. Lee Fong stood up and walked to the host Yang Zishou on stage. Seeing this, Yang Zishou quickly stood up, thinking that Lee Fong was unhappy with the noise in the studio. Sorry, I'll have someone maintain order. It's been half an hour, can I leave now? Lee Fong interrupted. Yang Zishou looked embarrassed. Well, the process hasn't been completed yet. After speaking, he turned to look in the direction of the director's team. Soon, a chubby young man ran up to the stage panting and showed a friendly smile to Lee Fong. Please come with me. Afterwards, the young man verified some information with Lee Fong and Xingxia, briefed them on some matters, then escorted them into a taxi, leaving the TV station. Inside the taxi, Li Xingxia held a bank card and muttered, 50,000, 50,000, can't spend it all in a lifetime. Li Fong glanced at Li Xingxia speechlessly and said, let me correct you, it's my 50,000, it has nothing to do with you, second brother. Hearing this, Li Xingxia sat up straight. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I also participated in the interview, and I'm the one who brought these reporters here. Logically, this money should all be mine. Ahem. Li Fong coughed suddenly, surprised by his second brother's shamelessness. Li Xingxia looked puzzled. Why are you coughing all of a sudden? Are you that weak? Why do you care about my cough? Li Fong raised his eyebrows and glanced out the window. Why did you stop talking? Li Xingxia asked curiously. Ignoring Li Xingxia, Li Fong patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. Master, please stop the car here. At Li Feng's request, the taxi driver parked by the roadside. After putting on masks, the 2 in the back seat got out of the car. Walking side by side on the bustling street, Li Fong turned to Li Xingxia. Why did we get off here? It's still far from the hotel. Do you have something to do? Lee Fong nodded, grabbing Li Qingxia's arm. Second brother, wait here for me, I'll be right back. With that, Li Fong darted into the crowd like a fish, not giving Li Qingxia a chance to ask questions. Did he just leave me behind again? Li Qingxia stood there looking confused. History always has astonishing similarities, just like that merciless abandonment on the North Huangshan. Under the dim streetlights, a thin young man wearing a black mask stood by the roadside. His eyes were dull, as if his soul had been sucked out, devoid of any vitality. Watching the passing vehicles, he smiled bitterly. Gone, all gone, everything's gone. This person was none other than the Horsefaced from the underworld. The reason Lee Fong got off midway was also because Horsefaced had given him an extra look in the crowd. Soon, Lee Fong arrived next to Horsefaced and said in surprise, "You're quite proactive." Horsefaced slightly bowed, respectfully saying, "Your matters naturally require some initiative, this way." People from the underworld are indeed cautious, handling even 50,000 so carefully, Lee Fong silently praised as he followed along. In a van parked by the roadside, Lee Fong sat with his hands crossed in the passenger seat, while Ma Mian occupied the driver's seat. Just as Lee Fong was about to ask for 50,000 federal coins, Ma Mian, seated at the wheel, turned the key and stepped on the gas pedal, merging into the adjacent lane. Lee Fong looked at Ma Mian in confusion. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to receive 50,000 coins in the car? Why were they suddenly on the road? Sensing Li Feng's puzzlement, Ma Mian asked, "Sir, is something wrong? Aren't you supposed to give me money?" Li Feng's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment. Ma Mian nodded, "Yes, what's the matter?" A look of astonishment crossed Li Feng's face. "Why not just give it to me here?" "Here?" Ma Mian looked surprised, then hesitated. "It's not very convenient here, after all, it's billions in cash." "What's inconvenient about it? It's just billions." Li Feng's voice trailed off as 6 crows flew over his head. "Billions?" Li Feng's tone rose, his pupils dilating suddenly. He had asked for 50,000, how did it turn into billions? In an instant, countless question marks appeared above Li Feng's head. Ma Mian swallowed nervously, thinking Li Fong was questioning the amount, and tentatively replied, "Sir, I can't come up with 5 billion in cash for you. How about this? I'll give you 1 billion in cash, and 6 bank cards, each loaded with 60 million. I'll transfer the remaining 400 million to you in a month. Is that acceptable?" The air inside the car was unusually quiet at that moment, with Li Fong offering no response. Ma Mian softly called, "Sir, sir?" After a moment of daze, Li Fong immediately composed himself and replied calmly, "Keep driving." With that, Li Fong turned his head, gazing out the window with a serene expression, his deep eyes revealing no ripples. Despite his calm exterior, a storm of emotions raged within him. Thump thump thump. The rapid and distinct sound of his heartbeat filled the cabin, growing louder like rhythmic rock music. Li Fong tried to slow his heartbeat with absolute control, but his usually flawless composure failed him at that moment, unable to even control his heartbeat. Closing his eyes in resignation, Li Fong decided to let it be and not fight it. A few seconds later, Ma Mian, who was driving, cocked his head, muttering, "Strange, what's that sound?" Without turning his head, Ma Mian tapped the van's music player, but it had no effect. Thump thump thump. The heartbeat grew louder, prompting Ma Mian to slow down and glance at Li Fong in the passenger seat. Noticing Ma Mian's gaze, Li Fong casually crossed his legs. "Why are you looking at me instead of driving properly?" Glancing at Li Feng's chest, which rose and fell like a drum, Ma Mian curiously asked, "Sir, why is your heartbeat so fast?" Li Fong coldly replied, "Bothered by it?" No, please continue jumping," Ma Mian hurriedly denied, dropping the topic of the heartbeat. Li Fong looked out the window, his mouth twitching up and down like a spring, his excitement engulfing him like the sea, pushing aside all trivial matters, including Li Qingxia waiting in the cold wind outside. Why hasn't that kid returned yet? Li Qingxia rubbed her hands, squatting alone at the door of a bakery. Tenna Council Chamber Gongran sat in the main seat with a dark expression, his subordinates bowing their heads, afraid that a single word might ignite Gongran like a gas canister. Originally, Gongran had no intention of staying in City 11. However, shortly after the false disaster water incident, the disaster rating department of the Intong Bureau called, requesting Gongran to stay in City 11 and to convene a video conference immediately. With no choice, Gongran reluctantly returned to the Special Energy Bureau and sat here unwillingly. Beep, the screen in the conference room flickered, and a middle-aged man with a stern face appeared on the screen, the same person who had previously classified the disaster water, by Mang. "Chief." Everyone stood up and said in unison. Bai Meng showed a bitter and helpless smile on his face. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, please, have a seat." Upon hearing this, everyone sat back in their seats. "Chief, is there anything you would like to know?" Gong Ran tried to speak calmly. Bai Meng shook his head. No need, we have all seen the live video, we are already well aware of the strength of the disaster water. Then, about the disaster water. Gong Ran hesitated, a thick cloud of worry gathering between his brows. Bai Meng was not a fool, he naturally saw Gong Ran's concerns and comforted him. You don't need to worry about that 48-hour countdown to death, the people from the Intong Bureau will arrive soon. Gong Ran forced a pale smile. Alright, then I can rest assured. Since the chief has understood the true strength of the disaster water, what are the orders for this video conference? To issue some commands from above. Oh, please go ahead. Gong Ran sat up straight, looking earnestly at Bai Meng, and so did the others in the conference room. Firstly, Bai Meng looked at Gong Ran. For the safety of the other residents of City 11, you and your wife cannot leave City 11. If you do leave, Gong's bureau should be clear about its fate. Understood, Gong Ran responded with an unpleasant expression. Secondly, fighting in the urban area will inevitably harm the residents. You and your wife should pack up and head to the North Huangshan later. Any problems? No. Problems, Gong Ran gritted his teeth in agreement. Thirdly, seal off North Huangshan. There should be no residents within 30 kilometers of the area. Can you do that? Gong Ran furrowed his brows. Chief, a few kilometers are manageable, but isn't 30 kilometers too much? The strength of the disaster water is still unknown. It's better to overestimate than to underestimate. We cannot joke with people's lives. This decision is not up for discussion, Bai Meng said decisively. 10 minutes later, Bai Meng finished briefing on all the important matters and ended the meeting. Under the deep night sky, a 100-meter-tall building stood like a long spear in the center of the city, overlooking the surrounding 7 to 8-story low-rise buildings. Is this building yours? Lee Fong looked surprised at the building in front of him. It was yesterday, not today. I sold it. When Ma Mian mentioned the last two words, a deep sadness welled up in his eyes. Lee Fong, seeing this, comforted him warmly. It's okay, money can be earned again. As long as people are alive, that's what matters. Ma Mian was first stunned at the words, then awkwardly smiled. Yes, come with me. Afterwards, the two entered the building and took an unmanned elevator. Ma Mian turned to Lee Fong and cautioned, hold on tight. Although Lee Fong didn't know what the other was up to, he nodded. Ma Mian walked to the floor button, extended both hands, and pressed the buttons randomly like a mischievous child. Soon, all the floor lights lit up. Clang! A sound of iron clashing suddenly came from above the elevator, and then the elevator plummeted downwards. The rapid speed made Li Feng's heart skip a beat. Is this an accident? No, it's normal. Ma Mian calmly made an okay gesture. A few seconds later, the chains above the elevator shaft tightened, and the rapidly descending elevator came to a halt. Buzz, the elevator doors slowly opened, and a bright, dazzling white light flooded into the elevator. As Lee Fong saw everything outside the elevator clearly, his pupils dilated visibly, and his mouth involuntarily formed an O shape. Outside the elevator was a place resembling a sealed warehouse, illuminated brightly by LED lights embedded in the ceiling, leaving no dark corners. Blue 100 yuan bills were stacked in piles in the center of the warehouse, emitting a tempting aroma. Li Feng's throat moved slightly as he stepped out of the elevator doors, his gaze never leaving the bills. Oh my! Li Fong exclaimed from the depths of his heart. Bills taller than a person. This is too exaggerated. Ma Mian did not notice Li Feng's astonishment. He walked desolately to the stack of bills, his eyes greedily fixed on each pile of money. Ma Mian sighed heavily, then walked to a tightly closed safe, pressing his thumb on the LCD screen. Beep beep beep, click. The safe door opened, and Ma Mian took out 6 black bank cards, walking towards Li Fong with a tearful expression. Sir, the code. The password is 6 sixes. Li Fong smiled. You did well. After saying that, Li Fong reached out to take the bank cards Ma Mian handed over. However, Ma Mian suddenly exerted force with his fingers, grabbing onto a small corner of the bank card and refusing to let go. Do you regret it? I don't. Ma Mian reluctantly released his grip, watching helplessly as Li Fong pocketed his bank card. Stepping back, Ma Mian pointed to the pile of bills behind him and asked, Sir, where should I deliver this cash to you? Li Fong looked at Ma Mian pitifully and said generously, You can keep the cash, I only need these bank cards. Ma Mian widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? Li Fong nodded, yes. Ma Mian trembled at the words, then bowed to Li Fong gratefully. Thank you. It's nothing. Ma Mian, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can tell me. After all, we are colleagues, and helping each other is only natural. Li Fong smiled, helping Ma Mian up and showing a friendlier look. Ma Mian, who was initially feeling low, brightened up upon hearing this, a glint of hope shining in his dim eyes as he looked at Li Fong in surprise. How can this be possible? Li Fong suppressed a smile, trying to remain calm as he said, "You don't need to feel embarrassed. Actually, when I initially gestured with 5 fingers, I meant 50,000, I didn't expect you to think of 500 million. Now, I feel a bit embarrassed taking 4 billion from you." Silence fell. Ma Mian stood frozen in place as if petrified. After a few seconds, 50,000? Ma Mian raised 5 fingers in front of Li Fong. "This is 50,000? Yes, 50,000. No, no." Ma Mian waved his hand. "I remember you specifically said to add a 0 after 50 million. I said 5,000, never mentioned million, that was your own assumption." Li Fong sympathetically patted Ma Mian's shoulder. Hearing this, Ma Mian staggered back several steps. Seeing his reaction, Li Fong comforted him, "Learn from this mistake. Next time, if I try to extort money from you, make sure to clarify how much I'm asking for, don't assume it yourself." I. Suddenly, bright red blood sprayed from Ma Mian's mouth, splattering on the ground like a sprinkler. Turning 50,000 into 500 million was a mess he had created himself, truly a far-fetched tale. Why didn't he ask at that time? Why? The more Ma Mian thought about it, the angrier he became, his breathing getting heavier, his face changing from deep red to deep purple. This thrilling scene frightened Li Fong. He had never seen a person's face turn deep purple before. "Hey, calm down. Life is precious. Don't do anything foolish for a little money," Li Fong advised. Let me faint for a moment." With that, Ma Mian's eyes rolled up, and he collapsed to the ground, soon starting to snore intermittently. Li Fong. After inserting the bank card, Li Fong entered the elevator lobby and tried pressing the floor buttons, but to his disappointment, the elevator did not respond. Just as he was about to climb up the elevator shaft, the space in front of him twisted and folded like a piece of paper, distorting and overlapping. When Li Feng's vision returned to normal, there was no elevator in front of him, but instead, a luxurious room. Outside the huge French windows was the brightly lit City 11. Yama sat with his legs crossed in front of the windows, swaying a glass of red wine in his hand. Beside Yama sat a young man in a black hoodie, absent-mindedly scrolling through short videos on his phone. Li Fong was familiar with this person, Zai Shuwei, or more precisely, someone pretending to be Zai Shuwei. "Here he comes." Yama set down his wine glass and stood up slowly. "Oh, he's here?" Zai Shuwei excitedly put down his phone, turned to look in Li Feng's direction, and waved enthusiastically. "Hello, I'm Chen Mian." Li Fong nodded politely. "Hello, Li Fong." Yama apologized. "I'm sorry, it's an unusual time, so we had to use some unconventional methods to bring you here. Please understand. It's okay." Li Fong waved his hand. "Is Chen Mian also from the underworld?" "Me?" Chen Mian pointed at himself, smiling as he explained, "I'm an unofficial member of the underworld, half a resident of the underworld." Li Fong had a moment of realization. "Thank you for your help." Chen Mian chuckled nonchalantly. "No problem, I did it for fun, not just to help you." After some pleasantries, they all settled on the sofa. The sound of boiling water poured over tea leaves, and a faint fragrance wafted from the cup. The tea leaves are tender and need hot water to brew. "It's hot, so wait a bit before drinking." Yama pushed the brewed tea towards Li Fong. Li Fong smiled and curiously asked, "Yama, I assume you didn't just invite me here for tea?" Yama nodded slightly. "Do you remember the gift I promised to give you earlier?" "Gift?" Li Fong raised an eyebrow, instantly thinking of the missing and Tong Si trio. After all, Yama had previously mentioned trying to make them die by his hands, becoming ash soldiers, which could be considered a gift from him personally. Yama seemed to have guessed what Li Fong was thinking and calmly said, "As one of the 10 Yamas of the underworld, I naturally have some impressive cards to play, 1-7 prohibition and 2-6 prohibitions, barely." As he spoke, the space next to the sofa rippled like a lake, and 3 blurry figures gradually became clear. These 3 people were bound by chains on their hands and feet, looking dejected and soaked in blood. The sudden bright light made all 3 instinctively shut their eyes tightly. Night Ghost furrowed her brow, opened her eyes first, and regained her focus. In the spacious and bright living room, glossy leather sofa, steaming teacups, and someone staring at her. Li Fong? Night Ghost's pupils shrank to the size of a pin, staring incredulously at Li Fong sitting on the sofa. How could you be here? Li Fong. At this moment, the other 2 also regained their focus. When they saw Li Fong sitting on the sofa, their reactions were just like Yayo's, filled with shock and horror in their eyes. Shen Nian pointed at Yayo and the other 2, saying, "Zhu Jiang Wang, do you know how careful I have been in dealing with them? I had to ensure serious injuries while also guaranteeing survival. It took me a lot of effort. You must remember my favor." After speaking, Shen Nian raised an eyebrow at Li Fong, then glanced sneakily at the Yanluo king beside him. Li Fong understood and smiled, then turned to the Yanluo king, saying, You'll have to ask Yen Luo King for this favor. After all, this was a gift he gave me in his personal capacity. Qian Nian tugged at Yen Luo King's arm, saying, "Did you hear that? You owe me a favor again." Yen Luo King impatiently shifted in his seat, saying, I heard. Yeo, sitting on the ground, felt her pupils trembling continuously. How could she not be familiar with the names Chu Jiang Wang and Yen Luo Wang? The 10 Yen Luo Kings of the underworld, the special hazardous entities of the Tianyuan Federation. How could these terrifying beings be here? Also, why did Zai Shui call Lee Fong Chu Jiang Wang? Isn't the current Chu Jiang Wang of the underworld a special hazardous entity? Is Lee Fong a special hazardous entity? In just a few seconds, Yeo felt like her head was about to explode, unable to connect anything or make sense of it all. Lee Fong, how can you be here? Hello asked tremblingly, her eyes murky like a overturned palette, chaotic and complex. Lee Fong raised his teacup to his lips and took a sip. Hello, am I not here as you wished, to prove that I am Zai Shui? Haven't you always wanted to prove that I am Zai Shui? Helu's throat rolled slightly. Are you really Zai Shui? In Helu's heart, she never believed that Lee Fong was Zai Shui, no matter how logical Yeo's arguments were. The reason for cooperating with Yeo's investigation was more to prove Li Feng's innocence rather than to find evidence that he was Zai Shui. Li Feng remained silent, placing the teacup on the table without a word, then looked at Yen Luo Wang, asking, "Are all three of them?" Yen Luo Wang smiled and nodded, then stood up and moved aside. Qian Nian, seeing this, tactfully left the sofa. Li Feng, if you are Zai Shui, why did you save me in the underworld? Why didn't you just watch me die? Helu asked unwillingly. Li Feng walked up to the three of them, looking down at Helu. I also want to ask you, since I saved you, it's fine if you don't help me, but why do you insist on accusing me and pushing me to this point? I wanted to prove that you are not Zai Shui. Helu's voice grew smaller and smaller, almost imperceptible. Yeo furrowed her brows, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. Keeping us alive on purpose, must be planning some kind of trade. As soon as she said this, Zheng Kong, who had been dull-eyed, suddenly raised his head excitedly, saying, as long as you don't kill me, I agree to any trade, I agree to everything. Hela stared wide-eyed, incredulous, at Zheng Kong. Zheng Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten your mission? Zheng Kong, his eyes red with anger, cursed, what mission? I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? I can protect the lowest of the low, but I will never die for them. You. Hela's expression was complicated, struggling to speak, unable to find the words. Trade? Li Feng's lips curled up, his fingers resting on Jean. Zheng Kong pleaded, any trade is fine, just let me live. You could have lived, but now you can't. With those words, the ring Jean seemed to be burned by flames, turning into a wisp of black smoke that spread out on both sides, forming the rough outline of the scythe Jean in an instant. Qian Nian leaned over to Yen Luo Wang. Is this the spiritual artifact? Yes. Yama nodded, curiously eyeing Jean. The moment Jean appeared, the temperature in the room dropped instantly, sending a bone-chilling cold spreading through everyone. Li Feng reached his left hand into the black mist, gripping the scythe's handle. The thick black smoke dispersed in all directions like fire meeting water, making a sizzling sound. The scythe, dark to the extreme, finally came into view for everyone. Its sharp blade shimmered with a cold light under the lamplight, cutting through the surrounding space. This. Zheng Kong's eyes revealed undisguised fear, trembling uncontrollably. Yo, somewhat uneasy, asked, Li Feng, are you trying to threaten us? No, Li Feng shook his head. I want to kill you. Kill us? Yo smirked. If you wanted to kill us, we would have died in that factory already. Just say what you want straightforwardly. Li Feng remained silent, there was no need to explain to a dead person. He tightly held Jean, the curved scythe blade hanging over the heads of the three, his icy gaze sweeping over them like a blade. Zheng Kong sensed that something was amiss and anxiously looked at Li Feng. What are you planning to do? Yo, also flustered, but tried to remain calm, said, Li Feng, instead of standing here with a scythe over our heads, why don't you tell us what you want to do? SSS, the air was sliced like silk by the scythe, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Yo's pupils suddenly contracted, her dazed mind instantly sobering up, realizing that Li Feng indeed intended to kill her. Dodge! Yo stared at the scythe, propping herself up with one hand, trying to move, but it was all in vain. Put! Utter darkness swept past Yo, without a pause, then Zheng Kong, Hello. It all happened in an instant. You. Yo stared at Li Feng, her eyes filled with resentment, astonishment, regret, but gradually dimming until there was no light. A faint line of blood appeared on her neck, followed by hot blood overflowing, staining her collar red. Thud! Yo lay forever on the ground, followed by Zheng Kong, while Helu sat motionless. He raised his head, gazed deeply at Li Feng, a weary face showing a hint of a helpless smile, then slowly lowered his head. After the three died, Jean trembled slightly. The next moment, wisps of black smoke rose from the ground, forming three human-shaped figures out of thin air, standing before Lee Fong like wooden statues. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, their features gradually solidified and became clear, crimson bloodlight rising from their pupils, like hellfire burning within. The swirling black smoke condensed into a black armor at that moment, a fierce black dragon head engraved on the chestplate, as if it would burst out the next second and swallow the enemy before it. As the armor took shape, the three soul soldiers knelt on one knee, shouting in unison, "Master!" Such a strange feeling, Lee Fong murmured, gazing at the three soul soldiers. At this moment, he could clearly sense everything about these three soul soldiers, as if they were an extension of himself, a part of his body. "Master, these soul soldiers have had all their memories erased, retaining only their combat instincts, and will unconditionally obey your commands," Li Xuanyou's voice echoed in Li Feng's mind. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, not expecting the other party to speak directly in his mind. After hearing Li Xuanyou's explanation, Li Feng's thoughts moved, and one of the soul soldiers immediately stood up, raising his arm towards Li Feng. A silver barrier rose behind Li Feng, separating him from Yama, Shenmian, and the others. "Wah wah wah!" Shenmian ran curiously to the barrier, touching it left and right, exclaiming, "This spiritual mysterious device is amazing. Yen Luo King, do you think you will be stronger after becoming an undying soul soldier?" Yen Luo King's face darkened. "I don't think so." Li Fong turned around, looking curiously at Shenmian. "Shenmian, which barrier is stronger, mine or the one Zhen Kong activated in the factory?" Shenmian tapped his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "I feel there's not much difference. Both are quite fragile." Li Fong twitched his mouth, retrieved the three soul soldiers back into ashes with a thought, then transformed ashes into a ring shape and put it on his finger. Soul soldiers can devour others' souls to strengthen themselves. When Zheng Kang's soul soldiers become stronger, Shenmian won't be able to break the barrier, Yen Luo King said calmly. "So it's a matter of cultivation." Li Fong nodded thoughtfully, then took a step back to the sofa, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. Yen Luo King and Shenmian also sat back down. "Yen Luo King, you didn't just call me here to give me a gift, did you?" Li Fong looked up at Yen Luo King. Yen Luo King smiled friendly. "You're right, there are other matters. But before discussing that, can I ask you something?" "Sure." Li Fong smiled slightly. Yen Luo King interlocked his fingers, and asked seriously, "Even if you don't eat people, does your body not age?" The question brought silence to the room. Even Shenmian stopped his movements, staring straight at Li Fong. After a long silence, Li Fong spoke slowly, "Yes." Although Yen Luo King had anticipated it, he couldn't help but smile upon hearing Li Feng's affirmative answer. Seeing Yen Luo King, who was usually calm, with such an expression, Li Fong asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "It's a long story, I'll explain it to you in detail." Yen Luo King sat up straight, pointing outside the French window. "Do you know who controls the Tianyuan Federation?" Li Fong hesitated. "Isn't it the Federation president? That's just the highest leader in the eyes of ordinary people, in essence, just a puppet." Yen Luo King's eyes flashed with disdain as he looked up at the starry sky. The Li family, the Zhou family, the Ying family, the Takahashi family, the Ito family, the Jin family, these six major conglomerates almost monopolize everything in the Tianyuan Federation. From the daily lives of the people to the selection of the president, military financial expenditures, and the formulation of federal laws, they have the final say. They are the true rulers of the Tianyuan Federation. Li Fong was shocked to hear this, remaining silent for a long time. The six major conglomerates were not unfamiliar to him. News related to them often appeared on television. He used to think of them as wealthy and influential families, but now he realized how absurd his previous thoughts were. They were not just wealthy and influential, they were practically emperors. They must be incredibly wealthy. Do they each carry billions on them? Li Feng's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Ahem! Yen Luo King coughed abruptly, looking at Li Fong with a strange expression. "Is your thought process always this peculiar? Shouldn't a normal person be shocked by the power of the conglomerates after hearing this?" Unaware of Yen Luo King's thoughts, Li Fong, after reflecting for a while, curiously asked, "Yen Luo King, why are you telling me all this?" Yen Luo King's lips curled up, his gaze darkened slightly at that moment. "Because you will soon have dealings with them." "Dealings?" Li Fong narrowed his eyes. "What kind of dealings?" "Everyone in the underworld has their own tasks and missions. I am no exception, and neither are you." Yen Luo King's tone was calm. Li Fong grinned. "The underworld has always unconditionally helped me. Actually, I'm quite apprehensive. I always feel like something is being planned to trap me. As long as there's a task, and it's beneficial, I can relax." Yama King remained silent. Seeing Lee Fong had no objections, Yama King continued, Zhu Jiangwang, how much do you know about Intong Si? Intong Si? Lee Fong pondered for a moment and said, it gathers the most elite destiny holders in the entire Federation, representing the highest combat power of all mankind, determining the course of civilization, that's what they say on TV. Yama King nodded in agreement. Indeed, Intong Si was originally established to manage the destiny holders of the entire Federation, eliminate all resurgent threats to humanity, and it has indeed done so. Its influence covers the entire Federation, surpassing all other institutions, making it a true authority. Li Feng's eyes darkened, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the teacup. If what you said earlier is true, then Intong Si should be completely controlled by the conglomerates, right? Yama King shook his head. Intong Si faces the entire Federation, and the conglomerates can only control the top positions. They can't reach beyond that. This vast unclaimed power has become a tempting target for the conglomerates. The position of the Sitong naturally became the real seat of power. Those below may not acknowledge the conglomerates, but they will definitely acknowledge the Sitong. Because Intong Si is a power structure established by the Li, Zhou, and Ing conglomerates, the position of Sitong naturally fell into their hands. But there is only one Sitong position, how could it be shared equally? So they made an agreement, following the order of Li, Zhou, and Ing. The Sitong position rotates every 10 years, with a change every 30 years, starting the next round of rotation. A hint of confusion flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Wait, if the age span is so large, why are the Sitong on TV always middle-aged? Before Yama King could respond, Shen Mian, who was beside them, stepped forward to explain to Li Fong, you might not know this, but these conglomerate members can live up to 150 years through some special means. They generally start aging at around 120. Those middle-aged people you see on TV are mostly old men over 70. He's right, Yama King agreed. 150 years, that's really long, Li Fong exclaimed from the heart. The average lifespan in the Tianyuan Federation is just over 70 years, and these people have doubled that. It's unbelievable. After a few seconds, Li Fong came back to his senses, feeling somewhat puzzled. He looked at the two of them. Thanks for the information, but what does this have to do with me? It naturally concerns you, Yama King smiled kindly. The 10-year rotation period is approaching, and the task assigned to you by the underworld is to become the next Sitong. Silence fell in the air, no one spoke for a long time. Ha! Li Fong pointed at himself, looking bewildered. Me, become the Sitong? Yama King raised his arm to signal Li Fong to calm down. I know you have many questions, but don't ask now, listen to me slowly explain. Li Fong sat up straight, one hand half-fist against his mouth, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Yama King raised his glass of red wine, took a sip, then shifted his gaze back to Li Fong. The current Sitong is from the Zhou family. According to the agreement, the next Sitong will be a second-generation direct descendant of the Ying family. However, due to an accident, almost all the second-generation direct descendants of the Ying family perished, and those who survived became disabled, unable to step up as Sitong. Faced with no choice, the Ying family had to let the third-generation direct descendant take the stage, selecting the strongest person among them to become Sitong. Whether it's the Ying, Zhou, or Li family, they all use one method to select the Sitong, which is merit points. Source text: merit is the contribution an individual makes to the Federation, and points are the specific quantification of merit size. Merit points are used for ranking and distributed by the Ministry of Peace. When it's time to rotate the Ministry of Peace, the person with the highest merit points will serve as the next Minister of Peace. Zhu Jiangwang, do you know what this means? Li Fong pursed his lips into a straight line. After a few seconds of daze, he tentatively spoke, Does it mean a younger Minister of Peace has been appointed? Yes. Yan Luo Wang raised his eyebrows. The accumulated merit points of the Mu family's second generation are too high. It's hard for you to surpass them, but it's different for the third generation. The eldest is only in their 40s or 50s. You have a complete chance to catch up. Wait a minute. Li Fong raised his hand to interrupt Yan Luo Wang. I'm not from the Mu family. How can I surpass them? Also, isn't this task too daunting? You don't need to worry about the Mu family's issue. You just need to consider the matter of merit points. When the time comes, the underworld will find a way to solve this problem. As for the daunting aspect, Yan Luo Wang paused for a moment here, then smiled and shook his head. It's not actually daunting because the underworld will also assist you in secret. Whatever you want to do or achieve, you can contact me directly. Li Fong shook his teacup, saying with some seriousness, the risk is very high. With these words, a heavy stone in Yan Luo Wang's heart finally dropped. How could he not understand the meaning behind Li Feng's words? Risk and opportunity coexist. The higher your merit points, the greater your power will be. I believe that even if I don't mention it, you will still seek personal gain using your power. Lee Fong smiled knowingly. Who would want to follow the rules when aiming to ascend quickly? I can do it. Lee Fong looked up at Yen Luo Wang, but the premise is that the underworld helps me investigate something. What is it? I want to find out about Suyu's whereabouts. You know who Suyu is, right, Yen Luo Wang? Li Feng's tone was calm, and his deep eyes showed no ripples. Suyu? Xian Mian tilted his head, puzzled. Is it the Suyu we're thinking of? Yes. Li Fong nodded. Yen Luo Wang was puzzled. Isn't Suyu already dead? Probably. Li Feng's hand, hidden from their view, trembled slightly. There might still be a possibility of her being alive since there's no body of Suyu, don't you agree? Although Yen Luo Wang didn't agree with Li Feng's view, he still agreed. Alright, the underworld will investigate. Li Feng smiled and extended his hand to Yen Luo Wang. It seems we will be in contact often in the future. Yen Luo Wang reached out and shook his hand. Happy cooperation. Hey, what's this, ignoring me? Xian Mian's tone rose, standing up to separate the hands of the two, then placing his hand in the middle. Add me in, let's continue shaking hands. Yen Luo Wang. Li Fong. After receiving the task from the underworld, Li Fong immediately thought about going to the star-picking academy later. By the way, Yen Luo Wang, I have to participate in the assessment of the star-picking academy later. Should I cancel this? Li Fong asked curiously. A hint of surprise flashed in Xian Mian's eyes. You joined the star-picking academy too? Li Fong reminisced. It was more than 10 days ago. I probably can't go, right? A glint of light passed through Yen Luo Wang's dark eyes. Go, of course you should go. Aren't I supposed to compete for the Minister of Peace by gaining merit points? Li Fong looked puzzled. Then why go to the star-picking academy? Isn't that a waste of time? Yen Luo Wang smiled and shook his head. It's not a waste of time. Normal people have only two ways to gain merit points. One is to make outstanding contributions to the Federation. The other is to join the Ministry of Peace, complete tasks issued by the Ministry of Peace, and earn merit points. But if you join the Ministry of Peace as a graduate of the Star-Picking Academy, you will receive a 15% bonus on the merit points earned from completing tasks within a year. 3 years remain until the rotation of the department heads, so there is plenty of time. Plenty of time? Li Feng's mouth twitched. This isn't even enough to graduate, right? As long as you are outstanding enough, you can graduate early. Yen Luo Wang placed his hand on Li Feng's shoulder and said affirmatively, in my eyes, you have always been a very outstanding person. Thank you. Li Feng smiled awkwardly. What about me? Xian Mian poked Yen Luo Wang, looking at him expectantly. Yen Luo Wang gave Xian Mian a speechless look and moved aside, saying, if you were a mute, you would indeed be outstanding. If you were deaf, you would also be outstanding. Xian Mian retorted defiantly. Li Feng, sitting across from them, looked strange. At this moment, he felt like a conspicuous outsider, very out of place. Yen Luo Wang ignored Xian Mian and turned to Li Feng. Now that the important matters are settled, let's talk about the situation in City 11. Do you not understand the countdown murder tonight? Well, if the suspicion has been cleared tonight, why make a big deal out of a 48-hour countdown murder? Li Feng asked, looking puzzled. Clearing the suspicion is one thing, but more importantly, it helps you earn merit points, reasonably enhancing your personal strength. After the countdown ends, City 11 will face turmoil. Turmoil? It's turmoil for ordinary people, but an opportunity for you. The night grew darker, and the temperature dropped sharply. The cold wind cut through pedestrians' faces like a blade. The streets became increasingly deserted until there was no one in sight. Li Qingxia stood with his hands in his pockets, gritting his teeth, crouching in front of a closed bakery. He felt an urge to curse, but the target of his anger was nowhere to be seen. You, Li Feng, you like standing me up so much. If you have the guts, don't come looking for me tonight. Let's see how heartless you can be. Li Qingxia's face twisted into a sinister smile. Whoosh, a cold wind blew from the south, lifting a tattered newspaper from the ground and gently placing it in front of Li Qingxia. City Entertainment. Li Qingxia chuckled bitterly, lowering his head to read the newspaper. At that moment, a mother and her child passed by Li Qingxia. The little boy, seeing Li Qingxia's pitiful appearance, took out a coin from his pocket and dropped it on the newspaper. Why are you giving money to a beggar who can work? Our teacher told us to help the weak. When helping the weak, you should be more discerning. This person is just lazy. Got it. The mother led the boy away, leaving Li Qingxia alone, staring blankly at the coin on the newspaper. Was he being mistaken for a beggar? Did he really look like one? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached Li Qingxia and stopped in front of him. Li Feng looked at the newspaper and the coin on the ground, puzzled, and asked, you disappeared for a while, how did you end up begging on the street? Ha! Li Qingxia shuddered. The familiar voice, the mocking tone, it was. You bastard, you still remember me, and you have the nerve to come back to me? Li Qingxia grabbed the coin from the ground and fiercely threw it at Lee Fong. Dodging the coin, Lee Fong was about to say something when Li Qingxia delivered a swift kick to his backside. Lee Fong stood behind a utility pole, pointing at Li Qingxia's nose, warning, "Don't push me, I don't like bullying the weak." Bullying the weak? Li Qingxia laughed in anger. Your big brother here is stronger than you can imagine. With that, Li Qingxia threw a punch and charged forward. After a fierce battle, Li Qingxia found himself pinned under Lee Fong. Lee Fong held Li Qingxia's wrist with one hand and persuaded, "Second brother, calm down. It wasn't my intention for you to stand here for hours. I truly forgot." Li Qingxia, who had calmed down, became agitated again upon hearing this. You conveniently forget things, huh? You bully me whenever you can, but when second brother doesn't want to keep a low profile anymore, I'll hang you up. I don't want that 500,000 bank card anymore, it's all yours. Does that calm you down? Lee Fong pretended to be in pain. With these words, Li Qingxia's anger dissipated like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He asked incredulously, "Really? I hardly lie." In the end, pacified by the 500,000, Li Qingxia forgave Lee Fong with a smile. "I've booked a hotel for you and the boss, you can check in tomorrow, don't go out these days." Lee Fong handed a room card to Li Qingxia. Li Qingxia asked with concern, "Aren't you staying with us?" Lee Fong shook his head, "No, I have things to take care of, it's inconvenient to stay with you guys." Li Qingxia's expression gradually turned serious, and he tentatively asked, "Is it about that fake?" "Yes." Lee Fong nodded before the other could finish the sentence. Li Qingxia fell silent, patted Li Feng's shoulder, and said, "Take care." With that, Li Qingxia put his hands in his pockets and walked away. The dim streetlight shone on his back, gradually enveloping his face in shadow. At one moment, a hint of reluctance and pity seemed to flash in Li Qingxia's eyes, but it was fleeting, with no further explanation. Li Fong watched Li Qingxia's figure until he completely disappeared into the night before turning and leaving. The two were on the same straight line but heading in opposite directions. The dawn's light rose from the east, gently lifting the veil of night. The massive machine known as the Special Energy Department began operating at this moment. Vehicles poured out, and the military units cooperated with the Special Energy Department to block off streets one by one. With the North Huangshan as the center, within a radius of 30 miles, dozens of jeeps with loudspeakers roamed the streets. "Attention, citizens, evacuate this area immediately in an orderly manner as directed. Attention, citizens, evacuate this area immediately in an orderly manner as directed. Attention, citizens, evacuate this area immediately in an orderly manner as directed." What's going on? Are they trying to prevent us from sleeping? Are they crazy? Why should I evacuate from my own home? Damn, there are Special Energy Department and Public Security Bureau people downstairs. Something must be happening, right? There must be something going on. Don't sleep, hurry and get downstairs. With the joint efforts of the military units, the Special Energy Department, and the Public Security Bureau, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. City 11 was abruptly awakened under these circumstances. Hunters Guild. Lee Fong, wearing a black mask, stood in front of a building murmuring. In the Tianyuan Federation, there is a special profession called a hunter. They hunt revived beasts in the wilderness and then sell them to the Hunters Guild or individual buyers in the city to earn a high amount of federal currency. Revived beasts are not as difficult to deal with as revived, they possess abilities but cannot regenerate, and most have low intelligence, making them vulnerable to being killed by ordinary people with firearms. Therefore, almost all in this line of work are ordinary people, with very few destiny bearers, as the latter have better prospects while the former do not. There was a time when Lee Fong also considered becoming a hunter, but to freely pass through checkpoints, one needed to obtain a pass, which cost 600,000 and was only valid for a year. The high cost forced him to give up the idea of becoming a hunter and continue working as a laborer for 5 yuan an hour. Ha! Lee Fong smirked, the light boat has passed through countless mountains, and now I am a wealthy man. He touched the 6 bank cards in his pocket and stepped into the Hunters Guild's gate. Passing by, don't miss out. One forbidden black wind wolf, not for 980 million, not for 880 million, take them all home for 200,000. One forbidden fire ghost chicken, ordinary people eat for longevity, those destined eat for immense power. Free choices of fried chicken, roasted chicken, come and take a look. Mysterious mech models excavated from ruins, press the button on its chest and it will shout Digga, come and see. The noisy calls came from the windows on both sides, with a dense crowd moving like ants, occasionally stopping for a revival beast with a peculiar Digga. Lee Fong glanced lightly at the windows and withdrew his gaze. It would probably be difficult for him to make significant progress with a one forbidden revival beast in a short time, at least a 3 forbidden would be needed. Understanding this, Lee Fong walked straight through the crowd, and as he went deeper, individual merchants became fewer, but the quality of goods increased significantly. Lee Fong approached the consultation desk of the Hunters Guild and asked, "Hello, do you have 3 forbidden or higher revival beasts here?" The woman who was eating porridge looked up in surprise at Lee Feng's question. 3 forbidden or higher? Yes, the revival beasts sold at these windows in the hall are only 1 forbidden or 2 forbidden. Not what I'm looking for, Lee Fong pointed behind him. After hearing Lee Feng's words, the woman who was eating porridge suddenly sprang up from her chair, grabbed Lee Feng's wrist swiftly. "You!" Lee Fong looked at the woman in bewilderment. "Please wait, I'll contact someone for you right away. Here are some steamed buns and red bean buns, you can try them if you like." The woman gave a bright smile, placed her buns in front of Lee Fong, and hurriedly dialed the counter's phone. "Wow, get the big fish." The woman paused, sneaking a glance at Lee Fong. "A big client is here, looking for 3 forbidden and 4 forbidden revival beasts." 2 minutes later, the elevator door in the hall opened slowly, and a group of people in business suits rushed out, heading towards the direction of the consultation desk. "It's him!" The woman pointed at the somewhat dazed Lee Fong. In an instant, the fiery gazes of those people all focused on Lee Fong, like they had spotted unwanted banknotes, and they ran even more eagerly. "What's going on?" Lee Fong instinctively took a step back. The woman reassured him with a smile, "Don't be afraid, they are all managers of the Hunters Guild, they mean no harm." Soon, Lee Fong found himself surrounded by the managers like a lamb among wolves. "Hello, I'm Ning Haiba, the manager of the Hunters Guild, pleased to meet you. I heard you want to know about 4 forbidden revival beasts. I, Huang Ming, am very knowledgeable about them, let me show you." "Can't you guys have some manners, some professionalism? Stop crowding around this gentleman. Is it professional to cling to someone's leg?" The commotion naturally caught the attention of others in the hall. "What's going on? Is some big celebrity visiting the Hunters Guild? These managers are so unprofessional, can't they stay calm in situations? They have no class at all. They seem to be shouting about some 4 forbidden revival." "What?" Hunters Guild, 18th floor meeting room. Lee Fong sat somewhat awkwardly by the floor-to-ceiling window, not quite accustomed to being enthusiastically stared at by 10 people at once. "Please have a seat, let's sit down and talk." Lee Fong gestured with his hand. The others smiled friendly at Lee Fong and sat down. "I don't quite understand how your performance is calculated. I just want to buy some revival beasts straightforwardly, is that possible?" Lee Fong glanced at a few of them. Of course. You need to tell me what you need to know. I know a lot about resurrection beasts and can tailor a detailed purchasing strategy based on your needs. Yes, if you don't know how to process these resurrection beasts, I can come and help you. If that's enough. Lee Fong interrupted coldly. "I want to know how many tier 3 forbidden and above resurrection beasts the Hunters Guild has. You, speak up, and no one else." Lee Fong casually pointed at a refined young man. "Me?" Su Jiang stood up in surprise. "Yes," Lee Fong nodded. "Great." Su Jiang excitedly nodded and took out a small booklet from his pocket to explain to Lee Fong. "Our Hunters Guild currently has 14 tier 3 forbidden resurrection beasts and 1 tier 4 forbidden resurrection beast, all of which are." After hearing the numbers reported by Su Jiang, a hint of surprise flashed in Lee Feng's eyes, and he directly interrupted, "I'll take them all." The scene fell silent, and everyone looked at Lee Fong in shock. Su Jiang stared wide-eyed, looking at Lee Fong in disbelief. "Wait, all of them?" "Yes, swipe the card." Lee Fong took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Shouldn't you consider it first, maybe pick and choose?" someone asked cautiously. Lee Fong waved his hand with a smile. "I've already considered it, swipe the card. With a net worth of several billion now, what's there to consider about spending a little money on a resurrection beast?" Su Jiang swallowed hard, his hand holding the booklet trembling. "All of them? Don't people still bargain at the market when buying vegetables? How can this be more casual than buying vegetables?" Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Lee Fong raised his hand and shook it. "What are you all looking at me for? Shouldn't you be swiping the card?" Okay. Su Jiang reacted and quickly took out the Hunters Guild's unlimited swipe machine from the drawer. He then ran to Lee Fong, somewhat uncertain, and asked, "Are you really going to swipe the card, without further inquiry?" Lee Fong handed the bank card to Su Jiang and said confidently, "I've pretty much got it figured out." At that moment, Lee Fong realized how great it was to have money. No need to haggle, no need to compare prices at different stores, this was the life he longed for. Click. The bank card swiped through the sensor area. Beep 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 beep, the swipe machine's indicator light turned red. Su Jian looked up at Lee Fong. "It seems like it's not enough." "Not enough?" Lee Fong raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes, then swiped 60 million first, and the rest from this card. After speaking, Lee Fong took out another bank card and placed it on the table, a barely noticeable pang in his eyes. He didn't expect resurrection beasts to be so expensive, requiring 60 million and more. It was really outrageous, but fortunately, Mamian sponsored generously. Thinking of Mamian, a contented smile appeared on Li Feng's face. It had only been a few hours, and he suddenly missed. And thought of Mamian again. Beep 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 beep, the familiar sound rang out once more. Su Jiang awkwardly raised his head, showing a polite smile. It's still not enough. Do you want to pick and choose? After all, taking them all is quite expensive, someone advised. Still not enough? Li Fong sat up straight, hesitated for a moment, then took out another bank card from his pocket, swiped 60 million from the second card, and the rest from this one. Okay, Su Jiang replied and swiped the bank card through the sensor area under Li Feng's gaze. Beep 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 beep, still not enough? Li Fong, who was calm and composed a moment ago, suddenly lost his composure. Is this for real? How can it not be enough? Are you trying to cheat me? Upon hearing this, everyone became unsettled and quickly began to explain. The Hunters Guild is a reputable guild spread throughout the Tianyuan Federation. How could we possibly do something that would tarnish our reputation? Yes, everything is clearly priced. There should be no deception. You can check online, the prices are the same in every city. Li Fong suppressed his shock and asked in a deep voice, can you tell me the specific prices of these revival beasts? Sure. Su Jiang nodded, then took out his small notebook. The prices of the 3 restriction revival beasts on the market range from 10 million to 30 million. If you want to buy 14 of them, the total value of these 14 would be 210 million. The 4 restriction revival beasts usually hover in the range of 100 million to 200 million. The price of this 4 restriction revival beast is 1.4 billion, totaling 350 million. 350 million? Li Feng's pupils dilated, instinctively clutching his pocket tightly. Are these people joking with him? To ask for 350 million for just over a dozen revival beasts, they must be trying to empty his coffers in one go. Su Jiang tentatively asked, are you okay? Do you want me to introduce you to some information about these revival beasts so you can choose a few? Li Fong furrowed his brow in silence, seemingly contemplating something. Seeing this, the others tactfully refrained from disturbing him, quietly watching Li Fong. A minute later, Li Fong snapped out of his thoughts, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, like a soldier about to enter the battlefield. Under the gaze of the others, Li Fong took out 3 remaining bank cards from his pocket and gritted his teeth, swiped the cards. All right. After Li Fong paid, the group escorted him to a heavy, tightly closed cold storage iron door. As they approached the iron door, Li Fong felt waves of cold air seeping out through the gaps. Is the temperature inside so low? Su Jiang explained with a smile, the prices of 3 to 4 restriction revival beasts are high, almost no one buys them, they keep piling up, so they have to use ultra-low temperatures and other special methods to slow down the decay of the bodies. After speaking, Su Jiang gestured okay to the staff in front of the iron door. Clang! Along with the sound of steel friction and collision, the iron door slowly moved aside, and white cold air spilled out through the opening. Everyone tightened their clothes and stepped back, except for Li Fong, who walked into the cold storage alone. Don't go in yet, wait for it to warm up. Su Jiang shouted loudly. Li Fong calmly waved his hand, it's fine. With that, he stepped into the cold storage. The cold storage was less than 100 square meters, dimly lit, making everything barely visible. Thick iron chains hung in the air, swaying constantly due to the cold wind, emitting crisp collision sounds. Below the iron chains, revival beasts measuring 3 to 4 meters in length were suspended in the air, their round eyes staring straight at the direction of the cold storage door, where Li Fong stood. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he thought to himself, I wonder if these can push me to the 3 restriction level. He was well aware that although he had broken through the 2 restriction level, his physical abilities had not significantly improved. It was like a bottle filled with water suddenly expanding, but the water inside had not increased. Without using the extreme water and fire abilities, he could probably only kill some mediocre 4 restriction beasts with absolute control. By using abilities along with the methods of the revivers, he might be able to contend with 5 restriction beasts. It would be difficult to seize opportunities with such strength, so he had to make himself stronger. Even if he couldn't break through to the 3 restriction level, he had to fill the 2 restriction bottle as much as possible. Su Jiang, standing outside the door, saw Li Fong standing still and asked tentatively, how do you feel? Pretty good. Li Fong turned thoughtfully, can you make a mature dish with cumin spiced meat? City 11 North Huangshan. Unlike the usual lively and relaxed atmosphere, North Huangshan was now solemn and oppressive. From high above, there was a dead silence atop the mountain. By noon, there was no cooking smoke rising, no sizzling sound of oil at the campsite, not even a single car on the road, eerie to the extreme. On a wide and flat square, Gongran stood with his wife Jo Huaxiu, quietly waiting as if for something. "Honey, do you think the security bureau will protect us?" Jo Huaxiu asked anxiously. Gongran didn't reply immediately. His narrow eyes were unusually calm yet filled with despair. When he heard from Bai Meng that no one could stay in Beiwangshan, not even a car, he roughly guessed his fate: abandoned, an insignificant pawn. After a long silence, Gongran finally spoke slowly, "Perhaps." As soon as the words fell, a few small black dots appeared in the azure sky. With time passing slowly, the dots became clearer. Whoosh, a roaring sound came from the horizon as 4 helicopters gradually approached the square. The rapidly spinning propellers disrupted the calm air, and a swift gust of wind poured down from the sky, rustling Gongran and his wife's clothes. The 4 helicopters stopped 100 meters above the square without landing. Subsequently, the door of one helicopter opened slowly, and a young man in a black tight combat suit, with cold features, walked to the door and coldly glanced at the ground. "Let's go," the young man said coldly, then leaped from high altitude and landed steadily on the ground. After the young man landed, the helicopters in the sky slowly ascended and flew away from the square. "What?" Gongran looked puzzled as he watched the departing helicopter. Why did they just leave without discussing any strategy? The young man walked up to Gongran, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. "Hello, Gongran and Jo Huaxiu, right?" Yes, it's us," Gongran nodded honestly. The young man took out his security bureau credentials and showed them to Gongran. "Security Bureau, Vice Captain of the Disaster Clearance Department's 14th Action Team, Yuji." "Yuji?" Gongran's pupils dilated. "Who are you?" "Vice Captain of the Disaster Clearance Department's 14th Action Team, Yuji," Yuji repeated. Gongran immediately realized and nodded belatedly. "Hello, Captain Yuji. This clearance mission is crucial for public safety, and the Security Bureau attaches great importance to it. I have been negotiating with you on behalf of the Security Bureau these days. If you have any questions, concerns, or needs, please let me know, okay?" Yuji forced a somewhat unpleasant smile on his face, devoid of warmth and rather chilling. Gongran and Jo Huaxiu shuddered and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yuji furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. Did his smile come off as chilling? He thought he had controlled the curve well. Shouldn't such a smile convey kindness? If Gongran knew what Yuji was thinking at that moment, he would probably burst out laughing speechlessly. "You call this kindness, but isn't it more like nuclear kindness? Time flows like an unstoppable hourglass, unaffected by anyone's expectations or worries." Lee Fong and his team of chefs were comfortably huddled in the ice cellar, leisurely enjoying half-cooked meat every hour, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Gongran and his wife were in stark contrast to Lee Fong, suffering without any joy, living in torment every minute. After the Security Bureau arrived in City 11, they immediately deployed around Beiwangshan. Tanks drove into the city under the gaze of the public, and neatly dressed soldiers occasionally showed up on the streets. This series of events made even the calmest people panic, sparking intense discussions. Is this commotion necessary? Tanks are on the move. Not only that, people are not allowed to stay within dozens of kilometers around Beiwangshan. Those who live there have all been driven out by the Special Abilities Bureau. This Gongran really knows how to pick his spots. The air around Beiwangshan is good, the scenery is great, it's not a bad place to die. Whether he dies or not is still uncertain. The disaster water has already revealed its true strength, making it impossible to deceive the Security Bureau. Exactly, the reason the disaster water succeeded last time was mainly due to catching them off guard. This time, the Security Bureau is personally deploying. Going to Beiwangshan to kill Gongran is no different from walking into a trap. But, did the last battle really reveal the depth of the disaster water? The discussions of the crowd abruptly stopped, and they all turned to look at the speaker. Under the witness of the sun, moon, and stars, the 48-hour countdown continued to shorten. As the sun set in the west, the lingering light of the setting sun slowly drew the curtains. Pedestrians on the road began to notice the lingering moisture in the air. It seemed like it was going to rain. Boom! White lightning tore through the heavy clouds, reflecting in everyone's pupils. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Raindrops fell one by one, evolving into an uninterrupted curtain of rain as time passed, forcing pedestrians on the street to open their umbrellas. 3 hours remained until the end of the countdown. Below Beiwangshan, a middle-aged man with a tall figure held a black umbrella, looking up at the rain lines flowing down the umbrella ribs, a subtle gravity flickering in his deep eyes. This man was Ying Chang, the captain of the 14th Action Team of the Security Bureau. Why did it suddenly rain? The weather forecast didn't mention rain. Yingji walked up, looking worriedly at the gloomy sky. Ing Cheng calmly spoke, "The weather is unpredictable, how can we be certain? Have you hidden the people properly?" Ing Ji nodded, "They are hidden, there shouldn't be any major problems. Captain, you don't need to worry about this. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling." Ing Cheng frowned, with the strength of the disaster water, he could have killed Gong Ran 2 days ago. Why make a big deal out of the countdown? Ing Ji pondered and said, "Could he be trying to provoke our security bureau through this method? If it's just provocation, then it's all good, but if there are other motives..." Buzzing. At that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Not just his, but the phones of everyone in City 11 started vibrating. Looking down from above, the colorful umbrellas on the street all stopped, as if the sudden appearance of vibrations had made the entire city pause abruptly. Ing Cheng took out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. There was nothing unusual, everything seemed normal. Strange, why can't I stop the phone from vibrating? Ing Ji tapped his own phone. Ing Cheng said slowly, "He's here." As Ing Cheng's words fell, a familiar voice accompanied by a crackling electric sound emanated from the speaker of his phone, and the same happened to everyone's phones in City 11. A day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns, 2 days feel like 6 autumns. I haven't forgotten everyone, and you haven't forgotten me, right? The magnetic voice echoed continuously throughout City 11. Isn't this the voice of the disaster water? Damn, how did he get into my phone? 3 hours left until the countdown ends. Could it be that he wants to live stream again like last time to make money? That would be interesting. For a moment, everyone stopped their work and focused intently on the screens. They usually lived in peace and tranquility, so they were naturally curious about such high-risk disasters. The next second, a small red box popped up on everyone's phone. To watch this live broadcast, please pay 100 federal coins. Payment methods: bank card/Union Pay. Do we have to pay to watch the live broadcast this time? That's so unfair. 100 is quite expensive, but it's reasonable. Just 100 bucks, I can accept that, not too expensive. Driven by curiosity, more and more people chose to pay 100 federal coins. At the same time, the Hunters Guild, the ice storage. The ice storage at this time was not as cold as before, the vast space of 100 meters was warm, and the air was filled with the scent of cumin mixed with roasted meat. The managers in suits were all bare-chested, holding a pan with one hand, skillfully grilling raw meat, sprinkling cumin when red blood juices emerged on both sides, then plating it and serving it in front of Lee Fong. "Enjoy your meal. Thank you, take a break, let's continue in half an hour." Lee Fong smiled, took the plate, and waved to the crowd. Hearing this, everyone put down their pans, exhausted and slumped on the ground. "Phew, finally can take a break. If you feel tired, you can leave, the door is not closed." Someone pointed to the door of the cold storage. The person who was retorted just smiled and said nothing. "Leave? Are you kidding me? That's Lee Fong, a promising destined one. Just by cooking, he could establish a relationship with this person. It's like a pie falling from the sky, only a fool would leave." At this moment, Su Jian looked at Lee Fong, who was eating heartily, with a complex gaze. Genius is genius, even his appetite is beyond ordinary. With these words, everyone's gaze focused on Lee Fong, each with a hint of astonishment. These 2 days of interaction made them fully understand the diversity of species. He really could eat a lot, devouring a resuscitation beast larger than a person every few hours without stopping. If he went to a buffet, wouldn't he make a fortune? Lee Fong didn't care about the astonished looks of the crowd and continued to eat diligently. These 2 days, he had been staying in the ice storage, eating continuously, enhancing his own strength. According to Li Feng's own speculation, although his physical functions were not among the top in the 4 prohibitions, he was definitely outstanding. Buzzing. Just then, the phones of the people in the ice storage suddenly started vibrating, followed by the slow voice of the 1,000 faces. "A day without seeing you is like 3 autumns, 2 days without seeing you is like 6 autumns, I haven't forgotten." Li Fong paused at the sound of 1,000 faces' voice, took out his phone from his pocket, and opened the screen. "So soon?" Li Fong thought to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his deep eyes. "Oh, isn't this the voice of disaster water? Could it be that this time the live broadcast is about killing Gongran? I don't know. Oh, there's a prompt box. You have to pay 100 yuan to watch the live broadcast. Let's pay, it's not expensive, spending 100 to watch the battle between Disaster Water and Intonsi is quite worth it." One person started, and the rest no longer hesitated. After all, they were curious too, but at the same time, they had their pride and didn't want to shamelessly use someone else's phone. But Li Fong didn't think that way. He stood up, walked to Su Jiang, squatted down, and watched the live broadcast without any hesitation. After paying, the screens of everyone's phones suddenly dimmed, followed by a soft white light spreading from the left side of the screen. The white light was dim, like an incandescent lamp reaching its limit, only able to provide a rough illumination. Lee Fong could vaguely see the outline of a face in front of the camera. Although the features were not clear, he could sense that it was Thousand Faces. Why is the picture so dark? There seems to be a face in front of the camera. Is it disaster water? It should be. The people in the ice storage were discussing animatedly. At this moment, a barrage floated out from the left side of the screen. Source text. B. C. Translated text. Muji, didn't you say you wanted to kill Gongran? Where is he? When Lee Fong saw this barrage, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the character Muji. Muji? Is this person from the Muji Consortium? Most likely. After all, there aren't many with the surname Muji in the Federation. I heard that the Muji Consortium is very wealthy. When they go out to eat, they don't even look at the prices, very extravagant. I heard that among the people sent by the Intong Bureau this time, there is someone from the Consortium. It seems to be this Muji. The people in the ice warehouse discussed one after another, and Lee Fong felt a myriad of emotions after hearing these words. In the ordinary person's impression, a consortium is a very wealthy entity, which is the illusion created by the consortium, a fairy tale story that ordinary people can accept. If one cannot become strong, they will eventually sink into lies and fog. Only by climbing high can one see far. At this moment, the face on the live broadcast screen grinned, revealing a set of white and neat teeth. Hee, guess where I am? Here's a hint, I'm already here. Muji at the foot of Beihuang Mountain frowned and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, any anomalies? No anomalies in Zone A. No anomalies in Zone B. No anomalies in Zone C. After listening to the reports from each area, Muji's frown gradually relaxed. It seems that this flood is just trying to confuse our sight. Since he can say that, he must be planning to take action. Let everyone be on guard, the flood may be trying to sneak in. Muji ordered. Understood. Muji nodded and then left the area. A few seconds later, a barrage floated across the screen. Muji, want a live stream to show your calm and strength, but lack the courage to reveal your location, then why bother live streaming? It would be better to kidnap Gongren secretly like last time, than live stream the killing, wouldn't that be better? The face on the live broadcast screen said somewhat speechlessly, why force me to show up directly? It's so boring. Well then, I'll give you another hint. In an instant, all the viewers watching the live stream held their breath, and Muji also stopped in his tracks, holding an umbrella and gazing at the screen. Under everyone's gaze, the live broadcast camera turned to the side, and a large disc emitting white light appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. The face of the figure became slightly clearer, and he raised his hand to gesture towards the large disc. Dada, everyone, please look, what is this? The crowd looked at the disc in confusion. Due to the low quality of the live stream, the disc was not clear, leaving everyone puzzled. What kind of hint is this? How can a lamp reveal anything? But you can still see some clues. The fact that it's not raining in the live stream indicates that the flood is indoors. This disc should be a lamp, and the dim light suggests that the place where the flood is staying has been around for some time. Not only that, did you hear the sound of the wind? I feel like this place should be quite spacious. With some history and spacious, could it be another abandoned factory like last time? What ordinary people can think of, the people from the Intong Bureau can naturally think of as well. Muji took out the walkie-talkie and asked in a deep voice, are there any indoor, spacious, and aged buildings near Beihuang Mountain? Chief Muji, there is an abandoned factory that meets the requirements 14 kilometers away. Fire a signal flare, be on high alert, do not approach. After speaking, Muji pressed a protruding button on the front of his combat suit. Click, accompanied by a series of tense metal collisions, Muji's combat suit unfolded like the wings of a bat, with a row of exhaust pipe-like structures neatly arranged underneath the wings. Hiss, white mist sprayed out, and Muji shot straight up into the sky like a bird. Apart from him, the members of the other 14 squads also flew into the air, forming a straight line with a 500-meter gap between each. Swish! The red flare burst into a brilliant light in the rainy night. The next second, white mist cut across the sky, diving towards the direction of the flare. At the same time, the ice warehouse where Lee Fong was located also discussed the whereabouts of Qiannian. The hot search says it's the factory on Xingning Road, Su Jiang said, taking out an unpaid spare machine. If the disaster water is nearby, then that should be correct. This disaster water is quite arrogant, exposing itself so openly. Isn't it afraid of the Intonsi? Have you forgotten that the disaster water can explode into mist and escape? Compared to the noise of others, Lee Fong was unusually quiet at this moment, staring at the glowing disc, a bold guess rising in his mind. Su Jiang noticed Li Feng's anomaly and curiously asked, do you think the disaster water is in the factory? Hearing this, others also looked at Li Fong curiously. After pondering for a moment, Lee Fong shook his head. Why do I feel like this disc looks a bit like the moon? The moon? The people present were shocked, turning to look at their phones again. Disc. Dim. Empty. Windy. At this moment, several people's faces changed drastically, filled with horror in their eyes. If it's the moon, then isn't the disaster water in the sky? At this moment, the abandoned factory on Xingming Road was surrounded by the Intongsi, standing in the rain, looking down at the factory from above. Without much words, he raised his hand and gestured downwards, giving the order to bomb. Several helicopters hovering in the sky immediately locked onto the factory upon receiving the command. Whoosh! The deafening roar came from the sky as 3 missiles tore through the rain curtain towards the factory, the terrifying heat emitted by the missiles turning the surrounding raindrops into mist in an instant. 1 second later. Boom! The terrifying heat spread out like waves, illuminating the area briefly with a dazzling fire, 100-meter-high mushroom cloud rising into the sky, visible even to the people several kilometers away. At the same time, the live broadcast of the disaster water also heard the sound of the explosion, but it was just a sound. The disc remained motionless, the wind did not stir. What's going on? Why is there nothing happening in the disaster water's live broadcast room? Is this a pre-recorded video from the beginning? Is the disaster water trying to lure the tiger out of the mountain? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear the explosion sound in the live broadcast room? The viewers were in a flurry of opinions, the online hot search fluctuating like a heartbeat, constantly changing. He looked at the live broadcast on his phone, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Not here? Although puzzled, he showed no signs of panic in his eyes, knowing that Yi Chang was in the rear, so nothing serious could happen. In the live broadcast, Chen Mian smiled helplessly. I've hinted so clearly, why can't you figure it out? Do I have to reveal myself? According to the sound in your live broadcast room, are you really nearby? You'll find out soon. Chen Mian's eyes narrowed slightly. As soon as the words fell, the live broadcast gradually became clearer, revealing the true face of the large disc to everyone. Wait, this looks like the moon, doesn't it? Isn't it cloudy today? Why is there a moon? And why isn't it raining on the side of the disaster water? Do you have a possibility that the disaster water is above the clouds? The crowd fell silent instantly, looking up at the gloomy sky. At the foot of Mount Beiwang, Yi Chang's combat suit whooshed open, rising like a sharp sword into the sky, standing over a kilometer high, his eagle-like eyes scanning the clouds in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The other members of Team 14 dispersed one after another, spreading out from the city of Ying, clearly delineating and encompassing the entire North Huangshan within the protective range. Thud! The crisp yet heavy footsteps resounded above the dark clouds, echoing between heaven and earth, lingering without fading. The soldiers standing below the dark clouds instantly tensed their nerves, their hearts pounding rapidly as if gripped by something, an indescribable suffocating sensation spreading through each person's mind. Muscles bulged beneath Ying's combat suit, tiny specks of orange appearing around him like stars, flickering with each breath. Thud! The footsteps sounded again, causing a bang in a certain area of the dark clouds, shaking them apart, visible ripples spreading out and swirling in all directions. Soft moonlight poured down, illuminating each raindrop distinctly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, a slender figure standing quietly beneath it, gazing down at the ground.